The story of meeting Han Jin-soo begins with a party, chaos, and surprised screams of the crowd, who did not expect such an ending to the evening. Who would have thought that a third-year student studying to be a surgeon would dare to slam his fist into the face of one of the guests? The injured man clearly did not expect to spend the end of his day lying on a small sofa, trying to recover from the blow. By protecting the girl, the guy, without realizing it, lost the future he had been striving for so long, and did everything to achieve what he wanted. Jumping up from the sofa, the enraged man asked how the student dared to hit his supervisor, because only a real psycho would do that. This question made the boy angry. He really felt unbalanced because he could stand anything, but not such an attitude towards his girlfriend. The retribution was not long in coming, because Han Jin-soo was summoned by the university administration and demanded to explain such impudent behavior. When the guy left the office, he angrily threw his medical gown into the trash because he was kicked out of the university hospital, deprived of the opportunity to become a specialist. It was very painful to leave the place where the first professional ambitions and love for the work that was to become a calling were born. After this, the student visited many other private hospitals, but everywhere they asked where his father worked, and after that, they predicted that it would be difficult for the guy to choose a specialty. He was rejected only because he was not from a good family with connections or status. But fortunately, Jin-soo was able to find an investor who could potentially help him open a small private clinic. When the student met this man, he said that he had a nose for talented people, and he would try to help. The joy was short-lived, because after a short period of time, the man who was the young surgeon's last hope disappeared without a trace. Not only did this partner disappear, but also all the money that the boy had invested, because a huge mistake was made, which consisted of unconditional trust. When he arrived at the police station, the guy heard the officer's advice to look for the missing man in his apartment in Sogyo. Hearing about this place, Jin-soo suddenly realized that this unfortunate investor was a friend of Jin-kwo Kim. As everyone knows, misfortunes never come alone. And soon the boy had a serious conversation with his girlfriend, who decided to postpone their long-awaited wedding. Still in shock, he was struck by the next piece of news. His beloved Zuyong had met another man and now saw no future with him. By drowning his pain in alcohol, the guy wanted to erase from his memory all the pain that had fallen on him in just a few days and threatened to crush him. It had been so little time since he had been truly happy, and now his life was ruined, and the once successful student was at the bottom of the abyss. Realizing that he couldn't continue living like this any longer, the boy decided to change something, because he no longer had the strength to spend his days in captivity of despair. It was decided to change everything, even if it meant begging that damn professor who started all the troubles. Entering his office, Jin-soo saw something that made his heart clench painfully. His beloved Zuyong was kissing the very man from whom he once had to protect her. The guy was simply bursting with anger. He couldn't understand what to do and how to act in such a situation. He shouted loudly and said that he wanted these traitors and worthless animals to die today. When the guy's presence was discovered, the girl jumped away from the professor and began to say that everything was not as it seemed and that she was forced to do it. Then he lost his composure, but now, walking along the quiet night street, he felt that common sense and the ability to analyze were gradually returning. He was distracted from all these thoughts by a quiet voice that came from the darkness. If he looked closely, he could see the silhouette of a tall man. The stranger began to approach, and when he reached the place where the boy stood, he asked if he was Han Jin-soo. Before he could utter a word, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and liquid that quickly soaked his clothes. He was stabbed with a knife in the middle of a deserted alleyway. The shocked boy wanted to scream, but the attacker covered his mouth with his hand and twisted the blade inside him. This action made the already unbearable pain simply hellish. Jin-soo felt like his insides were burning with fire. When the boy was on the verge of losing consciousness, the bandit picked him up and loaded him into the trunk of his car. The poor young man didn't even have the strength to squeak. The car drove into a small forest, and in a semi-conscious state, the guy heard the criminal digging a hole. It was easy to guess that it was intended specifically for him. Raising his hand, the young man hoped that the bandit would take pity on him when he saw that he was not dead, but he did not pay attention, because he was reporting to the professor about the successful completion of the task. As the boy tried to protect his airway from the dirt flying straight at his face, he thought that the person standing in front of him could be none other than Jin-kwo Kim. Feeling the weight of the soil that was being used to bury him, Jin-soo kept telling himself that his story couldn't end like this, because he didn't deserve to be buried in the forest and forgotten by everyone. Tears flowed down his cheeks without stopping, turning the dust on them into dirt. It was unfair that he could die like this. This is how the young surgeon, who never started his journey, was buried somewhere in the vastness of Mysterion, and his life came to an end. It seemed to him that he lay in darkness and silence for an eternity, but then the guy heard some strange sound. The young man's body began to glow, and his spiritual eyes opened, and he saw something that looked like his description, which said that he had done more good deeds in his life than bad ones. So he had the opportunity to buy a ticket to heaven, or get another chance and be resurrected. Looking around, Jinsu tried to understand where he was. His body was floating in some incomprehensible empty space. Then he turned his gaze and examined the skin, on which there was not a scratch, despite the fact that the boy was sure that he was dead, because he received a fatal wound to the stomach. The explanation was a message that said the young man was now a spirit that continued to live. He learned that he was now at the trial stage, and in this place, it would be decided whether his soul would go to heaven or go straight to hell. The guy listened in surprise that he had good points that could send him to heaven without trial. But there was also the opportunity to live a new life by being resurrected. Only 30 seconds were given to make a decision. If a choice was not made within this time, the ticket to paradise would be taken automatically. The boy began to fuss seriously, because he understood that it was worth thinking everything over carefully, but no one gave him this opportunity. So now, he would have to make a choice in a hurry. While he was thinking about the fact that if he chose to move to heaven, then all the points accumulated during his life would burn out. 25 seconds had already passed. And when time was running out, he suddenly realized that he really wanted to be resurrected and try to live his life again. In the end, another chance at life was chosen. Since Han Jin-soo had skills in surgery, the system decided to move him to a place where these skills would be useful. The options of getting to a place where there would be many or few patients were offered, the boy thought seriously, because perhaps he would have to start treatment right away. But if he chooses a location with a large number of patients, he will have a chance to help save more lives, and he will also make more money. Therefore, the choice fell on a place where there were many patients, because the boy felt the need to remain true to his work and calling to be a doctor. After this, the young man made several more choices, completely unaware of what they would lead to. When everything was decided, a voice from the void wished him a happy life. Finally, the curious guy became interested in what kind of system or creature he had been communicating with all this time. Perhaps it was an angel, or something like a robot. It seemed that he was communicating with such a powerful and cruel phenomenon, which was called time. Everything was subject to it, including human life. Before the young man had time to think about his assumption, he began to be sucked into some strange whirlpool that threatened to swallow him up completely. No one knew that such events were even possible because the evidence of this amazing event was a lonely star in the universe. A bright light blinded the guy lying on the ground, who vaguely remembered what had happened to him and could not fully understand whether it had all been real or whether he had had a strange dream. When he was finally able to get up, he realized that he had truly risen, because how else could one explain the fact that every bone in his body ached? The boy looked at his wound, which was left by the knife blow, and noticed only a barely visible scar, which was healing right before his eyes. It was clear that the wound was healing, and the body was recovering without much difficulty from what had once caused death. The realization came over the young man. He jumped up and began to dance joyfully, because he understood that he had made the right choice, and now he had the opportunity to build his life differently. But when he approached the edge of the hill, he saw that at the foot of it lay dozens of wounded people, who were groaning in pain and shouting that they wanted to end this torment. It became clear that the boy had not ended up in the old world at all, but in some other place. And right now he was standing on a battlefield that was strewn with the bodies of the victims. His head was aching badly from the overwhelming emotions, worries, and experiences. Jinsu found it difficult to comprehend that he was now a different person. The next moment, his head began to be pierced by memories of who he was now. Like arrows, he saw a happy childhood, his parents. Also, the terrible details of his mother's death from illness and his own death from a bandit's sword were revealed. Combining in his head the memories and what was before his eyes, one guess flashed through the guy's head about where he had ended up. It is quite possible that he was transported to the period of the three powers. And this is where the journey of the young surgeon began, finding himself in the world of the Roman about those kingdoms. Reflections on the absurdity of the situation had to be put aside because the injured people needed urgent help. So the boy headed straight to the battlefield. It was painful to see the agony on the faces of these men as they lay in pools of their own blood, life slowly draining out of them. Questions immediately arose in the young doctor's mind about what had happened here, since such a number of wounded indicated some kind of brutal events. Noticing one living person among all these bodies who kept moaning in pain, Jinsu headed towards these sounds. The man was already dying. The boy immediately jumped up to him and began to ask him to take his hands away from the wound because he needed to look at her. He obeyed without question, asking only to be saved because dying was so scary. The doctor, accustomed to sterility, wondered what to do. He was afraid of introducing an infection into the wound because he had neither gloves nor water to disinfect his hands. The universe helped him solve this problem, because a moment later, a man started running towards him, calling him young master and carrying something in his hands. A memory came to mind of Uncle Wang Sam standing in front of him, asking him if everything was okay, while calling him by the name Huabu. The boy realized that it was logical that in his new life he had a new name, and he was also glad that this man was alive. It seemed that he meant something to him. Uncle Wang Sam began to examine the young master and was horrified when he saw blood on his hands. But the boy explained that it did not belong to him and asked him to find a well and bring clean water. He also demanded that they get a needle and thread because such a wound would not be able to heal if it was not stitched up immediately. The man looked at the young man strangely, after which he asked why he spoke so kindly. It was clear that such behavior surprised him very much. Not knowing what to say to this, Huabu said that now was not the time to discuss this, because in front of them lay a man who urgently needed help. He urged his uncle, who was dumbfounded with surprise, to hurry if they wanted to save this man's life. Working in such field conditions was new for the young surgeon, because if he were in a hospital, in such a situation it would be necessary to use anesthesia. Only after that would he stitch up the poor guy, monitoring his vital signs. But now he had no choice but to manually check the injuries. But it was difficult because my hands began to shake very badly and refused to do what was needed. This was the first time in the guy's entire medical practice. Before, he had never been afraid to do something that would save a human life. He began to get angry at himself because a man was literally dying in front of him, so there was no time to be scared. Han Jin-soo, who was called Huabo in this world, pressed his hands to his cheeks and began to try to gather his thoughts and take action. Exhaling, he rolled up his sleeves and decided to help the unfortunate man at any cost, because it was his duty. The wounded man began to wheeze and choke, after which foam began to come out of his mouth. It all looked more than terrifying. It would be dangerous if the blood blocked the man's airway, and it was difficult to see the stomach without an assistant, so the only option left was to provide emergency medical care with bare hands. Having plucked up his courage, the boy began to palpate the abdominal aorta, because if it ruptured, it would lead to death. As long as it was okay, as were the renal arteries, this person might still have a chance to survive. There were no ruptures in the small intestine, so there was no need to worry about internal bleeding in this area. Also, no damage was found to the posterior portion of the duodenum. So stretching out his hand, the young medic realized that he had only one guess about what might be wrong with the wounded man. There could have been a rupture in the colon. There was a possibility that feces had entered the abdominal cavity. The first thing that needed to be done was to remove the stagnant blood. Uncle Wang Sam had already arrived, having found clean water, and was already carrying all the things that the young master had asked him for. Jin-soo thanked him for his help and asked the man to look for a clean piece of cloth somewhere, since it was needed for further manipulations. In the meantime, the young surgeon was given the needles and thread he had asked for earlier. Of course, the guy didn't expect to see surgical thread, but the one they brought him was very thick and woven from several fibers. So the process of suturing was more like a sewing class, which couldn't help but irritate the young doctor. But since he didn't have much choice, he had to save the victim's life in every possible way. While doing this, he was angry at the creature that sent him here, because only a real psychopath could have mocked him so sophisticatedly. The boy wondered if they had sent him to this hell, then why they couldn't at least give him the tools he needed to do the job. Jin-soo was not one to give up after the first difficulty, so he decided that he would fight for the patient's life as long as his heart was beating. Taking the clean water brought by his uncle, the boy was grateful to God at least for it, because he could only dream of saline solution, and there was no time to boil water. It was decided to wash the wound with what was available, so everything that my uncle brought helped in this process. After the wound was washed, it was necessary to remove all the entrails back and drain the damage, removing all excess fluid from there. Once these steps were completed, the area where the flesh exposed the internal organs could be sutured, all of which the surgeon did with the utmost care. He made each new stitch carefully so as not to touch anything unnecessary and not to cause new bleeding. Despite the density of the thread and the insufficient sharpness of the needle, the guy did everything perfectly. He still had 2 more stitches to put in. When he finished, the doctor was finally able to exhale, stepping back. He assessed his work and realized that the stitches looked better than he could have imagined. There was a loud scream, after which a woman ran out of the village and began running towards the wounded man. It was very painful to listen to her lament that life without her husband no longer had any meaning, so the young doctor tried to console her by telling her that the operation had been a success. Over the woman's cries, Jinsu promised her that her loved one would survive and that everything would be okay. Finally, the meaning of the words reached the wounded man's wife. She turned her head and asked if this was really possible, even if the man's stomach was ripped open. She wondered if the doctor standing before her was so young that he was capable of performing such complex manipulations with the human body. A little embarrassed, the boy scratched the back of his head and said that he had studied the medical profession a little and knew a few things. These skills were very useful because there were quite a lot of wounded, and the surgeon did not put off helping the victims for later. He moved from patient to patient. Some were not seriously injured, while others were less fortunate, and again thick threads and an almost blunt needle were used, which was barely capable of piercing flesh. The boy was very tired when he finally got to his feet, having finished with some of the victims, but it was still too early to rest. After all, in the middle of the battlefield, there were still people who needed help. One of the men was seriously wounded in the stomach and was already suffocating from pain. The bleeding was stopped, but it was still unclear whether such injuries would allow survival. Jinsu tried his best, used all his knowledge to help this unfortunate man, but deep down he knew that a miracle would have to happen for the man to survive. The miracle did not happen. The surgeon could barely hold back his tears when he had to close the eyes of a man whose soul had already left this cruel world. Bending over the corpse, the boy felt guilty that he had failed to fulfill his professional duty and save this patient. But it was also clear that doctors were not gods. They could not breathe life into something from which it was rapidly leaving. All that was left was to accept the inevitable. Therefore, all that was left was to draw conclusions and not repeat the mistakes of the past, which could prevent us from saving another living creature. While the rescue of civilians was taking place in such field conditions, the boy did not even notice how the sun set over the horizon. They walked along with Uncle Van Sam, who kept on wailing that the bandits who had attacked the village must die. The man was glad that the young master was safe and sound. Jinsu remained silent, because to say that the previous owner of this body was dead, and now there was someone else's spirit in it, was somehow crazy. So the guy changed the subject and asked if there had been an order to send soldiers after the bandits to catch up with the scoundrels and bring them to justice. Frowning, the uncle said that it was unlikely that the soldiers would risk their lives to find the bandits, especially since there were rumors that some of the employees were bribed. This news was able to surprise the young man. It was difficult to realize that crime was at such a level that bandits were giving bribes to the authorities. Looking at what the world had come to, Jinsu suddenly realized why the Yellow Turban Rebellion had happened, which led to the fall of the Han Dynasty. Having calculated in his head what time period he was in, the boy realized that He Piong was turning 6 this year, which meant that next year they would capture Ganghwa Island. It followed that the legendary Yellow Turban Rebellion in China would begin within a year. Clenching his fists, the young man realized that a crazy era was about to begin. There would be no land in all of China that would not be engulfed in war. It seemed that the angel had sent the surgeon here for a reason. Looking at the angry expression on the young master's face, the uncle did not understand what was happening and thought that he had done something to anger him. Arriving at his estate, Jinsu stopped to admire the evening scenery. Everything around was calm and quiet. Uncle Wang Sam advised the boy to take a bath, because if the gentleman was seen, they would think that he was wounded. He looked at himself and realized that all his clothes were covered in blood. Left alone, the guy began to analyze his new memories and decided that the previous owner of this body was ambushed when he returned to the estate. The father and grandfather of this already dead guy had long since left this world. His family had lost its power and greatness, and his mother soon fell ill. In order not to feel useless in the face of illness, the young man began to study books on medicine, because he also had 2 older brothers, Huabok and Huabun. Calling them Hyungnims would be awkward since Jinsu was actually older than them, but they had no choice and would have to call them that even though he was 31 years old. The man distracted him from his thoughts by calling the young master by the nickname Huabu. Apparently that was what the previous owner of this body was called. It seemed to be one of the older brothers, his face reflecting genuine concern as he asked if the boy had been hurt after his encounter with the bandits. After replying that everything was fine, Jinsu noticed that his new relative let out a sigh of relief and said that he was scared when he heard about what happened. The guy became interested in how his mother, who was still alive, was feeling. His brother replied that her condition had not changed at all. She had eaten a little and fallen asleep. It was very sad to realize that a loved one could die at any moment, but I didn't want to wake up an exhausted, sick woman at all. Therefore, the one who now occupied her son's body decided to visit her tomorrow. Perhaps his medical practice could help in the treatment. This decision seemed strange to the older brother. He asked whether it was really worth waiting for tomorrow, since the mother had not seen her youngest son for a long time. Jinsu then realized that a good son would visit his parent right away, so he said that he wanted to go to her room now. But he can't act like a selfish person, because his mother has just laid down to rest, and disturbing her would be extremely disrespectful. After thinking for a while, the brother agreed and said that she had been struggling with the disease for a long time and had only just been able to fall asleep. It would be undesirable to wake her up. Laughing, the man noted that his little brother was much more caring and attentive than he was. He muttered that he hoped the boy had also studied hard in Seoja, and after that suggested that they take a rest. Plopping down on the bed, Jinsu finally relaxed a little and closed his eyes. Realizing everything that had happened, he decided that this day could be described as momentous. But along with the thoughts came worries about what to do now and where to start, because starting a new life was incredibly difficult. These realizations rolled in like a snowball. The main difficulty was that he found himself in a different time, and such a restless one at that. As he was falling asleep, the boy saw someone warning him that the internal and external damage had been healed, and the body was functioning normally. The revival was complete. A sunny morning arrived, which foreshadowed that the coming day would be simply wonderful. Stretching out on his soft bed, Jinsu realized that he hadn't slept so soundly in a long time, and he had slept wonderfully. Trying to stretch his back, which in his past life often caused discomfort, the boy suddenly realized that he had become too flexible. He began to test this theory and noticed that the flexibility of his body was significantly different from what it had been before. This brought a smile to his face because it was a good addition to the new body. He felt hungry. It was decided to go for breakfast. When he saw the food on offer, the guy could barely hide his disappointment because there were only plant-based products on the table. I didn't really want to eat just grass, but I remembered the information that the family's situation had been undermined, which explained why there wasn't a single piece of meat on the plate. Looking at his thin, skinny arms, the young doctor realized that he was in his prime, but because of his diet, he lacked mass, so it was worth gaining a couple of kilograms. Sitting opposite was the second brother, who had a fairly healthy and strong physique, so Jinsu became very interested in what he ate. The brother, who was apparently the eldest, asked if Kwaba had been attacked by bandits yesterday. Chewing the dry rice thoroughly, the boy replied that that was exactly what happened, and that he was lucky to have escaped and was not hurt. Hwabak noted that reading books is very good, but it is also worth taking care of the body, so learning martial arts would not be superfluous. Hearing this wise advice, Jinsu said that from that day on, he had planned to toughen up anyway, because something had to be done about his frail body. This news surprised, if not shocked, the older brothers, because previously such advice had gone unheeded. Laughing, Hwabak asked what happened to the boy who gave up martial arts to read tons of books. A memory immediately popped into my head of how the previous owner of this body was stabbed with a sword and died. In such a situation, it was stupid to be content with books alone. The middle brother, Hwabong, suggested that the young man was prompted to make this decision by the encounter with the bandits. The boy quickly agreed, saying that he was still terrified. As he continued eating, Jinsu said that after coming so close to death, he decided that learning to protect himself would be wiser than collecting books. The brothers encouraged this decision, although they said that if he became a high-ranking official, they could hire someone good for the job of bodyguard. After finishing the meal, Hwabong finally suggested visiting his mother, since he hadn't been able to do so the previous evening. Approaching the chambers of the mistress of the estate, one could hear her coughing heavily. It seemed that the illness was serious. Seeing her youngest son, she called him by his full name, Huan. It seemed like the guy needed to get used to his new personal information, the woman asked when he had managed to arrive. The hostess asked her assistant Hewol to put a pillow under her, because she didn't want to lie down in front of her sons. While expressing her joy that her youngest child had come home for Chinese New Year, the woman began coughing and breathing heavily. She made such frightening sounds that Wang Wan became scared because he didn't want his mother to die. The boy jumped up to her and started telling her that he was nearby and tried to calm her down, hoping that the terrible cough would go away. When the attack ended, the young man said that he had come as soon as he learned that she was ill, and the woman muttered that she was not so ill that she would have to give up her studies because of it. She squeezed her son's hand and said that with time it would get easier for her. The young surgeon was already wondering what could have happened to his mother, perhaps her liver or gallbladder was damaged. It was decided to conduct an examination because if the problem was in the liver, then everything was sad. It is not for nothing that it is called a quiet organ. It hurts when everything is almost irreparable. Pressing on the center of his hand, the guy carefully watched the woman's expression. When her face distorted in pain, everything became clear. To confirm his guess, he pressed on the liver, and the mother screamed. Now it was possible to say with absolute certainty that this particular organ was affected. Seeing that his younger brother was deliberately hurting his mother, Hwabok grabbed his hand and angrily asked what the little rascal was doing. But the boy looked at Hwabok and told him to let him go immediately, because he was conducting an important inspection. He explained his new knowledge by the fact that while in Shujo, he read not only a lot of Confucian books, but also medical ones. Hearing this, the man became even more angry, because he did not understand how one could pretend to be a doctor after reading only a couple of lines in medical Talmuds. Looking at this showdown, Hwabun agreed with his older brother, because he did not believe that such a bungler as Huan could understand anything, even if he studied all the books in the world. However, yesterday he heard information that made him doubt these conclusions. Hwabun asked if the rumors that Huan had managed to heal a man injured by a bandit were true. It was hard to believe that the incompetent younger brother had managed to heal a dying man whose stomach had been cut open and whose intestines had come out, but it was still worth checking. Hearing this question, Hwabok turned around and asked how one could come up with such nonsense. But the young doctor said that he had managed to do what everyone was talking about. Now the brothers looked at him completely differently, with a mixture of surprise, fear, and distrust. But there was also a bit of pride. Noticing this, Huan said that the man would be very lucky if he survived, but there was still hope. The middle boy noticed that there was uncertainty in the doctor's voice, which meant that even after receiving treatment, there was a chance that the patient would die. But the accusatory tone was inappropriate, because any person who knew medicine would not sit idly by and would use every chance to prolong the life of the wounded man. Huan firmly stated that as long as there was even the slightest chance of saving his life, he would not give up and would continue to try. After thinking for a while, Huangbong said that these words sounded like the speech of a real doctor. The boy thought that he deserved to be called that, because it was not for nothing that he had spent 3 years of internship in surgery. Now the middle brother was in favor of the younger one examining his mother, since it would not cause any harm, but some benefit could be gained. He believed that heaven could be moved by such sincere and confident words, and would send a blessing in the form of healing. The examination began, and the young doctor began to examine the suspected affected areas. The mother said that it was painful, but quite bearable. The boys carefully watched every movement of their brother's hands. They did not believe that it would help, but they did not interfere with him. While the examination results showed that it was not the liver or stomach that was bothering mother, the main organs were in perfect order. But the whites of the eyes and the skin were yellowish in color, and since there was pain on the right side in the upper quadrant, this could only mean one thing. The boy pressed on the area that was above the stomach, and the mother screamed in pain. This confirmed his guess about the mysterious disease. Since the woman was bothered by reflex pain and discomfort during palpation, this meant that the cause was cholecystitis, that is, inflammation of the gallbladder. Huan was horrified. His mother had been ill for several months. One could only imagine how hard it was for her. If laparoscopy had been possible, it would have been enough to simply remove the gallbladder. But in that era, such an operation could only be dreamed of. The mother tried to console her son by saying that she was taking the decoction prescribed by the doctor, so according to her, there was no reason to worry. Having heard about the decoction, the boy thought that a mixture of certain ingredients could really help. It was only necessary to select the right components. Thanks to the knowledge of the body's previous owner, which remained in his head, it was possible to obtain the necessary knowledge about various medicinal herbs. But still, there was no information that could help save mother right now. It was decided to ask the older brother if he had a prescription written by a doctor. Huabong didn't expect it to help, but he said that if he waited a little, he might get what he needed. It was very lucky that the young man collected all these recipes because many people simply threw them away. But there could be useful information there. After a few seconds of searching, a prescription written by a famous doctor was found. Having become familiar with the composition of the medicine, it was possible to identify such ingredients as ginseng, deer antlers, angelica root, and licorice root. It looked not like a medicine, but like a useful drink that did not give any healing effect. So the famous doctor was an ordinary charlatan. He told his brothers that the cause of their mother's illness was the presence of hard contents in the gallbladder. The fact that this could only be found out by examining the stomach surprised the guys very much, because they had not previously encountered such phenomena. No matter how much Huabong doubted, he understood that his brother would not talk nonsense about his mother's illness. So he trusted these words and suggested replacing the decoction. Huan thought for a moment and said that with the help of a decoction of purple datura with corn tendrils, it would be possible to at least reduce the pain. After analyzing what he heard, Huabok suggested that there was something that could help better than the proposed option. Frowning, the young doctor said that the best way was to get rid of gallstones. Hearing this, the elder brother was delighted. He was interested in whether it was possible to perform a similar operation on their dear mother. Looking at the boys, Huan firmly said that he would cure this illness and make every effort to make their loved one feel better. These words shocked the family members, because they no longer hoped that their mother would be able to forget about the pain and live a normal life, having overcome the disease. But these surprised sighs did not in any way affect the unshakable confidence of the young surgeon, who knew what he was capable of. When Huan said that there were rumors that far beyond the Great Wall of China, Western doctors were performing real miracles. They were able to open the stomach with a knife and remove the excess, thereby curing even seriously ill patients. Hearing this, Huabok shouted that this was sheer nonsense, and that cutting open a man's stomach meant condemning the unfortunate man to certain death. The boy assumed that such news was something extraordinary in this era and would be considered nonsense. But despite this, he could not help but try to save his mother, because he knew perfectly well how to do it. It was difficult to decide on such a step, because he had absolutely no necessary tools or materials. But then Huan suddenly felt a light ghostly touch on his shoulder, which felt like friendly support. It seemed like it was the essence of the deceased Han Jin-su that was supporting him and telling him that it had been reborn in this body and would help save his mother. This gave the guy even more confidence that he should try to perform an operation that no one in this era could even dream of. So he told Huabok that cutting open a person's stomach did not mean instant death. The brother's hand squeezed tighter and tighter as he heard that if after the stones were removed, everything was closed and the patient was well taken care of, she would recover quickly. But it seemed that these words did not convince the older brother at all. It seemed that they only made him angrier, because they gave him hope. But then the middle one intervened and said to stop this argument, because it would not lead to anything good. He believed that the healing arts behind the Great Wall of China were truly incredible. Huan already wanted to exhale and relax because at least one of his brothers was on his side. But that Huabong said that despite all the miracles that doctors could perform, this was the first time he had heard of someone having their stomach cut open. It was beyond his comprehension how, after such serious manipulations with the human body, one could survive, much less become healthier. Gritting his teeth, the boy could not believe that right now his own relatives, without knowing it, were taking away his mother's only chance for healing. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted that if things were left as they were, then eventually mother would die. So it was unclear why everyone around him was so calm. Unable to bear such insolence, the older brother slapped Huan in the face, because he would not tolerate the boy accusing him of inaction. Swinging his arm again, the man growled at the younger member of the family to shut up immediately and not dare to say such things in front of his mother. The guy didn't care about the physical pain, because he was torn apart by the internal one. He didn't want to believe that he would really be forced to just watch her die. Seeing that the matter could end in a fight, Huabong ordered that the scandal be stopped, because their mother deserved peace in her room. When Huan heard that his medical reports were called nonsense, he felt a churning feeling of anger inside. His common sense was clouded by anger and he rushed at Huabok, intending to hit him right in the face. The man froze in place, because he did not expect such a turn of events. Moreover, he could not even imagine that his loser brother would be able to break his cheek. Dodging, Huabok asked how Huabu dared to attack an elder member of the family with his fists. Did respect mean nothing to him? An idea of a wonderful punishment for the boy was born in his head, to hit the boy hard so that he would come to his senses. Huan closed his eyes and realized that he was in trouble, and now he would have to clean it up in full. But at the last moment, Huabong intervened again, ordering that this disgrace be stopped, because doing such a thing in front of his mother was simply terrible. Huabok dismounted and began to apologize hesitantly. It dawned on him that he was acting like a teenager, and he had to be an example, even if someone was being disrespectful. Watching all this, the mistress of the house was very upset, although she was proud of the middle child, who urged everyone to control themselves. The other sons began to calm down, and it was clear that they regretted starting to use force in front of her. She called her eldest son by his full name, Ju Huan, and noted that he was always worried about her, but said that Manhwa said all this because he wanted the best for her. These words had the desired effect, and the now grown man, who still remained a child for his mother, apologized for his behavior. But the woman was interested in where her youngest son had picked up such habits that he decided it was acceptable to attack his brother with his fists. She sighed and realized that no matter how old her children were, they still needed her guidance. Therefore, the woman kept the decision to herself. In her opinion, the best option was to replace the expensive medicine with a decoction of corn tendrils, which Manhwa had spoken about. Hearing this, the middle son assumed it was all about expenses, but his mother interrupted him and said that she simply trusted her child. After this, she sent them away from her room because she wanted to rest. The brothers obeyed and closed the door behind them. As they walked through the estate, Manhwa realized that he simply had to perform surgery on his mother because her life literally depended on it. The problem was not only the prohibition of relatives, but also the fact that he did not have any tools with him with which he could carry out his plan. But if everything is left as is, then something irreparable will happen, and a person dear to all of them will die, even though there was a chance for salvation. An idea came into my head. Since it was impossible to convince the brothers, why not do the operation in secret from them? As if hearing these thoughts, Hwabok turned and called out to the boy, who flinched in surprise. But the man only apologized for hitting him, explaining that he was very nervous because his mother's condition was not improving. The boy scratched his head and said that he was also to blame, because he had said stupid things and then attacked. Laughing, the older brother noted that Manhwa had a very ferocious punch, which indicated good potential in martial arts. After all, the boy even managed to lightly touch his cheek, but these words did not feel like praise, but rather like mockery. The boy felt a surge of wounded pride, so he suggested that Hwabok have a Sanshu duel, where they fought with bare hands. This proposal surprised the man, because previously his younger brother had avoided such entertainment. But fighting just like that was not interesting at all, so Manhwa suggested that the loser, as punishment, fulfill one request of the winner. After this, the boy began to warm up his joints and muscles in order to be more effective and agile in battle. Laughing, Ju Huan asked if such a wish had really arisen in the boy's mind because of Sansho during the last spring festival. Then he beat him up well and lectured him on holidays. The memory of this manifestation of brotherly love was not the most pleasant. But this no longer bothered the young doctor. He said that he simply wanted to practice martial arts and did not know a better teacher than his dear Hwabok. The man smiled and proudly said that after studying in Shujo, the boy had finally realized the value of his brother. It was clear that the guy had a tough opponent in front of him. He was big and in good shape, but it was still worth a try. So the duel began anyway, and the two brothers were ready to teach each other a lesson, albeit in a rather friendly manner. A self-confident Ju Huan told his middle brother that he would be finished in just a few seconds and that they would go about their business. This behavior irritated Manhwa because he was not seen as a threat at all, which was a mistake. The boy took advantage of this careless attitude and launched a surprise attack that gave him a certain advantage. It would have been stupid not to take advantage of it, so the guy decided to turn the enemy's inattention and overconfidence against him. But it wasn't just Ju Huan who underestimated his opponent. The boy himself was guilty of this, because he never thought that his brother would be able to repel his attack with lightning speed. Hwabok's push was so strong that the poor guy flew away from him several meters and hit the ground painfully. It was completely unclear how this all happened, because it seemed to Manhwa that the man did not move at all, so it turns out that a surprise attack was not enough. All that was left was to hope that he would still have a chance to make a maneuver that would help him defeat his older brother. Hwabun took particular pleasure in watching all this disgrace, because when else could he watch his dear relatives fight? Time passed and luck still didn't come to Manhwa. This was completely unlike him, because in his past life he was not so easy to beat. Smiling, Hwabok asked if his opponent was giving up, since everything indicated that he had already won the bet. But the boy wasn't going to give up so easily, because the fight wasn't over yet to throw around such words. After these words, the man struck, but the guy managed to block the attack and intercept the opponent's leg, immobilizing him. Thus, Manhwa took the initiative in the fight, and when he noticed his opponent's supporting leg, he realized that he had a chance. He twisted his leg and heard it start to crunch. This was a good sign, which could indicate a small injury, which was to the boy's advantage. Adding pressure to his supporting leg, the boy noticed how his brother tensed up, and this also couldn't help but amuse him, because victory no longer seemed impossible. Having gained his advantage, the guy could not help but take advantage of it, so he continued his strategy of action, which led to his opponent being knocked to the ground. But the man didn't plan to give up either. He grabbed his brother's thin hands and squeezed them until it hurt. Pain shot through the boy's wrists, and he realized that the fight was not over yet, because Ju Huan's smile did not bode well. This was especially acutely felt when ominous mutterings were heard that Huabok could do without using his hands. Having said that, he actually used only his legs to kick Huan in the stomach with all his might, sending the poor guy flying. Writhing in pain, the boy didn't even notice how his brother got to his feet and looked at his suffering with a satisfied smile. Coming closer, Ju Huan said that now the younger one must fulfill one of his requests, as they had agreed at the beginning of the duel, but he would tell it to him later. Entering the house, the guy began to try to distract himself after the unsuccessful sparring, but so far he was not very successful. My stomach hurt so much that it was simply impossible to ignore it. It looked like my older brother had overdone it and misjudged his strength. It was also very interesting what Huabok would ask for, and why he was making such an intrigue out of it, saying that he would tell her about his wish later. Having decided to have a snack, I noticed the same monotonous food that did not provide the necessary vitamins and did not allow me to gain weight. It was impossible to gain weight on such products because there was no protein in them, but no one in the house was earning money at the time, so there was no choice. But now the most important thing was his mother's operation. If Huan couldn't find a scalpel in the forge, he would have to ask for one to be made to order. There shouldn't be any problems with determining your blood type, as it can be determined using a simple test. The main problem was something else, namely the lack of anesthesia, which made the operation impossible. Even after combing through all the memories that remained from the previous personality, the guy was unable to find information about what could replace it. Huan grabbed his head and realized that he still needed a syringe needle, and today's blacksmiths would hardly be able to make one thinner than a blood vessel. In an era when people were afraid to go under the surgeon's knife, the boy needed someone to help him more than ever. Exhaling, he decided that he needed to sort everything out in his head, because right now it was a complete mess. It was necessary to start with what he could do. A scalpel can be easily replaced with a sharp knife, but all this requires money. Remembering that the angel had sent him money when he said that it was necessary for rebirth, the boy opened the nightstand, but there were modern bills lying there. It would be logical if higher powers had foreseen the era into which he was sent, but this did not happen. But then the guy realized that at the moment he was young, and his family was providing for him, and in that case there was only one solution. Of course, it consisted of the voluntary compulsory extortion of pocket money from the older brother, who could be moved to pity by words about brotherly love. The plan was sound, and of course it worked. So now a satisfied Huan walked through the market and was amazed by the huge number of people. There was an abundance of products on the shelves, and the surrounding sellers and customers were friendly and smiling. But no matter how much the young gentleman looked around, he could not find the pussy. It seemed as if he was not in China at all, since these delicacies were missing. When he asked the vendors if they knew where to get this dish, everyone's eyes widened, and they said that they were hearing about mandu for the first time. After thinking about it, the boy remembered that this traditional dish was created by Zhuge Liang to honor the souls of those who died during the war. It turns out that mandu had not yet been invented, and Huan did not even remember what they ate before. He was depressed by the fact that he had not eaten anything meat for so long. Having reached a large pavilion, the boy suddenly realized that he had reached the doctor's shop, where he could buy ingredients to prepare a decoction for his mother. There was a smell of various herbs inside, but the seller was not visible, which made the young man wonder if there were any workers there. First, he managed to go to the forge and order a knife, but there was still the problem of anesthesia, so he wanted to believe that there was a solution to this problem. I wanted to know the answer to the question of whether there was a herb on sale that could temporarily paralyze a person. Hearing this question, the seller became frightened and said that their shop does not work with such poisons, because even one drop can paralyze, and if you overdo it, something terrible will happen. When the older worker asked why the young man was interested in such a thing, he put on an innocent face and said that he just needed a little of the same substance. The salesman thought for a moment, clearly weighing the pros and cons, and eventually asked how much exactly the guy needed. After thinking about it, the boy decided that he needed to take enough to conduct experiments, determine the side effects, and the lethal dose. Now he only needed to find out the name of the cheapest poisonous herb, and then he could look for it in the mountains. So the young man decided to take some grass, but different types. The seller was not very happy with the proposed price of 1 nyan for 3 guinness of grass, but the boy said that if it came out more expensive, he would collect everything he needed in the mountains himself. Smiling, the old man said that the buyer was very picky. They agreed on a price of 1 yuan for 2.5 guinas. The worker would go to the mountains tomorrow, and he could come for the goods in 2 days. Walking down the street, the young surgeon thought about how the disinfectant could be replaced with strong alcohol. All that was left was to find mice for experiments. After walking a few blocks, Juan wandered outside the walls of Chaoxian into a poor village. The people here lived so poorly that they often ate rats, frogs, and snakes. The stench was simply unreal. Waste, sewage, and other things that were scary to even think about were rotting right on the streets. It was said that every day 2 people died of hunger here. There was no difference between them and the vagabonds living at the head of the river. The situation here was much worse than Juan had expected. He knew that the area was poor, but he had no idea that it looked like this. The guy's attention was drawn to a crowd of people who had gathered together for a reason, and he immediately became interested in the reasons for this gathering. The young man began to make his way through the crowd, carefully pushing aside residents in order to get closer and see what was happening. There was a man sitting near the tree, groaning in pain. The guys who were next to him said that the boy had fallen from the tree and apparently broken his leg. Coming closer, Juan said that he was a doctor and asked to examine the victim because he clearly needed help. Pressing on the knee area, the boy realized that it smelled like a serious fracture, but there were difficulties in determining its shape. All that could be said was that the bone was definitely broken, and that was the end of the diagnosis. It was also clear that if the broken bone had torn the connecting ligaments, the wound would have to be stitched up, but there was no set of tools or equipment. Having made a homemade tourniquet, the guy stopped the bleeding, which will already add minutes or hours to the life of the victim. He then decided to continue examining the leg without worrying that the patient would bleed to death. The bone was indeed broken, but the vessels were in perfect order, which was good news. However, it remained unclear whether the bone had torn the connective tissue, which raised the question of whether the damaged area needed to be sutured. Looking at the relatives of the injured man, who were leaning over him in grief, the boy wondered if he could save this man. Seeing the tears of a small child who was crying for his father, Juan realized that he could not sit idly by. He ordered the people standing behind him to bring ice water and clean rags. This should help him in what was planned. People looked at the young man in shock and asked where they could get ice water since it wasn't winter now. And then it dawned on the young man that he wasn't in the era where refrigerators were invented. It was worth remembering that he was now in a village of poor people, and it was unreasonable to demand much from these people, so just cold water would do. The little boy asked if water from the well would be suitable. The young doctor nodded affirmatively and said that they still needed to find a piece of wood to use as a splint. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the little boy ran and shouted that he would soon get everything he needed to save his dad. When Juan noticed that the blood was no longer coming out, he decided to check the condition of his leg and conduct another examination. He noticed that the inside of the shin was very swollen, which meant that the broken bone had damaged the ligaments and connective tissues. But this could be a wrong conclusion because, on the other hand, the muscles were not damaged at all. Suddenly, something appeared before the guy's eyes that he didn't expect to see at all. A small screen that was shining through the victim's leg, like a mini X-ray. The guy saw the broken bone absolutely clearly. He thought he was starting to go crazy because something like this was simply impossible. As the screen began to fade, Juan thought that no matter what, he needed to hurry, because in a little while he would stop seeing it and wouldn't know which way to set the bone. He shouted to the residents to help him hold the man, as the broken bones needed to be set. While the doctor was doing his job, his patient screamed in pain, causing even the most steadfast men of the village to wince. Even though the X-ray vision had faded before the bones had even come together, the boy was absolutely certain that everything had fallen into place. Juan assumed that such an amazing ability appeared due to reincarnation, but there was no time to think about it, because the boy had already run up with a bucket of water. After examining his dad, the baby asked if everything would be okay with his parent, but the answer to this question could only be found out after some time. Trying to calm the child, the guy said that the man was okay. He just lost consciousness and would soon wake up. The doctor understood that it was only to his advantage that the patient was unconscious. Thanks to the projection, he quickly coped, and now all that was left was to make a stitch. People watched in horror and were surprised that the boy was sewing flesh together like clothes. For them, it was something fantastic. The bleeding had been stopped and the stitches had been put in. Juan was still bothered by the ligaments and connective tissues, but for now he had done all he could. The villagers could not believe their eyes. The blood really did not flow anymore, and they decided that they were looking at a skilled healer. The old man who was watching all this recalled how in his youth his fracture had healed incorrectly and still caused him discomfort. But here the young lad had handled everything so deftly. The surprised people gradually came to their senses and began to ask questions about why the doctor had come to their village. The boy smiled and asked innocently if he could buy some rats somewhere nearby. The residents asked in shock why the young gentleman suddenly needed these creatures, to which he replied that he was using them for work and would need 20 individuals. After thinking for a bit, one of the men said that the task was not easy, but it was quite possible to complete it. The little boy stepped forward and said that he would catch the animals if the doctor would reduce the cost of his father's treatment. Smiling, the boy asked how many days it would take. The boy replied that it would be done in 4 days. Having agreed, the young gentleman said that in the future, to take care of his father, he would need a hot rag, strong alcohol, and a clean towel. After that, he explained exactly how to care for the patient, and the boy firmly said that he would follow all instructions. Juan waved goodbye and said that with such an assistant, his father would recover surprisingly quickly. Evening came, and the young surgeon realized that it was high time to go to the forge and pick up his order because the knife was already ready. It was certainly thicker than a scalpel, but at first it could be used as an alternative. Now it was necessary to buy a disinfectant. Instead of it, the strong alcohol from the treason house would be used. But when he entered there, the boy was very surprised because there was not a single client in this place, which was not typical for this building. A rough voice of a man was heard shouting for everyone to look at this worthless thing. Some strange events were unfolding in the gazebo. Some client was shouting at a girl and threatening her with physical violence. The workers at the treason house apologized to this scoundrel and said that they would now bring another girl. But the enraged man could not be stopped. He hit one of the workers in the face and asked why such scum worked there. Unable to restrain himself, the employee took out his sword and wanted to discipline the insolent client, but his colleague warned him. The scoundrel didn't even think about calming down. He reached into his secret pocket and began to threaten to kill everyone present. After these words, he rushed at the house employees, swinging a sharp sword at them and clearly intending to mortally wound them. It got to the point where one of the men had his cheek cut and drops of blood splashed on the knife blade. This was the last straw for the guard. He took out his sword and decided to teach the scoundrel a lesson, because such behavior was simply unacceptable. Swinging his blade, he knocked the knife out of the scoundrel's hands. He screamed and stepped back, afraid to get closer to the attacker. The client was clearly not used to this kind of attitude, because he immediately began asking if the security guard knew who he was dealing with. But he didn't care, because he had a heightened sense of justice that demanded that he throw this bastard out. Fearing reprisals, the man began to flee from the area adjacent to Kaizen. These events did not really surprise Juan because he knew very well that in those days, at the slightest discontent, they immediately grabbed knives. Coming closer to the guards, the guy said that he was a doctor, and if the young man allowed it, he could examine his wound. But the worker was against it. He said that the young man looked too young to be a doctor, and clearly had not come here for a drink, so he advised him to go his own way. Juan was in no hurry to leave, because he was afraid that the vein on the employee's cheek was damaged. He had no right to examine the patient without his permission. Seeing the woman approaching, the boy said that he needed to buy some strong alcohol. Upon hearing this, the lady was very surprised. She said that you can buy it at the tavern, but in the treason house it was never sold separately. Therefore, it was decided to go to the nearest tavern and buy disinfectant there. Walking along the streets of the town, the young man admired the evening landscape. Despite the poor surroundings, even here bright lights were burning, and there was its own atmosphere. At this rate, in the future, a young doctor will be able to easily buy disinfectants, perhaps even get a discount for large purchases. The quiet, calm atmosphere was replaced by someone's screams. Someone was calling for some dongchul to come to his senses. Looking closer, the boy saw a panicking man leaning over someone's body and lamenting why the ointment wasn't stopping the bleeding. This man tried to calm the wounded man, saying that the doctor would come any minute. Juan realized that these were people from the treason house and that they really needed his help now. But once the injured guy had already refused his services, and besides, it was none of his business. He was about to leave, but the floorboard creaked loudly, which attracted the attention of the man, who was glad that the doctor had arrived so quickly. The man began to explain that the doctor should examine his younger brother, because he was already losing consciousness. Surprised by this turn of events, the guy did not understand how it happened, because he had planned to leave, but now it seemed that it would not work. The young man began to beg the doctor for help, saying that his brother's bleeding would not stop, and Dr. Bon went to another village for an examination. The first impulse was to refuse, and that was exactly what the boy tried to do. Because treating a patient in a doctor's shop, who was not there at the moment, was a bad idea. Then the stranger suggested that the examination and treatment be carried out in another place. But the main thing was that this happened and help was provided. But the young surgeon was adamant. He firmly said that he did not want to do such things. His resolve wavered the moment the man fell to his knees and began to apologize for his rudeness. It was clear that he was ready to do literally anything, if only someone would treat his younger brother, who was dying in his arms. The boy sighed and said that he was simply a doctor's apprentice, so the stranger should understand that he was dealing with an amateur. He nodded and said that he understood the complexity of the situation. Then the young man agreed to undertake the treatment, but immediately said that he was not sure of the result, since a lot of time had passed since the injury. With his brother in view, the stranger called out to Manhwa to follow him, but no one noticed that someone was sneaking up on them in the shadows. It was the same Dr. Ban who was hurrying to the patient because he had been informed that he was right here. Now all attention switched to the chief physician, and everyone forgot about the young talent because they trusted a more experienced person. The boy decided to stay because he was interested to see how the old man would treat the patient. The first thing he did was examine the wound. It was a shallow cut on his cheek, but it bled so profusely that blood soaked every inch around the head of the concubine guard. The elderly doctor immediately guessed that the largest vein in the face had been cut. But what the guy heard next shocked him, because the old man decided to do acupuncture to stop the bleeding. It sounded simply absurd. As far as Manhwa knew, this procedure had never been used as one that could stop bleeding. When the first needle touched the victim's cheek, the blood gushed even more strongly, which only confirmed the young surgeon's theory about the harm of these actions. The boy's sweat began to drip onto the floor. He simply could not calmly watch as the one who called himself a doctor harmed his own patient. But after a few moments, the bleeding began to subside, as if the older man had stimulated a nerve bundle, causing the muscles to expand, squeezing the blood vessel. As an intern, Manhwa didn't understand the practice, but acupuncture is a medical technique with a scientific basis. Having completed these strange actions, the doctor began to apply a bandage to the patient's face, saying that he had done all he could. The guard's brother thanked the old man for his efforts, but he said that there was no need to rush into these words. After all, in a quarter of an hour, the needle will have to be removed. And if the bleeding does not stop, the outcome will be tragic, and possibly even fatal. Horrified, the relative of the Kaizen house employee asked if the bleeding had stopped, and if not, he suggested simply not removing the needle. The doctor replied that if the needle was left there, the victim could lose either his voice or his sight. Falling to the floor, the brother said that all of this was simply impossible, and his voice clearly conveyed despair and fear for the life of his loved one. An irritated Manhwa realized that this was all a temporary measure, and everything would only be resolved if the vessels were connected, but he did not want to interfere with someone else's work. As if reading these thoughts, the old man turned towards the boy and asked who his uninvited guest was. Embarrassed, the young man said that he was just a student studying medicine and wanted to see how a practicing doctor worked. Surprised by this answer, the elderly doctor asked again whether it was really a student standing before them. He replied that he had read many books on medicine and sometimes practiced the art of healing, but had not yet gone far. The old man turned away and muttered irritably that some green doctor was standing in front of him again. Feeling the pressure of his medical debt, Manhwa decided to intrude into someone else's work with his unsolicited opinion. Hearing the request to allow the patient's blood vessels to be connected, the elderly man turned around in surprise and looked angrily at the young doctor. These words surprised him, so he asked again if he really wanted to dig around in the patient's vessels. But what surprised the old doctor most was that the boy noticed that the blood vessel was cut just by looking at the wound, and besides, he wanted to connect it. In any case, in his opinion, there was no hope of saving the wounded man, so the novice doctor could be allowed to experiment. Figuratively speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and allowed the young man to try to do what he was talking about. The boy began to direct the process and tell his elderly assistant where to press and what to do. He also explained that the blood vessels needed a thinner needle than the one he was given, but there was nothing to be done. The experienced doctor was only surprised by the fact that a needle would be used. Knowing that there was no anesthesia, a complete lack of instruments, and a headache, Manhwa knew he had to hurry. When he pulled out the needle, the injured guy screamed loudly. It was even a little strange that such a small wound caused so much pain. The unfortunate man's eyes rolled back and he froze. For a second, the young surgeon even thought that his patient had passed away, but this was not so. But then the old man intervened and removed the pain with a needle, which surprised Manhwa very much. But the doctor asked emotionlessly if he, being a student, really didn't know the basics of acupuncture. Deciding to think about it later, the young man told the doctor where to press while he connected the cut blood vessel. When the process of suturing the wound began, the boy said that there was no need to press anything anymore, and it was also time to pull out the needle because the operation was over. The old man could not believe what he saw. He had no idea such a healing art existed. And the more he looked at the stitched wound, the more he admired the skill. An agitated Manhwa told the patient's brother that he needed to eat only porridge for now, and that the wound should be cleaned in the morning and evening. Having received all the instructions, the guys finally left the doctor's shop. The patient could already stand on his own feet. The boy waved his hand happily and wished the guard not to get hurt again and to take care of his life. Looking after the boys walking, the old man thought that one of them would die or become crippled. But there they both were, safe and almost unharmed. Dr. Bond was surprised when he heard that his colleague wanted to learn the art of acupuncture from him. After thinking about it, the old man said that he would fulfill this request if, in exchange, he was taught how to connect vessels and stitch flesh. Manhwa happily agreed. They bowed to each other and promised that they would take care of each other. In the estate where Manhwa lived with his brothers, an interesting conversation took place. One of the family members said that he saw how mother was walking in the yard during the day. Ju Huan said contentedly that, just as their younger brother had said, she felt better after drinking the tea, which meant that Wabu's recipe was better than what the doctor had given her. After some thought, Huabok said that it would be better for everyone if the boy concentrated on his studies. The middle brother agreed that things could be calmed down, but now he was worried about the fact that Manhwa had abandoned his Confucian works and was constantly running around him, begging for money. After talking, the men came to the common conclusion that it was worth teaching the young man the art of the sword for self-defense, because in such turbulent times, these skills would come in handy. But Ju Huan still didn't like the idea, but all objections stopped when Manhwa walked through the door. It was already late evening outside, and the brothers were surprised that Kwabu was so late and returned home at such an hour. Seeing bloodstains on the boy's sleeves, Huabok asked in shock what she was doing on her little brother's clothes. Grabbing him by the sleeve, the older brother demanded an explanation. The boy, confused, said that the blood did not belong to him. He was just helping to treat a man with a cut on his face. These words did not please Huabong very much. He wondered if the guy was still pretending to be a doctor and wanted to become famous in this way. Such speeches irritated the young doctor greatly because he helped people selflessly and not with the goal of gaining popularity. But all this did not matter. He reminded his brothers that many people from noble families were doctors and added that he was going to find a cure for his mother's illness. This phrase surprised Huabok very much. He was not used to the youngest member of the family being so confident in himself and his work. The fact that his loved ones didn't believe in him upset Manhwa a lot, because he periodically wanted to know that his family supported him. The boy was seething with anger when Huabong said that although the decoction he prescribed helped his mother, there was no need to worry about her treatment, because he was not a doctor. Hugging his little brother, Ju Huan smiled and informed him that his mother had really gotten better and that she hadn't felt so good for a long time. He then informed his brother that he and Huabong had decided to teach him the art of the sword. This idea didn't seem so bad to the boy, since he knew this world quite poorly, and it wouldn't hurt to learn something. Throwing something that looked like a protective vest at Manhwa, the elder ordered him to put it on. After examining him, the young doctor said irritably that this protection was too much for his thin body. Moreover, it was unfair that only Manhwa would wear this heavy device, so he demanded that his brother put it on himself as well. He agreed, but on the condition that the younger one would manage to hit him at least once, and then the man would immediately fulfill this request. Shouting that he might regret this decision, the boy remembered how many years he had lived, and also that he was Han Jin-soo, who never gave up. Laughing, Huabok threw a club in his direction and told his little brother not to regret starting training. After these words, Jo Huan told the young man to attack first and show everything he is capable of. Although Manhwa did not have masterful sword skills, he did practice kendo in his past life. So squeezing the wooden club in his hands even tighter, the boy decided that he would give it his all and teach his older brother a lesson. With a loud war cry, he rushed forward. He wanted to impress the arrogant man who did not really believe in his abilities. But this enthusiasm was also transmitted to Ju Huan, who really wanted to knock all the nonsense out of the head of the youngest member of the family, who had become too carried away with healing. Before he could deliver a full blow, the guy felt his opponent's weapon slam into his sleepy plexus and knock all the air out of him. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he flew back and landed painfully on the ground, watching as his brother stretched into a smug smile. Wabak noticed that his opponent was too slow, so he asked why he was swinging so hard, taking so much time. While trying to catch his breath, Huan thought about how he had almost managed to lightly touch his opponent, but he was so fast that it seemed impossible to hit him. But this was only the beginning of a training fight, so it was decided not to despair and try to attack again. This time, the guy decided that it was worth trying a different method, namely giving an injection instead of an incision. This technique was from fencing. Due to the speed of this art of combat, it was possible to get the enemy the first time. Seeing his brother's pose, as well as the smoothness of his movements and a completely new technique, Huabak was a little surprised because he had never encountered anything like this before. Then the young doctor made a quick and long lunge, which could be very effective in combat. Despite all the efforts of the man managed to repel this attack without much effort. It was clear that he was a real warrior who knew many techniques. The boy went into flight again, followed by a painful and humiliating collision with the ground. The younger brother's attempts to prove that he was capable of something greatly amused Huan, who never tired of kicking him. Leaning over the man asked who had taught him martial arts in Shujo, but the words were difficult to make out over the size of pain. Looking at how his brother behaved in battle, Huan concluded that he had no fighting skills at all that could protect him. The decision was made to go back to basics, so the elder brother ordered his younger brother to follow him. Nearby in the courtyard, there was a small stone suspended, so inconspicuous and light that even the wind could shake it. It was in that direction that Huabak pointed, who apparently believed that this object was somehow connected with the basics of learning martial arts. They came closer, after which the man said that the boy should attack the stone. He did not understand and asked again whether he should just hit the cobblestone. But it was so tiny that striking it seemed like some kind of mockery and whim of the brother. This task seemed too easy and raised suspicions that there was some kind of catch to it. Just as Huan swung his sword and was about to hit the stone, his brother shouted and stopped him. He drew a line on the ground and looked meaningfully at the young doctor. This line was located quite far from the tree on whose branch the stone was hung, but nevertheless, it was necessary to strike from the marked place. Having crossed the line, Huabak decided to demonstrate this technique personally, ordering the younger one to watch everything carefully and not yawn. The man lunged forward very quickly and found himself right next to the tree, delivering a very accurate blow to the hanging stone. These actions made an extraordinary impression on the young man who was observing everything. Before the stone had time to stop, Huabak had already turned around and told his brother that it was his turn to repeat a similar trick. But how could you deliver a normal blow when your target keeps staggering and preventing you from aiming? Huan then decided to cross the line and try to stop the target in order to be on equal terms with his brother. But the man forbade this, arguing that the enemy never freezes and one must learn to hit even when the target is moving. The young man made countless attempts to hit the dangling stone, but not all of them brought a positive result, no matter how hard he tried. Not wanting to watch these attempts, the brother turned around and began to leave, throwing in a parting remark that the boy could finish the lesson as soon as he hit the stone 3 times out of 10. In words, it didn't seem that difficult, but in practice, everything was completely different, because this kind of activity was not at all easy. It was very difficult to hit even 3 times out of 100, let alone achieve better results, especially after so many attempts. Fatigue was making itself felt. Thoughts began to arise in Huan's mind that he should give up learning martial arts and focus solely on studying medicine. Then a memory of the previous owner of this body, who was killed by robbers, appeared in his head, and he realized that the ability to protect oneself was no less important than healing. Having risen to his feet, the guy firmly decided that it was worth continuing training because he did not want to die like last time. Having gone through such a path and experienced various troubles to become a doctor, the young man simply could not allow himself to give up and surrender because of some stone. So it was decided to move forward, no matter how difficult it might be along the way. Morning came. The first birds began to sing, happy about the sunny and fine morning. After waking up, Huan for some reason decided to go to the training area and see how things were going there. He wondered if his little brother had managed to follow his instructions and hit the stone 3 times out of 10. Arriving at the place, he noticed a strange mark that remained on the stonework. This hole, which was located right next to the tree, seemed very strange to the man because it appeared literally overnight. It became clear that it appeared as a result of Huan's persistent training, but it was interesting to see how much he trained to form the notch. Then the elder brother looked up at the tree and noticed that instead of 1 stone, there were 3. A guess flashed through his head. but it was hard to believe that Kwabu was trying to hit all the targets at once. While Huabak was making various guesses, the boy was calmly resting after an intense training session, trying to gain strength. When he woke up, the young man felt rested, but a slight nagging pain in his muscles reminded him of his night's adventures. His hands were shaking slightly, but it didn't hurt at all to lift them. What the boy noticed next surprised him greatly. His thin arms were covered with powerful muscles, and it was hard to believe that such changes could happen in just one day. It's strange, but there was no muscle soreness at all. Perhaps this was one of the advantages that the rebirth gave. But there was no time for long reflections, because Juan remembered that he had a meeting with the Dr. Bond today. Having quickly gotten ready, the young man went to the poorest quarter of the city, because that was where their classes were supposed to take place. A familiar sign directed the guy to the right door and led him straight to the doctor's house. The old man had already woken up a long time ago and was waiting for the arrival of his guest. He even asked the blacksmiths in advance to make them needles, but the boy was still not there. It was no secret to the local doctor, who honed his skills on pig carcasses, that human blood vessels were very thin, but he was unable to sew even a thicker pig vessel. He thought that he would have to slaughter 10 more animals to get used to working with such thickness. While he was thinking about this, Juan came and knocked on the door and politely asked if he could come inside. Seeing the long-awaited guest, Old Man Bond jumped up and immediately asked if the guy had had time to have breakfast. He shook his head. Juan didn't expect that the local doctor from the poorest district would offer him a snack. And not just a snack, but a hearty breakfast of a variety of delicious foods made from meat, not from the rice and greens that he was fed at home. It was so nice to feel the taste and smell of meat, because this was the first time after rebirth that something truly satisfying would get inside the young man. While the guest was happily gobbling up the treats, Bond took out a thin needle from his inside pocket and showed it to Juan. The steel device was surprisingly thin and very similar to the medical needles used in modern surgery. It was quite well made for the era Juan was in, so he asked in surprise where the old man got this thing from. The old man frowned a little and asked if she was not suitable. The guy quickly shook his head and said that she was much better than he could have imagined. When the young man asked where the doctor had managed to get the instrument, he replied that he had ordered it from the smelter at the magistracy, a forge that made weapons for soldiers. It seemed like a miracle, and the young surgeon realized that it was entirely possible to make other instruments in that place. So he enthusiastically began to draw them on parchment. He carefully drew ink on a retractor and various scissors, Bond carefully watching every stroke of the brush. Seeing the old man's puzzled look, the boy explained that this set of instruments is used to hold and stitch blood vessels, as well as to move bones apart. After examining the sketches, the old man said that it would not be easy to make them, but if it worked, the devices would be a great help in treatment. After finishing all the meat delicacies, Juan felt truly full for the first time in many days. Having hidden the parchment with the boy's drawings, the old man said that he would like to show him something. Taking out the pig vessel, he showed it to his young colleague, who finally realized that he had just eaten a guinea pig. The elderly doctor was interested in hearing an assessment of his work. After examining the results of the operation, the guy said that for the first time it was not bad. Even though there was blood flowing out, the doctor coped. The old man was interested in why the blood was flowing so much. His young colleague explained that the whole point is that the liquid flows in a certain direction, and first of all, it is necessary to determine it. After this, the young surgeon demonstrated his skill in the matter and stitched up the vessel, which caused genuine delight among the local doctor. Once this was sorted out, it was time for acupuncture training, and Bond's assistant came to his house and brought everything he was asked for. So now it is the old doctor's turn to teach the younger generation one of the most ancient healing techniques. Taking the figurine in his hands, he pierced it in several places and explained that these points were called Feng Qi, and they helped fight headaches. There were not many acupuncture points, and one of them was Cui Qi, which could help the work of the large intestine. Having carefully examined the figurine, the guy asked if all the dots were indicated on it. The doctor replied that he had applied all the ones he knew about, but having mastered this method, he would be able to independently discover new ones. A little disappointed, Juan realized that he had not yet found the point he wanted to find. But then time and space ceased to matter, and the guy seemed to have an epiphany. At one point, a schematic image of all the acupuncture points that were used, both in ancient times and in modern medicine, appeared in his head. It was surprising, but it seemed that in the young doctor's head there really was now a map of points from the acupuncture method. There was an explanation next to each place where the needle should be stuck, so it was not a memory, but a full-fledged book that was always before your eyes. Explaining about the Ming Men point, The old man noticed that the boy was literally floating in the clouds, which is not surprising, because he discovered another ability of the reincarnation in himself. But the doctor couldn't even think about it, so he loudly banged his fist on the table and asked why the guy was so inattentive. This brought Manhwa back to reality and made him smile and say with a guilty look that he was listening attentively. The demanding teacher could not be convinced by simple words, so he demanded that the boy tell him more about the Mingmen point. He started to say that it could help with lower back pain, but his voice died down as another image appeared in his head. It was as if his subconscious was hinting to him that this method could be used to stimulate the kidneys. The thought came to mind that if a needle were inserted exactly into the place where the Mingmen was located, it might help in his case. The old man became irritated by the student's inattention, because he didn't even suspect that he was thinking that if he performed such actions, he could stimulate the nerves responsible for the kidneys. So the teacher angrily shouted again, asking why the boy wasn't listening to very important information that could help in his work. This attitude towards work really offended the old man, so he turned around and said that apparently the boy was not ready for training and began to walk away. Realizing that he could now lose an important mentor, Manhwa began to stop him and say that he wanted to practice. So Bon decided to test this desire of his. The gray-haired man ordered his assistant to bring a collection of books on acupuncture from another room. This name caught the boy's attention and intrigued him greatly, because it seemed to him that something interesting was about to begin. Taking into his hands the huge talmuds on the study of this method, the physician Bon said that he would give the student 3 days to learn the contents of these books. Until this happened, he refused to continue his studies. The boy could only be horrified by the size of the books and agree to the conditions. In turn, Bon promised that he would take up training and practice suturing blood vessels. In 3 days, colleagues will have to meet and discuss their progress. As he ran through the crowded streets, Manhwa scolded himself for his inattention, which had led to him now having to remember a lot of new information in a short period of time. When he finally reached the house and entered the yard, he informed his relatives of his return. Right from the doorway, he was met with a disgruntled question about where he had been since the morning and all this time. It was Ju Huan who for some reason was not in the best mood as always. Putting on a straight face, Manhwa said that he had met with Dr. Bong and had begun learning acupuncture. The man immediately realized that they were talking about an old man who was the owner of the well-known shop of the Dr. Bon. His younger brother almost rolled his eyes when he heard the question yet again about whether he really wanted to become a doctor, to which he had only an affirmative answer. Smiling at this stubbornness, the elder said that he didn't mind, so all that was left was to convince Huabun and Mom, but Manhwa was ready to face this. In that case, the eldest of the brothers could accept that a healer would appear in their family, but still he was very interested in how many times the boy managed to hit the stone. Smiling smugly, the boy declared that the night had been quite productive, since he had managed to land as many as 10 blows. The man simply couldn't believe what he heard. But Manhwa said that he could only demonstrate everything after he read all of these books. Watching his brother run away, Huabak wondered if it was even possible to master such a volume of literature and not fall asleep on the first pages. Junior Huang was no cheater, but it was incredibly hard to believe that he managed to hit 10 times. Sitting in his room, the young doctor kept trying to find points that would help his mother. But so far, he had only noticed that ancient acupuncture points were very different from modern ones. So now Manhwa was trying to fit into his head the data of both the old and new acupuncture techniques. It was decided to systematize all the information he had gathered and compare old and new points. When writing down his findings, the boy made sure that others would not understand anything, so he used the modern Korean alphabet Hangul. After several hours of painstaking work, the boy managed to create a kind of record of traditional Confucian acupuncture. After reviewing his detailed notes, Manhwa smiled and realized that step by step over time, he would be able to figure everything out. With such intensive training, the young doctor did not even notice how time flew by, and it was already late evening. Gathered with his brothers for dinner, they asked why he had missed lunch. The young man explained that he had been copying a collection of books on acupuncture that Bon had given him. Hearing this, Huabun stopped chewing and seriously asked if Huabu was seriously planning to become a doctor, to which he nodded his head affirmatively. This news angered the middle brother so much that he shouted, saying that the young man was not sent to study in Suzhou for this reason at all. Such words made Manhwa angry, and with the same fervor he asked why people who save lives are treated so badly. Wabak retorted by saying that healing others was not a bad thing, but becoming a high-ranking official could help the emperor gain wisdom from books. It sounded so arrogant and selfish that the guy clenched his teeth just to keep from saying something stupid in the heat of the moment. But this didn't quite work out. because the words were just bursting out. The boy blurted out that everything his brother said was nonsense, because he himself had successfully passed the exam. Both Huabong, grandfather, and their father showed excellent results, but they were unable to rise to positions not because of a lack of skills. The brother listened to the flow of words in amazement. Imagine his surprise when the youngest member of the family said something that none of them wanted to hear, namely that they were not yet dignitaries only because they did not give bribes. When Juan continued to express his thoughts, he believed that his brother would be able to achieve a decent position without betraying his honest nature. But he was not a dude either, but had potential. Listening to all this, Huabong realized that the words spoken had meaning, but for now he did not say anything out loud. But the boy did not calm down. He continued to prove his case and claimed that he would become a doctor no matter what and would make the lives of others better. Having finished his fiery speech, the young surgeon rose from the table and turned around, intending to leave the room. Following him, Ju Huan also rose up, finding the middle brother's attitude towards the younger brother's craft unfair. Hugging him, Huabok said that they were not yet used to the fact that their Huabu was already old enough to make such important decisions, so there was no need to be offended. Seeing that words were not very helpful in dispelling gloomy thoughts, the man suggested that they sweat well because physical exercise always helped in such cases. The young surgeon didn't really want to do anything right now, but his brother insisted, saying that he wanted to check whether he really hit the target 10 times out of 10. But there was nowhere to go, so I had to throw out all my accumulated anger on the unfortunate stone. Such actions really help to clear the mind and invigorate, starting the necessary physical processes. Having finished demonstrating his skills, the young man looked smugly at his surprised brother and asked if he had successfully completed the task. He chuckled and commented that he thought the young man was only capable of reading and writing, but it turns out he was also good at martial arts. Therefore, it was decided to complicate the task, and now it was necessary to hit not 1, but 6 stones hanging in a row. To prove that the task was entirely feasible, the older brother decided to show by his own example that it was not so difficult. Jumping so fast it was hard to keep track of, the man proved that it was possible to hit 6 stones with just 1 correct move. Such skill could not fail to impress, so Juan clapped his hands and said that it looked simply amazing. The praise warmed Huabok's soul. He said that if they trained hard, no bandits could compare to them. But the time for chatting came to an end, and Ju Huan said that he would now teach the boy how to block punches. The boys went to different sides of the training area, and the older brother ordered the younger one to attack him right now. Clutching his weapon tighter in his hands, the boy decided that he would do everything as needed, since he had practiced his strike many times. Running up to his opponent, he tried to at least touch him with a wooden club, but he dodged so quickly that it turned out to be no easy task. Once he almost managed to hit Huabok on the neck, but the latter managed to swing his club in time and successfully blocked the attack. The boy carefully watched his brother's every move and managed to see exactly how he did it. The man's club was positioned in such a way that his shoulder was exposed, so he could take advantage of the situation and attack. Juan was already anticipating how he would enjoy winning the fight, because right now he would deliver a stunning blow. But everything didn't turn out as expected, because the brother somehow managed to block this blow, and now the young man found himself in a precarious position. It was simply impossible to believe this, because it was unclear how Huabok managed to move with such speed and dexterity. It seemed that the secret of the blocking movements had been solved, but the next moment, the man found new techniques that surprised the boy. Observing his younger brother's behavior, Ju Huan decided that the opponent was not so weak, so he should behave more carefully. Juan thought in a similar way because he chose the tactics of an observer and decided to keep his distance from the enemy and look for a gap in his defense. Therefore, the boy began to slowly move away in order to reach the safest distance without making any sudden movements. A few moments later, it turned out that this method had failed because the brothers' club ended up at the level of Juan's face. If this had not been a training fight, but a clash with bandits, then such a blow would have been capable of piercing the boy through and killing him the next moment. Even though the young man lost, the man was impressed by the fact that his opponent managed to read his every move. These words made the boy a little happy, but he had to go to bed already because tomorrow he had to get up early and go to the market. Watching Juan go, Huabok knew that such talent could be wasted if he didn't devote enough time to training. Despite the late hour in some parts of the city, they were not yet ready to go to bed because work was literally in full swing. The healer Bond came to one of these places. He needed to place an order with the blacksmith, and he saw no point in putting it off until the morning. The worker wiped away the sweat and turned around to ask his regular customer what he wanted to order this time. Having put the kettle on, the man asked why the doctor had decided to visit at such a late hour. Sipping the aromatic drink from his cup, Bon muttered that he needed to make a very serious and important order for his business. After saying these words, he silently handed the blacksmith the parchment on which Juan had previously made sketches of medical supplies. Having looked at the provided paper, the master looked closely at the unknown devices and asked what they were. While drinking tea, the elderly doctor said that all these tools should help in treatment. It was difficult for the blacksmith to understand that such things could heal and not maim. So with a hint of panic in his voice, the master asked if these things would really be used in operations. Bon replied that Master Huang said so. Noticing the look full of distrust, the old man said that although the boy was very young, he was already an excellent and very skilled doctor. At this time, men came to the boy, who were supposed to come yesterday and bring him the necessary medicinal herbs. After unfolding the cloth and laying out the contents, Juan asked the men to tell him about the poisonous herbs, since his mind only contained memories of medicinal ones. The first thing that caught my eye was wolfsbane. Its purple flowers were pleasing to the eye, but the juice of the root contained a poison that could affect the central nervous system. This information was useful to the young doctor, so he thanked the workers and paid them extra. The herbalists were very pleased to cooperate with such a generous gentleman and were happy to continue working with him. Clutching the beautiful but deadly flowers in his hand, Juan realized that this amount should be quite enough for experiments. So now there was a high probability that there would be a chance to help Mom overcome the disease. After all, with the help of these flowers, it would be possible to create an analog of modern anesthesia and perform an operation that would facilitate recovery. The time has come when the boy will have to visit again the poorest area, located on the outskirts of the city. The young gentleman had not looked closely at the houses last time, but now he was simply amazed at their dilapidation and unsuitability for living. With difficulty, the right house with a thatched roof and slightly rotten wood, he headed straight to the front door. There he was met by a man whom he helped to heal a broken leg after he landed awkwardly while climbing down a tree. But the guy's attention was drawn to something else, a loud squeak that came from a dark corner of the room. Coming closer, you could see a cage in which there were a large number of rats. They were nervous, so they ran noisily and squealed tirelessly. A memory immediately popped into my head of how the wounded man's little son promised to catch rats in exchange for lowering his dad's medical bills. Meeting the man's eyes, Juan noticed that they were expressing pride in their son, because the little boy had indeed caught a lot of little animals. The young gentleman decided not to focus on this. Instead, he approached the head of the house and asked if the leg was okay. He replied that everything was better than he expected, but the guy knew that he shouldn't take anyone's word for it, so he decided to take off the bandage and see how things were. When the bandages stopped hiding the wound, the boy was horrified by what he saw. Due to the lack of proper disinfection, everything began to fester. It was necessary to urgently neutralize the source of pus formation and treat everything thoroughly. The man guessed that the doctor had alcohol in his hands, and Juan noticed an unhealthy gleam in the patient's eyes. Suspicions of addiction immediately arose, but the young man only cautiously asked if he liked such drinks. The man enthusiastically replied that he literally could not resist. In order not to seem tactless, Juan began to say that he needed this liquid to treat wounds because it could disinfect the necessary area of the body. The head of the house took these words a little wrong and asked if he could finish the rest of the alcohol. Not knowing what to answer, the boy said that he could do as he wanted, but he would only allow the man to drink alcohol if he was ready to say goodbye to his leg. These words stopped the potential drunkard from breaking down. In an attempt to combat a severe headache, Juan began feeding the rats grass with beautiful purple flowers. Noticing the wolfsbane in the doctor's hands, the patient with the injured leg became curious as to why the young gentleman was trying to poison the rats. The guy explained that for the purposes of the experiment, he was looking for a herb that, if taken, would wake him up as if he had fainted. The head of the house said that he understood plants, but did not know about such properties. Here came a little boy who, with incredible dedication, watched over and looked after his father all this time. Handing him a jug of alcohol, Juan said that the liquid should be used instead of water for disinfection. After sniffing the contents, the kid assumed that it was expensive alcohol, and with fear in his voice, he asked what to do if his father simply drank it. Turning to the boy's father, Juan asked if he wanted to lose his leg, and the man quickly said that he would not drink anything. Having resolved this issue, the young gentleman invited a boy named Obo to work with him. It just so happened that an empty house was discovered nearby, so it was safe to work with the rats in it. Obo said that a grandmother and her granddaughter used to live here, but then the old woman died and the young girl went to Kaizen's house. Hearing this, the guy felt uneasy because he realized that he had gotten into truly difficult times. For a few seconds, the boy watched in silence as the rats fussed about in their temporary home. Juan decided to ask how it was possible to feed a rat grain soaked in poisonous juice. The boy was surprised because he did not expect that these creatures were so smart. The only thing that came to Obo's mind was to shove the poison straight down their throats, and it was decided that he would do this, and the young master would hold the rat. The fluffy and very agile little animal wriggled in my hands and tried to escape because it felt something was wrong. The poor rat was fed 1 grain, but there were still 5 left, so today was clearly not the best day for the animal. When all the grains were in the subject's throat, she shuddered and stopped moving, after which she went limp and apparently died. So the next time the boy took 4 grains. After all, their goal was not to kill, but only to put the animal to sleep. The rats died one after another. Little Obo felt sorry for these unfortunate animals, but at least they did not suffer too much. From all this, the conclusion followed that the lethal dose was only 2 grains, but it was worth checking again. So Juan ordered the boy to stay in the house and watch the rats, but he objected, saying that he should get some sleep because he had to go to work early the next day. Realizing that the boy did not want to sacrifice his earnings, the young master gave him 5 nannies and ordered him not to take another job. Not knowing how to react to such a generous payment, Obo began to insist that it was too much. But the guy said that he liked the assistant too much, so there was no need to worry about money. The business at that end of the city ended and the young man hurried back to his native estate. Opening the heavy front door, he announced his arrival to his relatives. A heavy hand immediately fell on his shoulder and a familiar scent filled the space around him, indicating who was standing next to him. It was Juan, who wasn't satisfied with yesterday's training because he offered to sweat even more today, but his younger brother didn't have the strength for it. But this didn't interest the man much, because he had already decided for both of them that the training would take place right this minute. And before the boy could blink, he found himself right in the center of the area designated for training. Taking the painfully familiar club in his hand, the man asked if his student remembered the defense techniques he had shown him yesterday. The younger brother didn't even have time to nod his head before Huabok winked at him and ordered him to defend himself. Perseverance took its toll, so the guy decided that he had seen enough yesterday to try to hold off his opponent's attacks. But this self-confidence did not fool Juan, who knew very well that this ostentatious courage was a mask under which insecurity lurked. So it was worth testing his brother's strength, and it was with these thoughts that the man rushed into the attack. Juan didn't expect the attack to be so fast. Yes, his brother had attacked at high speed before, but never like this before. The space was literally ablaze around the eldest member of the family. It was clear how focused he was on the battle and his movements. It was amazing to watch, but when Wabu realized that he was about to deal with this powerful attack, his skin crawled. Tension was building up in the boy's body because he didn't quite understand how he should act and what tactics to follow. If it was difficult to simply keep an eye on your brother, then a reasonable question arose in your head. How in that case would it be possible to parry his blow? But still, the boy got out of this hopeless situation and was able to block the attack, which helped to bring down the arrogance of the self-confident man. Huabuk was truly amazed that his weakling brother had managed to stop his brilliant attack. What Juan was most interested in was what kind of strange move his opponent had just used. But he was not ready to answer such questions, because he still could not come to his senses due to the fact that his blow was blocked. When the man finally got his voice back, he muttered in surprise that he never thought his brother would be able to block an internal chi strike. Juan guessed that it was about the energy that the masters used and considered spiritual. Now the boy couldn't sit still because he wanted to learn more about spiritual energy, but his brother said that they would talk about it later. In his opinion, training should have come first, not idle curiosity. The young master was not particularly submissive, so he demanded to be told about the internal chi as soon as he could block the next blow. Such impudence brought a smile to his brother's face. It spoke of his readiness to achieve his goals, which was an excellent quality for a fighter. Preparing for another blow with the help of spiritual energy, the man decided that this time the young man would not be as lucky as the last time. But Juan was too proud to miss the blow and too curious to pass up the opportunity to learn about a new, unique energy. So the older brother had to face a difficult situation because his amazing shot was blocked for the second time. When the boy was already exhausted and wearily sank to the ground, Huabok asked if he was really tired. Looking at the youngest member of the family, the man realized that he was more capable than he and Huabong thought. After all, the thin, unremarkable doctor managed to achieve results in a couple of days, for which he had been working for several years of training. Turning around, Ju Huan said that their classes were over, and now they would go to the Red Rhinoceros Inn to eat something delicious. He began to hurry his tired brother because he was very hungry after such hard training. Huan enjoyed walking with his older relative along the clean, crowded streets of a more or less wealthy neighborhood. Putting his arm around his shoulders, Huabok asked the boy what he would like to eat for a snack, and he said that simple noodles would do. But the man shook his head, saying that they needed meat. Appetizing hot dishes and a bottle of alcohol appeared on the table, and with a wink, Ju Huan asked not to tell the middle brother that they drank wine together. The boys began a cheerful conversation during which they devoured delicious meat dishes. When young Huabu expressed his desire to propose a toast, Huabok began to wonder what he had picked up in his juju. Wanting to celebrate the first glass he drank with his brother, he taught him to clink cups as a sign of joy and respect for each other. The brothers joyfully knocked their cups together and laughed, looking at the spilled liquid. After swallowing the contents, Huan felt a warmth spreading inside him, which only quality alcohol could provide. He was glad to feel this taste, because he hadn't drunk for so long that it seemed like it was in a past life, although that's exactly how it was. But the guy was not allowed to properly enjoy this moment because loud screams were heard nearby, which indicated some kind of fight. The inn's guests watched in horror as two drunken men started fighting and were already rolling on the floor like little children. The situation escalated when one of the participants in the fight accused the other of touching his girlfriend. Then the girl herself appeared, begging her man to stop this mess. But he only said that she should not interfere with this showdown. At first, Huan decided that this fight was not such a big deal, and there was no need to get involved in it. But the blows became more and more brutal, and the risk of serious injury grew higher with each passing second. One of them came to a very dangerous place, and now the young doctor did not know whether to continue to watch this from the side. The man who was beaten by the pseudo-defender of women's honor became very ill. He began to tremble and lose consciousness. His offender was not at all embarrassed by this. He began to shake him even harder and demand answers to his questions. When there was no answer for too long, the would-be lover stopped and suspected something was wrong, because the enemy was behaving suspiciously quietly. The woman who started the whole argument ran up to the victim and started yelling that her friend named Sandok should not die. The man who dealt the blows realized that this would not end well, so he could not think of anything better than to simply run away. This behavior made Ju Huan very angry. Who did not understand how one could be so irresponsible. His younger brother decided to examine the victim. Bending over the limp body of the beaten man, he asked the woman for permission to look at the extent of the damage. What the young doctor discovered shocked him, because he certainly didn't expect to see this. When the guy saw that the man was not breathing, he immediately put 2 fingers to the place where the pulse should be, but felt nothing. It seemed that what the young man feared most had happened. The patient had cardiac arrest. The crying woman realized that something strange was happening, so she asked if the doctor really knew what to do. Instead of answering, the boy rolled up his sleeves and, ignoring the surprised looks, muttered that he would do what he could. First, he lifted the victim's head and did everything to clear the airways. Once this action was completed, the boy began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which was supposed to help restart the heart. Pressing on the chest, all that was left was to hope that it would work and the man would survive. As long as there was no change in the patient's condition, his body remained motionless and his chest did not begin to rise in an attempt to breathe air. Huan didn't want to accept the fact that such a young man could end his life like this, so he desperately clung to hope. Having opened the victim's mouth, the guy decided that there was another method that could help, so it was worth trying it too. Without further ado, the young doctor touched the patient's lips and began to give him artificial respiration, because this was the last chance to save the unfortunate man. The crowd, who were closely watching the unfolding tragedy, could not believe that the boy was kissing a dead man, because they did not know the purpose of this action. Everyone started telling Huan to stop and let the deceased go to another world where no one would disturb him. Even Huabok began to tell his brother that it was time to stop these useless attempts to return the dead man to the world of the living and to come to terms with the inevitable. But the young man was too stubborn. He continued to massage the heart, while simultaneously ordering the young man to fight for his life. Despair began to take over when the guy realized that all his actions were not leading to results. Then he hit the victim's chest with his fist with all his might. Oddly enough, this action helped because a wet cough came out of the man's mouth, after which he was able to take a hoarse breath, filling his lungs with oxygen. The whole crowd froze for a moment, because they were in real shock from the fact that a seemingly dead person began to breathe again. It was really hard to believe in this. Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief as the people cheered and realized that he had managed to save this young man's life. Before the man had time to come to his senses, the woman began to scold him for getting involved in a nearly fatal fight. She screamed, saying that his attacker, named Chong Pan, even managed to escape, believing that he was dead. Looking around in confusion, Sandok tried to remember at least something, but the thought that he almost died did not give him peace. Then a young doctor approached him and said that he really had almost gone to the next world and advised him to rest and not move too actively. Feeling goosebumps running across his skin, Sandok asked how the doctor managed to save him. Not knowing how to correctly and clearly, for ordinary people, describe his actions, the boy said that salvation became possible thanks to cardiopulmonary therapy. But these words only caused the man to suddenly experience a severe headache, which forced the unfortunate man to close his eyes. The young doctor explained this by saying that when the heart stops, the first blow is to the head, and if he moves, there is a risk of dying, so he advised the patient to lie down. These recommendations worked, and Sandok decided to go home, but at the end he expressed a desire to thank his savior. Considering everything Manhwa has done, it would be foolish to refuse gratitude, because then people will stop appreciating his work at all. Moreover, looking at these people, one could say with confidence that they had money, so one could take what they offered. Laughing, the boy said that he would gladly accept the gift if the gentleman considered it necessary to give it. After searching his pocket for the necessary item, the man pulled out a silver container, which obviously contained money. The rescued patient had 1 liang of silver in his hands, which was equal to 40 grams. Manhwa began to say that it was too much, and he did not have any change. But Sandok began to convince him that there was no need to look for change, because he wanted the doctor to take every last coin. In this case, the healer had no choice but to accept the generous gift that the grateful couple offered him. Here everyone's attention was drawn to someone's loud cries, which announced the approach of other people. Some stranger ran and shouted throughout the street that he had finally been able to find and call a doctor. It was the same man who had inflicted a severe injury on Sandok, and he was quite surprised that the victim had survived and was standing right in front of him. Laughing nervously, Ju Huan noted that the scoundrel looked as if he had been running after an undertaker rather than a doctor. While the newly arrived doctor was examining Sandok, his offender was trying to figure out what had happened and how it happened that the man had suddenly come back to life. Without giving her boyfriend a chance to say a word, the woman pointed to Manhwa, who was sitting behind them, and said that her lover was alive only because of him. This information greatly surprised the physician, who could not believe that such a young man could use such skillful techniques of the medical craft. Wabak listened to all these speeches with pleasure. Now he finally recognized his brother as a good doctor. Pleased with this praise, Manhwa was chewing the delicious treats thoroughly when he was suddenly distracted from this pleasant pastime. The men who had been fighting, along with the doctor and the cause of their dispute, approached his table and thanked him for his timely intervention and assistance. The main villain of this story said that his name was Chong Pan from the merchant militia, and he expressed his gratitude for saving his friend. To show his gratitude, the young man extended his hand, in which lay 2 containers with silver coins. The first impulse was to refuse the money, but Manhwa was not allowed to do so, saying that such gifts are never unnecessary. Moreover, the man believed that in this way he could pay for the young doctor correcting the mistake he had made. This explanation suited the boy quite well, especially considering the fact that his family was in need of money now. When the reward was in Manhwa's hands, these people decided that they could finally leave this place and go about their business. But they were not the only ones who wanted to talk to the young man. The newly arrived doctor also wanted to talk and was interested in what methods he had used. He began asking questions about how the guy managed to save that young man because he had no pulse, which clearly indicated that the unfortunate man was dead. For the second time, the young man repeated that he had managed to do the impossible thanks to a method called cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This technique made it possible to make the heart and lungs work by pressing on them. The doctor was interested in where the boy learned this. Questions like these left Manhwa stumped, because he couldn't say that all these techniques were used in the distant future. So I had to shock the man by saying that he had learned all of this on his own during his studies. The experienced doctor could not believe that such a young colleague had created a new technique. The boy began to justify himself, saying that it was based on traditional medicine. Stuttering, the doctor introduced himself as Sok Pill and explained that although he was inferior to the guy in skill, he was responsible for the health of the people in this area. Hearing the huge amount of praise from this man, Juan became very embarrassed and didn't know how to react. Having finished with this flattery, Seokpil asked the boy to teach him CPR. Watching this scene, Ju Hwan was truly proud of his talented younger brother, who was really good at what he did. Teaching was something new for Juan, so he was hesitant, but his senior colleague brought out the big guns and offered him 10 liang of silver. It was hard to even imagine such a huge amount of money as payment for tuition, so the young man even opened his mouth in surprise and shock. On the one hand, it seemed wrong for the guy to get such funds so easily, but on the other hand, he could teach the doctor a new method that would help save people. Still, the boy's moral qualities were higher than the desire for material wealth, so he ordered the doctor to take the silver and come to Bon's shop tomorrow. After finishing this conversation, Juan returned to the table where his brother was sitting and carefully watched what was happening. Having exhaled, the young and now quite sought-after healer decided that he could now calmly return to his meal. But Huabok decided to be the next one to pester him, because he began to tell him that his little brother was so cool that even experienced healers asked him to teach them. These words were less annoying than all the others, so the boy suggested that they have a drink and stop talking. Clinking their cups containing the alcoholic drink, the elder brother proposed a toast to the famous Dr. Huang. The next day, Juan headed to the poor part of the city again. He made his way through a small river. That was where his destination was. Stopping in front of an old, abandoned house, the young man wondered what was going on with the rats he had left in the care of Obo. Before that, he dropped by the house of a man with an injured leg to find out how he was feeling. Looking around, the boy asked where Obo was. His father said that the boy was in the place where he worked yesterday. Thinking about how his young friend was just a child but so hard-working, Juan moved on to examining his leg as the wound had become infected a few days ago. Now everything looked much better. The disinfection helped and everything was as it should be. The healing was going quite well. Suddenly the man became strangely tense and said, in a serious voice, that his son had asked him to pass on something. As it turned out, the rat that ate just one grain died within 3 hours, which could have become a problem for Juan. Having bandaged his leg, the boy decided that it was worth thinking carefully about how to correctly calculate the dosage of wolf's aconite, although it was questionable whether it was possible. The young doctor said goodbye to his patient, who waved to him a little too energetically, as if to suggest that his arrival was creating tension. Now it was time to visit his tailed lab rats, who were waiting for him in an abandoned house nearby. Looking at the animals in the cage, it was clear that the grain size should be reduced by half, but there was very little material for the experiment. But there was no other choice. It was worth the risk, even though out of 5 individuals, only 1 lucky rat survived. The thoughts were dispelled by someone's footsteps. A second later, Obo entered the house, carrying some kind of grass in his hands and smiling broadly. It seemed to be a treat for the surviving animal. The boy repeated the news that Juan had already heard from his father. Things were bad for the young experimenters, but they did not despair, and it seemed that a new idea could soon be born. The guy's attention was drawn to the grass brought by the boy. He asked what kind of plant it was. He chuckled and said that it was quite common and grew almost everywhere in the area. The boy shared information that the plant's stems are used to make clothes and that soup made from it helps with stomach pain. Looking at the leaves with a new perspective, Juan wondered why he hadn't come to such a simple and obvious solution before. This herb had good pain-relieving properties, so it was quite suitable for the purposes of the young doctor. The boy knew that the plant was often used for the purpose of altering consciousness. For this it was cut and twisted, but he saw it in this form for the first time. Also, the leaves contained many hallucinogenic components, as indicated by the way the fibers were attached. With such a miracle plant, it was possible to create anesthesia without the risk that the mother would fall asleep and not wake up, like his furry experimental assistants. The boy ground up the greenery and quickly created anesthesia from these leaves. One could only guess what the effect would be. At first, the experimenter decided to test the effect of his invention on the last living rat, which did not want to take the drug. The little animal finally gave in and took the substance, so now it fell next to its dead relative and did not move at all. After placing the rat on the table, Juan decided that it would be worthwhile to observe for a while how quickly the anesthesia would take effect. He started poking the subject with his finger, so intensely that Obo got a little scared. He didn't want to witness another death. But the young doctor did not pay attention to anything except the weak breathing of the animal. It was there, and this was already considered a small victory. When it became clear that the furry patient was not dead, but simply sleeping, it was possible to take the instruments and begin the trial operation. Obo, who was watching all this, said with horror that he was seeing the insides of a rat. Juan answered in a calm voice that they differed from human ones only in size. Having made the last stitch and closed the wound on the animal's body, it was possible to consider that the manipulations were finished. All that was left was to wait for the subject to awaken. This sight reminded the boy of some kind of nightmare, but when he saw that no harm had been done to the rodent, he calmed down a little. Seeing that the young assistant was worried about the patient, the doctor said that they must now wait for the rat to wake up. Time dragged on very slowly, and because of his worries, the guy felt like it was standing still. But after 2 hours, they were able to see the results of their work. The rat opened its eyes, which were slightly crazed and completely covered in blood vessels. The young assistant asked why the animal was staring so strangely into space, but the doctor thought that the animal was looking straight at him and wanted revenge. Relief suddenly washed over the guy. He realized that this plan could work, but similar actions should be repeated about 10 more times. Hearing this, the boy tensed up. Juan said that he would pay well for all the rats that he caught. He agreed to such conditions. Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl entered the house. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, and she quietly asked if the doctor was here. Hearing that she had come to the right place, the little girl began to tremble and put her little hands to her heart, as if begging for help. She began to cry and beg Juan to help, because her mother needed healing, and there was no one else to turn to. Fighting back tears, the girl said that she would do anything to make her mother feel better. She listed that she sews quickly and washes well. It was a new challenge, and it was worth deciding whether to accept it or not. But the child's pleas will not leave anyone indifferent. Bo wanted to comfort his friend named Mia and started walking towards her to hug her. The doctor, in turn, did not keep the children waiting and immediately told Mia to bring her mother for an examination. He examined the sick woman in silence for several minutes and concluded that they were dealing with a mild cough, so there was no need for any decoctions or acupuncture. The exhausted mother weakly uttered words of gratitude, but the girl's face shone with happiness, and she kept saying that the doctor had helped them a lot. The problem was different. There was no inflammation or fever, which meant there was no pneumonia. It was a matter of general weakness. The patient began to say that she would definitely pay for the treatment, but the boy just smiled and said that he had to give some instructions. After this, he silently placed a container with silver coins into the woman's palms. While she was looking at the money in amazement, the guy said that she had to eat well with it for 2 months. Once the initial shock had passed, the woman began to say that she could not accept such a gift because she was too embarrassed. But the young doctor said that now she should think about her health, and when she gets better, she can return the money if she wants. These words had a very strange effect on Maya. Her lips trembled and she barely held back from sobbing. Then she couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears, saying along the way that she couldn't express her gratitude in words. Even though the girl's reaction was too emotional, Juan was pleased that he was able to help these people. Returning to the house, Bo proudly said that he knew the healer would help them, to which he replied that he could not do otherwise. But Juan knew that this could not go on forever, because it was hard for both the one helping and the one receiving help. The most important thing was to achieve independence, and in such troubled times it was very difficult to achieve this. His assistant believed that anything could be achieved if you worked hard, but this was not true because hard work was not always the solution to all problems. Such was the cruel world they lived in, but the boy did not agree with it. He began to shout that he liked the place where they lived. The kid decided that he would also become a doctor so that there would be more people like him, and then the world could change and become better. He clearly believed in every word he said, and looking at him, Juan realized that not all was lost. But these dreams were still too unrealistic, and when the boy said this, Bo became even more angry. This youthful maximalism was very familiar to the guy who once believed in a better future, so he couldn't help but smile, looking at yet another dreamer. Juan didn't consider himself to be anything special, but he sincerely hoped that the boy's wishes would come true, because he also wanted the world to change. Having decided that changes needed to start with oneself, the guy invited his young friend to become his assistant. The boy was very surprised by such a proposal because he did not think that his words would be taken seriously. This proposal struck him so much that he responded only when the doctor already thought that he would be refused. After receiving the consent, the first thing Juan wanted to do was go to the hemp field, which was quite far away. Seeing the displeasure of his newly minted assistant, the guy assumed that the child did not want to accompany him. Fearing that he would lose his place next to the doctor, the boy shouted that he would go wherever he was told. The pleased young gentleman said that this would be Bo's first assignment as his assistant. The young assistant was in such a hurry that he didn't even notice how he managed to fly into his back. Scratching his head, he looked out into the yard and was surprised at what he saw. because this did not fit into their plans. There was a whole crowd of people standing there who wanted to get examined by the famous doctor. Each of them came with completely different requests. They all spoke and plaintively asked for time because their illnesses did not give them peace and interfered with their normal lives. The surprised boy was called by his boss, who looked at him with a mixture of indecision and surprise. But the doctor surprised him even more when, rolling up his sleeves, he asked why his assistant was not helping to see patients. And so the day passed for the doctor and his little assistant. The once empty house was again filled with life, noise, and lively conversations. A wide variety of people came, from old people to mothers with children, and time was devoted to everyone equally. While the doctor was performing procedures and giving advice, his assistant ran for water, brought rags, and in every way made his master's life easier. Things didn't always go smoothly, and sometimes Obo could cause trouble, but it wasn't serious enough to require scolding the boy. When the sun was already setting behind the horizon, the doctor received the last patient for the day, after which all the people thanked him for his help and went home. Such intense work was very exhausting for the child, who did not expect that helping others could be so difficult. All this proved to Obo once again that the man sitting next to him was simply amazing. But the boy's attention was drawn to the fact that Juan was busy with something and was concentrating on fiddling with something in the corner of the room. Of course, he became interested in what the restless young man, who was distinguished by his crazy ideas, had come up with this time. Turning around, Juan grinned slyly and said that he was going to go to the hemp field right now and do what he had planned. Frightened, the boy began to dissuade him, arguing that the wild animals had already gone out hunting, but the doctor could not be dissuaded. Some people got into trouble in the middle of the night, while others sat in the calm atmosphere of their home and watched the rising moon through the window. The beautiful mahogany building looked very cozy, and the lanterns hanging in the corridors invited people to walk along them and enjoy the evening. While eating his late supper, the man listened with a grin to the story of how someone in the city had managed to resurrect a dead person. He thought that this joke was perfect for a tavern, but when he heard that more than 30 people had seen this spectacle with their own eyes, the cup in his hands froze. The person who reported this information believed that it was possible that these were rumors, but if they were true, the identity of the doctor was worth establishing. The gentleman finally took a sip from the cup and asked if that was why his interlocutor was hanging around. Perhaps he was looking for a skilled healer. Without answering this question, the man reported that, judging by what he had heard, this young man was no more than 20 years old. This news amused the commander Cao Zhen, and he decided that this doctor had achieved enlightenment and was thus able to regain his youthful appearance. The next day, 3 doctors gathered in Old Man Ban's shop. Ban himself, Seok Pil, and of course young Juan. This time they were dismantling a vascular suture. For Ban, this information was not new, but Seok Pil tried to remember every detail. Everyone was especially interested in watching the cardiopulmonary resuscitation technique because it literally brought people back to life. The 2 grown men sat and listened so attentively that it seemed they wanted to absorb every word that flew out of the mouth of the talented young man. It was nice to see such talented and experienced colleagues listening to him, so the guy didn't even try to hold back a smile. As a token of gratitude, his students wanted to shove gold and silver at him as payment for the priceless knowledge that he shared only with them. His first impulse was to refuse the gifts, but then Juan realized that his experience was valuable and deserved to be paid for. Lost in thought, the guy wondered what the right thing to do would be, because in fact he needed the money in order to continue his experiments. But all these thoughts were interrupted, because a loud cry was heard from the street, calling for a doctor. It was worth clarifying which one, because there were 3 of them in the room. An unknown man announced that a military officer, who was highly respected in the city, had approached the house. Alarming thoughts appeared in the guy's head. A visit from such a high-ranking official could indicate that something had happened in the army. A military man dressed in full gear burst in, looked around anxiously, and called over the Dr. Ban. Sweat was pouring down the strong man's face, and he could barely utter the words that he needed the old doctor's help. He said that during the clearing of the bandit lair, many soldiers were wounded, and now they were dying. It was necessary to hurry in order to have time to help them. All 3 doctors were very surprised that the bandits were causing problems again, since nothing had been heard from them for a long time. The stunned Seok Pil could only squeeze out the words that they were about to face a great disaster. There was no time for talking. Ban was the first to come to his senses and told his colleagues that they had to hurry. Before he had even taken a few steps, the old man was called out to, and he looked irritably at the one who had distracted him. It was Juan, who expressed a strong desire to join his senior colleagues and help the soldiers. The men were unsure, as the boy was very young and had not yet seen the horrors that they had seen. But they realized that if the young man went with them, they would be able to see for themselves how skillfully he possessed the talent of a healer. So they didn't think for long, but decided to all go together after the military leader, who was supposed to lead them to the victims. After some time, Juan finally found out the place they were brought to. It all happened in the Mass Gorge. After walking along a narrow, rocky road, the doctors were led to the camp, where apparently the wounded warriors were lying. Walking between the tents, the guy was surprised that the seriously wounded had not yet been evacuated, but nevertheless, he saw only those who had only bruises and abrasions. Suddenly, in one of the many tents, a piercing cry was heard. A man who was there was begging for salvation. When he went there, the guy couldn't believe what he saw because the sight was too terrifying. Most of the seriously wounded were gathered in one tent. All these men were bleeding and moaning loudly in pain, saying that they did not want to die. It was terrifying to realize that all the dying were simply dumped in one place so that they would not be an eyesore to those who were lucky enough to survive. Old Man Bond followed suit, and was not at all surprised by this sight. It seemed to be a common practice during bandit attacks. Sock Pill was also in the tent. It was obvious that he did not want to be there, so he offered to examine other patients. But Juan had no intention of abandoning these unfortunate people, thereby condemning them to certain death. He firmly said that he would stay here. He believed that the first priority was to save those who were in immediate danger. His senior colleagues did not support this decision because they believed that all these people were doomed, but they were in no hurry to leave. It was difficult to see the victims' hands shaking with pain, especially knowing that they had already completely despaired and did not believe in salvation. However, one of the men was determined to fight for his life, as he managed to grab Juan by the leg and ask for help. After examining him more closely, the guy noticed that this warrior did not have a through-and-through arrow wound, but a penetrating one, which gave hope. Opening the abdomen without information could make things worse, and this attempt would result in a loss of time for treating the remaining patients. At that moment, the young doctor dreamed only of acquiring X-ray vision, which could significantly facilitate the choice. And the universe heard him, because when he opened his eyes, he could observe the extent to which the arrow had injured the man's internal organs. Sweat was pouring down the young man's face. He couldn't believe that he was so lucky and that he could actually see it. The kidneys were not affected, but the intestines were. There was no choice. So the guy decided to open the abdominal cavity. Seeing the doctor's tense gaze, the warrior looked at him with eyes full of hope, and this was enough to decide on a risky operation. The last thing the man said before losing consciousness was that he really wanted to live. Taking his hand in his own, the young man knew that he could not hear him, but he still whispered that he would do everything possible to save him. At that moment, Juan felt that it was worth it to be given a second chance, because right now he was in the place where he was needed the most. Having placed the patient on the table and waited for the anesthesia to take effect, the guy outlined the working area with bandages and determined the pulse rate. Having said that he was going to cut open the patient's stomach, he had to see the outright horror on the faces of his colleagues. But he didn't pay attention to it. His hand didn't tremble as he brought the scalpel to the patient's flesh. He saw only the skin and kept in mind what he needed to do. All other thoughts faded into the background and became just a backdrop. The doctors who were watching him were amazed that the young man, without thinking, cut open the stomach of a still-living person. When he stuck his hand right into the warrior's belly, even the experienced Bond, who had seen a lot of horrors in his life, almost threw up. I carefully felt the insides. The guy did not feel any disgust, because this action could save a person's life. After several minutes of intense work, which required the utmost care and skill, the surgeon finally found what he needed. After that, he removed the foreign object, which turned out to be a fragment of an arrow. Seok Pil still couldn't wrap his head around what he saw. Juan announced that the damaged intestine should now be stitched up, and the men again felt an alarming chill on their skin. While his colleagues stood in shock, the guy ordered one of them to push apart the walls of the abdominal cavity, and the second to remove the tissue from there. Having coped with the overwhelming emotions, the doctors unanimously put bandages on their faces and began to carry out the assigned tasks. Now the young man understood that he had a real chance to save the man who so wanted to see the next day. He felt a burden of responsibility because before the operation, he promised that he would fight for the patient's life to the last. While performing various manipulations with surgical instruments, the guy also managed to control his colleagues. The operation took place in tense silence, broken only by the faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground. But despite this, the wound on the victim's stomach gradually healed, and after a few minutes, the surgeon made the last stitch. Sokpil caught himself thinking that it was amazing how this young man managed to sew up his blood vessels and intestines. Looking at all this, Old Man Bon could not believe that a person could possess such medical knowledge. As he finished the operation, the boy paid no attention to these impressed glances, because at that moment he was only interested in the patient's health. When he finally finished, he threw back the bloody bandages with relief. The guy had done everything he could. Now all that was left was to wait and hope that the operation was successful and the warrior could return to life. I wanted to wash my hands of the blood as quickly as possible and move on to the next patient who was waiting for help. Turning to his adult colleagues, Wan Huan said that if it weren't for their help, he probably wouldn't have been able to cope with it so easily. Upon hearing this, both men decided that they were ready to spend mountains of gold. The main thing was to learn such amazing medical skills. Seeing such an inspiring mood, the young man decided that the three of them would be able to save everyone else in this tent. The work was in full swing, and the doctors didn't even notice that the moon had appeared in the sky, and the earth was enveloped in a dark night. Warriors moved through the forest thicket and were finally able to set out on their journey. The commander, Cao Ren, rode in front on a white horse. His subjects moved behind him, and a wounded soldier was transported in a cart. The man still could not believe that the foreman Ima was attacked by robbers, because he was a talent who had a bright future ahead of him. Looking at the wounded warrior, whose brave face was distorted with pain, one could say that the doctor was in for some serious work. The commander looked down and thought sadly that it would not be easy to save his comrade. Losing good warriors was always painful. As we approached the camp, we could see a bright fire burning in one of the tents, which was strange for such a late hour. Cao Ren dismounted his horse and began to slowly approach, fearing that the bandits might have managed to capture the camp. He cautiously dismounted from the saddle and was ready to draw his weapon at any moment, because anything could happen. People could be seen in the shadows, so the commander asked what kind of situation had happened during the war. Receiving no answer, the military leader growled, rudely asking what kind of a mess they were making on the battlefield. Deciding that he had been too soft on his subordinates, Cao Ren headed towards the brightly lit tent, but one of the warriors rushed out to meet him. The man said that the people were not causing a disturbance, but were simply lining up to be examined by the doctor, and these words calmed the angry commander a little. The warrior explained that the same young doctor he had reported on last time was in the tent. Now he had saved a soldier who had almost died from an arrow. Hearing this, the military leader was simply amazed that he could finally see this young man about whom there had been so much talk. He immediately remembered the wounded foreman who now had a chance of survival, if only the rumors about the doctor were true. Turning to his escort, Cao Ren ordered them to immediately carry the wounded man into the tent where he could be examined. The situation was dangerous, so the men tried to get the patient to the doctor as quickly as possible, and this noise attracted Wan Huan's attention. Then the commander himself burst into the tent and in a commanding voice ordered everyone to listen to what he had to say. When the question was asked about where the doctor was, the young man turned his head with interest. Cao Ren stood surrounded by the sick and dying, trying to spot the person who could save his best warrior. At first, Wan Huan sat as quiet as a mouse, because he couldn't understand what the commander himself was doing here. Before the boy could even move, his adult colleagues were already running forward at breakneck speed, and you wouldn't even know that one of them was an old man. They began to bow respectfully to Cao Zhen and ask him about what business brought him to this remote place. The boy suddenly realized that standing before him was the same great commander whose battles he had read about in history books. When he realized this, he wanted to salute and bow his head respectfully, introducing himself and stating his family name. Noticing the very young boy who worked tirelessly near the warriors, the man could not believe that the doctor was so young. Wan Huan was surprised to hear that the military commander was aware of his talent and knew that he was good at the medical craft. Pointing towards the warrior who was being carried in on a stretcher, Cao Ren asked if he could cure such an ailment. Without rushing to answer, the guy met the commander's eyes and said that in order to draw conclusions, it was necessary to examine the victim. As he got closer, he noticed a cut wound on the thigh and discovered that the rectus femoris muscle was damaged, but the artery was not affected, so as long as there was no blood coming out, it was not dangerous. Watching the young man's work closely, the commander finally asked if there was a chance of salvation. The boy said that the wound was serious but not hopeless. Surprised by these words, the man allowed a faint hope to flare up in his heart for the first time in several hours. He demanded that the doctor make every effort and use his entire arsenal of knowledge to save the warrior. But the boy walked away from him and said that he would do it as soon as his turn came, because now there were more difficult patients. This behavior seriously angered the military leader. who ordered him to immediately do what he was ordered to do. He did not care about any cue. The gloomy guy said that this patient would not die if first aid was not provided, but while he was treating him, someone else would die. So the young man asked a serious question. Does a commander really take upon himself the right to decide which of his servants should live and which should die? These words had the desired effect, and the man moderated his ardor, especially since his subjects could misinterpret such behavior. Seeing that Cao Ren was hesitant about how he should act, the boy took matters into his own hands and told the commander to go away and not interfere with his work. But then another misfortune followed. One of the warriors reported that the robbers had attacked the house again, and this time they had taken the women and children with them. Having made his final decision, the man said that he was leaving everything to the young doctor, then turned around and walked out of the tent. As he left, he added that the young man had to save at least one more person, otherwise he would have to answer for it. These words did not frighten Manhwa at all, because his plans included prolonging the lives of not just one person, but many more. The colleagues standing nearby began to shout in horror that such behavior could result in the loss of one's head, but the boy said that they should get to work. But the old man could not be calmed down. He said that Cao Zhen's father was the commander Chang Shui himself. People like them did not even dare to approach such warriors. Such speeches irritated the guy so much that he could not stand it, and threatened the two doctors that he would throw them out if they did not shut up. The night continued to swallow the gorge, hiding all the dark deeds that the bandits might have been up to. The commander and his army finally entered the damaged village. The locals rejoiced and greeted their savior. But it was not the time to communicate with people, because it was necessary to catch up with the fleeing bandits who had committed a bunch of crimes. After some time, one of the warriors reported that the detachment that was sent to pacify the bandits had already returned. So we had to hurry to get back to camp before dawn, because the danger was not over yet. As the man prepared to ride and pulled on the reins, he suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his leg. The subjects noticed this and asked if everything was okay with their commander, but he replied that nothing terrible had happened. It seems that the bandits scattered thorns so that it would not be so easy to catch up with them. One had to be more attentive and careful. Ignoring the sharp pain in his foot, the commander told his squad that they were returning to camp. The commander was accustomed to injuries and wounds, so he did not attach due importance to this scratch, believing that no problems could arise because of it. In the tent with the wounded, they had already lost track of time, because the work was simply in full swing in the hands of 3 doctors. Walking between the rows of patients, one Huan announced that another patient had been saved, so they should prepare for the next operation. Hearing this cry, the man who had helped them approached the young man and reported that there were no more seriously ill people. This news made everyone happy, but especially happy were the adult doctors, who could barely stand on their feet from fatigue. But it was still a long way off until rest, so the men were not given a chance to catch their breath or sit down for a second. Hard worker one Huan chuckled and said that it was high time to examine all those who were outside the tent, because there were plenty of sick people there too. The night did not pass peacefully in all parts of the gorge. Somewhere in the tents, disturbing events took place. Even though the man was wrapping his sore leg with bandages, he still couldn't stop the bleeding. Cao Ren tried to ignore the sharp pain in his foot, but it was becoming more and more difficult to ignore with each passing second. The local doctor said that the wound was not deep, so there was nothing to worry about, but one had to be careful since it was caused by an iron spike. Having said this, the old man advised the commander to rest, after which he left his chambers. Trying to calm himself down, the man said that it was just a scratch that could not cause a serious injury. But thoughts kept creeping into my head that I could catch the iron poison disease that comes even from small wounds inflicted by a rusty object. It was scary because such an infection could not only knock him off his feet, but kill even the strongest warrior. So Wan Huan sat and talked about how he was worried about tetanus, because the infection could lead to muscle cramps and respiratory paralysis. Penicillin could easily solve this problem, but in this era it had not yet been discovered, so we would have to make do with green mold. The guy loudly clapped his hands, thus deciding to attract the attention of the injured people. He explained that those who had received wounds from iron should listen carefully, because they could be infected with poison. The men began to panic like little children. Of course, they were afraid that the iron poison would spread throughout their bodies, so this had to be prevented. The solution was to accept the green mold that grew on many foods, but simply eating it was risky. Another way had to be found. The boy asked if anyone had moldy wine made from mare's milk, which was called mayuju. One had to wait until green mold appeared and then drink the drink 1 cup a day. This recommendation surprised the men. It was strange for them to eat a spoiled product, because then their stomach could hurt. But the young doctor threatened that if they did not do this, their arms and legs would begin to rot, and he would cut them off immediately. Chow Ren watched this conversation and was surprised by such a resourceful solution to the problem of iron poison, from which he himself could suffer. It was the first time he had heard that such a drink could actually help against tetanus and protect the victim. The man pushed back the edges of the tent, burst inside, and asked if what the boy had said was really true. Turning around sharply, the boy was surprised by the commander's quick return, but he was even more surprised by the reaction to the words he had spoken. Overcoming his nervousness, the young man said that moldy mayuju could indeed prevent the spread of infection to some extent. The man did not trust the words, so he decided to ask the opinion of another, more experienced healer named Bon. Bowing his head, the old man said that he did not know for sure about the effectiveness of such a drink, but considering Mr. Huang's wisdom, he trusted this decision. Cao Zhen had doubts about whether the spoiled food would harm him. Even if it helped with tetanus, it could harm other organs. Hearing these words, Wan Huan decided to warn them that he could not guarantee that these men would not get tetanus, since it was not easy to cure. But if there was even the slightest chance that this drink would even slightly increase the patient's chances of survival, he had to try this method. The boy resolutely declared that if there was a chance that some poisonous potion would help, he would prescribe that too. These words impressed the commander. He saw in the young man passion and dedication, as well as confidence in his decisions. Having made sure that the youth was not joking, he decided that he should not ask any more questions, so he turned around and walked away silently. This reaction surprised Wan Huan, because he had seen it before in other patients of his. He decided to call out to the commander and talk to him. The boy dared to voice the assumption that the same iron poison was spreading throughout the man's body. Turning around, Cao Ren wanted to shout at the daredevil, but when he asked him to tell him what happened, something stopped him from doing so. In a past life, the surgeon often encountered patients who did not want their illness to be known, so he could understand that such a person was standing right in front of him. Some people didn't want to talk because they were embarrassed, while others wanted to hide such details from their friends. Realizing that the commander intended to play the silent game, Wan Huan decided to play a trick by asking if anyone from the master's entourage was sick. Taking a breath of the cold night air, the man found the courage to report that his older brother was dying from iron poison. He also shared that not long ago his relative had to have his ankle amputated. But the young doctor knew that even if he amputated the limb that caused the infection, it would not help stop the spread of the infection. It was necessary to act drastically and cut off a large part before it became dangerous. This is exactly what he told Cao Zhen, that it was worth amputating at least up to the knee because less was not enough. These words had too much effect because the man literally went berserk, destroyed the fence, and began shouting for the doctor to shut up. Clenching his fists in anger, the commander said that his brother had been treated by the best doctor in the area, but his knowledge of tetanus was debatable. He asked the guy to stop jumping to conclusions because it had never led to anything good. The young man growled angrily and said that he was not throwing his words to the wind and was not making empty assumptions. When Wan Huan realized that it was useless to talk to a person who was afraid to try something new, he turned around and walked away. Standing in silence became unbearable, so the commander headed to the tent, where he could forget himself in conversations with the sick soldiers. Once inside, it was impossible not to notice how many people the young man had saved. It was obvious that despite his age, he had excellent skills. Walking between the rows of sleeping warriors, he noticed that they were no longer writhing in pain. Their faces were calm and did not express torment. Finally, he found his brave comrade among all the others. Bending down near the foreman, the commander asked how he was feeling. He didn't answer because he was deep in sleep. Looking at him, only one question arose. How did he survive? It was hard to believe, especially considering the fact that the man had seen with his own eyes how his subject's stomach was cut open. When the wounded man woke up, he saw the commander sitting next to him and tried to get up. But the commander told him to rest after a serious injury. Smiling, the foreman said that he himself did not understand how he managed to survive after that massacre. Turning to the guard standing behind him, Cao Ren asked if it was really the Dr. Hua who saved the sick man. He said that the young man saved those who were cut with a sword, pierced with arrows, and even pierced with a spear. It finally dawned on the man that the boy was much better than he thought, and his medical skills were unimaginable. A thought flashed through his head. What if the boy managed to cure his sick brother, whom famous doctors could not cure? Several days had passed since then. The events in the gorge seemed far away, but the house in the poor village was closer than ever. Continuing his experiments, the boy introduced mold grown on medicinal herbs into the cheese. He really hoped that everything would work out for him and that she would blossom in this dairy product. When he broke it, His heart sank and his skin became covered with thousands of tiny goosebumps. Taking a closer look, he sighed with relief because what he had planned had worked and there was green mold inside the cheese. The idea was a success, and the result could not but please. Now he had in his pocket something that could, if not replace, then become an analog of penicillin. Obo, who was watching this action, could not understand why his master allowed the precious cheese to become moldy. The boy, without further explanation, said that all this was done because this mold would be able to save people. Having discovered such a miracle, it is now possible to cultivate, refine, and collect the mold, and then use it in special cases. All this allowed the doctor to obtain gram-positive bacteria, which helped fight many diseases. However, there was one problem. If the patient refused treatment, there would be no benefit from it. It remained to be hoped that the high-ranking patients would have some logic in their brains and would allow Juan to take over the treatment. Especially considering the torment the patient was in, if this mold could somehow ease the suffering, then it was worth a try. This is exactly what Cao Ren was thinking as he watched his brother's torment through the window that looked out onto the corridor. After drinking moldy mayuja for a few days, his condition improved, but the symptoms did not go away completely. He felt bad and uncomfortable, but his condition became more bearable, although he was not completely healed. The woman, who had been in the room all this time, demanded that the commander call the physician's son. He replied that the doctor would not be able to heal his brother, and they should consider other options. In response to this, the woman grimaced and asked if Song was not the best in his field, since she was not going to trust the patient to just anyone. At that moment, Cao Ren suddenly realized that in all of Chaoxian, there was no doctor who could cure his brother. However, there was still one last hope in the form of a boy who so wanted to save at least one more person. This is exactly what he said to the stern and unyielding woman. He informed her that there was someone who could cure tetanus. Either tears or a spark of hope flashed in her eyes. She ran up to the man and began asking where this man lived. When she heard that he was living in Chaoxian, she ordered the servants to immediately prepare everything for the arrival of the dear guest. After all, they had to meet such a precious person with all the honors they were capable of. The door slammed shut and the man was left alone with his own thoughts and worries. All that was left was to hope that Mother would be wise and be able to accept what the young doctor would say. The one who was so awaited at the commander's estate was calmly engaged in his healing craft and various preparations. He was distracted from these important matters by the sound of hooves. In such places, it was rare for someone to ride in a cart or on horseback, so the guy turned around. A man was running towards him with all his might, and he recognized him as the military officer he had seen yesterday in the camp. He began to nervously explain that Lord Cao Song, the commander's elder brother, was in critical condition and they needed to hurry to save him. Realizing that this was no joke, the boy decided that now was not the time to remember that they had previously refused his help, so he ran into the house to collect the necessary things. Even though the house was tidy, in a hurry it was not easy to find what you needed right away. But finally the right jug caught his eye and the doctor grabbed it. It was the most important item for such a patient. It was lucky that there was still some penicillin left inside, which was specially developed for such cases. The man was in such a hurry that Juan had to literally jump onto the horse while it was moving. As soon as the doctor sat in the saddle, the military officer drove him at such a speed that he could hardly stay in place. As he raced along the rocky road, the boy recalled that about 10 days had passed since Cao Ren had told him about his brother's illness and amputated ankle. Quite a lot of time had passed, so it remained to be hoped that it was not too late to take action. After some time of intense travel, the guy saw a huge estate built of beautiful red wood. Even without going inside, one could hear that there was a commotion in the courtyard. Someone was shouting to bring water, because the eldest young master had become worse. Cao Ren ran out to meet the doctor, his face reflecting anxiety and fear. He asked him to quickly come in and examine his brother. But it wasn't just this rush that bothered Juan. He also noticed the commander's strange gait. The most terrible and unpleasant guesses came to mind. But for now, the guy decided not to pester the man with questions. Moreover, the commander insisted that it was necessary to urgently go to the estate and conduct an inspection. Following behind him, the doctor carefully looked at Cao Zhen's gait, but he told himself that these were all just guesses, and there was no point in jumping to conclusions. Approaching the right room, the warrior froze, because he understood that it was possible that right at that second, the fate of his beloved older brother would be decided. Exhaling, the man decided he was ready to face whatever came next, so he opened the door and announced the arrival of the doctor. A woman began to bustle about in the room, inviting him in and asking in a worried voice if their guest was tired. Meeting her youngest son's gaze, she asked why the doctor didn't come inside. but she didn't even glance at Manhwa. This was approximately the reaction that Cao Ren had expected, so he pointed his hand at the boy standing next to him and told his mother that the one they had been waiting for was standing in front of her. The woman's gaze became not just stern, one could even notice anger and some cruelty in it, especially when she finally looked at the young man standing in front of her. It was surprising that the fragile-looking lady began to scold the great commander, asking whether he was really ready to entrust his brother to a child. The man did not listen to this silently. He stood up for the boy and told him that he had cured a hopeless soldier who could not be saved by ordinary doctors. It was obvious that the mother was having a hard time containing her anger, and she growled that she wouldn't say nasty things just because the boy had come so far. It was to be expected that this lady would not want to entrust her eldest son into the hands of a youth who was not even 20 years old. So Manhwa was not at all surprised. In her opinion, what stood before them was only an inexperienced novice healer who still had a lot to learn. A gloomy Cao Ren listened with irritation as his mother suggested watching his brother a little longer. Not wanting to listen to this family squabble, Manhwa decided to take his leave and leave the territory where his services were not needed. But everyone suddenly fell silent as hoarse groans of pain were heard from Cao Song's bed, growing louder and louder. The body of the unfortunate man arched unnaturally from the pain, and after a few seconds, a terrible cough began with some kind of foam flowing from his mouth. Observing all this, the young doctor understood that the patient was already in such a protracted phase of the disease that simple penicillin would not help. He turned and walked away, for it was clear to him that it was too late to make any attempt at treatment. When he went out into the yard, the boy ran into the warrior who had brought him here, and he began to apologize for interrupting the doctor from his work. The man began to say that he was embarrassed by the lady's rudeness. She had always been kind, but since her son had fallen ill, she had become too sensitive. This behavior was understandable because any parent would be afraid to end up in her place. It was sad to report that the eldest young master would not last even a couple of days because the disease had become too ingrained in his body. These words shocked the military commander. He began to say that if everything was so serious, then the doctor needed to stay here, but he cut off his speech. After all, it was already absolutely clear that neither he nor anyone else would help Cao Song. His days were numbered. While everything was clear with the older brother, the same could not be said about the younger one. So Manhwa asked if the commander had pricked himself with an iron thorn. Lost in thought, the man suddenly remembered that when they went to save the village from bandits, his commander was indeed injured. But the wound was not serious. Now all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place in the boy's head, and the reasons for the gentleman's lameness were clear to him. After analyzing all the details, the young man ordered the man to tell his master and his doctor that there might be an infection in his blood due to tetanus. Several days had passed since that moment. A fine morning had arrived, and work was once again in full swing in the old house. The young doctor received patients from a poor village and tried to help these people in any way he could. Examining one of the men, he said that he was recovering, but there was still a need to insert a needle in the knee area. He was about to make a puncture, when suddenly his hand shook due to a sharp squeal that was heard somewhere in the yard. The cause of this sound was a pig that old man Bon was slaughtering on his estate, which was quite nearby. These actions interfered with the normal work of the young doctor, so he decided to go to Bon and explain to him the situation and the reason for his dissatisfaction. The boy started very carefully and politely. He didn't want to stir up a scandal because his colleague was training to become more skilled in the techniques that he demonstrated. Without taking his eyes off the dead pig, Bon muttered that it took a lot of work to master this science. A second later, the old man began to resent the fact that his young colleague had stopped teaching him, which is why he had to mess around with pigs. The boy wanted to show how to sew the vessel better, but the man said that the animal would die anyway, and if he continued, then at least the villagers would be able to fill their bellies. Pushing the old man aside, Manhwa said that the area to be operated on was large, but it was very easy to tear, so he should be careful. He showed how to do the stitches so that the wound would not come apart and the stitches would come out even and neat. In the opinion of the old doctor, the operation took place too quickly, but nevertheless the work was done perfectly. Explaining that it was all a matter of practice, Manhwa explained that a pig could die not only from slow progress, but also from improperly placed stitches. Looking at the open wound, Bon finally saw that the bleeding had stopped and the vessel was stitched up, which caused him to react with joy. But despite the successful operation, too much blood flowed out, so the unfortunate animal managed to leave the world of the living. The happy elderly doctor didn't pay any attention to this, but the boy felt sorry for the pig because it could have survived. Death wandered not only near the old man's house, It also did not bypass the houses of the rich and powerful. Cao Ren felt such anger and pain inside himself that he needed to throw out these emotions. And the doctor who promised to save his older brother got into trouble. Trying to justify himself, the doctor began to say that he had done everything he could, but in the opinion of the commander, this was not enough. While the men were making noise and almost fighting, the mother sat unnaturally quietly. She felt that her soul was torn to follow her eldest son. Looking at the lifeless body of the once strong man, the mother could barely control herself. She wanted to scream and throw a tantrum. Realizing that the scandal was unnecessary in the room where his brother's dead body lay, Cao Ren decided to throw the doctor out of the house. Unable to bear it any longer, the mother screamed at the men to shut up immediately because they were giving her poor dead child no peace. When the door slammed shut and the mother was left in silence, she finally realized that she would never again hear her eldest son's voice, or see his eyes or mischievous smile. Her second child was so overcome with emotion that in an attempt to give it some vent, he slammed himself against a wooden support with all his might. The man reproached himself for not having the courage to insist on his own and for allowing his mother to send the young doctor away. Feeling the weight of guilt on himself, Cao Ren simply banged his head against the support, trying to hurt himself physically so that it would not hurt so much inside. In the midst of all this chaos, he completely forgot that he himself had problems with his leg, which were becoming more serious with each passing minute. The day was drawing to a close, and the setting sun painted the village of the poor in golden tones rare for those places. There were a lot of people around old Bon's house. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the guinea pig's meat. Almost the entire village gathered in the yard. Everyone received the long-awaited treat and devoured it with pleasure. Young Master Huang also devoured the pork with gusto, which even surprised the master of the house a little. Bon even decided to ask if his colleague was a high-ranking official. The conversation was suddenly interrupted when some stranger began to frantically call for help from the Dr. Huang. The whole thing was that one of the villagers was digging medicinal herbs and accidentally stepped on some thorn. Now he needed to be examined. Looking at the victim's leg, Huan noticed a small scratch from which blood was flowing weakly. The two doctors were in agreement about what diagnosis could be made, because no matter how you looked at it, everything pointed to tetanus. This news made the unfortunate man panic, because there was a high probability that he would die. The old man shook his head and said that they would first remove the pus, and if that didn't help, they would cut off the ankle, but Huan said that they would do none of that. Such a decision was madness in Bon's eyes because if he did not hurry, the infection would take root and spread throughout the patient's body. But his young colleague surprised him even more when he said that such an illness could be cured without surgical intervention. 4 days passed, and the house, which served as a kind of hospital in the small village, was again filled with patients. Some of them were recovering. For example, a man with tetanus, his wound began to close and heal without any complications. After checking his leg for any swelling or festering, Huan was very pleased when he found none of the above. Bon, who was watching all this, was happy, but still could not understand how his colleague had managed to get all the swelling to go down in 4 days. It was completely unclear how they managed to cure someone who could only be helped by amputation. The old man decided that Huan was using some strange tricks, so he had to watch the guy's actions carefully. Bon really felt that he was about to get closer to solving the mystery of what mysterious remedy could cure tetanus. But as luck would have it, Huan, like the previous times, did not reveal his medical secret and threw the old man out the door so that he would not see anything unnecessary. Trying to open the door, the man began to knock and shout that he only wanted to know the method of treatment, but this did not convince the boy. The heavy artillery was brought into play. Bon even offered to pay any amount of money just to learn the secret method, but none of this made Huan open the door. Because of all the commotion, the man did not immediately hear the sound of the approaching horse, its hooves loudly pounding on the rocky ground. It was a familiar military commander who had been visiting this village too often lately. Now he was calling for the Dr. Bon in a panic. The frightened old man listened to the story that the commander had fallen, and they were all worried that he would not repeat the fate of his brother. The warrior acting as a messenger said that his mistress wished to see Bon in person. Without further questions, the doctor rushed towards the horse to go and do his duty. Huan watched this whole scene and realized that, unfortunately, his assumptions were correct and the commander was in a stupor. The Cao family home had barely recovered from one tragedy when another was already knocking on the door. Now the younger son was in the role of the sick person, and the mother could not find peace from grief, because she did not believe that having buried one child, she would see the suffering of the other. Looking at his injured leg, the old man realized that his worst assumptions had been correct. The situation was critical. The man howled in pain, and the mother began to ask what illness had struck her son down. The doctor did not want to rush to conclusions, but Cao Ren himself understood what was happening to him. He said that most likely he had tetanus. The mistress of the house listened in horror to the story that Dr. Huang had warned him about this, and was right. This news made her heart freeze in her chest, consciousness gradually slipping away because it wanted to protect her from the coming pain. Mother's psyche couldn't take it anymore, and she fainted right in the middle of the room. Seeing that the lady had fallen, the physician Ban, together with the commander, began to call the servants to help carry the woman to her chambers. Seeing his mother in such a state was very painful for Cao Zhen, because he understood very well what she had been through recently. After examining the lady, the elderly doctor calmed her son and said that all this happened due to an overly violent reaction and fear. Finding the strength in himself, the only son of the Cao family said that he had a request for the doctor, who looked at him with interest. The man's face turned grim as he said his brother died after having his leg cut off, and he didn't want to go down the same path. Therefore, the commander decided that if it was not too late, his leg should be cut off completely. These words struck the old man to the depths of his soul. The patient believed that life would end sooner or later, but a child should not die in front of his parent, so this was his last request as a military leader. After all, he didn't want to cause his mother even more pain. Her heart might simply not be able to withstand all this. Without looking up, Ban announced that, unfortunately, he could not fulfill this request. Only the most pessimistic thoughts entered the patient's head, so he assumed that his situation was hopeless. But the doctor said that this was not entirely true. Looking dreamily into the distance, the elderly man shared the news that his young colleague Huang had discovered something new. Right now, the young man was treating tetanus without any amputation or drainage of pus. Hearing this information, the lady rose from her bed and with tears in her eyes began to ask if this was possible. A quiet house on the outskirts of the village was disturbed by guests for the umpteenth time. Dr. Huang heard someone enter the yard, after which the familiar voice of a warrior began to call him. After that, the door swung open and an officer serving the Cao family informed the boy that he was being called again. The first thing Wan Huan wanted to know was whether the commander was still conscious, to which he received an affirmative answer. Grabbing his bag of medicine, the boy ran out of the house and ordered the officer to go as quickly as possible. Seeing the outlines of a familiar house, the guy felt a little uneasy, because his last visit was associated with imminent death. Sitting in her youngest son's room, the mother waited impatiently for the arrival of the one she had driven away the last time, and a burden of guilt fell on her shoulders that made it unbearable. She was ashamed of the way she had treated the boy during his last visit, and by treating the doctor so carelessly, she had shown herself at her worst. His mother's suffering was the most painful thing Cao Ren had ever seen. He took her hands in his and tried to comfort her. He said that for the young doctor, the patients came first, not old grievances. The doors of the room suddenly swung open and a man flew into the room, who began to inquire about Zhenya's health with concern in his voice. It was Colonel Changshui, named Cao Qi, who was very indignant that the sick man was sitting up and not in bed. His father's commanding tone was nothing new to Cao Zhen. Now he was being ordered to prepare, but it was unclear for what. In response to the questioning look, the colonel said that he had found a man in Luoyang who was supposed to help overcome the illness. Hearing this, the mother felt that she was on the edge. She was afraid that her son would simply not make it to this famous doctor. She began to beg her husband to wait a little, because any minute now the guy who was a young talent in the medical profession was supposed to arrive. These words seriously angered the head of the family. He could not believe that he was hearing these words again, even after son's death. The colonel growled angrily and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. The woman recoiled from her husband in fear. He began to scold her like a little girl for sending for some brat and deciding to entrust him with the treatment of her only heir. It was at this moment that Wan Huan appeared in the courtyard. Cao Qi had not yet seen him, but said that he was ready to happily strangle the boy. Now the woman was afraid not for herself, but for the boy who could suffer just because she invited him into her house. Unfortunately, the head of the house saw the new arrival and began to walk into the yard, ordering his wife to help their son get ready for the journey. Looking at the door with a huge and very strong lock, a crazy idea came into the woman's head that could help her. Having plucked up her courage, the woman realized that she needed to act immediately because her husband could harm her child with his thoughtless actions. She kicked the man in the back and it worked because he did not expect such a turn of events and was not ready for the attack. Everything happened exactly as the mistress of the house had planned. Her man fell right into the closet that was used by the servants. Cao Qi's eyes reflected fear and disbelief that his woman was capable of such meanness. But at the moment, she didn't care what the great commander would think. Now she was only interested in the well-being of her son, so she snapped the lock. While the lady was trying to close the doors, her husband was desperately pounding on them with his fists. He couldn't understand what his wife was doing. He demanded that the door be opened immediately, because if he succeeded in tearing it off its hinges, things would be much worse for everyone. In the midst of this complete chaos, Manhwa walked in, now unsure if he should even be in this place. But looking at his mother's tears, he realized that he had to try to do everything possible to prevent her from losing another son. For the woman, this young doctor was her last hope, and she was determined to take advantage of him no matter what the cost. Looking at all this, the young man's heart sank. He took his mother's palms in his own and said that she need not worry, because he would help her family. Some time has passed since the head of the house was locked in the closet, and now the time has come to let him out. Chao-Chi was not just angry. He emitted such waves of aggression that his wife wanted to shrink and merge with the wall so as not to catch the general's eye. But the woman found the courage to stay put and say that she had managed to find a doctor who could cure tetanus. This news did not please the head of the family because he had already said that he had found a doctor for his son in Luoyang and intended to take him there. The lady was not satisfied with this decision. She admitted that due to her stupidity, their eldest child died. Now she will not repeat her past mistake. This woman's determination was something new for Chao-Chi. He had never seen her in such a state before, because most of the time she was meek. The mother's persistence made the impossible possible, and Cao Ren became yet another patient in a small village house. His leg was far from in the best condition. It was not just swollen, but already swollen from the pus that had accumulated there, which appeared as a result of infection. After examining the patient, Manhwa still could not understand why the rigor mortis did not progress, because in standard situations it should have been exactly like that. To better understand the condition of the ankle, it was worth feeling it for any areas of inflammation. Touching his leg with just his fingertips, the guy began to wait for a reaction, because the pain should be quite strong. The expected screams did not follow. Cao Ren reported the pain with a completely indifferent face. Manhwa said that in such a situation he would not be able to even speak, to which the man replied that his endurance was the result of using internal ki. This interested the boy because it was not the first time he had heard about this strange technology. The doctor began to ask whether the commander had also been trained with the energy of spiritual energy, but he was unable to answer due to an attack of unbearable pain. For himself, Manhwa realized that Cao Ren, like his brother, knew how to handle internal ki, perhaps like all the generals of the three kingdoms. Having stopped screaming, the man finally asked if the young doctor could really cure him. Without a second's hesitation, the guy said that he could return everything to how it was before, and the leg would function normally. The warrior's face relaxed a little, and he expressed his sincere gratitude for Manhwa's treatment. But the tension returned when the doctor began to search for something in his bag, as if the patient's life depended on it. Taking out a bottle with some liquid from there, the doctor handed it to the patient and told him to keep it with him. After examining the bottle, Cao Ren wondered what was inside it, since he didn't have the habit of drinking everything that people he barely knew gave him. According to the doctor, this liquid was something like strong alcohol, which was supposed to reduce pain. The man chuckled and asked if the boy really thought he could be knocked down by just one bottle. The fact that he was inclined to joke was a good sign. After removing the plug, Cao Ren began to drink the liquid as if it were ordinary water and not strong liquor. He prided himself on the fact that his alcohol tolerance was quite high, but this time, something went wrong. After all, as soon as he swallowed the last drops, he immediately felt a strange lightness in his body. His eyes rolled back and he fell into bed, losing consciousness. Now it was Manhwa's time to laugh. He said ironically that portability was indeed a good feature, then pulled on his mask and got ready to work. Less than an hour had passed since the doctor had finished his manipulations, and the patient had begun to come to his senses. A little surprised, the guy said that his charge woke up even earlier than he expected. The man wondered if it was all over already, but the surgeon replied that only the main part of the work had been done. But Manhwa knew full well that the situation was serious, and the patient could have an epileptic seizure, so it was only a matter of time before his whole body began to convulse. While thinking, the doctor tried to understand how best to administer antibiotics, because they were delivered in large doses, and without an intravenous injection it would be difficult. For this purpose, sucking is best, so the problem with syringe needles had to be solved first. Therefore, it was decided to ask the commander if he knew any good blacksmith. He had not yet fully recovered from the anesthesia, but he said that the best one for Chaoxian was Pyongyang from the smelter. Manhwa immediately understood who they were talking about and was surprised that he hadn't thought of this person on his own. Rushing to his desk, the young man began to quickly draw on parchment what he needed to recreate. Holding the models of the tools in his hands, he said that he needed the blacksmith to recreate something similar during the day. Having carefully examined the images of unfamiliar and very strange devices, only one question arose: what are they intended for? Deciding that there was no time to delay, the general ordered the military officer to immediately hand over the package to Pyeongjun from the smelter and to make sure that the order was ready today. The gentleman was 100% sure that this blacksmith would definitely be able to handle such work. These words made Manhwa very happy, because if everything goes as it should, the chances of recovery will increase significantly. The forge was bustling with activity, as it was every day, but it was mostly standard orders, so the man had never created a hollow needle before. While examining the drawing, the worker became interested in what such devices would be used for, and the military commander replied that it was needed to treat General Cao. Frowning, the blacksmith asked if the master had been wounded, and he was told a story about how, while clearing out a den of bandits, Cao Ren had been wounded and had contracted tetanus. Hearing this, the master was very upset. It was sad to realize that the commander had been struck down by the same illness as his brother. But the military commander hastened to reassure him, saying that everything would be completely fine with the commander. Hearing that he was being treated by the skilled healer Huang, the blacksmith was surprised, because he had heard a lot about the young talent, but did not take the gossip seriously. And now fate has arranged it so that he will make instruments for this young surgeon, on whom the life of a respected military leader depends. So far, the condition of the leg has not improved in any way. The dark color did not want to go away, and the swelling did not decrease much in size. Looking at all this, Manhwa thought about what methods could be used to prevent the spread of the infection that caused tetanus. It became obvious that as soon as the man stopped using the internal QE, rigor mortis would set in. So it would have been nice to have a syringe needle with him, but there was no time to waste. A nervous oboe ran into the room, saying that he had brought 2 adult healers with him, and they ran right after him. When everyone was assembled, Manhwa ordered the men to put on masks because they were about to undergo a very difficult operation. Exhaling, the young surgeon applied the scalpel to the sore leg and told his colleagues that they were beginning. The first incision was difficult to make. The skin was swollen and stretched, which made it less flexible and elastic. When this was finally achieved, the liquid contents that were in the leg exploded and covered the doctor with blood and pus. This sight surprised his colleagues. They had never seen anything like it before, but now unimaginable things were happening before their eyes, turning their knowledge of medicine upside down. But the guy didn't pay any attention to this unpleasantness. The only thing he said was that the doctors should keep an eye on the patient. His plan was to remove the pus and dead flesh, but his colleagues couldn't understand why he didn't even blink as blood sprayed everywhere. After examining the wound, Manhwa concluded that the rate of infection had increased, causing an abscess to form and tissue necrosis to progress rapidly. There was one way that would help to do without a syringe, but unfortunately the surgeon did not understand it very well. The drug had to be injected directly into the vein so that the necessary substances would begin to fight the infection as soon as they entered the blood. To do this, it was necessary to block the ascending vein and make a small incision sufficient for the introduction of the drug. Penicillin could be injected through a pig blood vessel inserted into the incision, which would serve as a kind of channel. It was necessary to act very slowly and carefully, so as not to touch anything unnecessary and not cause blood loss. The colleagues who were watching all this were simply amazed by such resourcefulness. They could not even imagine that such a thing was possible. At first everything went well, but then the patient suddenly began to choke, and thick foam began to collect at his lips. Looking at such a reaction of the body, the guy simply could not believe that such a reaction was caused by shock from the introduction of the drug. The question immediately arose as to whether the patient really had such severe convulsions, but he restrained them with the help of internal energy. His current state fully confirmed this guess, because the man's body began to twitch, and the foam came out of his mouth even more. This was a very bad sign, meaning that things were much worse than Manhwa had originally thought. To stop such severe convulsions, the patient's body had to be pressed hard against the surface of a wooden table. While Seok Pil held the patient and Manhwa worked on the leg, Dr. Bond tried to find the necessary things in his bag. Seok Pil's nerves were already at their limit, so he snapped at the old man and irritably asked him to move faster. Finally, Bond found what he had been looking for so long, a set of thin needles that were made especially for him. With one of them, he pierced the necessary point on the patient's leg, hoping that this would at least somehow restrain such strong cramps in the muscles. As a result, all of the man's legs were covered with small needles, but this did not help at all in making the body immobile. Then the doctors decided that they would keep the commander while the young surgeon finished the treatment. This initiative pleased Manhwa, who no longer knew how he would continue his fight for this man's life. The operation seemed to last forever, but despite this, when Cao Ren opened his eyes, he did not appear before God, but saw the familiar dilapidated ceiling of a village house. He heard the familiar voice of the doctor, who apparently was holding a reception and was somewhere nearby. And so it was, Manhwa continued his usual routine and helped the villagers deal with their ailments. Cao Ren was in no hurry to announce that he had already woken up. Instead, he listened attentively to the boy's words and watched his work. The stranger who came suddenly fell to his knees in front of the doctor and began to say that he thought he was destined to die from tetanus. But thanks to Huang, this did not happen. With tears in his eyes, the poor villager reached into the inside pocket of his clothes to take out a note of gratitude for saving his life. It was a small bag of money, apparently all the poor man's property, which he willingly gave to the man who helped him. But Manhwa refused the money, saying that he didn't need anything, especially since the man promised to collect some medicinal herbs for him. He advised the villager to use this money to provide his family with food supplies, as this was the best distribution of funds. Such generosity was something new for the man, so he did not immediately agree to such payment, but Manhwa asked Obo to accompany the patient home. The next moment, the doctor was already standing over Cao Zhen and looking at his surprised face. The boy said that he was very glad to see the commander conscious. The next words that the sick gentleman heard put him into a state of shock because the young man said that the leg did not have to be cut off. The smiling boy looked at his patient and asked contentedly whether the promise was considered fulfilled. Not knowing what to say, Cao Ren muttered words of gratitude in a low voice and smiled shyly. He still couldn't believe that his leg was still there. The commander realized that with such treatment he would recover faster than he suspected, especially since all his limbs were with him, and his good name was not tarnished. His joy was marred by the ominous tone of the doctor, who asked if he hadn't told him to come to him before his leg got that bad. Another half-day passed. At this time, the village hospital was empty, and no one disturbed the doctor with his resting patient. But this idyll did not last long, because a former patient of Manhwa, who was cured of tetanus, brought him payment for the treatment in the form of medicinal herbs. The man claimed that he selected only the best leaves and inflorescences, and this work greatly pleased the young man, who did not want to do it himself. When the boy shook out the grass, a bag of money, which they had wanted to shove into him the last time, fell out onto the table after it. When the villager realized that his trick had been discovered, it dawned on him that if he wanted the doctor to retain his gratitude, he must run away immediately. But he was not allowed to do this because it was not for nothing that Obo was an assistant. It was at such moments that his services were simply irreplaceable. The irritated Manhwa tried to throw the bag of money to its owner who had such cunning. Cao Ren watched this scene in surprise. While this chase was going on, the young doctor managed to hit his hand hard. His treatment of the patient was very successful because he ran even too fast. The question the commander asked was not so unexpected. He asked why the guy did not charge for the treatment. In his opinion, everyone needed something to eat, and from the sick one could get even more than a small bag of coins. Pointing to the freshly picked grass, Manhwa asked if he hadn't received everything he needed to work and continue helping others. Chao Chi, who was standing nearby, was listening to this conversation. He was amazed by the selflessness of the boy, who was satisfied with what he had. He considered it stupid that the boy was providing his services without taking any payment at all. No other doctors did that. Now the commander was very interested in whether he should pay anything for the treatment that helped keep his leg in place. But the guy just laughed and told the man not to talk nonsense, without giving a clear answer to the question. The head of the Cao family didn't like everything that was happening in this old house, but it seemed like the treatment really helped his son. Soon he noticed that a palanquin was approaching the house. He knew perfectly well who was sitting inside. Looking out of a small window, Cao Zhenya's mother asked her husband what he was doing there. It was obvious that the woman did not expect to see him. Without answering the question, and without even looking in the direction of his wife, the head of the family walked away from the yard. He silently mounted his horse, and even the animal took on its owner's irritable mood as it neighed discontentedly. Before leaving, the man managed to answer that he had come to check on his son's condition. The woman understood that the gap between her and her husband was very large. A few days had passed since the operation, and Manhwa had another examination, the results of which he was very pleased with. While the happy boy was talking about how the patient would soon be able to go home, he was overcome by very sad thoughts. He suddenly asked the doctor if his older brother would have survived if Manhwa had been the one to treat him. Sitting down on a stool, the boy replied, that he did not know the answer to this question because the doctor's job was to heal, and the patient himself had to recover. Therefore, the young surgeon advised his patient to focus on this task because he had promised his mother to return the commander healthy. Smiling, Juan said that at this rate, Cao Ren would only die of old age, of course, if he consulted doctors in time. The gentleman frowned and said that he didn't even know how to look into the eyes of his savior, who had done the impossible. Oh, the boy had a couple of ideas on that score, so he pulled out a chair opposite and prepared for an interesting conversation. He was interested in the issue of payment and simply did not care about money because he had a better idea. When Cao Ren heard this idea, his mouth opened in surprise. He couldn't believe that his doctor wanted to learn spiritual energy. The man was very interested in how an ordinary guy even knew about internal ki, but he just shrugged and said that it didn't matter. The heir of the Cao clan began to say that such knowledge was kept in the strictest confidence, and outsiders were forbidden to master this art. But this didn't really convince the boy, because he just stood and silently looked at Genya, waiting for him to calm down and change his mind. He asked the doctor why his body needed internal QE. The question was interesting, and the surgeon began to think about the answer. Deciding it was time to reveal a little truth, he replied that he had once been on the verge of death when he was stabbed with a sword. The commander listened attentively to this confession, that the death should not have been in vain, with which he could not but agree. Then there was only one thought in the guy's head. He couldn't die, because he had the power to save at least one more person. Then Cao Ren realized that this young boy could save not just one, but countless people, including himself. Having made a decision within himself, the man said that a capable person stood before him, and that was why he wanted to hear the reason. But since this art was a family secret, he had no right to decide such things alone. A serious problem had to be faced, which was to convince Cao Chi's father to give his consent to the training. The head of the Cao family was a very difficult person who would hardly allow family secrets to be shared so easily. What was more conducive to serious and unpleasant conversations than an evening and dinner with the family? The son and father sat opposite each other and drank tea in silence. It was easy to guess that this was the calm before the storm. Plucking up his courage, Cao Ren told his parent that he had one very important thing to tell him. But the father didn't pay attention and instead asked how his son was feeling. He said that he would soon be able to mount a horse. Cao Chi advised him to focus on recovery because he should live a long life. Based on the successful treatment, the head of the family concluded that this young doctor was very talented, so now the price he asked was interesting. After a short pause, Cao Ren replied that it seemed the doctor was not interested in money. He needed something more valuable. These words seriously irritated the general, who knew that even the most noble people were capable of setting him up. But the father did not expect at all that the stranger would want to learn their family technique of the celestial breathing streams. It was surprising that the healer did not take money, but instead wanted to learn spiritual energy. After carefully examining his son, the father sighed and said that, apparently, he had already made a decision on how to act in this situation. This conclusion surprised Cao Genya, especially after he heard that if the request was absurd, he would not have voiced it at all. However, the father was pleased that he was taken into account when making decisions that concerned their family values. Therefore, he was not against his son training this young man because he literally saved him from certain death. In the opinion of the head of the family, this was not too high a price to pay for sparing his child and only heir from a painful death. At this point, the conversation ended, and events took us to the already familiar rural house, which served as a local hospital. A man came there who was engaged in collecting medicinal herbs, which served as an important raw material for saving patients. This time, he brought them a little later than usual because lately, digging up the necessary herbs had been very difficult. After checking the basket of grass and finding no bribe, Juan took it and told the former patient that he shouldn't overwork himself. The guy was very surprised by the news that on the mountain where this raw material was collected, there were many small thorns scattered. Apparently, they could have caused an outbreak of tetanus. The man told this with great sadness, which was understandable, because no one wanted to get infected with such a serious disease. Having assessed the contents of the basket, the doctor realized that he was missing the root of the round cypress, which served as a good painkiller for his mother. He asked the worker if he knew where to find this ingredient, and he said in confusion that the place was covered with thorns left by the robbers. There was no other choice, so the guy decided that they would go to this place together. Surprised, the local resident asked if the doctor would really go with him to the mountain, to which he replied that he really needed the round sedge. The young man smiled and said that they would be able to collect the thorns so that no one would get hurt. The mountain was a very beautiful place, completely covered with greenery. It was so attractive to walk along its rocky slopes. You had to step very carefully, because the grass could contain those very thorns that caused many locals to get tetanus. Looking closely, Manhwa noticed that there were so many of these deadly obstacles that he had to place his foot very carefully. It seems that a so-called border was erected in this place, which was supposed to stop the soldiers. One more step, and the boy could have become infected with the disease. All these spikes were rusty and were located all around the perimeter, so it was worth watching your step carefully. But what the man noticed next was a real shock to him, which he didn't even try to hide. He jumped back with a scream and looked at the place where he had just stood, his eyes bulging with fear. Raising a trembling hand, the worker pointed to some incomprehensible shadow and muttered that it was a man. Trying not to panic, Manhwa calmly approached the body and realized that it was a corpse. Apparently, the unfortunate man had been mauled by wild animals and had died from the wounds he had inflicted. But the guy noticed one oddity, namely the sword in the man's hands. The soldiers did not use such blades, and this meant that there was a robber in front of them. Literally a second later, his companion screamed again, announcing that another body had been found on this ominous mountain. The next dead man had gone to the next world relatively recently. After examining him, one could say that the guys were indeed facing bandits. There was something tied to his hand, as if the man did not want to lose it even after his death. Having untied the ropes and freed a small box from the robber's hand, the guy decided to open it and see what was inside. Strangely enough, there was a roll of empty parchment there, which was strange, since paper was not such a valuable thing to be kept even after death. But it wasn't as simple as Manhwa initially thought, and when he realized what he had in his hands, everything inside him froze. Noticing the doctor's tense expression, the man asked what kind of find they had in front of them, because judging by the young man's appearance, it was something significant. Manhwa decided that he would not give away the secret, so he said that the parchment merely listed the inns and eateries of the village that could be robbed. It seems that the local resident believed this story because he did not ask any more questions about it. Then it was decided to go down the mountain, because there had been enough adventures for today. This surprised the doctor's companion, because he wanted to understand what was going on. But Manhwa said that his bag was already full, and that was all that mattered. So the boy headed down the slope to finally get home and calmly examine the parchment. The doctor's return to the hut was announced by the sound of a bag hitting the floor, and the faint clanging of metal emitted by the infected rusty spikes he had collected on the slope. Taking a break from his book, Cao Ren examined the doctor and noticed the fruits of his labor. He did not consider it superfluous to praise the boy for the collected thorns. Looking at them, the boy said that he thought it necessary to remove them from the mountain, because he had no use for new patients with tetanus. While unbandaging the patient's leg, he shared his thoughts about how the spikes were iron and could be turned in for money. But in reality, Manhwa was wondering if the man in front of him was an accomplice of the bandits, since everyone knew that the criminals gave bribes to officials. Although doubts gnawed at the guy, he still wanted to show the parchment he had found to the commander, because for some reason he wanted to trust this man. Glancing at the bundle of paper, the man did not immediately understand what was in front of him. It was clear that he was surprised and interested. There were some dates written there, and next to them were numbers of people. There were also notes about the arrival of the commander. It was clear that Cao Ren did not understand what all this meant. Then he clenched his teeth, and his hands began to clench with anger. It seemed that the man finally understood what all this meant. Taking a brush in his hands, the guy said that it would be better to write important information, because their conversation could be overheard by ill-wishers. Soon a phrase appeared on the dirty floor, which said that this data was found near the bodies of the murdered robbers that lay on the mountain. When the commander saw these words, his face was distorted with anger, which proved that he had no connection with these criminals. Sitting down next to him, the man wrote on the floor that this was a military secret that could not possibly have fallen into the hands of these people. Such information was not told to random passers-by. But Manhwa wrote that he was 100% sure that those corpses were not serving soldiers, as there were many signs indicating this. There was only one conclusion that could be drawn, and it made the blood boil with anger. It turned out that one of the trusted persons was passing on military secrets to the bandits. Putting the piece of paper with the information in his inside pocket, the man thanked the young man who not only saved his life, but also found something valuable. Now Cao Ren fully realized that he was indebted to the doctor and needed to somehow repay him for all the work he had done. At that moment, he decided to tell the guy about his decision to teach him spiritual energy. Since his father allowed him to do this, he was simply delighted. Manhwa's enthusiasm was astounding. He wanted to start learning these techniques as soon as the general's leg returned to normal. But he was ready to start right now because he felt completely healthy, and at the same time he could catch the traitors. His doctor politely and very timely reminded him that if the wound became infected again, he would have to cut off his leg at the knee. These words somewhat dampened the commander's ardor. Embarrassed, he said that it would be better to really try to train next time. Moreover, anyone who looked at Cao Zhen would guess that his condition, although improved, was still not ideal. Wan Huan reminded the patient of the old proverb that if you want to deceive your enemy, you must first deceive your ally. The commander completely agreed with this expression. One thing was strange to him. Why was an ordinary boy discussing strategy? It was clear that he was facing a difficult young doctor, and he would like to better understand what kind of character this young Master Huang was. Morning came and the soft rays of the dawn sun gently touched the roof of the young surgeon's home. He arrived just in time because his brothers had just started breakfast, which looked very appetizing. Having eaten his fill, the boy got up from the table. For the first time at breakfast with his family, he felt truly full. It seemed he was getting used to a meat-free diet. The middle brother looked at Wan Huan and, still chewing, asked if he was really going to play doctor again. This wording infuriated the boy, but he didn't show it, instead saying that he wanted to visit the Song family and find out about the closed mines. Huabong raised his head sharply and asked if their younger brother had finally grown up and decided to take up adult activities like gold mining. Smiling, the guy said that his brother might not even dream about it. He needed the mine to store the ingredients used for the decoctions. Without stopping eating, the middle gentleman Huang said that in order to rent the mine, money was needed. If there was a need for it, he could give a little. Surprisingly, the younger brother refused to help, arguing that he had everything he needed to rent. He really didn't need anything because grateful patients paid him whether he wanted it or not, so his salary was quite good. The brothers watched him with surprised looks. Their heads were filled with similar thoughts. They did not understand when their Kwabu had managed to grow up and become independent. They wondered if there were really that many sick people in the village. But even if so, how could the poor people bring in that much money? As he chewed the beans, Zhu Huan wondered for the first time if all the rumors they had heard about his brother were true. These words interested and surprised Huabong because he had not heard any rumors about Wan Huan's medical activities. The elder brother told him that there was information circulating in the village and beyond that the boy had cured General Cao of tetanus. It was simply impossible to believe this. Everyone knew that tetanus was difficult to cure simply like that. Doctors usually cut off the affected limbs. Huabong tried to explain this to his brother, who agreed and said that he too did not attach any importance to such words. That was until the man heard that General Cao Ren had visited this remote village and that their youngest was well known among the soldiers. From all this, one could conclude that Wan Huan was indeed able to cure the disease that even the famous doctor's son could not cope with. Zhu Huan also recalled older rumors that their brother was training Old Man Bong, who was famous for his acupuncture techniques. Huabong's chopsticks dropped food, and he couldn't get his head around the fact that one of the most famous doctors in the area was learning from such a young boy. After thinking for a moment, Huabong added that if the rumors were true, then Wan Huan's skills were much better than Bon and Sons combined. For some reason, this news did not please the middle brother very much. He knew that the youngest member of the family was special, but if he studied properly, he could revive their family. Zhu Huan surprised him by saying that he was glad that the boy chose medicine, which caused the man to look at him questioningly. Rolling his eyes, the elder explained his point by saying that all the important positions had long been occupied by members of the Cao family. It was hard to deny the truth of these words, because it would indeed be difficult for Wan Huan to climb the career ladder. All these thoughts tired Huabong, and he completely lost his appetite. Getting up from the table, he said that he would rather go read. Finally, he said that it is worth looking at what will happen next year before drawing any conclusions. Zhu Huan realized that the middle brother's moderation of his ardor was a good sign, indicating that he would eventually accept Huabu's choice. For some reason, he began to think about the Song family, which had come up at the table today in a conversation about the mines. An unexpected memory shot into the man's head with lightning speed. The Song family included a boy who almost killed his friend at a place where he and Wan Huan went to eat. Yes, then that stranger definitely said that his name was Song Chong Pan. This could play into his brother's hands when he negotiates. Huaboa's suspicions were correct, and the man did indeed belong to the well-known Song clan, which was respected in the city. While the heir of this family was sorting through the accumulated papers, he was disturbed by a servant who reported that a young master from the Huang family was looking for him. Thinking about it, the man realized that he had no idea who he would have to deal with, because he didn't know anyone with a surname like that. But then memories of that terrible day began to surface in his head when his friend almost died because of him. but the young doctor saved him. Sighing, Song Chong-pan began to put on his outerwear, thinking about why this man had come, since he had already given him an appropriate reward. He wanted to quickly forget everything connected with those scoundrels who participated in this story. Not the ghosts of the past that caught up with him time and time again. Putting on a friendly smile, the gentleman opened the doors and said that he had not seen the young doctor who had helped his friend so much for a long time. While the greeting was taking place, the man thought that most likely the guy came to borrow money, since the Song family was connected with the merchant militia. Pouring aromatic white tea into a cup, Song Chong-pan asked what business his guest had come for. Manhwa explained that he wanted to rent a closed mine near the poor village that was owned by the Song family. The business conversation interested the family heir. He said that he gives permission for the lease, but if gold is found there, the boy cannot lay claim to it. The young surgeon was not interested in gold. He explained that such a place was well suited for storing medicines, because they were sensitive to temperature. Despite his interest, the man was a little uneasy that his guest had come so unexpectedly and started talking about the closed mine. It seemed strange. Maintaining the image of a good-natured and generous owner, he thought only about how much this boy would pay him. Juan was in no hurry to talk about payment. He decided to enjoy the delicacies on the table and took some kind of circle that looked like a cookie. After biting off a small piece, the guy wanted to purr with pleasure. It was the most delicious honey that just melted in his mouth. He almost burst into tears with pleasure because he hadn't eaten anything sweet for so long. The owner, who was watching this scene, was surprised by such a reaction to ordinary honey. The boy remembered that when he saved this man's friend, he promised to repay him for saving him from his mistake. He had dreamed that as payment for his good deed, Mr. Song would give him a good discount on rent. But apparently the man forgot about this promise, because he began negotiations with an exorbitant price of 100 nyans per month. Hearing this, Juan even stopped chewing. He expected to hear such a price for a year, but not for 1 month. Without hiding his disappointment, the guy stood up and said that he would think about this proposal. His interlocutor realized that he had been too harsh. Turning away, the boy's face twisted with anger. He couldn't believe that they wanted to ruin him like that. For that price, he could have hired people and dug a cave himself. Song Chung-pak was pleased with his behavior, because in the end, the ill-mannered boy left, which meant that he would not have to deal with the family of the impoverished official. After some time, the young surgeon returned to the village house where the commander lay. It was difficult not to notice his terrible mood. Waves of irritation and aggression emanated from him. The boy was in such a state that it seemed that a little more, and he would start breathing fire. After examining the doctor, Cao Ren expressed his assumption that the deal with the closed mine had not worked out. The boy hissed and said that they had wanted to brazenly catch him out. Deciding to cheer him up a little, the man took out the box that Pyo Jong had sent him and handed it to the boy. He immediately guessed what could be lying there, and the irritation within him subsided slightly, replaced by joy and anticipation. These were the very tools he had sent a sketch of to the best blacksmith in the city, and the devices looked even better than he had expected. Cao Ren clarified that for now the master had sent one set for testing, and if something was wrong, he promised to redo it, but the young man had already seen that everything was simply perfect. Picking up one of the surgical instruments, Juan decided that he should teach Obo how to use it, because then he would have an assistant. The boy has hope that he will be able to remove his mother's gallbladder if these instruments help him perform precise and delicate operations. The next day, Juan finally decided to return home and communicate with his family. The first thing he did was go to his mother, who looked quite cheerful and fresh. She was clearly glad to see her son. She sat up in bed and said that her health had improved significantly since they began bringing her the decoction prepared according to his recipe. The boy was very pleased to hear praise from a loved one, because so far he had only encountered criticism from his brothers. However, the mother could have overestimated the effect of his decoction, so the doctor decided to check for himself how things were going with the disease. Pressing with his fingers and his whole palm in the necessary areas, the young man asked where it hurt the most and received honest answers. When he pressed on the middle of her stomach, in the area of her navel, the mother grimaced and barely held back the groan of pain that was trying to escape. The woman could no longer contain her emotions and asked why she was in so much pain. Her son did not rush to conclusions, but was almost certain that there was a lump in the small intestine. He didn't want to believe that complications had started so soon, because the young man had hoped that he would have more time to prepare for the operation. This has happened when bile does not drain properly, causing the small intestine to become hard and lumpy, but cholecystitis has not had such a rapid effect. This means that the diagnosis was not entirely correct, and there must be another cause for this illness. The liver immediately came under suspicion, especially considering that the pain in the abdomen was so strong that the mother screamed. Wanting to test his suspicions, the guy asked the woman to lie on her stomach so that he could examine her back area. Some areas in that area were very swollen, which was a characteristic symptom of fatty liver disease. So as it turned out, the problem was not only in the gallbladder, but also in the liver, which is where the complications came from, which were difficult to notice during the initial diagnosis. Juan looked closely at his mother. She sensed it and asked why. The son asked if she felt tired. She shared that lately she has been feeling tired even after sleep, and there have been unpleasant sensations in her body, pain here and there. Hearing this, the young doctor pressed on the area of the leg that was located slightly above the foot and asked if it hurt there. Gritting her teeth, the mother hissed and said that she felt quite uncomfortable from these touches. This was because when the liver swells, the vascular system also suffers. Taking a thin needle out of his arsenal of tools, the guy realized that he could ease the suffering a little. By placing the needles in the right places on the leg, the guy hoped to gain time, but he didn't understand how it happened that his mother had such a complicated case. There wasn't much time for the operation because within a maximum of 6 months and a minimum of 3, she would begin to have her first attacks. It was necessary to immediately find the reason why steatosis developed so suddenly. Then it would be possible to stop the progression of the disease. His thoughts were interrupted by the quiet voice of a maid entering, who asked the young master to leave the chambers, as it was time for the lady to take her medicine. The woman was very surprised when Juan asked her to step outside the door and give him a minute to talk. The question the young man asked simply amazed her. He was interested in whether his mother drank strong alcohol. Embarrassed, the maid blushed and began waving her hands, denying it, but her behavior spoke of a lie. Yes, Juan was in a time when it was not welcomed if a woman drank, but since there was alcohol, snacks were also consumed. This is exactly what he asked the servant. She thoughtfully tried to evade the answer, but she failed. I had to tell him that the lady preferred to snack on lard. This news shocked the doctor because such a combination was the worst option. Strong drinks, which were eaten with fatty foods, could become one of the main causes of fatty liver disease. Having learned this most interesting information, Juan returned to his mother's chambers and gently took her hand. When she looked at him, he smiled and said directly that for now she cannot eat meat or drink alcohol. She was so embarrassed that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The woman said that she eats meat, but as for drinking, she never drank. But her son was adamant in his words. He forbade her to eat lard and told her not to touch strong drinks for a while. He said that there was nothing shameful in wanting to drink wine. But now this prohibition was in effect due to illness. The guy also advised to give up lard as a snack forever, since such a combination can cause problems like the ones she had. The woman watched in stunned silence as her son winked and promised to earn a lot of money to buy her beef. These words embarrassed the lady so much that she did not know how to react, so she simply laughed and said that she would follow her son's instructions. As he left the room, the boy's face instantly changed. His smile disappeared because he understood that he had no time at all. It was worth training Obo as soon as possible so that he could assist him when the operation took place. Eventually, fate brought the boy back to the Cow family's house, holding a basket of metal spikes on his back. He walked up to the gate. Even though Juan said that he was content with spiritual energy training as payment, he couldn't do anything if the lady offered money again. Entering the estate, he understood that since this was how it had turned out, it was his moral duty to continue saving people. The lady smiled affably and greeted her guest, saying that she was glad to see him in her estate. She was pleased that he found time to see her. Turning her head, she asked with interest what strange objects were in his basket. After a short silence, the young man said that these were the very thorns that the robbers had scattered, and it was on one of them that the commander had stepped and contracted tetanus. At one point, the woman's face became stern, and she asked what had happened because the doctor would not have dragged such an abomination here just like that. What serious conversation would take place without a cup of aromatic tea, which could smooth out all the rough edges and make the conversation more pleasant? While sipping the aromatic drink, Juan said outright that he wanted the Cow family to buy the thorns from him. The woman's eyes widened and her eyebrows shot up in shock. She had never expected to hear such a proposal. I had to explain that simply leaving these objects on the mountain was very risky, because people could step on them and accordingly become infected with tetanus. Of course, the boy could have taken them to the smelter, but he wanted the Cow family to buy them at a slightly higher price. Even though the boy refused the money every time, it would have been stupid to miss such a great opportunity to earn a little money. Having cleared her throat, the lady said that she understood what was going on. but she was only interested in whether the young doctor was being too zealous. She heard that he did not take money from the poor. The guy explained that for basic treatment and determining the disease, there was no point in it. However, there were more and more cases where the funds were needed to prepare decoctions that treated various ailments, which is why Manhwa arrived with such a strange request. Patients with money did not come to the poor village for treatment, so the doctor wanted to open a department somewhere else. But then he would have no time at all to help those in need. Therefore, if the Cow family were to buy these spikes at an inflated price, it might help the young surgeon a little in his difficult task. Rising from her seat, the lady of the house said that the young doctor had an amazing ability to feel moral obligations. She went up to a large safe and began to rummage through it, saying along the way that it was not at all difficult to satisfy the request of such a noble man. Juan couldn't believe it when a heavy suitcase was placed in front of him, and they announced that the Cow family was buying all the thorns. There was just one condition. The buyer would set the price for the purchase of the goods, so there was no point in complaining about it. When he opened the suitcase, the guy was shown 100 liang of silver in coins, so he certainly wasn't going to complain. Only his conscience screamed at him that the goods were being bought at an inflated price. But the woman only smiled and reminded him of the terms of the deal. The lady expressed her sincere desire that the boy would use this money not only for the sick, but also for personal needs. Suddenly, someone's irritated cry was heard from the corridor. It seemed that the young gentleman was very unhappy about something, since he was calling his mother in such a tone. Cao Ren threw open the door and rushed into the room, but froze in place when he saw Juan in his home. Obviously, he didn't expect to see him. Grabbing the boy by the hand, he decided to lead him where he needed to go, because he had plans. The irritated gentleman said that he had searched for the young man all over the village. He did not understand why a teacher should look for his student. Juan tried to say that he was busy with patients, but he only ordered him to be quiet and led him out of the room where his mother was sitting. Walking through the corridors of the house, Cao Ren ordered his disciple to inform his relatives that he would not be able to return home today. Despite the fact that the boy was irritated by the fact that his teacher was so brazenly determining his schedule, he didn't even notice how time flew by and the sun went down. They stood in the middle of the courtyard of the Kang family estate with the general, preparing for what promised to be a promising training session. The young master of this influential family solemnly proclaimed that he would teach the boy a secret technique called the celestial breathing current. As he told the ancient legend of how his ancestors learned this power, Juan could hardly resist asking why such a long introduction was necessary. When the historical part was completed, Jen warned the student, saying that he could not talk about the technique not only to strangers, but even to his children. The boy will have to swear by heaven and earth and also by the name of his ancestors that all this will remain a secret. And if he breaks the vow he made, the gods will punish him, and the entire Huang family will be tainted, so it would be better to keep his mouth shut. After all, if this secret is revealed, another problem will be that everyone who bears the surname Cao will consider him an enemy. Such ferocity surprised the young doctor a little, but he had no intention of revealing this sacred family secret, so he had nothing to worry about. When it was already completely dark and all the warnings had been said, Cao Ren finally announced that they were now moving on to training. The man said that the most important thing in the technique, of course, was breathing. It was necessary to open its flows within oneself. To achieve the desired result, you need to ground yourself. For this, you should place your feet shoulder-width apart and find a stable position. After this, you need to inhale with your stomach, uniting the sky and the earth within yourself to create the correct flow. In theory, Juan knew what he had to do. All that was left was to try to put it into practice. Focusing on these actions was not as easy as it might seem, and creating that flow took some effort. Cao Ren, who was watching this action, was pleased with his student, who was coping with the task quite well. Another hour of classes passed and deep night fell. The stars shone brightly in the sky, as if watching over the persistent work of the commander and his student. The boy was already sweating from fatigue. He would never have thought that just breathing could be so difficult, and his stomach would become so hot. His mentor chuckled and said that if you do it right, you can actually feel the warmth inside. He reached out with his hand to check if it was there. But what he felt made his hand freeze in place and his eyes widen in shock. His disciple's belly was so hot that it could only be explained by the opening of the internal key, the energy that everyone so wanted to know. While it was quite weak, it was there, and this was after only half an hour. Many achieved this result after a month of intense training. Noticing the confusion on the man's face, Juan asked if everything was okay. The commander jerked his hand away and jumped away from the boy as if he had been burned by his stomach. his head a swarm of questions about who this boy was. Manhwa knew it was time to go home, and the teacher had started acting strange, so he bowed respectfully and thanked him for the lesson. Lost in his thoughts, young Master Cao merely nodded his head in response to his thanks for his time. He didn't believe that the boy could have developed internal ki in such a short time, and inside him he was sure that it was all just a mistake. But it was impossible to deny the fact that the young man definitely had good qualities and natural talent. After Manhwa was able to repeat the exercise after seeing it only once, the commander remembered that it took him 3 days to get used to the pose and another 10 to learn to breathe. And some simpleton managed to do it in just half an hour. It was unclear how he managed it and what kind of tricks he used. Not only training took place late at night, there were also places where work was in full swing. For example, the local forge. A guest came to see Master Zhang, who had not seen him for a long time and wanted to talk, despite how busy the blacksmith was. Seeing who entered his workshop, the man jumped up from his workplace and joyfully ran towards the guest. Calling the blacksmith his brother, the gentleman expressed his affection, saying that they had not seen each other for so long that he had time to miss him. After exchanging pleasantries, the guest handed the blacksmith the sword that the district chief had given him. He wanted to fix it a little and put it in order. Looking at the weapon with admiration, the master happily noted that his friend had finally been promoted in rank and now had more power. Embarrassed, the gentleman confirmed his guess about the promotion, but with a hint of sadness, said that now he could say goodbye to fieldwork. Imagine the blacksmith's surprise when he learned that his friend could no longer even lift a spear because everything seemed fine with him. But this was only at first glance, because when he lifted his outerwear, the man showed a huge, jagged scar on his stomach. The blacksmith could not understand how his friend had survived such a wound. The fact that he was standing in front of him was a real miracle and a gift of fate. He nodded his head and said that everything was so the higher powers themselves sent the Dr. Huang on his way to stitch up his stomach wound. Hearing this name, the master immediately understood who was being talked about. It was the same skilled young doctor who cured General Cao of tetanus. The conversation was interrupted as soon as the men noticed some shadows approaching them. They had no need for extra listeners. These were some kind of people, but it was unclear why they were wandering around the forge at such a late hour. Manhwa and one of Cao Zhen's servants came out from the shadows, and the warrior asked if the head blacksmith was present. The military officer was immediately recognized and greeted, and he also noticed the corporal, who had recently been dying from a wound to his stomach. Later, he introduced young Manhwa to the head blacksmith, whose name was Pyo Jun, who was the best in the city at his craft. Hearing the boy's last name, both men froze, because just a second ago they were talking about the miracles he performed with the help of medicine. They imagined him as much older, despite the fact that the foreman saw the boy. In that state, he did not remember that he was so young. Without a doubt, they were glad to meet such a skilled healer who literally pulled people out of the clutches of death. The foreman began to thank the boy and apologize for doing it with such a delay. Manhwa was even confused by such enthusiasm from the stranger. But then he thought about it and asked the man if he had been to a military camp on the Mountain of Masks. And he answered in the affirmative and reminded him that his stomach had been cut open. This detail helped the doctor remember the person standing in front of him because he remembered the face poorly, but it was difficult to forget such a serious wound. When the guy realized that the patient had already recovered, he was so interested in looking at the healed wound that, forgetting all about decency, he began to undress the foreman. He couldn't even do anything. He couldn't understand this purely surgical desire to look at the result of his work. Sitting by the fire, the boy examined the scar from the wound that tore his intestines. It stretched across his entire stomach, and this mark would remain forever. Hearing this information, the foreman was horrified, because if this had really happened, he would have died. But the guy shook his head, asking if the patient's stool was still black. Listening to all these clarifications and talk about rehabilitation, the blacksmith could not believe that in front of him sat a man who had saved a man whose stomach was torn. The boy continued to give his advice, saying that the dark stools indicated that the intestines were still bleeding, so the man needed to take care of himself and not drink alcohol. He smiled awkwardly and asked if it would be possible to make an exception for at least one day, since he wanted to celebrate his promotion. Manhwa allowed it, on the condition that the foreman would be satisfied if he came to his grave in a year and sprinkled it with wine, since the outcome of his drinking could be disastrous. After these words, the man promised not to even smell strong drinks, and the doctor also advised him to avoid overly spicy and salty foods. Then the doctor handed his almost healthy patient a small black grain and told him to take it. The foreman obediently fulfilled the request and asked what kind of medicine it was. The guy explained that it would help if the condition of the intestines worsened, but its most important function was that it was able to cure tetanus. Upon hearing this, the warrior froze in place. He screamed and asked in fear if he had caught this terrible disease. Juan replied that it could only be an infection for now, but the P was given for other diseases. Gradually coming to his senses, the foreman asked whether this medicine shouldn't cost a fortune. The doctor said that human life is much more valuable. The blacksmith listened attentively to all of this. After what was said, the head of the blacksmiths introduced himself again and bowed respectfully to this young talent. The guy was pleased to meet this man because it was thanks to his tools that he saved many people. His work was invaluable. When the young man began to actively shake his hand, the master was extremely embarrassed because for him it was a great honor. The warm words warmed his heart pleasantly, but it was difficult for Pyo-jun to realize how great his contribution was. It was obvious that something was gnawing at the man, and after a couple of minutes these guesses were confirmed because he asked if it was really possible to cure tetanus. Instead of Juan, the commander answered, he said that he could confirm everything because he personally saw how the doctor saved his commander from a similar illness. An unpleasant thought flashed through the boy's mind, and he asked the blacksmith if he had really caught this terrible disease and was now suffering from its symptoms. The man, hanging his head sadly, said that he was healthy, which could not be said about some of the forge workers, and expressed a desire to buy medicine if such a thing really existed. Before prescribing treatment, Juan decided that everyone needed to be examined, because first it was necessary to determine how far the infection had progressed. The master's face became even more gloomy. Now he was afraid to hear the price that the doctor would announce for examining all the forge employees. Now Juan understood why the man was so slow in explaining. He was afraid that the price would be simply too much for him to bear. The boy did not rush to answer. First he wanted Obo to come here and asked the officer to call the boy. Not understanding what was happening, the blacksmith asked with a shudder if they were really going to go to the hospital that was in the poor village. In response, he received an affirmative nod. Juan believed that since he had come all this way, it was worth striking while the iron was hot and healing people before illness took away their health completely. First they went to where most of the blacksmiths worked, to the place where beautiful and dangerous things were forged. Before the guy's eyes appeared several men of different ages. All of them did not look very healthy and were clearly exhausted, either from illness or hard work. 5 people were sitting on a wooden bench. It was hard to believe that they were all afflicted with this terrible disease. The head of the blacksmiths pointed his finger at 3 and said that he was absolutely sure about them. But the other 2 were questionable. But that's not all. There were 4 more people who had difficulty moving at all. The guy ordered to take him to them. After all, it was worth examining people who were in a difficult condition first, and then you could deal with those who felt better. There were more people who were obviously not feeling very well than the young doctor expected to see. The chief blacksmith told these unfortunates to get out of bed, but the doctor ordered not to pull them from their places, but simply to wake them up. Looking at them, the man explained that they were all slaves of other government departments, and therefore were not in the best condition. He wanted to return to the question of payment, but Juan stopped him, extended his hand with the tools, and explained that if the master made a few more copies, that would be the payment for the treatment. It was clear that Pyo-jun couldn't believe what was said. Juan even asked if the forge had been deceiving him all his life. Since this master was concerned about his subordinates and was ready to take responsibility for them, the guy was not going to take any money. The best payment was the golden hands of the most successful blacksmith in town, who makes excellent tools. These words were very pleasant for the master, who would not be pleased when his work is recognized and so highly appreciated. This gave him the motivation to go out and work right now to create amazing tools that will save lives and provide decent pay. Juan had his own work to do, and there was plenty of it because in just a few minutes he had managed to find a couple of people with tetanus. But what the blacksmith heard next made him stop at the door. There were men whose illness could not be linked to this infection. One of the patients bent over in pain, but with tetanus he would have bent over in the opposite direction. This could not help but catch the eye. Looking at this, the doctor decided that he should examine the stomach to understand the reason for such strange behavior of the body. When he pressed on the patient's stomach, he did not scream, but howled from severe pain. It was clearly not tetanus, so it was worth conducting additional examinations. This frantic cry brought Pyo-jun running, who was also interested in what kind of mysterious illness had struck his employee. Based on what Juan saw, there was only one conclusion that could be drawn. It seemed like the patient had appendicitis. At the most necessary moment, the power of X-ray vision, which was given during the rebirth, manifested itself, and it confirmed the guy's guess. Sitting down on a chair, Manhwa announced to the sick man that if he felt pain on the right side of his abdomen, he might die. This news made the unfortunate man open his eyes wide and begin to beg for help, saying that he could not abandon his elderly mother and 3-year-old daughter because they would die of hunger. In this situation, only one method could help, but it was very dangerous, and not everyone would go for it. The guy announced that all he had to do was cut open his stomach and remove a tiny piece of intestine, and the poor patient turned completely pale at these words. Here, the blacksmith intervened in the conversation and told his employee that the doctor had already done something similar with his friend, the foreman, and that he was now running around calmly and recovering. These words calmed the poor man down a little, but he still found it hard to believe that someone could survive even if they cut off a small piece of their intestine. When Juan began to think, in fact, the operation to remove the appendix was simple, since only part of the abdominal cavity was opened. But that wasn't the problem. The main difficulty was that the doctor was critically short of tools. Luckily, he was in the forge right now, where he could solve this issue. The guy asked how many days it would take to make the tools. After thinking for a moment, the master replied that the order would not be ready earlier than in 3 days. It was a long time, and if he waited, the operation would have to be performed in a life-threatening situation. The young doctor wondered whether it was possible to perform it with the set of instruments he had. At that moment, Pyo-jun remembered just in time that he had another set in stock, and Wan almost squealed with joy. Noticing this reaction, the blacksmith himself smiled, saying that the Dr. Bon asked him for another set. At that moment, the boy wanted to kiss this grumpy but very prudent old man who had just saved this man's life. Returning a few seconds later, the master handed over a small case containing Bon's tools. The blacksmith promised to take care of the rest of the sets of medical scissors and scalpels, and in the meantime, the doctor could deal with this guy who wouldn't stop whining in pain. He added that the man's wife had recently died, and Juan interrupted his speech, saying that he had enough information about the patient. After all, regardless of the circumstances, he will make every effort to save this person's life. Coming a little closer to the patient, the doctor announced that he would perform the operation tomorrow, but for now he should try to sleep. Also, from that moment on, he was forbidden to eat or drink anything, as this could interfere with the surgical intervention. The young doctor's eyes shone with confidence that he would definitely cure the patient. The man could not help but believe these words. Not only the forge was bustling with nightlife, another estate was filled with the pleasant light of lit lanterns. A man entered the open door of the building, and the one who was already inside recognized him as the well-known doctor's son. People began to bow to the doctor and politely ask how he was doing. It was obvious that they wanted to have contact with such a person. He also inquired about the affairs of this place, to which he heard that everything was wonderful, especially when the best doctors came here, and there was no end to the visitors. Flattery was always very pleasing to Song, one of Chaosian's best doctors. This arrogant man knew that no matter how famous his colleagues were, whom he considered worthless, the rich and officials would still look for him. The doctor was led to the reserved place and pointed to the necessary gazebo, where he was already awaited. With a leisurely gait, the elderly snob walked to the indicated place, knowing that no one would want to rush him. At the meeting place, a joyful lady was waiting for him, who was happy to see Sun, because there had been no news from him for a long time. The man chuckled and replied that he had only been gone for 4 days, then demanded that Myung-seong be called here. Panic crossed the lady's face, which she tried to hide behind a smile when she said that the girl was already serving another customer. This news seriously infuriated the doctor. He growled, asking what arrogant reveler dared to distract his favorite. The confused woman began to go over all the options in her head and finally suggested that Woolsong serve the man. But the old man was not satisfied with her candidacy, since he believed that there was nothing special about her. Then he was offered the option of Hwasong. She should definitely please the elderly doctor. This girl was very pleasant. Apparently Sun thought so too, because he finally agreed and said that the girl could satisfy his request. Turning her head, the lady saw a young maid who was carrying food. She ordered her to call Hwasong and tell her that a doctor was waiting for her. The beautiful young girl nodded her head and accepted the order to bring wine and snacks to the plum blossom room. Seeing this beauty, the healer simply blossomed. Desire awakened within him, and he asked when the time would come for her first night with a client. Trying to hide her disgust for the man, the lady turned away and said that she was still a child. But it seemed that this did not bother the vile doctor at all, if not vice versa. Burning a hole in the girl's back, He said in his cloying voice that he would wait for the moment when she would be released to serve customers. Walking through the corridors of the Kizan house, the maid tried to suppress the trembling that arose in her body after the obscene glances of some old man. On her way, she met a very little girl. The maid told her that there was a guest in the room of the blossoming plum. Nodding her head, the little girl handed the girl some food and told her to have a snack, because after working all night, she was probably hungry. The gesture was so sweet and the rice ball so delicious that the maid swallowed an unpleasant lump that could have turned into a pitiful sob. She was sincerely grateful to her little savior. Thanks to such people, her life in this place did not seem so unbearable. While enjoying the rice, the maid asked the girl if she remembered that there were a few days left until the anniversary of her grandmother's death. She smiled sadly and said that she did not forget about such events and had already received permission from the lady. Hearing that they had even been assigned a warrior to guard them, tears glistened in the girl's eyes because she understood that they were not being guarded. They were being watched, fearing that they would escape. Luckily, her sister didn't notice the sadness in her eyes as she carefreely galloped further down the corridor, carrying out her assignment. Sometimes the little girl forgot that this place was not a home but a real prison, and the older you get, the more dangerous it was, so you had to hurry to get home. In the village of the poor, as always, there was a little chaos because everyone was busy with their own business. Even the birds flew by faster than usual, not wanting to distract the locals. Manhwa entered the house where Obo lived and they walked together to their makeshift hospital. It was easy to notice that the boy was somehow gloomy and too thoughtful, as if he was tormented by something he could not say. Deciding to lighten the mood a little, the guy kicked his little friend in the back and told him to relax. It didn't work very well, but at least the boy started talking, interested in whether he could really do what he had planned. When Manhwa finally understood what was going on, he calmed his friend down, saying that he didn't have to worry, because the main work would go to an experienced doctor, not an assistant. Ruffling the boy's hair, the young surgeon said that one should worry only when something has already happened. For now, all that Obo should be concerned about is how he can help the doctor. These words calmed the child a little. Arriving at the forge, the boys were immediately met by Pyo Jong, who reported that the preparations were complete and everything was ready for the operation. When Manhwa and his little assistant were ready, the doctor told the assistant that the operation was simple, so there was no need to be nervous. After looking at the ambu, a homemade bag for artificial respiration made from a pig's bladder, the guy decided to use it, despite its crude construction. Having separated the working area with a clean cloth, the surgeon picked up a scalpel and prepared to begin the operation. He made the first shallow incision and had to act quickly because the anesthesia was completely different from what was used in his modern medical practice. Nodding towards Obo, he said to prepare the cauterization instrument, and after a few minutes, everything was done in the best possible way. If everything is done quickly and correctly, there will be no problems with bleeding because the work area is small, so the operation will be easy. Obo took the medical scissors and pulled back the upper layers of skin. The doctor warned him not to touch the abdominal wall. It was very difficult to act by touch because without a portable X-ray machine, finding the necessary organ by touch was quite a task. At such a moment, X-ray vision was needed, which, as luck would have it, did not want to manifest itself, although perhaps Manhwa was in a hurry to get irritated. Indeed, it seemed that higher powers heard him and sent him this amazing superpower that helped him find the appendix. It was so timely that the guy wanted to scream with joy. Now he saw everything he needed. The question arose whether this improved vision appeared when concentration increased, or whether it was caused by desperation. Whatever the case, it happened at the right moment. But then the joy was shattered by Obo's cry, which reported that the patient was not breathing. I wanted to scream from the injustice that this happened right now. Grabbing the ambu, the guy prepared to perform artificial ventilation of the lungs. This will prevent the patient from dying during the operation. He placed this strange bag over the patient's mouth and began to squeeze it, directing streams of air directly into the lungs. Before the danger had passed, it was worth closing the wound because blood loss could only finish off a person. Watching the doctor make stitches, young Obo realized that this work was simply incredible. Similar thoughts flashed through the boys' heads about how amazing human nature was. This man died for a short time, but a second later he was breathing again. The boy was stunned when he heard the order to prepare the needle and scissors for the next work. After all, when the man's breathing returns to normal and becomes stable, the operation will continue and they will finally remove the appendix from this unfortunate man. After some time, it was possible to observe how the patient's abdomen began to rise steadily and in the same rhythm. This was a very good sign, which meant that the man's lungs were functioning normally and pumping oxygen. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the young surgeon repeated in his head with relief that his patient had indeed survived. His assistant looked at him as if he were a fantastic hero. He believed that it was almost impossible to cure tetanus, but what happened could not be compared with anything. Of course, it was hard to say now whether the man would survive or go to the next world, but it was clear that Juan could still surprise everyone. However, if the patient survived, little Obo decided that he would follow the example of his new idol, who was right now demonstrating such a divine art of healing that it was difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend. Time dragged on for so long that it seemed the operation would never end, but that was not the case, and soon the final touches were made. Little by little, the anesthesia wore off and the patient came to his senses. Juan immediately said that he should not get up on his feet or drink water until the gases passed. Despite his terrible condition, the man found the strength to thank the doctor for saving his life. Only Obo had not yet come to his senses. He could not believe that the man had actually survived and could even speak. Clenching his fists, he firmly decided that the time would come and he would definitely learn the craft of medicine. After all, he, like young Master Huang, really wanted to be useful to people and save even the dying. He didn't have the chance to study or take exams, but the boy wanted to be like a doctor and save those who needed it. This decision gave him the strength to endure every day that he lived in the village of the poor. Juan finally turned to his assistant and said that he tried really hard. Next time, he should be just as diligent. He beamed with joy when he heard that he needed to be ready for the next operation. He shouted that he would not let his boss down and would be the best surgical assistant on earth. At that moment, the blacksmith entered the room. He wanted to make sure that no one had died here and that everything was in perfect order. While the guys were talking about their own things, Piojong slowly approached his employee and couldn't believe his eyes. He understood that they had done what was considered impossible, saved the life of someone who was doomed to die. It simply didn't fit in his head that the man lying in front of him actually survived after his stomach was cut open. Looking at Juan, he thought that he simply had golden hands, and everything that was said about his talent was not a guess. When the man expressed his surprise to the young master, he simply waved his hand and said that he had done nothing wrong. For some reason, only now did the blacksmith notice that the boy did not have a weapon with him. This was unacceptable, because they lived in very dangerous times. In his defense, Juan said that he had just started learning the art of the sword and had not had time to buy one for protection, as he had always forgotten about it. Smiling, Piojun said that everything was clear to him, his expression indicating that the man was planning something. Without explaining anything, the blacksmith went into the depths of his workplace, where many finished weapons were stored. The man said he was worried that the person who saved his skin might be weak. Having selected one of the best swords from all of them, he took it into his hands and checked how balanced the blade was. When he was convinced that the weapon was really good, he approached the doctor and asked him to accept this gift, made by his own hands. The guy was very embarrassed by such a gift. He had been given money and expensive things, but this was the first time. Realizing that the doctor was being modest, the master said that the sword was small and light, which made it ideal for the boy. The blacksmith had the belief that a blade that was created for killing was a useless thing, so he wanted his creation to protect such noble people. It was very nice to hear such words. It made the gift even more valuable than it actually was. Now it was impossible to refuse it, so Juan gratefully accepted this gift. The evening of the next day came, and nothing had changed in the Kisen house. The nasty clients were looking at the maids, and they wanted to run away as soon as possible. Dr. Sun was a regular at this place. He was sitting with a young girl who was smiling but trying to sit as far away as possible. She asked him if he had heard the latest gossip. He pulled back and asked what she meant, and with a sigh of relief, the housemaid said that they were connected with General Cao. The old man rolled his eyes and asked what this ignorant child who had no respect for his elders had done. Sun said that Jen grabbed him by the collar only because he could not cure his brother's tetanus. When the man heard that they were whispering that the youngest heir of the Cao family had also caught tetanus, he was shocked. Instead of sympathizing with the grief, the vile old man laughed loudly, saying that this was wonderful news because the master would come running to him and beg him to cure him. Pouring herself a drink, the girl said that it was unlikely that this would happen. She was already anticipating seeing the doctor's face twist from what he heard. Slamming his cup on the table, Song asked how this could be. Who else besides him could the heir of Cao call? Thinking that the girl was uneducated and stupid, the doctor began to explain that tetanus was a fatal disease, and in all of Chaoxiang, only he could save Zhenya. But the girl said that other doctors could do it. Her interlocutor smiled arrogantly and told the silly girl not to make him laugh. The worker continued to mock the self-confident scoundrel, saying that the commander's illness had already been cured. Hearing this, the man slammed his hands on the table and said that this was simply impossible without amputation. The employee continued to say that all this was done by the young Dr. Huang. Having calmed down a little, the old man began to think about where he had heard this name before. It seemed to him that he knew it. Then he realized that it had only seemed that way to him. But what Sun was 100% sure of was that the commander could not be cured without amputation. Therefore, the old doctor decided not to be nervous because he thought that nowadays every cur calls himself a doctor. He was sure that some upstart himself had spread such rumors about himself. But his interlocutor did not agree with this statement. She believed that if such a rumor had reached Commander Cao, he would not have left this man alone. It was obvious to the doctor that there was no need for comment here, since a stupid woman could not understand all the subtleties of their world. He began to get very annoyed by everything around him. Even wine did not bring the long-awaited relaxation. Everything seemed tasteless to him. The conversations were uninteresting, and in general nothing made him happy that evening. And this woman, who in the old man's opinion, was talking all sorts of nonsense, did not fulfill her obligations at all, and instead of entertaining him, irritated him even more. The worker was not at all upset that this vile doctor was leaving. She felt disgusted breathing the same air as him, let alone touching him. As he walked down the path that led away from Kiseng's house, Song couldn't understand why he was so bothered by the words about this new young talent. The night that day was surprisingly starry, the kind of time when you want to lie down and dream. But Wan Huan had other plans. Training awaited him. The blacksmith's words about weapons reminded him that training was very important in order to survive in the current reality. Therefore, the boy decided to hone his skills in mastering his internal qi, and was now repeating the exercises shown by Cao Zhen. When he managed to concentrate all his energy into his fist, he took aim and swung it to hit the pole that served as a target. It turned out pretty well, because Wan Huan didn't even miss and hit the target he originally planned to hit the first time. The fist slammed into the target with such purpose that it simply split and cracked in half. The boy stood and stared blankly at what he had managed to do. It was hard to believe that he was capable of such a powerful blow. A new day had arrived, which meant that the young man was awaiting another training session at the Chow family home, where he was already a regular guest. The trainer made him repeat the exercises over and over again, which required finding a stable position and breathing correctly to catch the right air currents. Looking at the boy's diligence, Cao Ren knew that he was doing very well, so he didn't even know how to comment on his work. The only thing he thought about was that in front of him stood a true genius who could do anything. After clearing his throat, the man asked in an even tone if his student felt the heat in the golden core, which was located just below his navel. And the guy answered in the affirmative. The answer meant that Wan Huan knew how to properly focus his energy, and the commander asked if he had thought about taking the exam at the martial arts pavilion. Frowning, the boy had no idea why he was suddenly being asked such a strange question. He was a doctor after all, and the pavilion had nothing to do with medicine. Shaking his head, Cao Ren said that he was missing his chance. Basically, it took people a year to get their breathing natural, a year to start collecting spiritual energy, and a year to move their arms and legs properly. Those who achieved such success in just 1 or 2 months were called geniuses, so Wan Huan shouldn't waste such talent. The boy wanted to hit himself on the head, because he knew that he shouldn't show the coach how he could move when using internal qi. But he was curious whether in a year he would be able, like the commander, to break a thick board with his bare hands. This question caused the teacher to burst into laughter. Without answering, he walked towards the huge stone, which for some reason stood almost in the center of the yard. Approaching the boulder, Cao Ren concentrated and exhaled, taking control of the airflow within himself, after which he stood in a fighting stance. All the power of the internal qi was concentrated in his fist, which was aimed straight at the piece of stone. The impact was simply astonishingly powerful. It caused the boulder to crumble into small pieces that flew in all directions. According to the commander, it takes at least 3 years to gain such power. He was proud that his family had created a teaching technique in such a relatively short period of time, since it usually took more than 10 years to learn. All that was left was to advise the boy to train hard and not slack off during classes. Also, Cao Ren asked his disciple to come to the same place tomorrow evening. Why, of course, he did not explain. The only thing he said was that he had some business for the guy that was very important. The next day, Wan Huan came to Cao's house as he was asked, and it seemed to him that he went there more often than to his own home. Before he could enter the courtyard, he was stopped by the voice of the head of the blacksmiths. Turning around, the guy saw that Piozhong was catching up with him. They walked together towards the house, and Juan became curious about the man's purpose in going there. He explained that he had one thing to do. As it turned out, coal was brought to the army, and they asked the master to check it. It was strange that there was such a strange delivery for the troops. Entering the yard, the boy realized that the blacksmith's words were true, because inside there were already people lined up who put out coal for inspection. Among all these strangers, the guy noticed a familiar face. Son Chung-pan, whom he had recently visited, came to show his goods. The blacksmith could not be taken by flattering words and convictions that the coal of this or that merchant was the best. He impartially examined the rock itself. While waiting for Pyo-jun to approach him, Song Chung-pak also recognized the young doctor to whom he had recently offered a very unfavorable deal. He wanted to know what this guy was doing here and why the head of the blacksmiths was talking to him so politely. When another influential person approached, the merchant's eyes widened even more because he never expected to see such a thing. The General Chow Ren himself embraced this village doctor and acted as if he was his old comrade. This behavior was simply inexplicable to Song Chung-pak, because why would such an influential person as the heir of the Cao family interact with simpletons like this guy? Ignoring the merchant's interested looks, the general led Juan away, saying that he wanted to introduce him to someone. Now it was absolutely obvious to the arrogant rich man that the young doctor and the commander were not just acquaintances, but that they were united by some kind of history. Juan didn't know where the teacher was taking him. He just walked behind him and looked closely at the people who were in the yard. Approaching the impressive warrior, who was dressed in expensive armor, the commander introduced him as his second cousin. The man immediately guessed that the Dr. Huang was standing in front of him and introduced himself as Xiaohu Dun. He was the commander in charge of the 1st Cavalry Army. Song Chung-pan watched this acquaintance closely and was especially surprised that both men praised the boy's healing abilities. Now the merchant realized that the guy was on good terms with many influential people in the city, which was strange since the Huang family was in a difficult situation. The eldest son was approached by his father and the head of the family, who was interested in what had attracted Song Chung-pan's attention so much. The man explained that he knew the young man, but the father did not quite understand who his son was referring to and clarified that he was talking about a military leader or voivode. But it was said about a little boy who was hanging around these warriors. The head of the family did not even immediately pay attention to him. Looking at the boy, the father heard that this was the 3rd young master from the Huang family, the same one that had recently gone bankrupt. Seeing the kind of people this boy was hanging out with, Song Yung-pan expressed his desire to approach him and say hello, since Juan was now more valuable in his eyes. The boy communicated so warmly with the Governor Xiaohao and Colonel Zhen that his father saw good prospects if they became friends with him. Approaching the head blacksmith, Song Chung-pan said that his coal was of the highest quality. Since they had purchased good kilns, Pei Zhang coldly replied that he wanted to see more. Then the cunning merchant, as if by chance, saw the Dr. Huang and began to smile, publicly greeting him and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. He suddenly became interested in how the boy was doing and what he had been doing lately. He looked at him with bewilderment. The blacksmith wondered if the man was familiar with this talented young doctor who performed miracles. He said that it was his fault that Sang Daok was injured, but they were all lucky that Juan was there and helped save his friend's life. It was clear from the boy's face that what was said was true, but he didn't really want to have anything to do with this man. The blacksmith noticed this, and it immediately became clear to him what kind of person Song Chung-pan was, a real hypocrite and snob. When Pyo-jong had walked far enough away from them, the merchant reminded him that the young man had promised to think about renting his closed mine. Juan couldn't believe that this impudent man who had proposed absurd conditions dared to ask why he hadn't given an answer yet. Exhaling, he calmly replied that the rental price was unreasonably high, so he thought it was better to refuse. Hearing the hint of sadness in the boy's words, Song Chung-pan decided that he still wanted his mine, so he asked if the boy had given up too quickly. Coming close to the young doctor, he whispered to him that he would tell him the following words, only because he was on good terms with the head of the blacksmiths. The gentleman offered Juan a deal. The guy had to help them deliver coal, and in return he would receive a mine for free rent. It was obvious that this sly guy considered himself the smartest. The guy couldn't believe that they were trying to take advantage of him right now. He didn't want to refuse outright, so he told the merchant that if he got a chance, he would think of a way to help his sales. In fact, no one was going to do anything like that, but only Song Chung-pan didn't understand this, because he said that he would wait for a positive result. The boy had no idea how the merchant could be so slow-witted and self-confident. It was even funny to think that this weirdo decided that the silly little doctor would try to live up to his expectations. The song merchant family had some unpleasant news, which made the head of the house very angry. The enraged man slammed his fist on the table and asked how something like this could happen to them. He expressed his dissatisfaction to his son that they were unable to sell anything at the coal demonstration at Cow's house. It was very annoying that so much money was spent on mining these types of coal, then on firing them, and in the end nothing paid off on the market. Even the official Chong did not help them this time, although he always willingly took the offered money and helped sign supply contracts. It was not clear why this time absolutely the entire elite refused their bribes and now they were empty-handed. Now all the anger was directed at the son, who was convincing him that there was no need to worry, because he had made an agreement with the little Huang. The young gentleman began to justify himself, saying that he had indeed approached the boy and asked him to put in a good word for them in exchange for free rent for the closed mine. These words made the father even more angry because this, at first glance, not bad idea failed miserably. He called his son an idiot and spilled a glass of wine on him. He was ashamed that such an offer was made to a man who was friends with the commander and the head of the blacksmiths. The man was angry that such a person was only offered a lease. It was enough to simply give it away to achieve what he wanted, because there was no profit from it anyway. Feeling like an ashamed child, Song Chung-pan stood frozen in place and didn't even try to wipe the wine off his face. But what he heard next simply broke him. His father removed the man from the trading militia and ordered him to hand over all affairs to his brothers. Tears welled up in the heir's eyes. He crawled on his knees and begged the head of the house to change his mind, because he could go and apologize to Wan Huan. But the chief was adamant in his decision and no words had any effect on him. Interesting things were happening not only in the Song house. The Kizan house also never ceased to amaze with the abundance of events. The young maid and her little sister were getting ready for the anniversary of their grandmother's death and were collecting some belongings that they planned to distribute to the villagers. They had a guard posted nearby, waiting, and when he heard their conversation, he asked if they were heading to the poor people's village. Having received an affirmative answer, he muttered that if they had finished their preparations, then it was time to move out. Their path was not short and lay through the forest thicket, so at the moment the girls and the guard were making their way through the dense trees. They were both tired, but they were very interested in how their friends were doing. The little girl said that she heard that Obo was fine. The guard was quite irritated by these chatty girls, but he couldn't refuse this job, so he silently accompanied them. A few hours later, a village of poor people, which the girls seemed to have left an eternity ago, became visible from the slope. Upon seeing her house, the older girl turned to her sister, Hey Wall, and asked if she thought there were too many strangers in their yard. At this time, it was in this house that the usual reception of patients was taking place. Wan Huan, as always, examined people who came here with health complaints. Obo also did not stand aside and helped with easier requests. He handled the responsibility quite well. Some people who were feeling particularly ill were placed right in the yard and lay in the open air. This scene was noticed by the guard of the girls from Kaisen. He immediately understood that the people were sick, but he had no idea why they were on the territory of this house. He asked his charges if they had managed to sell the house. The eldest answered that they had only rented it out. The girl couldn't even imagine that their home would turn into a hospital, so she went down the slope that would lead to the village. The guard found it very suspicious that some doctor would want to open a small hospital in such a remote place, among the poor. Little Obo was so exhausted from work that he didn't even pay attention to those who were slowly and carefully entering the yard. Seeing the boy, Haywol squealed happily, and only when the doctor's assistant looked closely did he see his friend and her older sister Su standing in front of him. Then Wan Huan himself came out into the yard and asked if more patients had come to see him. But Obo said that his friends had come to see them. When the guard looked at the young doctor's face, he raised his huge hat in surprise. While the children were talking about how long they hadn't seen each other, the man went straight to the doctor, who seemed awfully familiar to him. To avoid making a mistake, he checked to see if the person standing in front of him was a healer named Wan Huan. This question surprised the guy very much, because he did not recognize this stern warrior, whose face was half hidden by a hat. The next moment, the man took off his hat and said that he was a worker at the Kizan house who had been stabbed, and the doctor had done his best to save him. A picture of a pale face with a bloody red cut clearly visible on it immediately popped into Huang's mind. This was the same guy who had a damaged blood vessel in his face. He could have died because of a scratch on his cheek. Coming closer, Wan Huan began to inquire how his former patient was doing. He replied that everything was fine, only thanks to the doctor's efforts. But he just didn't understand why it was necessary to open a hospital in this remote, poor village. Because if rumors were to be believed, a very famous doctor stood before him. So the question of why he was treating in this wretched place was quite reasonable. But Juan just smiled and answered the question with a question, asking if the doctor shouldn't be around the patients. After this, the boy approached the women of the house and arrived just in time for his assistant to tell him that he had managed to cure tetanus. It was a pleasure to listen to the boy's praise and to watch the enthusiasm with which he spoke about the soldiers he had saved on the mountain. Sitting at the table, the girls were surprised and happy that their friend could study with such a talented doctor. Everyone was smiling and chatting, and only Hee-Soo sat and nervously clutched her skirt in her hands. Something was clearly bothering the girl and not letting her relax. After a couple of minutes, she couldn't stand it any longer and blurted out a question. She was interested in whether the young doctor would be able to cure a person sick with luz. This name was ancient. In modern times, such a disease was called syphilis, and it was transmitted sexually. After this, the security guard who was standing by the wall responded and asked menacingly what the girl was doing. She cringed as the man approached her and asked why she thought she could blab about the affairs of the Kizan house left and right. She was also reminded that if the lady found out about such conversations, she would quickly throw her out into the street, and then the girl would not be able to do anything. Here the girl spoke up and firmly said that she had only told the doctor about the patient and had done nothing wrong. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that she didn't want Josol to die, and she believed that the guard didn't want that outcome either. The man bit his tongue and didn't say a word, trying to contain the wave of anger that had formed because the girl had named the houseworker. Seeing that the situation could turn into a huge scandal, Juan asked everyone to calm down, as there were other patients nearby who needed peace. While the guy walked away to check if no one could hear their conversation, the guard told Hee-Soo that he also felt sorry for Josol. But he was well aware that the person who caught luz was destined to die, and even the most wonderful doctor could not prevent it. Listening to these words, the girl could not hold back her tears. She did not want to believe that the world was so unfair and took the lives of the best people. The next moment, the doctor approached them, promising to keep silent about what he had just heard. He asked whether they meant syphilis by luz. After thinking for a moment, the man replied that it was exactly the disease they were talking about. The doctor began to ask how the patient was feeling. He was interested in whether there were any abscesses on her skin and whether her hair was already falling out. The questions surprised Hee-Soo greatly because they meant that this boy knew about such a terrible disease as syphilis. Falling to her knees, the girl began to tell that when the patient first came to Kaizen, she was a real beauty, but the illness spoiled her health and appearance. Closing her eyes, she said that she knew that this illness was incurable, but she still wanted to believe that there was some way to help the unfortunate woman. Seeing Hee-Soo's suffering, the boy wanted to use all his knowledge and resources to help her friend survive. Syphilis was caused by Treponema pallidum, a typical gram-positive bacterium, and penicillin could help in this case, but it was necessary to better understand the symptoms. If only the skin and mucous membranes were affected, then there was still hope. But if the cardiovascular or nervous system was damaged, then things were much worse. Such symptoms could well lead to the painful death of the patient. He knew this from his modern practice. It was too early to give the girl any hopes and feed her with promises. No, he could not be so cruel to her. The only thing he could promise her was that he would definitely examine her friend to determine her condition. When Hee-Soo heard these words, a hope ignited inside her that Chosoloni could still be saved and that she would not die in terrible agony. She tried to persuade the doctor to visit Kizan's house, but her request was immediately cut short by a guard who demanded that he be silent. After all, it was impossible to bring a doctor into such an establishment without the permission of the head, who needed to know everything that was happening in his domain. So if the lady who ran the house was against his presence, Juan might find himself in a very difficult situation. So the guard insisted that we should ask first and then wait for permission from the right people. All the important people of the city gathered in one building to resolve pressing issues and discuss urgent problems. Walking between the shelves that were filled with archives, the secretary of the Cao County Magistrate, Ha Hugan, greeted young Master Zhen. The man was interested in what business such an important guest had come here for. Cao Ren replied that he would like to look at some writings. These words pleased the magistrate's secretary, who believed that students should maintain a balance between reading and studying martial arts. Smiling, the gentleman said that he would quickly familiarize himself with the necessary information and go, and it would be nice if no one bothered him during this time. When Ha Hugan promised to strictly order everyone not to touch him for exchanging unnecessary pleasantries, the man smiled gratefully. Walking between the shelves, The commander was determined to find out which bastard was passing the data to the bandits. He remembered the handwriting, and this served as a good clue. Inside him, there was a certainty that some district official had definitely done it, and if he could identify the handwriting, he would bring this scoundrel to justice. In front of the commander were all the sheets from the exam that the officials had taken. Now all that was left was to familiarize himself with the multitude of these papers. But despite the enormous scale of the work, the man decided that he would find out the truth and identify the traitor at any cost. After looking through several packages, Cao Ren still could not find a similar handwriting, but he did not lose faith in the success of his undertaking. The worker standing behind him noticed this suspicious search and began to try to understand what the gentleman was looking for. He wondered if the commander had noticed something strange and was now trying to find out the truth, which was not beneficial to him. The suspicious man decided that he needed to tell the elder about this search, because in his opinion, this was a very important detail. The new day brought new events not only in the city archives, but interesting things also happened in the Kavan's house. Arriving at the place where training usually took place, Wanhuan decided to practice a little because he had room to grow. Moreover, the head of the city blacksmiths gave him an invaluable gift, a sword, which he needed to learn how to use. This blade was so amazing that the boy spent several minutes simply looking at the smooth and shiny blade, which reflected the bright sunlight. He was previously left-handed, but after his reincarnation he became ambidextrous, allowing him to wield one sword in each. But in order to perform such skillful maneuvers, it was necessary to thoroughly study the techniques of swordsmanship. The boy was very grateful to the commander for teaching him the technique of improving the body, but he was thinking about asking him to teach him how to use a blade as well. He was distracted from these thoughts by his older brother, who entered the yard. He was so sad that it was immediately noticeable. When Wanhuan tried to find out what happened, he replied that he had no desire to talk about it. However, he reported that the master who trained him non-stop returned next year. Juhuan planned to take the military service exam. The boy tried to support his brother, saying that he was working hard. It was obvious that it was very difficult for the man, despite how hard he worked. The eldest family member asked the boy not to start feeling sorry for him or overpraising him, because what he was going through now was nothing compared to what awaited him in the future. Suddenly, Juhuan noticed two swords sticking out from his little brother's belt. He hadn't noticed them before, so he asked where he got them from. With a wide smile, the young doctor said that it was a gift from Pio Zhong, the head of the blacksmiths, and then handed over the sword. Looking at the sword, which was polished to a shine and perfectly balanced, the man at first could not believe that it was the work of the same master from the forge. Such a specimen was clearly worth no less than 5 gold nyans, which made it an even more valuable gift. It was surprising that the younger brother did not pay a penny for such a valuable thing. It seemed that he was highly valued in the city. The boy said that he received it in gratitude for treating the blacksmiths at the request of their head, who did not know what to do with sick employees. Turning around, the man was surprised by the resourcefulness of the young man, who decided to take such a thing as payment for the work done. But the brother surprised me once again when he said that he took surgical instruments as payment, and that this was a gift as a token of gratitude. Now Ju Huan was interested in what kind of patients the young man had treated to receive such an excellent sword for free. The young doctor thought for a moment, and then began to list that he had treated several people with tetanus. This alone surprised the brother, but when he heard that Wanhuan had relieved another man from acute pain, his mouth dropped open in surprise. His younger brother literally spoke directly about saving people from certain death, and pretended that nothing unusual had happened. Until this point, the man was completely convinced that all these illnesses were fatal, but it seems that this opinion should be revised. What was also surprising was that Pio Zhong, who was known for his bad temper, gave someone a sword that he made with his own hands. This proved Wanhuan's words, so there was no longer any doubt that this little rascal had indeed done the impossible. It seems that all the rumors that were spreading around the city were not just words, because the blacksmiths really did make corrections. So it was safe to say that the rumors, to some extent, even underestimated the talent of young Huang. The boy suddenly realized that if Ju Huan believed in him, then his other brother would believe in him too, especially if he heard from others what he had managed to do. And if everything goes as it should, he will be able to convince his relatives that he is capable of performing the operation for his mother. Suddenly, Ju Huan voiced a very unexpected request. He wanted his brother to examine the granddaughter of the master who taught him. This was not what the young doctor expected to hear. He had hoped that they would finally talk about their sick mother. The brother began to say that he did not know what exactly the girl was ill with. He had only heard that the coach was looking for a capable doctor, who would help overcome the illness. It was strange that no one was told about the illness and it was kept a strict secret. It made you wonder what kind of strange illness the granddaughter had. Hugging his little brother, the man clarified that the master had heard something about Manhwa, since he had asked him whether he had really cured General Cao's tetanus. So now there was an agreement between the boys. The younger one should win the master's heart by healing his granddaughter, and the older one would help convince Huabong. Both guys agreed with these demands and wanted to help each other in these difficult matters. Conversations, intrigues, and secrets are inherent in every place on Earth. In this, the Kizan house was no different from others. The guard brought his charges to the lady, who was just having breakfast, and announced that they had returned safely. While drinking tea, the woman carefully examined Hisu and her younger sister, and said that the trip had been good for the girls, and she would let them go next year too. Having exhaled, the man already wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible before anything compromising happened. But his hopes for a peaceful departure were dashed the moment Hisu opened her mouth and asked if the lady had heard of Dr. Huabu. Mrs. Kizan thoughtfully asked if this was the young boy who had been the subject of conversations recently. Nodding her head, the girl said that they met him in a poor village, and the local villagers even introduced them to each other. When the maid told her that the boy treated people for free, the lady began to listen with great interest, because she had heard rumors about the mysterious medical abilities that Huang possessed. But the lady began to get nervous about why the girl suddenly decided to talk about this strange doctor. Hisu felt her hands begin to tremble nervously, so to hide her anxiety, she clutched her skirt. She went on to say that she asked him if he could cure syphilis, as she felt that she had a very capable doctor in front of her. As soon as this phrase sounded in the room, the woman's face instantly changed. The friendly smile was replaced by the stern look of a tyrant. Not only were there loud scandals brewing in the Kizan household, one of the officials was extremely angry when he was informed that Colonel Cao had begun to notice something. The same strange man from the archive reported that Cao Ren was interested in the last traces they left behind. This information caused the elderly official to squeeze his wine cup so hard that it simply cracked in his hands. He couldn't believe that they were faced with such a problem, just because of one stupid bandit who was entrusted with this information by chance. What was most irritating was that of all the people in this city, the criminal had encountered General Cao. To smooth things over, the mysterious man from the archives said that he was ready to get rid of Cao Ren as soon as the order was received. But the old man said that one should not underestimate the young master and look down on him, because cutting off the tail is not the same as cutting off the whole body. The bandit's accomplice began to say that he would personally take care of this matter, but the official said that he trusted the man standing in front of him, but there was no point in killing for now. After all, the Commander Cao was the direct and henceforth only heir of his family, whose inheritance would include all the possessions and high status. With such people, you should not rush to enter into conflicts or open warfare until you can avoid unnecessary fuss. Now the old man was more interested in whether his subordinate had been able to find out about a certain doctor named Wan Huan. The man said that he had managed to find out that the Cao family had bought iron traps from him and paid 100 silver coins for it. No iron trap could cost that much money. There was no doubt that this guy had given the Cao family evidence and exposed his identity. Placing his hand meaningfully on his sword, the man showed his willingness to deal with the Wang family if the order came. But in the official's opinion, these impoverished representatives of the nobility were worth nothing, so there was no need to waste time on them. It was much easier to simply kill the young doctor rather than deal with his family. So now the bandit's task was to bring Wan Huan's head. The tension in the Kizan household was growing with each passing second. The lady rudely asking what the doctor had answered regarding the treatment of syphilis. When the girl replied that the doctor needed to look at the patient before drawing conclusions, the woman thought about it. Everyone knew that such diseases were incurable, and in 100% of cases resulted in death. And Kaizen herself saw how they tried to treat some with decoctions and ointments, but so far none of the patients had recovered. The girl began to lose hope when her mistress began to scream and ask if the doctor had really not promised anything, but had simply said that he needed to examine the girl. If a stupid doctor had said something like that, the woman would have simply ignored it. But if rumors were to be believed, this guy was not stupid at all. There was no denying the information that people were discussing, that Wan Huan had cured soldiers who were dying and was able to cure a kernel of tetanus. Perhaps this man could have overcome a disease like syphilis. Who knows? Maybe it was the long-awaited salvation. Seeing that Keeson's defense was cracking, the girl became more insistent in saying that they could bring a doctor here. Unexpectedly, even the security guard joined in the persuasion, saying that he could go get Wan Huan and bring him here. The man said that it was this young man who had taken care of his wound when even the doctor had given up, so no one would be worse off if he came to look at the sick woman. The spoken words made all the girls in the house whisper excitedly, secretly from their mistress. Coming closer, the guard asked if Huang were to cure the employee. Wouldn't it be a great help to the entire Kiseng household? Despite all the persuasion, the woman still had doubts. She had been disappointed and deceived so many times that she no longer knew who to trust. The houseworkers also didn't know how to react to the news about the doctor, because no one had ever said that Cho Sol could get better. But the head of the house could not simply give in and allow one of her best girls to die right before her eyes. Cho Sol was a third-generation beauty of Cao County. She was a special Jisang, who made even the headman pay dearly before becoming his mistress. The number of men lining up just to get a glimpse of her face could wrap around the house several times over. She was indeed an incomparable beauty, but now illness took it from her and left her to suffer. The lady entered the sick girl's room. The woman's heart sank every time she looked at the unfortunate girl. Noticing the visitor, Cho Sol jumped up from the bed and grabbed the lady by the sleeve. She wanted this torment to finally end. Her skin was covered in painful wounds. She held on as long as she could, but she could not bear this torment any longer. The lady could not listen to the fact that they did not even have money for treatment, and her ward did not want to be a burden on the house. Tired of pain and suffering, the girl wanted it all to end. She wanted to leave this life while she still had sanity. These words helped the lady make a final decision about whether to bring a doctor into the house. To the surprise of the sick and exhausted Cho Sol, the mistress said that she would call a capable healer, spend money, but she must stop saying such terrible words. The female employees were highly valued in this place. They came here to avoid dying of hunger, and not because they wanted to die from a terrible disease. Making her tone more severe, the lady reminded the patient of what she had done to avoid dying on the street, so now it was worth pulling herself together. Dr. Sun and his colleague Dongban were unable to find a cure for this disease. But Mrs. Kiseng found someone who could take a new look at the disease. Tears glistened in the eyes of the unfortunate woman when she heard that they would fight for her life and not just send her away to die. They wanted to completely cure her and not bury her. Stroking the crying girl on the shoulder, the mistress of the house said that she shouldn't give up so easily and say goodbye to life. Now someone else had to say goodbye to life, someone who was ready to betray anyone for his own benefit. The commander Cao Ren took his warriors and stormed the house of one of the traitors who was passing information to the bandits. He was looking for a man named So Bang, whose handwriting matched the one on the parchment that Wan Huan showed. When the man realized that this person was not on the territory of the house, it became clear that this sly fellow had already sniffed out everything. This indicated that the traitor was not alone. Jumping out into the courtyard, Cao Ren realized that he was absolutely wrong when he tried to catch the tail. Now it was impossible to let the enemies go so easily. The warriors who served the family were ordered to search every corner of the estate and find some evidence. As he climbed onto his horse, the man thought about the fact that he had been in the archives only 4 days ago, and that during that time someone had found out about his search. This confirmed that there was a whole network of traitors at work, who helped the criminals for money and passed on important data to them. That day, he only saw 2 officials named Go Dong and Jae Su Dong, and they had caught his eye more than 3 times. There was a feeling inside that the commander had to find them at any cost, because they were the key to the solution. At the officials' residence, they had no idea that a real hurricane would soon hit them. When Cao Ren opened the door and began to question the 2 men, the others said that they had left the district, arguing that So Bang had ordered them to do something. Now all doubts have disappeared. If these officials left the district, then the traitor So Bang gave them a pass to do so and help them escape. When the commander asked the men if they knew where the traitors had gone, one of them said that he had spotted them at the Kadak Bridge. It was a very small bridge near the border, which was located not far from the village of the poor. Thinking about the purpose for which the traitors went there, Cao Ren could not find a single reason. When he suddenly remembered that it was there that Wan Huan, who found the bandit's letter, worked, it couldn't be a simple coincidence. Having mounted his horse, he quickly headed towards the Kadak Bridge. He needed to save the boy from those who wanted to harm him. It was lucky that on that day the guy was moved to leave the village and go to another place on his own business. When he finally arrived at Kiseng's house, he was met there by his housekeeper, Mai Hyang. She was quite friendly and polite. It seemed that she cared about the sick woman, because the first thing she did was take the doctor to her. The guy was also pleasantly surprised that for the first time in all this time, no one was surprised by his age, but simply took him to the patient. During the day, the house was very cozy. You couldn't even tell that at night, the most unpleasant representatives of society came here. Approaching the door, the women did not rush in as if it were her own place. She first warned Cho-sol that she would now let in the doctor she had spoken about yesterday. Having heard this pleasant news, the girl began to get up from her bed because she wanted to meet the important guest not in a lying position. Her gaze caught on the beautiful bronze mirror that stood on the bedside table. So Chul didn't even want to look at him because his once beautiful face was covered with painful wounds. But she realized that now was not the time to be weak. The moment had come when she needed to gather all her strength into a fist and fight for her life to the last. It was unclear who this doctor was and how effective his help would be, but the girl firmly decided that she would live. The only thing that really hurt was that other people avoided her, saying that she was somehow unclean, although it was not her fault that she had this disease. Gathering her strength, she let the mistress and the doctor into the room to finally hear how bad her situation was. It was obvious how worried Cho-sol was because her body was shaking slightly and it was impossible to hide. When the doctor touched her, she was very surprised because no one had done this for a long time, fearing to become infected with the same disease. He wanted her not to get up from her place, but to lie comfortably because she had to endure severe pain, so there was no point in increasing it by expressing greetings. Mei Hyang, who was watching this, was glad that finally in front of them stood a person who thought about his patients and not his own ego. While the patient lay there, the doctor carefully examined the wounds on her body, their size, and the areas where they appeared most often. Turning her head, Cho-sol tried not to meet the guy's gaze. He was so quiet it embarrassed her even more. From the examination, Manhwa concluded that at this stage the reproductive organs were severely damaged, making going to the toilet very painful. The embarrassed girl blushed even more. She nodded her head and asked how the doctor knew about such details. Continuing to examine her hand, he replied that at this stage it was possible there should still have been bleeding. The young man understood that the girl lying in front of him had a very hard time, but he was here to ease her suffering. The astonished lady of the house could not believe that the doctor was making such conclusions, since usually they only spoke about this after they lifted the patient's hem. Looking at his new medical devices, Manhwa was eager to use them for the first time for the benefit of humanity. Of course, ideally, it would have been necessary to first collect the necessary samples and observe the reaction, but the situation was such that there was no time left. Moreover, the guy has already made sure that penicillin works and has not harmed anyone yet. Having examined the patient's hands again, the young man made sure that there was no allergic reaction and that it was possible to inject the drug. While filling the syringe with penicillin, Manhwa warned the girl that she might feel pain at the injection site. Having done her job, all that was left was to hope that it would help ease the terrible pain that the unfortunate woman was experiencing. However, he decided to take a sample from the abscess to see how it reacted to the drug. The lady closely watched this process. It was absolutely obvious to her that this doctor was radically different from those who came here. Not only was the boy not shocked by Cho-sol's appearance, he also touched her and treated her as if nothing had happened, which was not typical of his predecessors. When the young man asked Mei Hyang for a favor, she jumped up in surprise. He asked for someone to wipe the girl's wounds because she might be embarrassed in front of him. He handed her the medicine and told her to apply it to a cotton cloth and gently wipe each wound. Seeing the woman's uncertain face, Manhwa reassured her, saying that the disease was not transmitted through touch, so there was no need to worry about anyone getting infected. Bowing, the boy expressed his sincere hopes that his order would be carried out and that the girl would be properly taken care of. As he left the room, he promised to visit tomorrow morning. He needed to see how the wounds were reacting to the ointment. Mei Xiang's soul suddenly felt so warm and light. She had never seen such a doctor before. He knew exactly what to do with syphilis. But the patient was not particularly happy. The girl assumed that all these efforts could again be in vain. Looking at the hope that appeared on the owner's face, Cho-sol decided that she could still trust this boy. The commander drove his horse so fast that stones flew from its hooves and a column of dust rose up. As he drove across the bridge, he could only hope that he was not too late and would not find the boy's lifeless corpse. The traitors lying in ambush were very surprised when they saw Cao Zhen, which spoiled all their future plans. They talked about how Baek Yun should have arrived here by now, but then they decided to get down to business and write some kind of note. After that, they tied her to a pigeon's leg and sent her where they needed to go, thinking that the plan might work. They needed to join the rest of the group of traitors and bandits as soon as possible, because together they had a higher chance of survival. After returning from Kisang's house, Manhwa went to his village hospital, unaware of the danger that was lurking just nearby. As soon as the guy crossed the threshold, Obo immediately ran up to him and said that a guest was waiting for him. It was a grown man who, with a sad look, asked the doctor to help save his beloved wife. Of course, Manhwa expressed his willingness to help and asked the woman to enter his hospital so that he could have a chance to examine her. Hearing that the unfortunate woman couldn't even get out of bed because she had a headache and couldn't walk, the guy thought it was serious. So the man asked the doctor to go with him to his home and conduct an examination on the spot. Taking his notebook, the young man said that he would come to them and asked for their name and address. The stranger said that he owned a fabric store in Sodongmok, but his name was Baek Yun, so he was not a simple husband who took care of his wife, but a liar who started a dangerous game. The boy didn't even suspect who was standing in front of him, so he wasn't embarrassed by the request to examine the patient right now because she was feeling very bad. If someone couldn't even move, then it was a serious matter, but the journey to Sodongmok and back would take at least 2 hours. Seeing the doctor's doubts, the man began to manipulate and persuade, telling the young man to do this at least out of respect for the journey he had taken. Manhwa thought about what to do. He had no patience at the moment, and he was seriously worried about this disease. When that stupid boy finally agreed to fulfill his request, Baek Yun barely managed to hide his satisfied smile. They walked through a dense forest thicket, but even then, the guy thought that he was following a caring husband and not a traitor. It was good that before leaving, Obo asked Huang to take his swords because he heard that bandits were often encountered along this route. At the moment, they were really bothering the boy, and he regretted that he had taken 2 of his blades, and now they were slowing down his step. The young man was distracted from these thoughts by a snow-white dove that flew straight to his new acquaintance. The way the bird landed on the man's shoulder and he, instead of being surprised, began to examine it, was extremely suspicious. After analyzing what he saw, the guy concluded that it was a homing pigeon, but these birds only flew to places where they had already been before. When disturbing thoughts came to the young man's head, he asked if the man had just been sent a message, and then smiled as if nothing had happened. The explanation was that the letter said that his wife had lost consciousness again, so they needed to hurry. These words convinced the naive young man, who now sped up and agreed to the proposal to take a shortcut. The stranger suggested going along a completely unknown path that lay through even denser thickets. It was becoming increasingly difficult to make his way through them, but strangely enough, the gentleman felt very confident here and walked incredibly quickly. When the boy called out to him, he turned around and apologized, explaining his acceleration by the fact that he was very worried about his wife's condition. Manhwa didn't have any solid suspicions, but he felt something bad was coming and it made him feel uncomfortable. Then he reassured himself that the message about losing consciousness was logical. It seemed that the woman's anemia was getting worse and taking a shortcut was the right thing to do. It was just strange that the shortcut ran through the mountains. This raised more and more questions. Moreover, there was a small road that led directly to Sodongmok, so there was no point in going around through the mountains. Now the guy understood that his friend's actions were not only strange but also suspicious. Looking closely, Manhwa noticed that the man's right shoulder was well developed, his waist was thin, and his hips were massive. He didn't look like an ordinary merchant at all. Looking warily at the man walking ahead, the guy decided that it would be a good idea to test one theory. A sudden scream made Baek Yun turn around and see what had happened to his victim, whom he had almost lured into his net. Seeing that the boy had crouched down and was clutching his leg, he ran up to him. It turned out that the doctor had twisted his leg after stepping on a stone. It was part of Manhwa's plan. He said it wasn't that bad and extended his hand in the hope that his companion would help him up. When their hands touched, the boy had no more doubts about who was standing in front of him because the stranger's palms were calloused, which showed that he was not a merchant at all. These were the hands of a martial artist who trained tirelessly to perfect his skills. The boy was overcome with anxiety and decided to buy time by saying that he needed to get some needles in order to walk normally. Drawing his sword, the young man realized that if this man had come for him, then it was worth determining, and if not, then it was never too late to apologize. To begin with, it was worth suppressing this man, who was clearly planning something bad against him. When Baek Yun saw the weapon in his victim's hands, he jumped back because he didn't expect such a turn of events. Stopping, the criminal said that it would be strange if the boy did not suspect anything when he saw a carrier pigeon. Finally, the traitor revealed himself, saying that it was necessary to drag Manhwa away and get rid of him, because that way it would have been cleaner. But now he had no choice but to kill the young doctor right there on the spot. Having taken out his weapon, the man immediately rushed straight towards his victim. It was clear that there was no need to expect mercy from him. Manhwa narrowly avoided a sword strike that would have likely severed his head. Having missed, Baek Yun wanted to scream in anger because he expected that he would not have any problems with his victim. But everything turned out to be completely different because the young doctor demonstrated good skills that helped him survive until this second. Gritting his teeth, the criminal began to think about how it was possible that an ordinary village doctor could wield a sword so skillfully. It was scary that there was now a possibility that he would die just because he had underestimated this child. Looking at his enemy, Juan didn't know what to do because he didn't want to kill, but for now he simply had no other choice. Assessing his opponent, the boy realized that he reminded him of his brother, who never lost his vigilance for a second during the fight. The conclusion that followed from this was that the more he stood still and slowed down, the more vulnerable it would make him. So the boy quickly responded with his own attack, which forced the bastard to retreat a little and give him room to maneuver. Now Baek-yun clearly understood that he was facing a person who was trained in swordsmanship, which made his job extremely difficult. But although the young man had skills, they were not perfected, as one could see a gap in his defense. As the sword approached his stomach, Juan suddenly felt a sudden warmth filling his body from the inside and causing him to tremble. This feeling became more and more strange. Now it seemed as if small lightning bolts were piercing the body and trying to break out. This power filled the guy so much that he didn't even control it, but it helped him a lot, because it moved him to a safer place, away from the enemy and his deadly blade. Baek-yun couldn't believe his eyes, because his sword was about to touch his opponent, but the next moment, the youth was already standing several meters away from him. It was amazing, because only masters who had mastered the energy of Qi could use such tricks. It became clear that the bandit was not just dealing with a doctor, but with someone who was hiding his true potential from everyone in the world. Taking advantage of the sudden acceleration, Juan decided to attack, because standing and waiting for the enemy to make the first move was a very unwise decision. This act surprised the traitor so much that he thought he had fallen into some kind of madness, where the young doctor was fighting as if he had undergone special training. The blow was simply astonishingly powerful. It helped Juan achieve what he wanted, namely, to leave his opponent without a weapon. Such power seemed impossible, something inaccessible to an ordinary warrior who does not possess secret knowledge and techniques. This was followed by another blow, which this time did not hit the blade but the living flesh that was so defenseless. Blood splattered everywhere, and Baek-yun's eyes rolled back in unexpected pain. Needless to say, the man clearly didn't think he would be killed by his own victim. This is how battles can end, in which you underestimate your enemies and think that you can defeat anyone. But the young man himself suffered a little, because when it was all over, he bent over in pain, which forced him to fall to his knees. He barely managed to dodge because he suddenly decided to use the spiritual Qi energy that General Cao taught him. If it weren't for her, the doctor could have said goodbye to his life and gone straight to the next world, from where he had already returned. Unbuttoning his outer clothing, Juan discovered a wound on his side, which he immediately poured with some kind of healing herbal decoction. It was deep enough that it was worth hurrying to stitch it up before too much blood flowed out. In order not to scream in pain, he clenched his teeth on a thick branch. The boy almost lost consciousness because the sensation was not pleasant. Baek-yun's accomplices were glad that they did not hear any extraneous sounds. They believed that this indicated that they were already finishing with the doctor. They decided it was high time to join their ally and help him finish what they came to this wilderness for. But when they approached the designated place, they found no one, so they looked carefully into every bush so as not to miss anything. After walking a few more meters, they came to a small path, and there they saw the one they were ready to follow, their leader lying lifelessly on the rocky ground. Fear penetrated the men to the bone, because they were sure that they were dealing with an ordinary doctor who was only capable of mixing his herbs. A moment later, they noticed their target trying to escape, heading back to where they had brought him from. They weren't going to let him do that. Feeling immense anger at what this doctor had done to their leader, the men decided that they needed to finish the job and catch up with the boy. Juan heard strange sounds and realized that he had been spotted and was now being chased. In his current state, this was bad news. His side was burning with fire. He could neither run away nor fight two opponents at the same time. Luck was clearly not on his side now. It was worth at least running out of the forest. Then he could go a little further and go out to more crowded places where they would not attack him so openly. The boy could already see how the thick trees parted, and a field where men were harvesting could be seen. They definitely wouldn't kill him in front of these people. Joy had already risen inside him, because he had almost reached the place that would help him escape from these bandits. Those who were working in the field were distracted because they heard screams and noticed that someone was running out of the forest in panic. It was a strange phenomenon. But when they noticed the boy had a sword, they immediately became alarmed. because this could mean that the person standing in front of them was not at all innocent. Following this, the villagers saw blood and assumed that some bandit who had broken away from his gang was standing in front of them. Seeing the people's frightened looks, Manhwa realized with disappointment that his plan had gone down the drain and that these cowards were unlikely to help him. As luck would have it, his pursuers had already appeared on the horizon and were almost catching up. These people would definitely not spare him, but would immediately cut him down on the spot. There was no other choice but to run straight towards the field. The boy tried not to think about what this could turn out to be for him. The pursuers did not lag behind and were already on the heels of their target, who was so desperately trying to escape from them, they were ready to avenge Baek-yun. Realizing that at this rate he would soon lose his life, Manhwa drew his sword and took a defensive position, preparing for the decisive battle. The bandits realized that they couldn't relax, because after all, this guy had pulled out a sword, and this was another reminder that he had killed their leader. Not wanting to wait for someone to attack him first, Manhwa decided to attack, since a battle was inevitable anyway. Noticing that the young man's attack did not pose much of a threat, the bandits decided that they could repel him by blocking the sword. But the attack was not as simple as it seemed to the men. The boy did not just strike with a sword, he literally cut their weapon in two. The blows followed one after another, and eventually the boy achieved that the scarlet liquid sprinkled the ground under his feet. The bandit, who was still alive, looked at his dead accomplice with horror. It was the first time he had seen a doctor who could deal with such an experienced warrior. It was hard to believe that some boy could kill Godong and Baek-yun with just a few swings of his blade. What was especially alarming was that the sword in the hands of the young man literally burned with power. The techniques he mastered were clearly not simple. Even though Manhwa's entire body was in unbearable pain, he remained on his feet and was ready to continue the brutal fight with the traitor. Feeling a sudden surge of strength within himself, the boy lunged forward and attacked again, this time putting in even more force than usual. But still, the scoundrel managed to dodge, and the blade did not touch either him or his sword, which would have been nice to destroy. The bandit was simply amazed by the strength and speed demonstrated by this young man, whom he considered a helpless child. It was clear that in front of him was someone who could not just block a blow, but bend solid steel with just one touch, and he needed to be finished off once and for all. Having assessed the enemy, the young doctor realized that he needed to act immediately, because his body was gradually weakening, so it was worth finishing now. After delivering another blow, the guy managed to ensure that the enemy's blade was badly damaged, but still functional. But this did not last long, because after applying a little more effort, a pleasant crack of metal was heard, and part of the blade flew away. Looking at what was left of the sword, the last traitor did not know what to do, because now his affairs were very bad, and he saw no solution to the problem. When it dawned on him that he simply had no chance in this situation, the man decided to do the only thing that came to mind. He turned around and started running away. The guy's side hurt unbearably, but he couldn't let this criminal escape like that and be a threat to the locals. A little girl who wanted to take food to her father, who was working in the fields, turned around abruptly when she heard someone running up to her. The scoundrel saw a great opportunity to protect his own skin at the cost of another person's well-being. Such actions spoke of his desperate situation. Grabbing the frightened little girl, he decided that she was his ticket to a free life and a successful escape from the doctor. When Manhwa saw that this scoundrel decided to take a hostage, he was simply shocked that this man dared to call himself a man. Lifting the baby into his arms, he placed the stump of his sword against her neck and told the healer to stand still. Otherwise, it would have been easy for him to cut the tender flesh of this little girl, who has only lived in this world for a short time. The villain's triumph did not last long, because the blow came from where he least expected it. Someone's sword stuck right into his head. Before he died, the thought flashed through his mind that this was his retribution for all the sins he had committed. This blade belonged to Manhwa, who managed to launch it so quickly that the enemy did not have time to react. When the girl ran to a safe distance, the boy was finally able to exhale and head towards the defeated enemy. At this time, Colonel Cao arrived in time, witnessed this spectacle, and was simply amazed by what he saw. It was very unusual to see a peace-loving doctor in the image of a warlike savior of poor villagers who were taken hostage by a traitor. Of course, the man knew about Manhwa's talent for martial arts, but he didn't even suspect that he could be so good at it. Slowly approaching his friend, Cao Ren asked if he was okay. The boy was very surprised to see him there. After looking at the doctor, the commander immediately suggested returning to Sochun. He could take the guy on his horse, but he asked to wait for him for another minute, after which he went towards the defeated enemy and the little girl who was trembling with fear. The boy put a gentle expression into his voice and asked the girl if she was very scared. He apologized for scaring her. Hearing these words, the little girl burst into tears even more. Juan sat down next to her, stroked her head, and asked if she was hurt anywhere. The commander watched this spectacle with a smile. He was pleased to realize that his friend was not only a skilled doctor, but also a good person. Despite the firmness and even cruelty that he could use at the right moment, the boy was a caring healer to the core. When the boys finally reached the poor village, all Juan dreamed of was just sitting down and breathing a sigh of relief. This is what he did while young Obo tended his wounds, dressed them, and bandaged them. When he finished, the boy asked his assistant to leave him alone with General Cao, and he complied with the request without question. The men waited until the little boy walked out the door and gave them the opportunity to normally discuss everything that had happened that day. Juan was the first to speak, expressing his assumption that Genya knew something about what happened. After looking at the boy carefully, the heir of the Cao family said that he assumed that the one who was secretly communicating with the bandits was keeping an eye on the doctor. After thinking about it, he concluded that in that case, they should have found out that it was he who handed over the parchment, and this person should be close to Cao and know about his every step. It was clear that the bandits were trying to stop the transmission of information, so it could be assumed that they would not give up until the young man died. The commander assured him that there was no need to worry about this, because he would assign a person to him, even if he had to pay for it out of his own pocket. The way Juan reasoned impressed the man greatly, as he was able to assess the situation and understand the circumstances, which was unusual for people his age. Getting up from his chair, the guy said that even if they hired security for him, he wouldn't be able to live like this forever. He was obliged to protect himself on his own. Upon hearing this, Cao Ren immediately suggested that he learn the secret art that his family possessed, and the young man thought this idea was simply excellent. Coming closer, Jen asked if the boy had noticed anything unusual about those who had set a trap for him. After thinking for a bit, he replied that he was not sure of what he saw, as he was very tense due to an excess of emotions and experiences. But then he suddenly remembered that the bandits had a carrier pigeon, with the help of which they passed messages to each other. For some reason, this news really surprised the commander, and he asked again if the guy was sure that they had communicated in exactly this way. His surprise was due to the fact that raising such birds requires a lot of power, time, and money. So if they used this means of communication, it means they were very rich. These people sent bandits against the district soldiers and are now in hiding, so they were clearly not just pawns. Clutching his head, the guy only now realized what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. At this rate, he would soon go crazy. He began to be tormented by the anxiety that he had set in motion a clockwork mechanism that was about to set off a powerful explosion that would wipe him off the face of the earth. Chao Zhen was very unhappy with these thoughts, so in order to calm his friend down, he said that he would hire 2 or even 3 guards for him. But the guy didn't pay attention and was immersed in thinking that most likely his enemies would not retreat, even if he tried to escape at night. It was obvious that they could invade his house. In the worst case, even his family could suffer or even die. So something had to be done, and it was better to attack first. Suddenly, a thought came into his head, which he decided to share with the man standing next to him. The commander was very surprised when this young doctor suggested that he set a trap that would catch the bandits they were hunting. It was obvious from the boy that he already had a plan in his head because he looked lively and full of enthusiasm. Not everyone was happy that evening, and for some it turned out much worse than expected. One of the high-ranking officials who worked for the bandits was furious that his subordinates were killed by an ordinary healer. The man who reported said that it seemed like General Cao had intervened, but it was impossible to say for sure since everyone involved in the operation was now dead. The commander turned the department upside down, and now their comrades feared that their identities might be revealed. But the most interesting news was that in 10 days a Taiping envoy would arrive here. Just thinking about this messenger gave the old man a severe headache, because if he received the antidote, he would have to remain silent for 6 months. Clutching his head, the official said that at such a time, he would have to soften the punishment for all those responsible for the failure of the operation. So instead of killing himself, he ordered his subordinate to cut off the tail right now. The man did not want to do this, because then many of his comrades would fall. But in response, he heard that casualties were inevitable, since the commander was stirring up everything. So if a subordinate himself does not want to be among the killed, he should do what he is told. They needed to reduce their ranks by at least 10 people. Only then could they feel more or less safe. But the official also did not abandon his original goal. and said that he must receive the head of the young Dr. Huang in any case, because he couldn't afford to lose face when meeting the Taiping envoy who would be arriving any day now. While in his village hospital, the boy calmed himself down as best he could, helped by his instruments, which he cleaned and sorted. The next day, as promised, he went to Kizan's house, where he announced that the painful treatment for syphilis was almost complete. He was very grateful to Lady Mei Hyang for listening to his advice and helping him heal the patient by wiping the wounds with the ointment he gave her. The girl could not believe that she was now healthy, although she had suspected it since yesterday, when it became easier to eat and go to the toilet. Looking at the joyful So Chul, the mistress of the house could not rejoice enough. She had not felt such relief for a long time, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She was happy even though the guy couldn't heal the scars that remained on the girl's face. But then he surprised everyone when he started rummaging through his bag and saying that from that day on, they would be working on getting rid of scars. Neither the mistress nor especially her subordinate expected that they would be so lucky and that So Chul would not only be healed, but would also regain her beauty. Hearing these words, the girl could not hold back her tears because just a couple of days ago she believed that she would soon leave this world, and now she had hope for a normal life. She didn't even know how to thank the young doctor. She didn't understand what she should do to repay his debt. The boy rolled his eyes and told the girl not to be so melodramatic. She looked at him in bewilderment, because this word was unfamiliar to her. He changed the subject, saying that he had to admit that he couldn't guarantee that the scars would disappear, but he promised to do everything possible to return the girl to her previous appearance. So the young man advised not to have great hopes, but to focus on treatment, which would in any case bring positive results. First, you had to undress and turn over onto your back so that the doctor could have access to the scars. Then he started using needles. It was unpleasant, but So Chul distracted herself with thoughts about how her skin imperfections would be cured. Her heart was pounding so hard that she couldn't tell if it was because she was nervous or because she was looking forward to being healthy and beautiful again. Watching the doctor at work, the house manager Kaizen realized that in front of her was not only a professional, but also a good person. She was surprised that he could not only heal wounds, but also be focused after seeing Cho Sol's naked body. The only one who was flustered and embarrassed was Cho Sol herself, whose face was red and burning like fire. Having inserted the last needle, the doctor said that the treatment was over for today, and he thanked the girl for her hard work. After that, he turned away and said that the patient could change her clothes, because now she needed to get a good rest. For some reason, these words made the lady laugh a lot, but she didn't understand why the guy turned away in embarrassment if he had already seen everything. Without answering this question, Wan said that from tomorrow onwards, you should start using the ointment and rub the medicine into your skin as best you can. This will help you recover faster and start living a normal life, leaving the confines of this room. For some reason, the woman really enjoyed embarrassing her charge, so she said that she would rub the medicine into all the right places as best she could. Despite the hard day, at the end he delighted us with a beautiful sunset, which made the village of the poor beautiful. It was nice to return to the rural hospital, because after working here for a long time, it became a second home for the guy. Exhaling, he informed his assistant Obo that he had finally returned and said that he was very tired from today's work. But instead of a smiling boy, he was met by a young man who immediately stood up and greeted the doctor. At first, Juan was tense and even a little scared, but then he realized that standing in front of him was his current guard, who had been sent by General Cao. This strong man's name was Gona, and from now on, he would become Juan's shadow, following him everywhere. Commander Guo Na was a true professional in his field, so Cao Ren entrusted him with such an important task as protecting the doctor. Despite his trust in Zhenya, the boy was still worried about whether his guard would cope with the task, because their enemies were serious people. The next day, Juan allowed himself to sleep longer than usual, as he now had fewer patients since he was treating people from a neighboring village. The harvest was coming to an end, and it was already starting to get cold. So the question arose whether it was worth looking for a place for treatment in the city after the winter. Juan knew that the Yellow Turban Army would attack these lands very soon, so then he would be forced to treat only soldiers. The physician decided that it would be best if he wandered around the Central Plains and shared his medical practice with his colleagues. His attention was drawn to a cart that was flying across the fragile bridge at incredible speed, raising columns of dust in its wake. The man driving the cart did not slow down even when he saw people in his path. He simply shouted for them to move aside. The little boy was so confused that he literally froze in place, not knowing which way he should run. This turned out to be a fatal mistake because the cart never stopped, knocking the boy off his feet and causing him to fly several meters away. Juan witnessed all of this and screamed in horror, knowing what such falls could lead to. Not only did the boy get hit by the wheels of the cart, but he was also thrown off the bridge. Instead of helping the unfortunate man, the man did not stop, but indifferently turned away and drove on. The injured child was left lying in the shallow water, his face in the water and not moving at all. When Manhwa realized what condition the child might be in, he rushed to his aid without further ado, because the baby, in addition to the main injuries, could also choke. It was worth hurrying, because first aid also had to be provided on time. In some cases, it might simply not help. As he quickly made his way down the steep slope, the doctor could only hope that the boy was strong enough to survive. Having reached the victim, the first thing to do was to check his general condition and understand how serious the injuries were. A man named Dan was running behind. This gentleman was in a great hurry to get closer to the child, but the doctor warned that this could harm him. Falling to his knees, the broken father could not summon the courage to ask if his son was alive. He simply begged to save his child from death. The boy was alive. His pulse was racing, but his face was pale and his body was frozen, since he had been lying in the water all this time. When Manhwa felt the body for injuries, he found that the stomach was swollen and very hard. It looked very much like bleeding into the abdominal cavity. It was a bad sign, and if something was not done, the child could die. A few minutes later, the driver of the cart deigned to come down to them and said that, whatever the case, there was no need to stand in the middle of the road. At that moment, the father could not stand it and attacked the person responsible for his son's injury. He wanted to beat him to such a state that he would envy the boy. He shouted and asked why it was impossible to stop the cart when he saw a child on the road. Was there really no morality inside this man? But instead of admitting guilt or trying to somehow support the grieving father, the culprit stopped the fist with force. After this, he kicked the boy's father right in the stomach and ordered him to moderate his ardor, because he himself could end up in the water. When the man began to kick, the scoundrel kicked him hard and threw him back so that he fell not far from his son. Having looked over the result of his work with satisfaction, the cruel driver said that if the first blow was a mistake, then he did not regret the second one at all. Manhwa simply couldn't calmly listen to the words of this bastard. It was incomprehensible how such people even walked on earth. But the scoundrel continued his arrogant speech, saying that the village scum should know their place if they did not know what kind of man was sitting in the cart. Then the man from the cart spoke up and told his carrier to stop and shut up. The scoundrel dismounted and suddenly fell silent, listening to his master ordering them to give the victim some money and quickly leave this place. Having thrown a bag of money at his father's feet, the man began to leave. He felt that he had humiliated the father and his son enough. Finally, he added that the man should be grateful that he was not beaten and was given some silver coins. These words were simply unbearable to listen to, but Manhwa couldn't intervene because he had a child in his arms and his life was a priority. He decided that it was worth calling Obo, so he ordered his father to go to his hospital and bring an assistant here. There was no time to wait, so the guy decided to carefully transfer his little patient to the operating table, because judging by the swelling of the abdomen, a blood vessel had ruptured there. Running into the house, Manhwa called his guard Mr. Gona. His help now would not be at all superfluous either. The bodyguard ran up to the boy in confusion and asked what happened. Carefully laying the boy's body down, he replied that they had an urgent patient. It was necessary to prepare clean water, since it would be needed for the operation, and this is what Gona did. There was chaos and bustle all around, and it was at that moment that a man entered the building and began to complain that the hospital was located in such a disgusting place. It was the same scoundrel who had knocked down the boy, and now he demanded that a doctor be brought to him immediately. Manhwa was so angry that he growled at the bastard to wait outside if he didn't want anything broken. These words did not make the impudent man leave the house. He said that there was a bunch of bastards here who did not know their place. It seemed that he had ended up in a village of poor people. While palpating the patient's stomach, the guy realized that he needed to do something immediately, because it was becoming harder and harder. To ensure that no scoundrels would distract him from his work, the doctor asked his guard to take care of their arrogant guest, and Gona happily fulfilled this request. The impudent man again demanded that a doctor be brought to him, but Gona only asked why he dared to speak so informally at their first meeting. The guard said that the coachman was in a village of poor people, and if he did not treat them with respect, they would not respond in kind. These words angered the scoundrel, who said that there was a man in the cart who could not even be looked at without permission. So he once again demanded that a doctor be called. Gona chuckled and pointed out that for a bastard who served an important person, he wasn't very good at judging people. He said that the one the man called a brat was the doctor who was being sought after by the important person he served. The wounded boy began to come to his senses little by little, but his internal organs could have been torn, so something had to be done. It was obvious that the child was in incredible pain, and in such a state, Manhwa could not provide him with the necessary assistance. He understood that under no circumstances should he cut the abdomen. The best solution would be to open the area near the bleeding. When the boy was almost in despair, his ability, which was given to him during reincarnation, suddenly activated and helped. She showed very well in time that the bleeding was on the lower left side, so X-ray vision is a real treasure. Finally, Obo arrived, rushing into the house with alarm and pushing aside the men standing on the threshold. The doctor ordered the boy to wash his hands immediately because they needed to begin an urgent operation. When the scoundrel, who still didn't want to leave, realized that in front of him was indeed a young doctor, he said that it was necessary to urgently examine a patient. In his opinion, Manhwa should have taken care of his master's treatment, and he could have helped the poor little man later. At this point, Go-na intervened, tapping his sword on the man's shoulder and saying that this was the last warning to wait outside. While putting a bandage on his face, the doctor asked the guard to make sure that no one entered the house. This gave the man the right to happily throw the impudent scoundrel right out onto the street where he belonged. But such actions did not stop, but on the contrary, angered the impudent man, who was not going to leave the territory just like that. He was outraged by the way these simpletons behaved. He did not understand why they allowed themselves to be so disrespectful. When he wanted to attack again, Go-na really enjoyed the moment when he had to kick that bastard with his foot. When he flew back a few meters, the guard finally felt the long-awaited satisfaction. He had only known this man for a couple of minutes, but he irritated him incredibly. Suddenly, the doors of the carriage opened, and a man came out and said that all this fighting should be stopped. There were wounds on this man's face. Apparently, it was because of them that he came to the village doctor, because obviously, no one else could help him. His servant immediately rose from the ground and began to bow, telling his master that he had made a huge mistake when he attacked these strangers. Taking a closer look, Commander Go-na suddenly realized that the face of the man from the carriage seemed very familiar to him. When he realized who was standing in front of him, he hurried to bow to Mr. Guo, who had the greatest status in society. The guard thought that they were all doomed, because in front of them stood Go-cho, a representative of the most influential family in the country. The man looked at Go-na with interest and asked how he recognized him. He replied that he had met him at his birthday party. The representative of the influential family guessed that the person standing in front of him was a military man who worked for General Cao, and he confirmed this guess. Go-cho frowned at the man and said that he didn't know what was going on here, but that the commander should tell his superior that he saw him. After this, the guard was ordered to step aside. He could not disobey and do it differently. When this man called out to the Dr. Huang from the doorway, he said that he had no idea who was standing in front of him. It didn't matter to him what the patient's status was, so he asked the man to wait outside while he finished with the boy. Manhwa didn't just ask, he literally growled those words so loudly that arguing with him was simply useless. This behavior seriously angered this high-ranking guest. He could not believe that such a rude scoundrel was standing in front of him. What irritated him most was that he had deigned to come in person and not call a doctor to the house. But despite this, he was faced with such an attitude. Go-cho said that in front of him stood an ordinary amateur who dared to thoughtlessly open his mouth towards a citizen like him. Ignoring the doctor's words, he entered the house and said that he had come trusting in his humble medical skill, so that if he did not wish to die, he should cure him right now. Finally, looking at the insolent guest, Manhwa said that in the opinion of an amateur like him, his patient must have contracted syphilis. Since the man was throwing around words about how the boy was only practicing the humble art of medicine, he decided to stop his arrogant speeches and speak directly. It would be more appropriate for such a high-ranking guest to turn to another greater physician. These words made Go-cho really angry. He was literally seething with anger. No one had ever treated him with such disdain. Obviously, this boy wanted to die. But such phrases had no effect on the guy. He replied that such a person could kill an ordinary doctor at any other time. But if Manhwa doesn't cure this bastard, no one else will, and he will end up dying too. Then the boy told in all the colors what future awaited this man if he was not treated. He informed that his whole body would rot alive, and no one would be able to help him. So if Go-cho thought the doctor standing in front of him was crazy, he only had to wait 2 months and he would become just as crazy. The enraged man shouted that apparently the young man did not want a peaceful death because he was not the only doctor in the country. One word, and there would be a court doctor in Go-cho's chambers. But this hysteria also did not work on Manhwa. He only said that in this case, he could kill him and be treated by anyone. Turning around, The boy threw out one last thing, that they would see this man in hell in exactly 2 months, but his death would be quick, and Gocho would have to suffer a lot. Having left the village house, the representative of a noble family could not believe that he was thrown out by an ordinary doctor. But the fact remained that this boy had cured some girl of syphilis, so he should be able to cure him too. This man was so cruel that he decided that as soon as this scoundrel cured him, he would get rid of him and the entire village along with its inhabitants. The more the man thought about it, the more disgusted he felt, so he decided to return to the cart and wait. Before he sat back down in his seat, he suddenly wondered how injured the kid was. Then he decided to go back and beat up the soldier, who had made him wait for some trifle, like a wounded poor man. When he re-entered the hospital, he witnessed a startling sight. The operation on the child's stomach was in full swing. This man saw Manhwa cutting open the stomach of a living person, and it filled him with real horror. The doctor was not at all distracted by extraneous sounds. He needed to find the bleeding vessel and stitch it up. Fear gripped Gocho. All his bravado disappeared, and he realized that in front of him was a dangerous man who called ripping open his stomach a cure. The man ran from there as fast as he could. He wanted to forget everything he had just seen. The emotions took over his body so much that he suddenly felt a strong need to go to the toilet. So he decided to find a place where no one would see him. His search for a secluded place led him into the forest thicket, where he tried to hide among the trees. In his case, it was not so easy to relieve himself, because due to his illness, he experienced unbearable pain and burning in his intimate areas every time. He searched for a long time for someone who could help him, but many famous doctors just threw up their hands or sold him useless medicines. Then the man remembered that there were rumors that only a professional could open the belly. So if the guy was treating syphilis, this operation wasn't such a crazy thing. Gocho was about to stand and watch the operation when he suddenly saw a man rushing into the hospital calling for a doctor. It was the boy's father, who was interested in his son's condition and the prognosis of whether he would live at all. Manhwa finished the operation and exhaled heavily. When the young doctor said that the child was alive, Gocho was simply shocked because he saw with his own eyes how this boy was literally cut open on that table. It was hard to wrap my head around it because now the guy was standing there smiling and saying that the operation had been successful. It was simply impossible to believe this, so the man decided to go to the hospital and see with his own eyes whether the boy had died. Seeing that the child was indeed alive, Gocho realized that this doctor was even more incredible than they said. Manhwa cautiously approached the rude man and asked him to lie down, as he had been waiting for a long time for the operation to be completed. While the young man was examining him, the cruel man thought that perhaps he shouldn't kill this guy because he could be useful if used correctly. But first he wanted to make sure that Dr. Huang was really capable of curing what everyone considered an incurable disease and simply threw up their hands. After completing the initial examination, Manhwa said that he provided emergency treatment, but in order for the treatment to have any effect, he needed to come to the hospital every day. Without saying a word, Gocho threw the doctor a bag of money. It was so unexpected that he didn't even have time to refuse. The guy wanted to return the money, saying that he was being paid after treatment, but the man did not take it, saying that it was a reward for the show he saw. This cruel man enjoyed watching the doctor save the child by ripping open his stomach. After this, the carriage drove away, but the guy stood there for a few more minutes in bewilderment and watched as this strange gentleman walked away. His guard started to say that it was a real stroke of luck that such people were interested in him, but Huang felt dirty after communicating with this scoundrel. These words frightened Commander Guo, and he said that Mr. Guo, the head of the most influential family in the area, had just come to see them. Finally, it dawned on the boy who he had just been arguing with. It was the conglomerate of the nation itself. Behind him and the Cao family merely ran the province. Also, this man was notorious for his nasty character, so Gona advised the guy to be careful. Now Manhwa understood why he didn't accept ordinary people. It was problematic that he now had to treat such a patient. There's nothing that can be done now. While he was undergoing treatment, he didn't pose any threat, so it's worth worrying about later. After giving the bag of money to Obo, the boy asked her to give it to the father of Dan, the boy he had just operated on. The assistant wanted to object, saying that this was money for treatment, but the doctor replied that these funds belonged to the village. It was surprisingly calm and quiet in the Kaizen house today. No one was disturbing or making unnecessary noise. The mistress was walking around her property and decided to go to the one she was most worried about. So Chul was no longer sleeping and happily greeted the woman. Taking a look at the girl, Mei Hiang couldn't help but let out a surprised sigh. What she saw clearly made her happy. Not understanding why they were looking at her like that, the girl asked what the reason was. The woman answered with difficulty that in just a few days her charge's face had become much better. Of course, everyone had heard about the fame of the Dr. Huang, but to see such miracles in person was simply amazing. The lady was already grateful to him for curing So-chul's syphilis, but for him to return her face to its former appearance, she was ready to give any amount of money. Smiling, So-chul said that they were lucky to have encountered a true master of the medical craft, who also turned out to be a good person. Frowning, the girl told her mistress that when she was completely cured, she no longer wanted to be her kaizen. These words did not please the woman at all. She asked what the girl was going to do, because due to the treatment she had no money left at all. Taking her mistress by the hand, she replied that she might laugh at her, but now a desire to become a doctor was born in her heart. Then Mei Hiang realized that it was all about Wan Huan. He was so good at healing that others were inspired by his example. She told her ward that she should think carefully about her decision, because not everyone is destined to become a great doctor. Also, the girl may hold back the promising future of the Dr. Huang if he's distracted by her training. The lady added that if So-chul is really interested in this topic, she can study in the organization that Mei Hiang herself is a member of. The girl looked at her mistress with interest, and she told her that she was an association of lower-class people to collect and exchange information, called the Hao Sect. This conversation was covered by another maid, who informed the women that the Dr. Huang had already arrived at the house. Embarrassed by such an early visit, So-chul plopped down under the blanket, but she was still impatient to see the young doctor. She hid her smile under the blanket when she heard that such an early visit was due to the fact that the guy wanted to see her condition. The lady also noticed that the young man arrived much earlier than they expected, but he said that he had another house call. Hearing that the boy was heading to the flower pavilion of the Kizan house, the girl stood up abruptly and opened her mouth in surprise. A thought arose in her head that Manhwa was sick, but the guy didn't know who was sick. The lady shared information that she had heard that not long ago, Manhwa had actually fallen ill with syphilis, and the gentleman of the flower pavilion had begged her to tell him about a doctor. Hearing this, So-chul felt uncomfortable that the doctor would be treating another girl, that just like her, he would be inserting needles and rubbing medicine into her naked body. Taking out the medicinal ointment, Wan Huan said that with the permission of the mistress, he would apply the product to the skin of her subordinate. The guy just wanted to ask the girl to undress when she already took off her clothes and looked at him coquettishly. The embarrassed boy asked her to lie down so that he could do his treatment and be free for his next visit to the patient. When So-chul realized that her flirting had gone unnoticed, she turned to the side in embarrassment, and the hostess, who was watching this, covered her face with her hand in embarrassment. Watching the doctor take ointment out of the jar, the young girl realized that she would like to do something like this and help people. So she decided that she would join the Hao sect, because now her main task was to help the doctor. The day was not yet over, and Obo had already announced that there were no more patients for today, and they were free. Finally, Wan Huan was able to go outside and stretch his stiff body, which was already aching from tension. As soon as he exhaled, he saw a man heading towards his yard on a horse. The guy wanted to scream in irritation, because again they were not allowing him to rest. This was not another patient, but just his brother Ju Huan, who most likely dropped by to visit or check on his relative. The man asked how his brother was doing and whether he had a patient now, and he explained that he was mostly busy in the mornings and that he had free lunch. For some reason, this news worried Ju Huan, and he wondered if he would be able to maintain the hospital properly if things continued like this. To which the boy asked, wasn't it he who gave his family money to live on? This was the best evidence that he could take care not only of himself, but also of his relatives. It was clear that the man did not know about this. Then Wan Huan said that he found out about the debt to the servants and decided to help their brother, since he was the only one involved in all this. It was news to Huabok that the youngest member of the family worked so hard and successfully for the benefit of the family. Then Huang remembered that his brother was busy preparing for the military exam and asked how things were going. Instead of an answer, he heard a request to visit one house right now. This request made the young man a little wary. His relative explained that it was related to his master's granddaughter. It seemed that her condition had worsened recently. Now it was difficult for her to move, so the healer would have to go to her himself. In this case, all questions disappeared, and the boy was ready to go to the patient right now. The girl also said that it was difficult for her to breathe. Before, this only happened during training, but now her chest hurt even during rest. There were suggestions that the cause of this condition could be pneumothorax, an accumulation of air in the cavity. If she was involved in martial arts, then this option is the most suitable. Walking into the house, the guy said that now he would collect the necessary tools and they could set off on their journey. After some time on the road, the guys finally reached the house of the great master Guanlu. Another doctor came out from there, apologizing for the fact that he lacked skill and could not cure his granddaughter. The older man was clearly upset, but despite this, he very politely thanked me for my time and efforts. Frowning, the master reproached himself for the fact that this was all his fault, because it was he who had exhausted his granddaughter and taught her the internal arts of Qigong, and even allowed her to fall into the madness of Qi. It was because of this that she became ill with a lung disease. Air entered the girl's body but did not leave it, and this could have been fatal. Leaning against a support, the granddaughter asked whether the court physician had left the territory of their domain. Running up to her, the loving grandfather asked why he had left her room since she needed a rest. After patting her head, Guanlu said that Huabok's brother, who had cured tetanus and intestinal disease, would arrive soon, so he could help them too. Moreover, this young lad was able to cure syphilis, a disease that was considered incurable, so there was every chance of salvation. The grandfather wanted to console his beloved granddaughter, who was of great importance to him, and more than anything in the world, he was afraid of losing her. This sweet moment was interrupted by the voice of his student Zhu Huan, who finally brought his doctor brother to examine he. The boy was very young, apparently no older than 20 years old, and next to him stood another child, who, according to him, was the doctor's assistant and apprentice. Approaching them, the martial artist immediately thanked them for the fact that such a busy man found time and was able to devote it to them. He immediately rushed to introduce his granddaughter He to the guests he had talked about so much. A beautiful girl emerged from the shadows and introduced herself as Ban He, his appearance simply captivating with its refined aristocratic beauty. When Wan Huan saw her, he froze in place and couldn't move. He had seen many pretty girls, but none of them looked like her. The guy pulled himself together and began to say that he came to this house to treat and not to admire the pretty face of the patient. The admiring glances ended as soon as Guanlu reminded them of his presence and said that they could go inside and conduct an inspection. The girl's room was spacious and bright. It was obvious that the young lady had personally furnished it because everything looked very stylish for that time. When she sat down on the chair, she took a moment to catch her breath, feeling awkward that even a short walk was causing such difficulty. After carefully examining the girl, Wan Wan noticed that she was tall and thin, a build that made her prone to pneumothorax. The first thing to find out in such a situation was whether there were wheezing or other extraneous sounds during the breathing process. Listening to the lungs, the guy realized that the breathing on the right side was shallow, and the chest did not drop even when exhaling. Symptoms such as chest pain and difficulty breathing were noticeable, and judging by the swelling of the chest, it was definitely pneumothorax. The guy asked the elderly master a question. He was interested in when exactly his granddaughter began to feel pain. He answered that the first precedent was about a year ago. The illness had already lasted for quite a long period of time, so it was worth immediately taking the patient to his hospital. Also, what caught Wan Huan's eye was that the girl's lips suddenly turned blue. It was cyanosis, which occurred when there was poor saturation, but that's why it appeared so early. All the symptoms were screaming that things were not going well, and that it was necessary to act immediately. Looking at his granddaughter lying down, Guanlu asked the doctor what he thought about her condition. He immediately said with confidence that he believed that Bang He was afflicted with an illness called wind-lung disease. The man was surprised that the boy immediately understood the cause of the illness. He clearly determined that her right lung was hurting, and that it was also pressing on her heart. Since such symptoms were very dangerous for the girl's life, the master did the right thing by stopping all Qigong training. But this was not enough. His granddaughter needed help and proper care, because without treatment there would be no positive result. Taking the old man by the hands, the boy gently asked if he wanted his blood to receive good treatment and for her body to function as before. Finally, a spark of hope lit up the old master's eyes that he would be saved from this disease. This was confirmed by the following words that the boy said. He was sure that this illness could be overcome, and he promised to help with this. But Wan Huan was still worried that the cyanosis had started so quickly, so he said that it would be better for the girl to go with him to the hospital. Without thinking twice, Guanlu ordered his servants to prepare a carriage for He, since she would be going with the doctor. It's true that her condition was such that it's hard to say how she would have endured the trip, especially since the drive would have taken more than 5 minutes. Wan Huan didn't know what to do in this situation, because in such a case, he was a perfect example for hospitalization. The girl began to wheeze and choke. She could barely say that she was short of air. It seemed that everything was worse than the doctor thought. It was surprising that her condition was deteriorating so quickly. Literally 2 minutes ago, she could walk and talk, and now she was writhing from lack of air. Grabbing his special device, the guy began to listen to the lungs and did not hear breathing on the right side. It looks like a tension pneumothorax has developed. After assessing the situation, Juan concluded that the right lung was putting more pressure on the heart than it could bear, so action needed to be taken now. He ordered his assistant to bring alcohol and began to think about how to prepare the master for the fact that his granddaughter would have to undergo an operation. Before he started to move the girl's clothes, the guy apologized as he felt awkward, even if she was not conscious enough to understand what was happening to her. When he had stripped her almost naked, he noticed the edges of some kind of bandage under her clothes. It looked like there was something like a bandage on her chest. The guy asked in surprise why her chest was so tightly bandaged, since this could be one of the reasons for the difficulty breathing. While cutting the bandages, Juan discovered that compared to her body, Bang Hee's breasts were much more massive than they should be. She was tall and quite thin, so if her large breasts were putting so much pressure on her, it could be a trigger for the disease. Moreover, she also trained martial arts, which explains the growing tension and increased pressure on the chest. The old man, watching all this, could not bring himself to go out the door and leave his granddaughter alone. He asked the doctor to stay here, because that way he would be more at ease. Taking a medical needle, the guy ordered Obo to carefully observe what was happening because in the future, this knowledge would be useful to him. Using a syringe needle, Juan planned to make a vertical puncture between the second and third ribs below the collarbone. You need to stop when you can feel something opening, then you will hear the sound of air coming out. When the guy did these actions and the air began to leave the girl's body, her breathing began to return to normal. Guan Lu could not believe what he was seeing. The old man knew that this boy could heal with acupuncture and decoctions, but in his entire life, he had never seen such healing as he was witnessing right now. When the anesthesia was ready, Juan took the scalpel and prepared to cut. Guan Lu was sure that you can't learn this until you know the internal organs of a person. The man had heard that there were many talents in the Central Plains, but he never thought that there would be such a brave and monstrous healer among them. Only now did the elderly master realize how lucky he had been that day when he decided to accept Huabok into the ranks of his disciples. The older brother sat on the porch and was very worried about how Juan was coping, because he was still too young to face such problems. After some time, the guy walked away from Bang Hee and announced that the operation was successful, and the girl would soon come to her senses. He warned that tomorrow, pus and blood would come out of the tube, and when clear liquid appeared, then the tube could be tied. Realizing that he would hardly be able to handle such things well, the master asked the young man to take care of his granddaughter. The only problem was that tomorrow he was supposed to be visited by a very hot-tempered and rather domineering patient. Juan told Guan Lu about this, and he said that it seemed that the man was really of no common blood, since he was treated like that. Having bowed, the boy said that he would be able to manage his time so that he could do everything and visit this house tomorrow. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some noise coming from the street. Someone was proving that he was not a spy. Opening the doors of the house, the elderly owner asked where the noise was coming from and who dared to disturb his peace. One of the employees reported that he had caught and tied up a suspicious man who was walking around the estate and was clearly sniffing around. Hiding a nervous smile, Juan said that it was his guard Go Na. He didn't know how to act in case his protector was captured. Hearing these words, Ju Huan anxiously began to question his brother about why he was suddenly being guarded and what preceded it. The boy realized that it would be very difficult to get out of this unscathed, so perhaps it was time to share some details with his brother. When the older brother found out that someone was hunting his younger brother, he simply exploded with anger and began to scold him for not telling him earlier. Juan tried to counter that Gona served General Cao, but Huabok did not care. He demanded that such matters be reported to him. Househead Guan Lu watched this altercation carefully and analyzed everything he heard. It was difficult to understand the full meaning of the situation, but the old man said that he was indebted to the Dr. Huang and would like to provide him with another guard since there was a need for it. Still, 2 pairs of eyes were better than 1, and his restless employee would just have some fun. Otherwise, he couldn't sit still. Approaching a red-haired guy named Jin, he ordered him to temporarily guard Juan. This was his new obligation. This young man was very smiling and friendly. He immediately approached his ward, extended his hand, and said that he had heard about Huabok's younger brother. After that, the guy introduced himself with his full name, which sounded like Yu Jin, and said that he trains with Ju Huan. But for some reason, it seemed to the young doctor that he had already met this guy, because his face was too familiar. Then he realized that in front of him stood the future general who would stabilize distant lands. This historical figure from the era of the three powers would protect him. After this realization, the boy bowed happily and said that he would be glad if such a warrior took care of him. But this day did not bring joy to all residents of the province. Some had to justify their actions. A mysterious man sat on the chair and scolded the official for failing to control such a small place as Chohyun, and for sacrificing 10 people to cut the tail. The Taiping envoy was a woman named Hua Dan, and now she could not believe that the same Yu she knew was kneeling before her. To top it all off, this gentleman couldn't even get rid of one little doctor, and now he explained it by saying that he had strong security. The irritated woman said that if the task at hand was so difficult, Yu could always just give up. She didn't understand why the man sitting in front of her was using their valuable resources to destroy some village doctor. When the man said he had a plan, Hua Dan said he must be very skillful if Yu wanted to remain the viceroy of Taiping. Yu raised his head and asked if the envoy knew Mr. Guo Cho from the state of Pei. She immediately understood that she was talking about that freak from the Guo family. The woman said that this man was the first on the list of those she would kill when the new world came. The man was glad that her attention had switched to someone else. Her subordinate shared that he was going to ambush him and make it look like he was being attacked by military personnel he trusted. Raising his head, Yu said that such an action would definitely create discord between the Guo family and the military that was under their command. Smiling, the Taiping envoy said that if everything went as the viceroy said, then obviously things in Chocheon would also improve. She was just wondering how exactly the man was planning to stage such a large-scale rebellion, because that was quite a task. With a sinister grin, the cunning old man said that he was using the very same doctor he had previously tried to kill. While such details intrigued the messenger very much, she was interested in the details of this operation down to the smallest detail. The man's ego was pleased that his plan was of such interest, and he shared that Mr. Guo would only take a couple of guards with him when he went to the hospital. If this was the case, then the messenger understood that there was a real chance to do as the governor said. Now she was worried about when this plan could be realized. Yu believed that everything could work out as early as tomorrow. This news amused the woman, and she expressed her hope that everything would go as it should. Handing her supporter a box, she said that together they would create a world that would be much better than the one they were living in now. She promised to give even more if her comrade's plan came true and everything went as it should. All that was required of old Yu was to live up to his words and succeed in his business. The man's chest was filled with a sense of responsibility and pride that he was trusted. He was ready to carry out the orders of his masters. But still, he really didn't like the fact that such an experienced and serious man was being manipulated by some woman. Whatever intrigues were woven around the province, it delighted its residents with a wonderful local historian who was now completely covered in snow. This year, there was so much snow that the tracks were covered in seconds. It was nice to watch the snowflakes peacefully fall to the ground. The boy was approached by his new guard Yu Jin, who asked if Mr. Guo would come today. Unfortunately, he would come on such a beautiful day too. The red-haired warrior also shared his dislike for this man. He said that if he hadn't known who it was, he would have already cut him in half. It seemed that Yu Jin was more angry than anyone else, because the guard said that if he came and asked to be accepted first, the bones of the impudent person would turn to dust. Trying to ease the tension, Huan said the man had become a little softer as his condition improved, but that didn't convince the guard. It was hard not to notice that this high-born scoundrel was now also late, which made his arrival even more undesirable. It might have been because of the snow, because the cart might have gotten stuck, or the wheels might not have been able to move such a heavy carcass so far. But everything was a little different. Gocho calmly rode along the snowy slope and thought that he would finally be able to get rid of this nasty disease. He felt much better after the doctor's treatment. Going to the toilet was almost painless, and in general it seemed to him that he had become more alive. Feeling sorry for himself, he recalled how much he had to endure to get closer to the long-awaited recovery. He considered the Dr. Huang to be a very arrogant and ill-mannered, but at the same time incredibly talented guy. Considering himself the smartest man on the planet, Gocho decided that he would make good use of this boy before getting rid of him. Enjoying the snowy view, the gentleman relaxed so much that he could not even think that his idol would soon end. It happened so suddenly that he was simply lucky to dodge the arrow that was intended to pierce his head through and through. The guards began to shout that they were ambushed. Panic gripped Mr. Gocho's body, and he did not know what to do. One of the warriors shouted to the coachman to immediately take their ward to the safest place. They wanted to get rid of the enemies. knowing that the master was okay. Urging the horses, the cart began to go as fast as it could. He was not afraid of the wild cold and the wind that blew in his face, because the adrenaline warmed his body. Trying not to fall inside the carriage, Gocho tried to figure out who these daredevils were who dared to attack such an important person like him. As he turned onto another road, the coachman shouted that he would take care of the master, and that General Pion must make the criminals pay. But unfortunately, everything did not go so smoothly, because one of the horses was hit by an arrow and arched in pain. She started to laugh and completely lost control of herself. It was incredibly difficult to make the wounded animal follow commands. The carrier did not give up trying to calm the animal down and make it continue on its way, because they were in danger. The horse did not calm down, and the man's pressure only made things worse, causing the cart to simply overturn. One of the horses lay motionless. The wheels of the cart flew in different directions, and the coachman fell out of his seat and flew down the slope. Now Gocho realized that he was in a very serious situation. When his body began to hit the cart, it dawned on him that he could die. Soon the cart broke into several pieces and began to roll down the snowy slope, crashing into sharp rocks. The coachman watched in horror as the carriage came apart with a crash. But the worst part was that the gentleman was still inside. Forgetting his own pain and wounds, the man rushed towards his master with screams, hoping that he had somehow miraculously survived. At this time, Juan was sitting by the window and thinking about why his patient didn't come, because he had promised to visit every day. It was a shame because he had rescheduled all his patients for a later time and asked no one to come while the gentleman was with him, because he could make a noise. Even his guards were worried. Gona came over and offered to check if everything was okay with the representative of the noble family, since he was already too late. The conversation was suddenly interrupted because the guys heard some strange sounds from the street. Judging by the shouts, one could say that it was the voice of that impudent groom. And so it was. He burst into the local hospital, carrying the gentleman on his shoulders and shouting that Gocho was badly injured. When Juan saw the condition the man was in, he was simply shocked, because he never expected to see such injuries. He ordered that the patient be quickly laid on the bed, but that he had to act carefully so as not to damage the injuries that were already present. Having examined the gentleman, the guy noticed that the wound on his head was bleeding heavily, but this did not stop the representative of the nobility from grumbling that he would deal with his offenders. When he asked what had happened, he was told that the gentleman's carriage had been ambushed and had overturned, after which it had rolled off the cliff. Having pulled back the bandage, the doctor saw that the temporal artery was damaged, because the blood from that place was literally gushing like a fountain. There was also a dislocated hip. It all painfully resembled a car accident. It was necessary to act approximately the same, so the first thing was to tie the man's hands and feet. The doctor wanted to give the patient anesthesia and asked him to drink the contents of the bottle, but he waved his arms so much that he dropped the container on the floor. The precious liquid, which was capable of relieving even the most severe pain, broke and spilled across the floor of the hospital. This situation did not please Juan at all, because without anesthesia, he had no choice but to work without it. So he unwound a large piece of cloth and stuffed it into the patient's mouth, and he was simply amazed that he was being treated in this way. But there was no way out, and they had to continue without painkillers. So the fabric served to contain the screams of the victim. While Gocho was screaming at the top of his lungs, two men held his legs, and the doctor and his little assistant tried to straighten out the unstable vessels and stop the arterial bleeding. The master's guards standing behind the door could not stand these screams. With each new sound, they wanted to break into the house and stop it all. Noticing something was wrong, Juan ordered the coachman to press harder on his legs, as this would help stabilize the blood vessels. The man had to do this if he did not want his master to remain a cripple for the rest of his days. Gocho felt so unbearable that he was ready to die. The blood vessels in his eyes burst from the pain and his voice broke from screaming. Snot and tears mixed and smeared across his unfortunate face. He will never forget such pain in his life. Suddenly, all the screams stopped and the man passed out. His coachman became alarmed, but the doctor explained that it was pain shock, a normal reaction of the body to such torment. The guy had nothing to do with it. His patient himself broke the last bottle of painkillers, so he had no other choice. Snow covered both the modest little houses in the village of Bednyakov and the beautiful mansions of wealthy officials. In one of these places, they crawled on their knees before the Taiping envoy and asked for forgiveness for having failed the mission. But today, the woman was in a good mood. She said that Mr. Yu didn't have to worry, since for now it was to their advantage that trash named Gocho remained alive. Moreover, the man managed to present everything as if he had been attacked by the military, and they took good care of that. In the opinion of the envoy, this hot-tempered and weak man had to survive, since he would be able to turn the military upside down. It will be very difficult for all of them, led by Cao Zhen, to prove that they were not involved in the accident on the road. In order to arouse proper suspicion, Yu left a military dog tag at the scene that was exactly like the real thing, so it would be very difficult to justify himself. The Taiping envoy thought that all they could do was sit and wait and then enjoy the fascinating spectacle. After all, no one in this world can easily stop the wrath of stupid trash who thinks he is smarter than everyone else. It was already evening and Juan was still on duty next to his patient. He was already tired, but he couldn't abandon this grumpy man to his fate. He had no idea what intrigues were being woven behind his back and how difficult it would be for him to prove that he was not involved in the crimes. Finally, the patient opened his eyes and began to remember what had happened to him and where he subsequently ended up. When his memory returned a little, the man screamed loudly so that all his guards instantly woke up. Sitting in the cold, Yujin almost rolled his eyes when he heard this capricious gentleman calling his minions to start moving his butt. Gocho was ready to tear apart all his warriors because they did not do their job, and it was because of them that he ended up in an ambush. He continued to shout and ask where General Payan was, who was supposed to organize a safe passage to the village house. When the master began to threaten everyone with a cruel death, Juan could not stand it and stuck a needle in the place that made him shut up. After this, there was a long-awaited silence. The man passed out, and the boy again asked himself how one could live with such a terrible character. To justify his actions to the guards, he said that the gentleman should not be nervous, because if his blood pressure rose, his blood vessels would burst. The Go family's personal physician, named Zhang Wol, said that he could not dispute the actions of a physician like Huang. Of course, he couldn't say anything to the guy, because he was still in shock from the fact that the young man had managed to connect the vessels of a living person. Now that Zhang Wol had the opportunity to examine his master, he noticed that the pus on his body had noticeably diminished, which meant that the boy had indeed cured syphilis. Looking at Juan, the old doctor thought that perhaps this was the true incarnation of Emperor Shen Yan, who was the king of medicine. When Gocho finally came to, he nevertheless called his General Payan, who was kneeling and hoping for mercy, to answer for what had happened. He told the information that he managed to obtain during a second inspection of the scene of the incident, where some details were discovered. Evidence was found at the scene indicating that military personnel led by General Cao Ren were involved in preparing the attack. The man sitting in front of the gentleman was 100% sure that this could not be just a coincidence. Since the bows and arrows were exactly the same as those used by the army, among other things, an army dog tag was also found, which confirms these words. After examining the evidence he had found, Mr. Gocho gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't believe that these bastards were going against him. Only Juan was not convinced by this fiery speech. He could not understand how anyone could believe that the soldiers would throw their bows, arrows, and dog tags in a conspicuous place and run away. The guy didn't know who was behind this, but it was quite obvious to him that they were trying to frame and discredit General Cao. But the main problem was that Mr. Guo would most likely not listen to anything, because his angry nature clouds common sense. Suddenly, Guocho remembered that the doctor's guard was from Chao's military. He called him over and said that he wanted to find out something. Yujin was surprised when this highborn scoundrel demanded that Guo Na show him his token. Having placed the token that they found on the mountain road and the one that Guo Na had on the table in front of them, everyone began to examine them. They weren't just very similar. The two things were practically identical, the only difference being the different names engraved on the surface. Turning to the soldier, the gentleman growled angrily, asking what he could say about this. He was horrified and completely confused. Gona began to justify himself, saying that anyone could forge a token if they tried, and it was impossible to accuse someone just because of this piece of evidence. It was very disturbing to listen to how an arrogant nobleman put pressure on a simple soldier, as if he could know whether his commander was up to something or not. Then the conversation stopped. Silence lasted for several endless minutes, after which Gocho ordered his general to arrest Gona. In his opinion, this was a necessary measure, since he could be connected with those scoundrels who set up the ambush and report everything to them. At this moment, Yujin intervened. In an extremely calm voice, he said that the master was currently furious, so there was no need to rush to conclusions. Taking out his anger on the innocent was wrong. These words seriously angered Gocho. He was at a loss as to who had the honor of speaking to him in such a tone. All the red-haired youth said was that he had recently been guarding the Dr. Huang, and was worried about his well-being. Even a short-sighted person like Mr. Guo realized that something about this man was different and made him more dangerous than the other guards. He was the owner of an incredible aura, because few people could be so calm when talking to such important and dangerous people. The nobleman didn't even know how to react to such boldness, so he asked which master Yujin served. Leaning closer, the boy said in a conspiratorial tone that even if such high-ranking people were asking him, he couldn't mindlessly reveal these details. Pointing to the hilt of his sword, Yujin whispered that the master would understand everything once he saw his weapon. And so it happened. Gocho immediately recognized the sword of justice and recoiled in shock from this strange youth. He wanted to greet the one to whom the emperor had given this special blade, which made its owner second in power after the head of state himself. But Yujin stopped him, because there were many strangers in the room, and he didn't want people to know who he was. The young man said very diplomatically that he understood Gocho's feelings, but he believed that they needed to think things over in a calm environment. Hearing these words, the man decided to retreat, because if he argued with this man, he could come into conflict with the emperor's family. After clearing his throat, Gocho said that due to illness he briefly lost his composure, because everyone understood perfectly well that if he went against the army, nothing good would come of it. That's what Yujin thought too, and it would also be nice if there wasn't any unnecessary noise around the hospital. Watching in surprise as the proud man dismounted, Juan suddenly realized that Gocho wanted to bow to his guard. Now the boy also became interested in who was the master of the red-haired warrior, who was respected even by people like his vile patient. Putting his thoughts aside for later, the boy went to where he was so eagerly awaited that evening. Very unexpectedly, he was called to the treason house, saying that the lady had a stomach ache and needed urgent help from a doctor who knew what he was doing. After letting the guy into the room, Mei Hyang locked the door. His behavior was very suspicious, but it was too early to get nervous. In the room, So Chul was sitting at the table, looking much better, and her mistress announced that the girl needed to tell the doctor something. Sitting down across from her, Juan said he was glad no one was in pain, but he still wondered what was going on. The former patient began to speak in riddles, saying that there were many stories going around which were mostly lies, but the words could become true if they matched. She said she had something that might be of interest to the young doctor, so she invited him to this meeting. She lowered her voice and said quietly that there was a Taiping mansion about an hour's drive from the prefectural office in Hancheng. She heard rumors that the government officials whom General Cao suspected and the three who attacked Juan often went to that place. Moving some parchment towards the guy, So Chul said that she also had some suspicions about this. These words were supported by the lady, who said that they, in the House sect, had thought about this a lot and were also distrustful of that place. After reviewing the recordings, Juan suddenly realized that he was witnessing historical events taking place. After all, by the concept of Taiping, the women meant the very same army of yellow-turbaned people that became the lever for the beginning of the bloody massacre. So Chul spoke again and said that she couldn't say for sure, but that place was extremely questionable. Thinking about it, the young man realized that the Hao sect, which he knew, had very reliable information. He would have to check it, and if he passed it on to the right people, he could prevent something terrible from happening. The only person who needed to be told about what he had heard was General Cao. Only he could convey such important information. Moreover, Jen could certainly deal with this annoying Mr. Guo, who should control himself better. After listening to the women, the boy decided that he needed to quickly contact the right people and share what he had heard. So he thanked them and walked away. Finally, he said that as soon as this issue is resolved, he will treat the beautiful ladies to something. Chosol beamed when she heard this. Seeing her charge's reaction, the lady could only smile and say that her eyes were shining too much when she looked at the doctor. Interesting conversations didn't only take place in Keeson's house. The small, snow-covered house on the outskirts of the village was no worse in this regard. There, the elderly doctor was once again shocked by the news that his young colleague had been able to cure tetanus, an intestinal disease. Sitting up on his bed, Gocho said that this skillful child was able to overcome seborrhea and also found a way to cure syphilis. But the doctor did not agree that they were dealing with just a talented teenager. He was someone more, someone who cured what could not be cured. Now the gentleman himself became wary, because his trusted physician said that he had never heard of anyone curing even one of these ailments. It seemed that this guy was more amazing than they said, especially considering that the man with the sword of justice owed him a debt. Now I didn't really want to kill him, because he had already saved the life of an official twice, and it seemed that in the future he could become a respected member of high society. The man suddenly realized that he owed a great debt to this young lad. The next day, a woman came to the hospital unwell due to constant headaches. Anyone who looked at her would say that it was due to exhaustion. There was no cure for it. People just needed to eat well. But the problem was that Juan couldn't give money to all the patients who came to him. Such incidents happened more and more often. So the boy began to think about how to find a way to help the villagers. Sitting down next to Gocho, the boy sighed heavily. The man asked what was bothering the doctor. Then an idea came to Juan's mind, and he asked if he could buy some grain from the official. The request surprised Gocho very much. He had heard that the Huang family was in decline, but he could not imagine that things were so bad. Asking how much grain was needed, he expressed a desire to give it for free. But the boy said that he was not asking for himself, because he was not so shameless. Now the nobleman became interested in what he needed the grain for. Juan explained that there were a lot of hungry people in this village, and in order to avoid having to buy food in the winter, they needed to do it now. After thinking for a bit, the man said that if he were to buy for the whole village, it would be very expensive, unless the guy was going to spend all the money he paid him for the treatment. It was said as a joke, but the doctor calmly said that this was exactly what he was going to do, because he could no longer look at those exhausted faces. These words caused the official to laugh heartily, which he explained by the fact that every time he could not read the boy sitting in front of him. After hearing the conversation between his master and the family doctor was very surprised when the master said that he would not take money for the grain, but would simply provide it. It was clear that the young man also did not immediately believe his own ears, but Gocho said that he did not intend to play a joke on anyone, and if he said that he would help, then he would do so. So he ordered his personal doctor to take some soldiers with him and deliver grain to this little house. Not thinking that things would turn out this way, Juan began to fuss and say that there would be too much grain and he didn't know where to store it. But he was told not to worry about it. All he had to think about was how to quickly cure his highborn patient, which would solve all the other problems. The next day, the grain issue was resolved, as there were many sacks lying in the hospital yard, which were gradually being taken apart by the villagers. The soldiers who served under Gocho organized lines and distributed the required amount of food to each person. What the official did was simply amazing. Eugene even assumed that the man hit his head too hard. Among the villagers who stood for help, one could see the father of the boy who was hit by Gocho's carriage. The man immediately recognized these people, and it seemed that their arrival greatly alarmed him because the official's face instantly changed. The gentleman jumped to his feet, immediately ran to his guards and told them to give the father and son 3 times more than everyone else. Hearing this, the villager could not believe that he was being allowed to take 6 whole sacks of grain, which could feed his family for a long time. They began to sincerely thank the generous gentleman who helped save residents from hunger during the cold season. It was very funny to watch the embarrassed, impudent fellow. He behaved awkwardly, but kindness suited him, especially when he wished the little boy a speedy recovery. The personal physician of the Go family agreed with this, but shared with Huang that this was the first time he saw his master like this, and he had been serving for more than 20 years. This showed that the guy's skills could impress even such callous people as Mr. Guo, who previously didn't care about the people around him. But Juan tried to prove that all this was happening only because his patient was feeling better and was in a state of euphoria. After people began to disperse little by little, the guy called his patient for a private conversation in the house. The guy was wondering if they were able to catch those who attacked the gentleman's motorcade. He replied that his family and all the authorities were working on it, but there were no results yet. Plucking up his courage, Juan said that he wasn't 100% sure, but he thought he had some information that might interest the man. The guy urged his interlocutor to listen carefully and filter all the words before drawing conclusions, because the matter was extremely serious. The gentleman's face became very wary. He said that the guy did not need to worry about anything and he could speak freely. Juan then told everything he had learned in Kiseng's house and recounted in detail all the words that Cho Sol had spoken. Gritting his teeth in anger, Guo Cho said that he would definitely check out this Taiping mansion because it would be stupid to ignore such information. While the gentleman was nervously pacing the house, Juan suggested to him that it would be better to investigate this matter together with Colonel Cao. After examining the young man, Gocho promised that he would reward him if the place really turned out to be a nest of killers. When the guy wanted to refuse again, the official said that every action has its price, so it's worth taking when it's given. Such pressure surprised the boy, and unexpectedly for himself, he agreed with this statement. So after this conversation, the man headed for the exit, warning that he wanted to meet with General Cao personally. Finally, Juan called out to his patient and asked him in a sly tone if he wanted to do it properly. The Cao estate shook from the loud screams, which alarmed all the residents and employees there. Gocho threatened to blow everyone's brains out if the head of the house was not brought to him immediately. Anyone who argued with him would not leave here unharmed. The confused warriors did not know how to behave with this man who was so warlike towards them. Finally, Cao Ren came out of the house and hurried into the yard, asking along the way what was going on here because he didn't understand anything. Instead of answering, the official stepped forward and kicked the person standing next to him hard, demonstrating his superiority. The soldier who was ordered to watch over Manhwa fell to his knees, silently looking at the ground and looking depressed. The commander didn't even have time to open his mouth to ask what this meant before the official blurted out accusations that there had been a malicious attempt on his life. When Cao realized who was standing in front of him, he immediately ran up to this man. He wanted to figure out what happened because his people were not involved in any attacks. But the man did not listen to excuses. He accused the general of lying and betrayal. He did not even know what to answer to this angry tirade because he did not even guess what was being discussed. While all the warriors listened to these speeches in amazement, one of them did not try to hide his evil smile, after which he completely separated from the crowd. This whole show concert was arranged for this moment because the traitor who ran to report to his masters was spotted. The man whose mission it was to track down the villain approached Gocho and reported that their mission was accomplished and the enemy had revealed himself. When the screams died down as abruptly as they had begun, even more questions appeared in the commander's head, especially when he saw that the gentleman was whispering with some warrior. Then, Cao Ren suddenly remembered that the cunning young doctor had once suggested that he set a trap for his enemies. Perhaps he was now seeing the implementation of that plan. Having bowed to his senior in rank, he finally calmed down, because now he understood what was happening and invited the guest to discuss everything over a cup of tea. The enemies also shared the opinion that all conversations were much more pleasant over a cup of aromatic hot drink. The traitor ran to his masters and reported that Gocho had broken into the prefectural office, and upon receiving the news, he was sent away. Laughing, the Taiping envoy was clearly pleased with what she had just heard, because in her head, everything was going according to plan. Bowing to the lady, Old Man Yu also did not hide his pleasure when he said that such success was only thanks to her attention. Now Hua Dan was confident that after such a scandal, Cao County would fall into their hands, so she praised her subordinate for his excellent work. But the woman didn't even suspect what her imaginary success would turn into. She didn't even think that very soon she would encounter the one she considered defeated. The commander was determined and did not think about whether it was worth getting involved in all these intrigues. He went for broke. Demolishing absolutely everything in his path, he ordered his warriors to seize everyone they saw in this house of traitors, as many enemies had to be destroyed. Hearing the loud sounds, Yu and Hua Dan looked in fear towards where the roar of destruction and screams of people were coming from. The old man couldn't understand what was going on, because he was 100% sure that Gocho had gone to the prefectural office. His sources couldn't lie. Realizing that something bad was starting, the man panicked and asked the Taiping envoy what to do, and she ordered him to take the safe. Hua Dan urged the viceroy on, saying that they had to get out of here in time, since Cao's men had not yet managed to surround the exit. There was chaos in the courtyard. Cao's soldiers were confronted by traitors who were not going to give up so easily. To avoid the conscience of his men, the commander said that he allowed them to kill anyone who resisted. No one knew that a network of underground tunnels had been dug under this building, through which the envoy and the governor were now trying to escape. Finally, the long-awaited door that led to the exit appeared, so they still had a chance to escape unnoticed. But opening the massive door was not so easy. Yu stopped and began to try to get the keys. After waiting for several minutes, Hua Dan became irritated that this old man couldn't even find his keys without help. After some time, the man said that they would not be able to get out here, since he had lost the key. At that moment, the messenger was ready to tear him to shreds. Returning to the house, the woman decided that they urgently needed to come up with a new plan. They had to fool these stupid soldiers. Suddenly, the woman took off her mask and began to tear her clothes. Yu stared at her in bewilderment, but she only became more irritated. After this, she ordered her ally to tie her to a pole, take everything she needed, and run away from that place as quickly as possible. Putting the box containing the very important item in his pocket, the man nodded his head at the fact that he was ordered to forget about the identity of the Taiping envoy. Footsteps were heard near the door. The enemies were already too close, so Yu quickly ran to the secret exit, leaving Hua Dan alone. For some time, he watched through the crack as these stupid warriors did not understand who was in front of them and fell for the trick of the messenger, who pretended to be a victim. Running up to the treasured door, Yu took out the key and felt joy, because he didn't think that he would break contact with this annoying girl so easily. Now there was one thing left to finish, to make sure that she would never bother him again. Having reached the exit, he took one of the bows and a quiver of arrows, which were prepared just for such cases of unexpected escapes. As he left the cave, the old man decided that he would never again in his life get involved in the Taiping way. Looking back at his place of residence for the last time, the traitor felt relieved, as if his conscience had suddenly been cleared, although this was not at all the case. Commander Cao's soldiers cleared the house and let out the prisoners, and next to them walked the unfortunate girl who was held hostage for carnal pleasures. Huadan played her role so believably that no one had any doubt that she was the victim in this story and not the main villain. She shed tears, but inside she laughed that she had managed to so easily fool these fools who had so easily believed her. Now all she had to do was find a way to escape from the hands of these saviors. Then she could return to her Taiping master. But these plans were disrupted by one precise arrow, which flew straight into the messenger's chest and pierced her right through. Not understanding what was happening, the woman tried to stay on her feet, but soon consciousness began to leave her, and darkness swallowed her into its embrace. Having fallen to the ground of the traitor's house, she completed her journey. The soldiers began to look around, thinking that this was another attack, but everything was not so. It was just the revenge of one cruel and domineering man who was not used to being commanded by a woman. When Yu killed Huadan, he thought that now the problems were solved. With the death of the messenger, he was freed from the person who knew many of his secrets, which, if desired, could be revealed to the authorities. But now she was silent forever. While the battle was going on in the traitor's house, Yu Jin was drinking tea with Master Guan Lu and talking about how Master Guo had become too kind, since he was personally distributing grain to the poor. One might think that it was all because of the sword of justice, but the master disagreed because then his master would have stopped talking nonsense much earlier. There was also a suggestion that it was all because of the Dr. Huang, who saved the man's life twice. Perhaps his imminent death changed him. But what is there to guess about? The most important thing is that Go Cho did something that was not typical for him, and these were changes for the better. The conversation about the changes due to Dr. Huang was heard by Bang He, who was still recovering from her protracted illness. Yu Jin also added that the young doctor was very talented in martial arts. This information surprised the old man. The red-haired guy said that at first he thought that the boy in front of him was weak, but then they decided to have a sparring match, after which this opinion changed. When Coach Guan Lu heard that the boy had managed to infuse ki energy into his sword, his eyes widened unnaturally. The guy continued his story, saying that the Dr. Huang was trained by the Commander Chao, and it was he who showed him the family technique in gratitude for the healing. Only 5 months had passed since the beginning of their training, and Wan Huan was already showing amazing results. Young He was surprised when Yu Jin said that if it weren't for General Cao, he would have asked the boy to become his younger brother. After these words, the girl remembered that she had heard that she and the doctor were the same age, but because of the guy's life path, it didn't seem that way to her at all. Now she was even more eager to talk to him when he came to their house for his next inspection. Now Wan Huan was resting, sitting in his yard. He was basking in the sun's rays and enjoying the fact that people no longer came to him with exhaustion. The grain had helped after all. His idol was broken by a man who called out to him as he passed by the yard. He said that he was going to the mountains because he felt much better. Then a mother and her son passed by. The little boy waved his hand at the guy and shouted that he felt absolutely healthy. The doctor's soul suddenly felt so good he could say with confidence that he and the villagers would definitely survive this winter. Wan Huan felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The Taiping mansion had been well taken care of, and Gocho had also calmed down his ardor. But all the peace was dispelled as soon as the boy saw the worried face of his older brother Zhu Huan, who had galloped into the hospital early in the morning. When the young man heard that their mother was in a serious condition, anxiety took over his whole body, and he forgot that a second ago he had been enjoying rest. It was absolutely obvious that the time had come for what the doctor had feared and wanted to do for so long. The operation must take place. Entering the house, he called his little assistant, Obo, and said that they needed to get ready very quickly. The boy wanted to take the bandage, but noticed that his hands were shaking with fear. It seemed that his body was reacting this way to his mother's condition. At that moment, he felt the presence of his past self, Jin Su, a young surgeon who could handle anything. Then he realized that in this life, he would also be able to become a successful surgeon, since his past experience had not disappeared anywhere, but was nearby and guiding him. When he arrived at his native estate, a tense atmosphere reigned there. Even the trees seemed to bend their branches in sorrow. In the mother's chambers stood Wabun and the doctor, who had been summoned a little before Huan arrived. The middle son plaintively asked the old doctor if there really was no way out that could help his mother. Looking at the patient once again, Dr. Ban said that since the pain was constant and bothered her in the upper abdomen, there was nothing he could do. To the man's surprise, he stated that there was only one person who could help in this situation, and that was Huan. Luckily, Ju Huan's voice was heard, saying that he had brought their dear Huabu and that he would now help his mother. But the middle brother still did not trust the boy's abilities. He turned to Ban and asked if the old man was confident in the boy's competence. He replied that if the Dr. Huang couldn't help, then no one else would be able to change anything. The young surgeon's eyes were filled with determination. He knew that sooner or later the time for this operation would come, and now he was ready for it. After greeting everyone present, the doctor asked if the mother had already lost consciousness. After examining her, he realized that this was not the case. Ban confirmed his thoughts, explaining that the woman was suffering from severe nausea, so he helped her sleep with a needle. After an initial assessment of the situation, Huan discovered that his mother was literally on fire. Her condition had worsened significantly. It was strange because it couldn't be that the intestines were so swollen. It was too bad that the boy couldn't look inside with his X-ray vision. Closing his eyes, the guy turned to the higher powers to help him activate this incredible ability, which was so needed at the moment. When he raised his eyelids, he noticed that his heart was beating so hard, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. But it helped to summon a unique ability, and now the guy's eyes saw much more than one could imagine. Now he could see the entire rich inner world of his mother. All her organs were in good order. This greatly simplified the doctor's task. The doctor's fears were confirmed as he thought the problem was not in the intestines. The patient had acute cholecystitis. The walls of the gallbladder were severely inflamed. Things were bad, and the operation was no longer a matter of whim. It was a necessity, which Huan informed his stubborn brother about. He tried to speak as convincingly as possible and conveyed to the relatives the idea that if they left everything as it was, she would die. These words had an effect on Huabong because despite all his stubbornness and lack of confidence in his brother's competence, he wanted his mother to survive. Moreover, not long ago, Ju Huan told him that their little brother cured General Cao of tetanus. Their little guy even managed to overcome illnesses that no one before him could simply cure. So maybe it's worth believing in him. Ban's words also carried weight. And this elderly healer believed that if Kwabu failed, then no one would be able to help his mother at all. So it was time to put aside pride and prejudice and hand the patient over to the doctor who was considered the best in the area. The boy was pleased that his brother had finally trusted him, but this joy did not last long because a plaintive voice was heard behind him. Mrs. Huang woke up, calling for her youngest son in the hope that he would help ease her pain. The voice was so weak that the guy had to get as close as possible to hear anything at all. The woman wanted to look at her youngest child because she thought that she might soon fall asleep and never wake up again. She said that she had heard rumors that her son had saved many people in the village and had also cured people of diseases such as tetanus and syphilis. Holding the hand of his loved one, Huan was surprised that she knew this information all this time. The next question surprised the young man very much. The lady was interested in why he had such an excited face if he had performed operations that were much more serious than what was about to happen now. Despite her condition, the woman said she felt well, knowing that her son would be treating her. These words made the boy smile and gave him confidence, because now he knew that he could not let his mother down. So he met her eyes and promised that he would certainly rid her of this painful disease. When the extra people had left the room and only 2 doctors and their little assistant remained, the guy marked the area of the operation and said that they all needed to calm down and concentrate. In fact, this operation was not that difficult, but the conditions in which he was forced to work made everything more difficult. But despite all the difficulties he would have to face, the guy felt that he had to cope because no one else could do it. Old man Ban, who was watching Obo and the doctor, realized that something had changed in the Dr. Huang, as if a fire was burning inside him. It was indeed so. The surgeon was literally bursting with energy, which motivated him to get down to business. The same fire burned around the mother, as if hinting at what needed to be done, so there was no point in resisting this impulse. He exhaled, and the surgeon said that they needed to get to work on the task because they didn't have any more time to wait. Making the first incision was always very exciting, but in this case, the worries were even greater, because the guy had never operated on someone close to him before. In case bleeding started, Obo had already prepared a hot iron to cauterize the wound immediately. There was no need for this yet, so the doctor asked Ban and Obo to hold the cut skin and open it wide. Watching closely, Bon noticed that besides Dr. Huang, a little boy was also doing his job superbly and was incredibly calm in such a situation. He was like Huan's right hand, acting very clearly and literally reading the following instructions of his teacher. The old man also noticed that something had changed in the guy. Now he was not the same as he was when he was treating the soldiers. He looked at the wound as if he could see all the insides. One might have thought that this was truly a divine doctor in front of him, but he pushed those thoughts aside and continued his work. The operation proceeded at a measured pace, and the surgeon had already finished removing the mesentery. Despite the gushing blood, Huan first opened and then tied off the artery in the gallbladder passage. He was very surprised when the young assistant figured out how to remove the blood from his face. Obo acted like a real assistant, with whom he had to work in modern times. He ordered his assistant to wipe the blood from the wound and prepare a hot iron because they were entering the final stretch of the operation. When the boy brought the hot metal to the area, the bleeding was stopped and the patient's condition was stable again. He cauterized the part that was causing internal bleeding, and now the most dangerous part of the operation was complete. Now it was necessary to separate the damaged organ and stitch up the wound so that the mother's body could begin to recover. All participants in this action were extremely calm, and thanks to this, everything turned out very well. Finally, they managed to separate the damaged part of the gallbladder. When the doctor took it in his hands, he felt how heavy it was. He threw the organ into a metal plate and huge stones fell out, which had been preventing the body from functioning normally all this time. The other sons stood outside the door of the room and waited for the operation to be over. It seemed to them that a very long time had already passed. Even though Huan was taking care of his mother, the older brother couldn't help but worry. He didn't even think that he would be so nervous. But putting aside his own worries, he tried to support Huabong, saying that their little boy would definitely cure his mother. These words had a not entirely positive effect on the middle brother. He began to cry and prayed that it would not be too late for salvation. After all, he felt a burden of guilt for not letting Huan in earlier and not allowing him to operate. Finally, footsteps were heard and the brothers turned to the door in unison, waiting for the one who would come out into the corridor. Huan looked very tired and tense, even though his face was hidden in the shadows. There were drops of blood visible on it. This sight seriously frightened the men. They could not bear to think about whose scarlet liquid covered their brother's skin. For the first few seconds, the surgeon said nothing, which seriously frightened his relatives. But then he smiled radiantly and said that the operation was successful and there was no reason to worry. Unable to contain their joy, the men shouted and smiled widely, feeling a relief they had not even dreamed of for months. Huan wanted to talk a little more and tell them that their mother was fine, but suddenly everything started to blur before his eyes. The next moment, the boy had already fainted. His brothers and the Dr. Bon ran up, worried about what had happened. When the elderly doctor sat down next to him and measured his pulse, it immediately became clear to him what had caused the sudden loss of consciousness. The thing is that the legendary surgeon fell asleep from overwork, because he had set himself such a regime that his body simply could not cope. He exhaled. The brothers realized that a real hard worker was lying in front of them. They felt proud of Huan. Even in his sleep, it was clear that the boy was satisfied with his successful work, because he was lying on the floor with a slight smile. Strange things were happening in his head. Now it was as if he was in the former body of Han Jin-soo, who found himself in an empty, dark space. Looking around, the guide tried to understand what kind of place this was and why he was transported here. Suddenly, his current body, Huan, came out to meet him. It was strange to see himself from the outside, and at the same time realized that you are now in a different body. Huan's personality knelt down in front of Jin-soo, as if expressing his deepest respect. Perhaps it was the spirit of that same Kwabu who came to thank him for saving his mother. Smiling, the guy said that he was pleased to help and suggested that the young man had a very hard time in life. As he crouched down to pat him on the shoulder, Huan's body began to glow and dissipate into space. It shone brighter and brighter and seemed about to explode like a bright star, but this did not happen. The bright light that the body had turned into shot up and flew through space. Most likely the young man had finally found peace. Finally, Jin-soo told him that now the boy could not worry and rest peacefully in the afterlife, knowing that his family was okay. After that, Huan's eyes widened, and he realized that he had returned to the real world, because his head was splitting with pain. He stood up abruptly and began to try to remember what had happened. The memories were so cloudy and his head was so heavy that everything seemed like some kind of strange obsession. Examining his body, the young doctor tried to understand whether it was all a dream and there was no operation. Then he turned his head and saw that he was lying on the floor next to his mother's bed, and it dawned on him that he had managed to help the woman after all. Her breathing was even, and her face was calm and not distorted by a grimace of pain. She slept peacefully, recovering from what she had experienced. This sight warmed the young man's heart. He was pleased to see that his loved one was no longer suffering the torment of pain. The brothers must have sensed it because they entered literally a couple of seconds after he woke up. The boy said he felt fine, as did their mother, who was peacefully snoring next to them. What happened next surprised the young man greatly. His middle brother put his hand on his shoulder and apologized for not believing in his abilities. The crying man thanked the boy for what he had done and once again asked for forgiveness for delaying the operation. After a few days, the estate no longer looked so gloomy and lifeless, and happiness was slowly returning there. The wound had almost healed, and the mother was increasingly regaining consciousness. If her recovery continued at this rate, the woman would soon fully recover. Manhwa explained to his assistant that now it would be necessary to remove the drainage tube and stitch everything up. But this should be done as soon as the intestinal juice became clearer. Bon followed this conversation, still surprised that Obo was the doctor's right hand and understood him at a glance. If Manhwa was the divine healer of this generation, then the old man was almost certain that the child standing before him would fulfill that role in the future. The old man suddenly felt sorry for himself, because if he were 10 years younger, he would have become Huang's student. It was already too late for him, but his nephew would definitely study because he always wanted to study medicine. Obo asked how soon Mrs. Huang would be able to get back on her feet, but the doctor said it was still too early for that. The conversation was interrupted when the middle brother entered the room and said that the chancellor's envoy had arrived to speak with him. He was a stern and imposing man, from whom one could immediately tell that he possessed a certain amount of power. But the young man had no idea who was standing in front of him, but he still decided to talk to this man. When the messenger entered the room and came closer to the surgeon, he extended his hand to him, in which was some kind of letter. It was a bit of a shock because the chancellor himself sent him a message. It was hard to believe. Sitting down at the coffee table, the guy began to read the contents of the parchment, trying not to miss a single detail. While sipping tea, the mother told her son not to tell her that the chancellor was asking for a personal audience. The hostess of the house hit the nail on the head because this is exactly what the government official wanted. Huabong was beside himself with joy. Bon intervened in the conversation, saying that not long ago Huang cured the illness of Mr. Gocho from the noble Go family. This news amazed the lady. It turns out that Mr. Guo's niece is the chancellor's third concubine. News of the incredible healing must have quickly reached him. Apparently Mr. Gocho had vouched for the physician Wan Huan, but the woman was still trying to wrap her head around the idea that the chancellor himself had written to her son. The guy didn't understand something. The letter said that he needed to go to the Yinchuan commandery because there was a sick person there. The old man who approached suggested that the request for a visit might be related to the fact that the third concubine had recently become pregnant. The doctor did not want to deal with sick pregnant women, because at the time he had not completed a course in gynecology and obstetrics. The boy was distracted from these worries by his mother, who wanted him to finally pay attention to her. It was nice to hear her call him by his real name instead of his baby name. It sent a signal that she saw him as an adult. Smiling, the lady said that she was very proud of her son because she could never have imagined that one day the chancellor himself would write to him. She believed that if Wan Huan wanted her, he could cure any illness that might exist. Of course, the boy was very pleased to know that they believed in him, but this time the task was not within his competence. But the chancellor didn't particularly care what courses he took, so the young doctor went where he was invited. Finding himself in a huge palace, the young man appeared before numerous nobles whom he had never met before. Among them was the honorable concubine Go Hyun. She was the third woman of the state of Pei and was the niece of Go Cho. It was he who told about the doctor. Bowing, Wan Huan said that he was very pleased to meet such a high-ranking person. Putting aside pleasantries, the woman ordered her maids to prepare her chambers for inspection. One of the servants approached the doctor and placed a silk thread in his hands. For a few seconds, he simply looked at it, not knowing what to do. Then he realized that the women wanted her to use it to measure the lady's pulse. The guy realized this thanks to old memories from a past life, when he once watched a historical film and ancient doctors used this method. Who would have thought that now he would have to do what he once saw on TV and thought was a director's invention? Clenching the thread in his fist, Wan Huan suddenly realized that he couldn't do it because it was beyond his abilities. Coming closer to the place where the lady was sitting, the doctor apologized and said that he did not have enough skill to examine her in such a way. At first, the woman sat in silence, then decided to clarify what exactly her guest wanted to say. She didn't understand because her uncle had said that this doctor was amazing, and now he was saying that he wasn't good enough for such a simple task. She listened attentively to his argument that, due to his meager skills, he could only make a diagnosis by feeling the pulse by palpation. That's why he didn't want the lady to be examined by someone who couldn't do it perfectly, because only that result would satisfy her. The woman thought about it. Her uncle insisted that this particular doctor should examine her, but in order for him to touch her, he needed to get permission from the chancellor. The boy thought that he would finally be sent home, but instead of a complaint, he heard agreement to his conditions. Surprisingly, the lady decided to make concessions and allow the commoner to touch her, immediately after asking the chancellor. It took quite a long time to wait for permission, but the doctor was provided with comfortable conditions and treated to delicious tea. The guy's good mood was spoiled by a man who called him by name and asked if he was the one invited to examine the lady. The man was not at all friendly, as he believed that the boy was only here because of his connections with the Guo family. Standing in front of the boy was none other than the court physician named Gyeon Dok, and he clearly did not like his young colleague. Putting an arrogant expression into his voice, the man said that he wanted to see with his own eyes how brilliant the boy was, since he had visited Her Highness. The doctor mockingly asked if such a capable doctor couldn't examine the lady with a thread. Wan Huan angrily replied that he wasn't at that level yet. These words made Kyung-duk laugh, thinking that his colleague had failed instead of teaching him a lesson. But Wan Huan decided to ignore the annoying man and asked him to leave him alone, if of course he had finished his arrogant speech. The court physician was not accustomed to being treated so disrespectfully, and it was even more strange to him that they were ignoring him, considering the book more fascinating. He was about to tell the boy everything he thought about him, but then the Dr. Huang was called, saying that there was an important message for him. Bowing, the servant informed him that the chancellor had given his permission for him to touch his concubine for the sake of examination. Glaring angrily at the court physician, Wan Huan headed straight towards Her Highness, leaving the man alone with his envy. Finding himself in front of the woman again, the boy bowed and began to wait for further instructions because he did not quite understand how he should behave. Unfortunately, the court physician also followed him. Perhaps he was interested in what was so special about his colleague. Gyung-dok explained his presence by saying that he wanted to see the work of a master like Huang and deepen his own knowledge, but in fact he was simply doing surveillance. But the lady didn't care much about this, so she didn't forbid it, which made the impudent man very happy. As he approached his highborn patient, the boy warned her that his skills were different from what she had seen before, so the examination might not be typical. She told the young man not to worry and to do everything as he saw fit. Her voice was soft, and her manner of behavior did not at all resemble her uncle's character. The guy was told that the woman's body had many freckles and spots, but he noticed that her stomach was too swollen. Her Highness shared that 3 months have passed since her last menstruation, and now she is bothered by constant pain in her lower back and fatigue, which is why she sleeps all the time. At first glance, these were the most typical symptoms of pregnancy, but something was bothering Wan Huan. The doctor extended his hand and asked if he could touch her to take her pulse, and the woman nodded. He was very surprised that he felt a non-free pulse. The beats were sometimes strong, sometimes moderate, but in general, this can happen to pregnant women. Noticing the guy's confusion, the lady asked what was the matter, since she was beginning to worry about the doctor's mysterious silence. Wan Huan knew that he shouldn't make a conclusion based on the pulse alone. Yes, there were signs that the concubine was pregnant, but he had to be 100% sure before saying anything. After clearing her throat, the woman said that she shouldn't be surprised by the weak pulse, since she hadn't been able to eat normally lately, so she had become a little weaker. The examination continued, but the guy still didn't want to rush to conclusions, because if the patient wasn't pregnant, there would be a big fuss. Wan Huan's every action was closely monitored by the court physician, who tried to understand why there was such a stir around the guy. He couldn't understand why the boy was delaying his answer, because he was eager to hear what conclusion he would voice. The doctor understood that he needed to calm down, because the patient's health was in first place, and the examination was in full swing. He was distracted from his work by Gyung-dok's nasty voice, which urged the woman not to worry about the child in her belly. Bowing, he said with a slight grin that he wanted to give the lady a decoction to restore her strength. Then the child would definitely be fine. It was a noticeable interference in the work, which indicated that the man wanted to make his colleague look useless in comparison to him. Exhaling, Wan Huan realized that he was running out of time, but he couldn't rush the inspection too much, otherwise he might miss something important. This time he managed to quickly activate his X-ray vision. Either it was luck, or the higher powers themselves helped him with this. He began to peer into his patient as closely as possible in order to literally see right through her. The diagnostics showed that her womb was empty, and there was no child there, as the court physician had so vehemently declared. There was no fetus, but Go Hyun had not had her period, and her belly was very swollen, all of which were alarming signs. Everything indicated that it was a false pregnancy, which was caused either by a hormonal imbalance or severe stress. Seeing this boy standing there scratching his head, not knowing what to say, irritation rose up inside Dr. Gyeong-dok. Therefore, he decided to express his doubts about his competence, because in his opinion, such a young man simply could not have mastered the art of healing. When the man offered his brew again, the boy suddenly began to seriously wonder whether he had examined Her Highness and measured her pulse. When Won-hwan asked this question, Kyung-deok was very surprised, because he thought that he shouldn't report to all these children. Growling with anger, the man reminded that he was the head of the court doctors, and no one could doubt the accuracy of his diagnoses. But the guy reminded him that they were dealing with a lady and that there was no place for such conversations around her. Therefore, the young man asked Go Hyun for a short break, as he needed to discuss some details about her condition. As he passed the doctor, Won-hwan suggested that they continue their conversation outside, as there were too many prying ears in this place. Upon hearing the information that there was no pregnancy, Kyung-deok said that all this was nonsense, because any fool would understand everything after seeing her belly. The guy retorted, saying that there was no point in all this if the belly had swelled so much in just 3 months. But in the man's opinion, this was possible if the child was healthy. Also, Won-hwan emphasized that his colleague did not conduct an examination, but based his opinion on his observations, while he in turn did the opposite. But in response to this, the doctor only laughed, saying that if the level of skill is high enough, then any disease can be immediately detected. Such self-confidence and stubbornness drove the guy crazy. Unfortunately, this doctor stopped improving his skills, believing that he already knew everything. False pregnancy was a psychological illness that arose due to certain problems, and in most cases, everything was solved by convincing the patient that she was not carrying a child. There were no pregnancy tests at the time, so the boy tried to convince the court physician of his diagnosis and use his authority to make a diagnosis. But this stubborn idiot was sure that he was right, so the task became extremely difficult. Won-hwan still hadn't given up hope of convincing the doctor, so he urged him to go to the lady and check her pulse. But it was extremely difficult to get Kyung-deok to do this, because he was convinced that he could identify 10,000 diseases just by looking at a person. And the thing was that the doctor was forbidden to touch the woman, so the examination was impossible. Out of nowhere, Go Hyun appeared and screamed, asking if there was a child inside her, demanding that Hwang answer the question immediately. Standing next to her was a tall and handsome man who was none other than Chen Gui, the chancellor of the state of Pei. Seeing that the gentleman had come personally to hear the diagnosis, the doctors bowed to him in unison, expressing deep respect. Approaching the guy, he asked if the doctor standing in front of him was the one that the head of the Guo family house had recommended. Bowing his head even lower, the boy replied that to a man like the chancellor, he was simply Hua-bu. Now this powerful man also demanded that the diagnosis be announced, so Won-hwan simply had no other choice. So the guy voiced his, at first glance, absurd diagnosis, saying that due to a strong desire to conceive a child, the woman became falsely pregnant in her imagination. This happened because the mind wants it, but the body is mistaken, so that a mental disorder arises, bringing a feeling of pregnancy. The chancellor frowned and said that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing, after which he asked the court physician if he knew of such an affliction. But Gyeong-dok shook his head. The doctor said that he had never seen a mention of such a disease in books. It was impossible for the literature of that era. Chen Gui was very surprised that he could only find out by checking his concubine's pulse, so he thought it right to allow another doctor to examine his honorable wife because that would be fair. Won-hwan agreed with this, but if Gyeong-duk continued to claim that she was pregnant even after checking her pulse, then it would be clear that they were dealing with a charlatan. But if the guy was wrong, Chen Gai believed that he would have to bear responsibility for all the noise he had made. These words became honey to the ears of the arrogant court physician. He was eager to humiliate the boy in public. After this, the doctors and the chancellor with his wife returned to the chambers to conduct an examination and finally find out what was happening. Gyeong-dok was ready to begin checking the pulse of the venerable third concubine of the master, who had been suffering from weakness and headaches for several months. The man's hands reached out to the lady's thin wrist, for whom it was unusual to let so many people get close to her. Knowing what the pulse of a healthy person should be, the man was amazed when he felt such a weak beat under his finger. But the lady's belly was so swollen, as if she were expecting twins. The boy's words simply could not be true. It was clear that the pulse made Huang's words true, but in the court physician's opinion, all the other symptoms pointed to an obvious pregnancy. Then he suddenly realized that it didn't matter whether he was right or not, because he could always take his words back, but his competitor didn't have such a privilege. So the man decided that his desire to teach the boy a lesson was much greater than the state of the young lady. Turning to the chancellor, Guyong Diok said that the concubine's pulse was indeed weaker than it should be, which was what made her condition so sluggish. But to Wan Huan's surprise, he continued to play his strange game and said that he could confidently state that Her Highness was pregnant. These words were repeated by all the other doctors who were allowed to examine the woman. Of course, they could not refute the diagnosis of their chief. With each new examination, the guy's eyes widened more and more. He didn't know whether they were also incompetent or whether they were afraid of Gyung Dok. Be that as it may, the court physician gathered around himself only charlatans who could dance to his tune. It seems that the chancellor also had doubts, but still, it would be logical if he believed the opinion of the majority. The doctors were not fools. They understood that this story was not so simple, but as the boy had assumed, they simply could not doubt the words of their leader. Turning his head towards the young man, the chancellor shouted, saying that all the doctors he trusted claimed that his wife was carrying their child within her. Gyung Dok took great pleasure in the fact that the master's anger was not directed at him, and humiliating this youth was worth the subsequent apology for the mistake. Smiling, the man told himself that this worthless simpleton deserved to be trampled into the dirt. Putting on the appearance of a pious servant, the doctor approached the lady and said that it would be an honor for him to express his opinion. In his opinion, the Dr. Wan Huan was simply mistaken because at his age, he did not have as much practice as he did. Then he decided to finally discredit the guy, saying that he was afraid that the young man was unhappy with the pregnancy and was trying to harm the child. These words greatly frightened the already suspicious lady. Now she was worried not only about her life, but also about the well-being of the non-existent child. Such accusations led to the young doctor ending up behind bars, and all because the vile court worm was simply jealous of him. The accusations of disrespect were simply ridiculous, but they had an effect on Go Hyun and her husband, who would have thought that modern medicine would come back to haunt the guy. It was unclear what the point was in calling these incompetent court physicians if they could not help the lady, but perhaps it was all planned. Things weren't going well, and Wan Huan was nervous about how his mother would be worried when she found out he was locked up. He understood that he could not only be imprisoned, but also executed. He was saved only by his acquaintance with Go Cho, but the guy could still have his hands cut off. These depressing thoughts disappeared when the young man heard a familiar voice calling his name. It was his little and very faithful assistant, Obo, who was seriously afraid that his master would be executed. When Wan Huan saw him, he was afraid that the baby might be harmed, so he asked why he had not returned to Kao yet. The boy replied that he had not abandoned his friend. Noticing the tears on the boy's face, the guy said that there was no point in tormenting himself so much because nothing terrible had happened yet. But in reality, the doctor felt a little relieved, because if Obo returned to Kao, everyone, including his mother, would know about his imprisonment. Looking at the boy, Wan Huan knew that he would not let him get hurt. Obo surprised him when he started rummaging through his bag, saying that the doctor had not been fed yet. A couple of seconds passed, and the boy pulled out a whole chicken and some other goodies, obtained in an unknown way, but no less appetizing for that. The contented boy said that he was on good terms with the guards, so this child was quite resourceful. After tearing off a juicy chicken leg that smelled simply delicious, the guy told his assistant to help himself. But Obo had no intention of eating the food he had gotten for his friend, since he was not the one languishing in prison, so the boy refused. His mentor was adamant and asked if it would be better if he simply threw away this delicious leg that had been prepared by the palace chefs. All refusals were put aside, and the boys enjoyed a wonderful meal together on the prison floor. The boy asked if he should inform Mr. Go Cho about the imprisonment. Of course he thought about it, but even Guo wouldn't be able to pull him out easily, because the chancellor was no different from the king of the Pei state. So after thinking about it again, Wan Huan realized that there weren't many solutions to this problem. Then a sudden and very interesting thought came into his head, which could help to correct his deplorable situation. Approaching the wooden grate, the guy smiled slyly and told Bo to contact Mr. Gocho and tell him what happened. The Guo family's home was in turmoil that day, as its residents were shocked by unexpected news that reached them from trusted sources. Mr. Go couldn't believe that such a capable and intelligent doctor as Wan Huan could be thrown into prison. He was simply confused. The man thought that the doctor would diagnose his niece and do a good deed, but everything turned out completely differently. If the chancellor had liked the boy, he could have been made a civil servant despite his background, but now Wan Huan was locked up in prison. The man was very interested in what had happened, that now the boy was sitting in the dungeon with the rats. He began to ask Obo about it. After a short pause, the boy said that the doctor had told the couple that Mrs. Go Hyun was not pregnant at all, as all the other doctors had said. This news shocked her uncle too, but he had no reason not to believe this child, so he did not stop listening to him. It was clear that if the Dr. Huang made such a diagnosis, then that was how it was. The guy had a straightforward character, and for that, he could be taken into custody. He understood that if he stood up for the doctor, his status could be at risk, and after all, he had only recently been recognized by his brothers. And this happened thanks to his changes for the better. He sincerely wanted to help, but Gocho felt powerless in this situation, because the doctor was locked up by the chancellor himself. But the boy wasn't done with transmitting the information yet. There was still something he needed to ask Gocho about. The doctor had one request that he really wanted to fulfill, and only a man was able to help with this matter. The next day came and there was unrest in the chancellor's palace, so he demanded that a doctor be called to him. When Gyeongdon appeared before his master, he asked for what purpose he had been invited into the chambers. The man was very interested in whether his dear wife's condition had improved, because all this time he had been very worried about her. The tense doctor replied that Her Highness's body was weak by nature, so the treatment was slow, and he also added that a quick recovery could be fatal for her. The doctor began to worry that the ruler began to ask so often about the condition of the concubine, he feared that his lie might soon be revealed. He became even more ill when the chancellor asked if he could find out the sex of the child and report it to him. At that moment he realized that it would be very difficult to maintain a lie, and if it were to be revealed, he would lose his head. Bowing, Kyungduk said that at the moment this information is difficult to know, but when time permits, he will be able to predict the gender. After thinking, the ruler said that other doctors should also be able to do this, and these words were confirmed by the court physician. Turning around, the man ordered that all the court doctors be gathered in the palace, because he needed to get 100% information. He also told the doctor to check his concubine's pulse in 5 days. Jeong Deok realized that his position was in jeopardy. After all, it was impossible to find out the sex of the child, since the child itself did not exist. But if he confesses to this now, he could be executed. The doctor couldn't believe that everything had turned out this way. He had only wanted to teach the arrogant boy a lesson, but in the end he had only created problems for himself. The idea of finding out the sex of the child was given to the chancellor by the heir of the Go family. At the request of Wan Huan, Chogwo told his brothers that if the doctor was good at his job, he would be able to handle this simple task, but if not, the lie would be exposed. This was the only way to save the Dr. Huang, who repeatedly brought him back to life. A real gathering of doctors was held at the court. There were so many of them that they couldn't write their names down on parchment in time. Each of them approached and examined the woman, expressing their guesses about the gender of the child inside her. The scribe meticulously wrote down every word so as not to miss a single detail, since this information would then have to be passed on to the chancellor. Looking at the whole mountain of papers, the scribe realized that all the court doctors had already checked the lady's pulse. Only the village Dr. Huang remained. So the man raised his voice and called out to Wan Huan, urging him to come forward and do his job. Without saying a word, the young man walked straight up to where Her Highness was sitting, moving very confidently, as if he had just gotten out of prison. But it was not Go Hyun who was sitting behind the translucent screen. The chancellor decided to test the doctors by seating a truly pregnant woman on the chair. The guy decided not to waste time on unnecessary actions. He simply activated his X-ray vision and began to carefully examine the lady. When he finished, he said without any doubt that there was a boy inside the pregnant woman, which greatly surprised everyone who witnessed this examination. The clerk had no understanding of medical matters, but even he was amazed that the boy had learned such details without checking his pulse. After this, other women were brought in whose pregnancies were confirmed, and Wan Huan continued to confidently name the sex of the children. Go Hyun sat to the side with her uncle, who was watching what was happening closely. The woman thought that there was no point in this. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, so she assumed that Dr. Huang was just joking. But the man had a different opinion on this matter. He told his niece that thanks to this boy, he was able to cheat death twice. Her Highness was extremely surprised when she heard that her relative had seen this young man cure tetanus, syphilis, and intestinal disease. He could say with certainty that this inconspicuous boy was the personification of the most miraculous healer. Evening came, and the chancellor and his wife gathered in the main hall to discuss the results of the day. They also called the head of the court physicians. They informed the man that the answers of his subordinates almost completely coincided. although they did not discuss them among themselves. This news did not come as a surprise to Gyeongdok, since all his colleagues based their information on medical books. Looking at the parchment with interest, the chancellor said that Dr. Huang's conclusions were unique. The arrogant doctor tensed up when he heard that his competitor had determined that the child of the war minister's wife was dead. He immediately remembered that the two court physicians had come to the same conclusion, but Lord Chengui had corrected him, saying that they had merely made a guess. While Wan Huan was completely certain that the fetus had died, this opinion was completely different from everyone else's. All that remains is to wait for all these women to give birth. Only then will they be able to find out the truth. And if Huang was right, then there will be some changes in the palace. The chancellor decided that in this case he would fire all the court physicians and appoint Wan Huan to replace Gyeongdok, which he did not want to lose. The man was stunned by this news and told His Majesty that excessive displays of gratitude could incur the wrath of the officials. Frowning, the gentleman asked whether the appointment of competent doctors was an excessive measure. Barely restraining a grimace of disgust, the doctor listened with irritation to the fact that his hated enemy had not made a single mistake in his diagnoses. The chancellor's response was silence, after which he threateningly asked if his doctor was really unsure of his own diagnoses. Tom had no choice but to say that everything was wrong, and he still considered himself a competent specialist. The irritation was already consuming the man, so he shouted for his doctor to check everything after the birth and personally report to him, and now to get away. If the husband was angry, then the wife was extremely depressed, because if Wan Huan was right, then this meant that she did not carry an heir within her. Stroking her belly, she couldn't believe that her body was just playing with her and deceiving everyone around her. The guy spent all this time in prison, of course. It was unfair, but it was worth it, especially since he improved his body. His inner art has improved, and the side effects from the ability have almost disappeared, and he has also gained a lot of muscle due to constant exercise. One of those endless days, Obo came running into the dungeon and said that the third wife of the guard commander had given birth. Stretching, Wan Huan asked if it was a boy. Obo said in delight that the doctor had been right 29 times already. The guy thought to himself that it was not easy to make a mistake because he saw everything exactly as on the ultrasound, but he was upset that the Minister of War's wife's child actually died. Trying not to think about the bad, Wan Huan pestered Bo with questions about whether he had finished his homework, and he replied that he couldn't even read. The boy scratched his head and said that it would be difficult for him to remember an entire medical book. But Huang said that he had explained everything in detail. Then he ordered Bo to ask for help from someone who could read, even if he had to beg. Softening the harsh tone in his voice, Wan Huan explained that the most difficult things should be memorized, and the body will remember. The moralizing was interrupted when a voice was heard from the street announcing that a new imperial decree had been issued. Entering the prison, the messenger said that the Dr. Huang was found innocent and should be released immediately. When the lattice door opened, Obo could not resist running towards his mentor, because during this time, he had missed him very much. Taking his assistant by the hands, the guy said that he had worked hard all the time, for which he expressed his sincere gratitude. But this idyll was interrupted as soon as the envoy reported that the chancellor was looking for Wan Huan, so he should go to the palace. The young man listened intently to what must be, already prepared to appear before him, but in fact he felt uneasy at this prospect. The Yinchuan Commandery Palace looked both beautiful and terrifying at the same time, befitting its lord. A huge number of doctors had gathered inside, but the man did not pay attention to them, but read over and over again what was written on the parchment. He was surprised that Wan Huan was able to make a diagnosis without checking the pulse, and determined that the child was already dead. This guy really turned out to be a miracle healer, just as Go Cho said. He was distracted from reading by the voice of an old doctor, who said that one report about Huang had been deliberately omitted. Raising his head, the gentleman said that since they had kept silent about this, there must have been a good reason for it, but he still wanted to know what they had hidden from him. As it turned out, the boy founded a hospital in a poor village called Soshan and treated all its residents for free. The old doctor said that he thought this might embarrass his master, so he did not report it. Thinking about it, Chen Gui thought that this information would really have a negative effect on him, since he would hardly trust his wife to such a simpleton. In his prison sat a famous doctor who did not satisfy his selfish desires. With such a characteristic, the master could recommend him for training in the palace. He would think about it later, because right now Wan Huan was in front of him, so it was time to talk. As soon as the boy greeted the ruler, he immediately said that his healing skills were amazing. He even managed to inspire Guo Cho, who was known for his nasty character, so Chen Gui would like to recommend the young man for training. Having learned filial piety and clean records, the boy could well become an official in the future. The proposal surprised Wanhuan greatly. He became embarrassed and said that he was not yet trained enough for this. When the ruler laughed and muttered that he thought that the future official was standing in front of him, the guy almost rolled his eyes. He didn't want all this. So he continued to play the poor guy, saying that in his opinion, this post would only be suitable for a person with great intelligence. His brother had such intelligence, and he expressed a desire to enjoy his youth and cure all the people in the world. Now it was absolutely clear to the gentleman that this talent was worth all the recommendations. Who would have thought that the doctor would put forward his brother instead of himself? He was really too young to work in the palace, where he would only receive envy from his elders. The audience was interrupted as soon as a tearful servant ran into the room, shouting that something bad had happened. At first, Chen Gui was angry because some girl, forgetting her manners, disrupted his reception. But then the woman fell to her knees and began to say in a trembling voice that something very bad had happened to her highness. When Wanhuan heard that the lady had drunk poison, he stared at the maid in shock. The misfortune happened quite recently, when the doors of the mistress's chambers closed, hiding her from prying eyes. Sitting on her knees, she cried bitterly about her unhappy fate. She so wanted to become a mother, but it seemed that the Almighty did not want to send her a child. When Dr. Huang's diagnoses began to be confirmed and her last hope disappeared, she wished that all of this was not true. She remembered the young man's last visit when he confirmed that there really was no child, but she asked him about a way to get pregnant. Bowing his head submissively, the boy said that he understood her desire to have a child, but in this case he was powerless. She was terribly irritated by the words that only heaven can decide the question of life. She wanted to get what she wanted at any cost. He then added that in order for treatment to begin, she needed to accept that she was not carrying a child inside her and that she could take care of her body through exercise and food. It was then that she first realized that there was a chance that she would never be destined to have children, even if the miracle doctor gave up. Since then, she had to undergo several examinations, but nothing had changed. A month had already passed since the chancellor met a new lady. He had to be with many women to finally conceive an heir, which caused Go Hyun unbearable pain. Choking on tears, Go Hyun felt such intense pain that the chancellor would no longer pay attention to her even when she was suffering. Therefore, the lady firmly decided that she did not need such a life, and it would be better to simply disappear from the face of the earth. Taking the vial of poison in her hands, Her Highness thought only about whether her husband would shed tears for his fragile wife. Opening the bottle, she asked the Almighty that in her next life she would be from a simple family, then she would be free. Drinking the contents, she decided that, being a simple village girl, she would be able to meet and marry a man who would love only her. The poison acted very quickly, causing bleeding that came out of the mouth, forcing the lady to cough up blood. A moment later, the lady fell to the floor, unconscious, and as her head became clouded, she happily entered oblivion. All that the unfortunate lady wanted was to find peace, which was unknown to her in life. The maid found her in this state, unconscious, weakened, and lying on the cold floor. While Go Hyun was still alive, her pulse was barely beating, and her eyelids were half open. She really didn't want to be saved. Her only wish was to die before her husband fell out of love with her completely and gave preference to another favorite. At that very moment, a young doctor burst into the room, and now her chances of dying were reduced several times more. The doctor sat near the lady and asked the woman to open her mouth because she needed to cleanse her stomach. The chancellor burst into the chambers like a hurricane and began shouting at the maids, asking how they could allow such a turn of events to happen. Before the doctors touched the woman, Wanhuan wanted to see for himself what had happened to her, as this was important for establishing a diagnosis. Of course, she couldn't drink the water that the doctors tried to pour in because she was unconscious and couldn't even open her mouth. If she had been able to drink, this would have been the right approach, but now the only thing that could be done was to drain the contents of her stomach with tubes. But unfortunately, he left his bag with Bo, and now he didn't have the necessary tools with him. The guy completely forgot that his assistant literally read his mind because he ran here and brought the bag at the most opportune moment. Glad to have such an assistant, Wanhuan praised the boy for his incredible intelligence. Now the young man was in charge of the treatment process. He ordered the doctors to help him carry the woman to the bed. Then he asked how much poison had managed to get into her body. One of the men looked into the bottle and said that a quarter of the bottle was missing. This information came as a relief to the guy, because if she had managed to drink more, a fatal outcome would have been inevitable. Having taken out a long tube, the doctor decided that this was the only option to help the unfortunate lady, who had decided to shorten her life. After selecting the right size tool, The guy disinfected it with distilled liquor, which helped kill all the germs. Now all that was left was to push the tube through the mouth into the stomach itself, so that it would be possible to pump out the dangerous substances from there. To make his work easier, Juan activated his X-ray vision because he needed to know at what moment the device would reach the desired location. After some painstaking work, the tube was exactly where it was needed and was ready to pump out the poison that had settled at the bottom. First, it was necessary to remove foreign substances from the body in order to cleanse the stomach and allow it to begin regeneration. At this moment, Juan needed a reliable assistant, and no one could play this role as skillfully as little Obo. The doctor asked him to hold the tube tightly and make sure that it did not move from the place where it was placed, and he obediently followed all the requirements. The process was started, and the poison slowly began to be pumped out of the woman's body, who lay motionless on her stomach. The contents of the stomach fell into a steel bowl, which the doctors had previously brought at the boy's request. As soon as the first drop of the substance fell into the container, the room smelled terribly of rot, and the question immediately arose as to what kind of poison Go-hyun had drunk. Once the poisonous substances have been removed from the body, all that remains is to rinse the intestines with clean water to wash away the last drops from the walls. After some time of this process, everything foreign was removed, and only after the fifth washed clean water began to come out. The remaining poison could be absorbed by charcoal, since it no longer posed a mortal danger. Juan mixed the charcoal with oil and poured it into the patient's mouth so that all the toxic substances would come out through diarrhea. When the guy finished, he stepped aside and looked at the woman. He did everything he could, and all that was left was to wait and hope that everything would go well. Several hours passed before Go-hyun's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes, returning to this world. Juan was very happy when he saw that the patient had regained consciousness, because he didn't even expect it to happen so quickly. When he started talking to her, he did not expect at all that the lady would start crying and asking why she was returned to this world. Tears rolled down her pale cheeks without stopping. She said that she just wanted to find peace, and that was taken away from her. The guy listened in surprise to the tirade about how the woman couldn't get pregnant. Then her husband left her, and because of that, she didn't want to live anymore. Angry that the lady did not value her own life so much, the young man asked if she should not be planning her future instead of wallowing in self-pity. These words surprised her, especially when the boy added that heaven would decide about the pregnancy. Smiling warmly, the healer said that one simply needed to give oneself a little time for the answer to one's prayers to come. Feeling ashamed, Her Highness turned away when she heard that the doctor would ensure that her body was healthy. Juan was sure that better days were yet to come, so Go-hyun just had to wait for them and let happiness come into her life. When the lady fell asleep, Hwang and Oh-bo finally left the palace walls. The boy was glad that they had worked hard today. The long-awaited rest was already very close, but it was taken away again, as one of the court doctors called the guy again. It was Gyeong-dan, the head of the palace physicians, who was worried and wanted to talk. But the boy ignored the request and walked past, saying that he had nothing to talk about with such a vile and deceitful person. Unable to bear the refusal, the man grabbed the young man by the clothes and began to beg him to listen to him. One might think that the doctor had come to his senses and come to ask for forgiveness, but no, he only begged for Juan to help him stay in the palace. He needed to hide the traces of the thefts he had been committing for many years, so he promised the boy a fortune for his help. But the young man was adamant. He reminded the man not to forget that he was almost executed because of his fault and spent a long time in prison. It became clear that Gyeong-dak was in despair since he came to his enemy with such requests, and finally he got what he deserved. So the boy said that the doctor should leave him alone and live out the rest of his days in peace with his condition. After these words, the doctor and his assistant left the old man sitting on his knees in the middle of the corridor. There was no joy inside Juan. He felt disgusted after this unpleasant meeting. The angry man couldn't believe that he was refused, even after he tearfully begged for help on his knees. He decided that he would not forgive such humiliation and would definitely take revenge on the young doctor for everything he was forced to endure. Finally, Juan was left alone and he could go to the building he had long dreamed of visiting. When the heavy doors opened, the boy inhaled the air that smelled of medicine. The smell reminded him of the old days in a modern hospital. He was admitted to a place where there was a huge supply of various medicines and was allowed to take whatever he needed. From that moment on, the chancellor gave the physician complete freedom to use the warehouse of medicines. The main thing was that Her Highness would get better. Opening various cells, the guy collected the ingredients needed for the decoction, which should help restore the concubine's health. When he was distracted again, Juan wanted to scream in frustration, but this voice irritated him a little less than all the others. It was Obo, who had come running here to inform the doctor that he had received a message from Mr. Go. The young man was very surprised when he was told that Go-cho wanted to invite him to his family. There was an assumption that the man learned that the boy had refused the position of court physician and must want him to become his personal physician. Hearing this, Obo was amazed that his mentor could refuse such a high and respected position. When the boy asked why he wouldn't accept such a lucrative offer, the doctor replied that he simply didn't need it. Finally, the business in the palace was over, and the boys were able to go to their native village, which they had already missed very much. Mr. Go made sure that they were provided with a horse, and with its help they moved much faster than on foot. Obo took care of the name, and now the beautiful white stallion was called by the strange name of Chilpun. Instead of going straight to the village, the boys decided to stop by Go's house. But first they had to go to the tavern and have a little refreshment. This plan was slightly adjusted by the one who was screaming for help, located somewhere in the forest. The voice became louder, and finally the doctor and his assistant heard that there was a wounded man nearby who needed help. Juan immediately rushed to help, ordering his student to tie the horse to a tree and run after him. After running a few meters, the guy discovered people around the corner. A man was lying on the ground, and a woman was screaming and calling for help. Hearing that someone had set a trap and the man had injured his leg, the boy sped up because he was afraid that there might be severe bleeding. As Juan ran towards the people, he was already asking if his Achilles tendon was okay when he suddenly felt something wrap around his leg. The trap worked as it should, and the boy flew into the air, turning upside down. Now he needed help too. Trying to speak as clearly as possible, which was not easy, hanging upside down, the young man asked the lady for help. Coming closer, the woman cautiously asked if the guy was a doctor. He began to shake his head, but this movement looked more like a convulsion. Finally, Obo arrived and asked in surprise what had happened here. But now was not the time for conversation. It was worth getting Juan down from the tree. It was strange that some hunter decided to leave traps on this side of the road because people always passed here. As he climbed the tree, the boy said that he would untie the ropes and asked the lady to hold his teacher's head so that he would not get scared. While the assistant was untying the ropes, the mentor promised the woman that he would help her friend as soon as he was back on his feet. But instead of any gratitude, the lady looked around and once again said that no one walks along this road. After these words, she took out a sharp knife from her bosom, which she clearly did not intend to use to cut the ropes. Juan realized that things were taking an unexpected turn. When the young man realized what they were facing, he shouted a warning to Obo that he needed to flee immediately. The boy had just managed to climb down from the tree when suddenly a bandit appeared next to him, holding a sharp sword at the ready. As he started to run, Obo realized that they had gotten involved with very dangerous people, and now they had to figure out how to get out of the forest alive. As he watched the chase, Juan wondered how they had managed to fall so thoughtlessly into the trap of the bandits who were waiting for their victims. Since the boy did not have time to cut the rope, the doctor understood that it was worth working hard himself and helping Obo because something terrible could happen. But now trouble could happen to Juan himself because a man who played the role of a wounded man was approaching him. Bearing his blade, he rushed at the defenseless boy, saying that he would gladly kill him. Juan had no intention of hanging around and waiting for his head to be cut off, so he reached for one of his swords. As he got closer and closer to his victim, the robber believed that no action would help him escape. Even the sharpest sword would not cut the iron wire rope they used in their trap. So it was obvious that a simple doctor would not be able to cut it, but everything turned out completely differently than the bandit thought. Not only did Juan manage to deal with her, he was completely freed and was now ready to fight off his enemies. Having jumped to the ground, the guy immediately began to assess the situation. Since the robbers had scattered, the advantage was not at all on their side. The stunned bandit could not believe that their weapon could be cut so easily. Now it became clear that this was an unusual doctor. He began to call his accomplice named Mina and shout, announcing that their victim had been freed from her shackles. Turning her head, the woman could not believe what she heard. It seemed that she needed to stop the senseless pursuit of the child and help her accomplice. Leaving Obo alone, she rushed at Juan and began asking in a threatening voice, since when did doctors carry guns with them? The guy realized that it was time to activate his skills that he had trained for so long in prison, and chi energy began to fill his entire body. So when the woman finally attacked, he was ready, and with one blow he severed the hand that held the sword from the rest of her arm. Such skills were simply amazing. The bandits could not believe that such a young boy possessed such power. It was impossible, but he actually managed to cut the arm and bone off with just one swing of the blade. The man ran to his girlfriend. Despite the danger that threatened him, He was ready to help her no matter what. But his plans suddenly changed when he saw that their target was moving towards him. At that moment, some kind of animal fear was born inside him. He almost died from excitement when something heavy suddenly flew at his sword and bounced off onto the ground. It was just a small branch, but it was unclear where it came from. Perhaps it was the work of a little boy. Fighting off these branches, the robber thought that he had been deceived when they said that they would meet a simple young doctor. Apparently, the informants did not know how he could fight. Ignoring his abilities wouldn't work, so he had to act quickly if he wanted to get out of the forest alive. But this was a very difficult task because the young man was already advancing on him and raised his sword for the next blow. Without blinking an eye, Juan dealt with another bandit, releasing a huge amount of blood that splattered his face and clothes. Everything happened so quickly that the sword had not yet had time to fly apart into several pieces before its owner was already struck. As he watched this carnage, Obo was only worried about his teacher, and when he saw that he was safe, he calmed down. To tell the truth, the doctor's leg was a little sore from hanging on it for some time, but overall everything was fine. Leaving behind the bloody corpse of the enemy, Juan asked his student if he had been injured during the chase. When they approached the woman lying on the ground, the guy demanded answers from her, because he had not injured her badly, and she could still speak. However, if she doesn't want to tell who hired them, then the guy could very well be using acupuncture for something that is not good for his health. The bandit continued to remain silent, and this became her biggest mistake, because Juan did not throw around empty promises, so now she arched her back in pain. The cause of her suffering was a small needle that was stuck exactly in the place that caused her unbearable pain. This action completely paralyzed her body, so even if she wanted to bite off her tongue so as not to say anything, she would not be able to do so. After all, there was a doctor standing next to her who could carefully sew it back on and save her life just to extract information. They and their accomplice tried to kill them, so they were probably well prepared for the fact that they themselves might die. But they did not take into account that in front of them was a person who could allow them to experience such pain, which was much worse than death. At that moment, the robber realized that she would be tortured without even a chance for a peaceful death. This suffering was not worth her word of honor. So she whispered that the order for the murder was placed by the chief court physician, who held a grudge against the young man. This was not such a surprise, since Gyungdaok was a dishonest man who was capable of doing the most vile things just to maintain his status. Yes, they hated each other, but why didn't Juan believe that he could kill him? It seems the woman was not aware of the details, as she said she simply took the money and received the order. She was not lying because the torments she had to endure were the best truth serum. So the doctor decided to pull out the needle and relieve her of this suffering, because he was not a monster. It seemed that the bandit did not agree with this, because her face, which was distorted by a grimace of pain, said quite the opposite. A moment later, the woman's eyes rolled back and she began to lose consciousness, after which her breathing stopped and she passed into another world. It was clear that no more answers would be obtained, so the doctor rose to his feet and left the unfortunate woman. Thinking about it, the young man realized that torture was not something he was used to, but otherwise he would never have found out who wanted him dead. This was already the second time that his life was in danger, so it was worth taking advantage of the opportunity and loosening the bandits' tongues. All this time he was saved thanks to the art of internal ki that Colonel Chow gave him, but at this rate, the enemies were increasing in number. Now even little Bo was in danger because of him. It turns out that the medical profession is not so safe. It was worth taking some measures immediately before everything became worse than it is now. After looking around, a badge was found not far from the corpses, on which it was written that its owner belonged to the House of the Red Moon. This means that the robber was a courtesan who worked in this house. But perhaps this was her way of hiding her identity. It was hard to believe that the scoundrel Gyan had come all this way just to take revenge on him for refusing to help. He was distracted from his disturbing thoughts by a little student who asked what his teacher would do with this scoundrel. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he would let him taste his own medicine. Bo suggested that he too would hire killers. But that was not what Juan wanted to do. His plan was to make the man a beggar and let him die of starvation. After all, he would be very disappointed if his enemy calmly passed away. His student did not know how to react to this, so he simply agreed. Finally, the time of year had arrived when the beautiful sakura blossomed and delighted the eye with its blooming. Huabun always loved this time. Enjoying the spectacle, he thought that spring is definitely coming, in the literal and figurative sense of this expression. Anxious thoughts did not leave the man, because he had failed again, and did not know how to look his mother in the eyes now. He was pulled out of his thoughts by his brother, who ran up and asked with a cheerful smile how everything went. There was nothing to please Ju Huan with because his relative had failed again and felt like a complete non-entity. Scratching the back of his head, Huabok said that he wanted his brother to congratulate him, but instead he would have to be a pillow for tears. Instead of sad speeches, the man patted his brother on the shoulder and said that judging by his face he had passed, this could not but please, because it would have a good effect on the situation of their family. These words were not very pleasing because in Ju Huan's opinion, his middle brother should have gone first, but he said that he should study some more. The conversations distracted him a little from his own failures, so the man asked what rank he had been awarded after the exam. What he heard made him smile widely, because his brother was lucky to get to the top and become one of the most successful students. General Cao was watching him, but the man thought that he was only being so soft with him because he owed Huabu money. But Huabong did not agree with him, because he had heard that there were good rumors about Cao Ren, which said that this man was fair and impartial. So it was safe to say that the brother would not have done this just because of Wan Huan's servants. Even though these words fell on deaf ears, Ju Huan could still see that the observers were playing a game of nepotism. That's why he ended up on top, while his brother failed miserably. Such was life, difficult and unfair. The Guo family's estate was also in turmoil, as a message had arrived from the Chancellor's palace. The letter told how Go Hyun's dear niece had drunk poison, but despite that, she remained alive because she had received proper medical attention. Now the man was even more grateful to this young man, because he saved not only his life, but also the life of a person who was dear to him. Now the high-ranking friend wanted to repay the good deed, especially since his niece told him to give him a gift. Of course, the doctor began to say that he didn't need anything. Then Go Cho reminded him that every action has a price, and he was ready to do everything in his power. The only thing the guy needed now was additional security because Go No had gone home for a short while. But Wan Huan didn't want the master to force anyone to help him. That's why he said he didn't need anything. But Go Cho said the doctor could make his request at any time. Having finished the conversation, the master ordered his servants to take their dear guest to a place where he could have a good rest. The boy was expecting a cozy room where he could lie down on a soft bed, but he was brought to a completely different place than he expected to see. One of the maids took him to the House of the Red Moon, the finest courtesan house in the entire area. One could only hope that it was a coincidence, since the bandit's badge had the name of this very place on it. Trying to convince himself of this, the guy told himself that somewhere there must be another house like this, because the name is quite common. There was nothing left to do but enter the house, where women were waiting for him, standing in 2 rows and smiling sweetly. The maid who brought him said that he was expected in another place, and then pointed to the next room. What was striking was how many men were sitting here and drinking, while having fun with women. Regardless, Wan Huan knew that he had to be extremely careful, because he couldn't trust anyone completely. The next room was even more beautiful than the previous one. There sat a beautiful woman who was playing a pleasant melody on a musical instrument. The beauty believed that she had already gone so far in the art of seduction that her guest should already be head over heels in love with her. But Wan Huan's reaction was not at all what she expected. Instead of looking at her with fascination, he kept looking around. The music stopped, and the guy looked at the woman, who asked in an upset voice if he didn't like her, but he said he was just tired. Despite her young age, there was already a man sitting in front of her, so she decided to be more attentive and take care of the guest. After thinking about it, she decided to suggest moving to bed. Wan Huan thought that he would finally be able to sleep. But since danger could lie in wait even here, the boy decided that it would be better if he rested at home and did not linger in this place. The woman was not just surprised, she was angry, because she had planned to spend the night not alone, but she had come across some eunuch. Wan Huan was fine, except that he didn't want to be in a place where he could be in serious danger anymore. The city at night was very cozy. People were walking under the lanterns. Men were sitting and drinking somewhere, and girls were giggling on the other side. Walking down the street, the guy decided that it was worth turning to Cho Sol and asking her to find out about this House of the Red Moon, because she could get the information he needed. It was nice to know that after a long time, he would finally return home, where his friends, family, and of course, patients were waiting for him. Looking at the full moon, the young man wondered how his mother and brothers were doing. He had not seen them for quite a long time. The atmosphere in the Kvan's home estate was a little depressing, despite the fact that everything around was blooming and coming to life after the cold weather. Even the pleasant spring atmosphere could not melt Huabong's heart, who was saddened by the fact that he had not lived up to his mother's expectations and did not know how to show himself to her. Since he did not visit the woman, she decided to visit her beloved middle son on her own and ask why he had been so depressed in recent days. The guy immediately began to apologize, but the lady had no reason to. She smiled and said that everything was getting better in their family, so he could take the exam next year. But his confidence that he would be able to pass this exam was almost zero. Trying to cheer up her son, the mother said that she did not know a single person in all of Chao who had read so much literature and studied such a variety of materials. Of course, he knew a lot, but it didn't help him cope now, so where is the guarantee that it will help later? Moreover, the situation in the country was very difficult, and everyone passed the exam by giving a bribe. Otherwise, it was impossible to get through. It was only when these words had flown out of his mouth that he realized that he had said too much, because his mother clearly asked with displeasure whether he really intended to do the same. Trying to justify himself, the guy began to say that he had probably made a mistake and was not going to engage in such illegal equipment. Coming closer, the woman put her hand on her son's shoulder and said that if he wanted, she could help him carve his path to success. She said that the world had really changed, which meant that they had to change too. The process was important, but the result was no less important. The boy couldn't even imagine that his mother would say such a thing. She was the person who taught them to always follow the right path. Huabun suddenly felt very ashamed. So he tried to convince her that he had started this conversation without thinking, so there was no need to worry about it. The one who came to the door overheard a conversation about how the middle son would be ashamed to look his relatives in the eyes if he decided to use the money. Juan was in no hurry to enter the house. He listened to his brother say that he would pass the exam next year without any fraud or bribes. After all, he had to remember what his father had bequeathed to him. The boy felt obligated to be honest and unwavering because he had to fight for the family. At that moment, Juan entered the room, happily declaring that he had finally returned home from his trip. All day long, the boy talked about his adventures, conclusions, and of course he mentioned all the offers made to him. After hearing all these stories, both mother and brother were simply shocked by what their Kwabu had gone through. But most of all, they were surprised that he had refused the honorable position of court physician. Smiling, the boy admitted that he could indeed be considered crazy, but if you think about it, at his age it was too early to connect his life with palace intrigues. Then Mom solemnly announced that Ju Huan had passed the military service exam with the highest score and was now at the training center. Huabong said that their brother had brilliant skills, so he would follow his example and fill in the gaps in his training. The problem was that the guy actually had enough knowledge to pass everything with flying colors, but they lived in a world where without money you were nothing. In these realities, those who tried to follow the right path and live according to their conscience, those who took only what belonged to them, were not valued at all. Therefore, Juan decided that he needed to intervene in his brother's fate, especially since a job offer in Yinchuan Prefecture was already waiting for him. When Huabu voiced this proposal, his brother at first did not even understand its meaning, because everything was fine in Yinchuan and additional people were not needed. But the young man did not agree, because his sources said that the palace was lacking a competent worker who would do everything according to his conscience. The doctor had been asked by high-ranking officials if he could recommend anyone, so the boy would like to put in a good word for his brother, if he didn't mind. Turning away, the man became embarrassed because he didn't know if he could handle such a position. Juan calmed him down a little when he said that they valued skills, not connections. When the youngest child said so confidently that Huabong's skills were already sufficient, the mother was surprised at the knowledge of her child, who was still very young, but she completely agreed with his opinion, because everyone who had eyes would notice how capable her middle son was. After listening to his family, the man began to think about everything they said. He was pleased, but despite this, he did not quite see himself in such a job. The brother was so impenetrable that Juan could not stand it, and slamming his hand on the table, asked if he thought it was necessary to rise up so that the whole family could succeed. After all, power should have been in the hands of those who so stubbornly defended morality and did not make concessions. This opportunity was worth taking advantage of. After such a difficult conversation, I wanted to quickly go to the village and breathe in the dusty air, which returned me to the country routine. Rest will have to wait a bit, because a doctor named Ban came to the house and brought a boy named Bayune, who was originally from Chao, to meet him. Digging into his memory, Huang remembered that the old man had told him about his nephew, who really wanted to study medicine. When the guy politely asked if the kid had read any books, he immediately replied that he had learned the basics from his uncle and was knowledgeable about a lot. He memorized a whole speech about how he had read books on medicine since childhood, learned to use medicinal herbs and acupuncture. These abilities would be very useful in the future, so he said that the boy was a good boy, but he must continue to work hard. Noticing that Obo was standing cautiously to the side, Huan brought him to his new comrade and introduced him as his assistant. Byung-ah was friendly and said that Obo was now his older brother and he wanted him to fill him in on things. These words really surprised the village boy. But it was all a pretense, because Bon's nephew immediately thought that this country bumpkin didn't look too smart, and she wasn't tall either. Obo was also wary of his new brother, considering him not his equal, since he, instead of reading books, practiced with the doctor. Hugging the two boys, Huan said that since Obo was the eldest, he should be treated with respect, and he in turn should take care of the younger one. But if the kids did start a war among themselves, their teacher jokingly promised them that he would hang them both upside down and make them bleed to death. As he saw Old Man Bun off, Huan smiled and said that he would do a great job with his students, who were eager to begin their training. The feud between the boys passed as if it had never happened. The two boys were friendly as angels and were ready to help each other in any situation. When evening came, Huan left the village house and went to the Kisayang estate because he needed to talk to one of the workers. Cho Sol couldn't believe that fate had smiled upon her, and now she was sitting with the most famous doctor in the area and looking straight into his eyes. But she was worried that he asked to find out about the House of the Red Moon. She was very interested in the purpose of his interest, because the establishment was a famous house of pleasure. Tapping her finger on the table, the girl suddenly remembered that the owner of the building was a member of the Hao sect. When he and the lady were talking about this topic, even she found the doctor's request strange. They also learned that Huan had sent all the Kisang back, and they were told everything except the actions of the head of the Go family. It was strange because this house of pleasure was located next to the Go family. So Chul thought that they would be able to get some information, but it was not so. This situation was not only in the Red Moon house. The Hao sect had discovered several Kisang houses that had problems gathering information. There was one logical conclusion that seemed to suggest itself. It seemed that the information was being transmitted not only to the Hao sect, perhaps there was some other secret organization. It would be surprising if the province were not covered with a web of spies that could reveal any secrets. Its members listened with interest to the conversations of local residents because, as is known, they knew many interesting details. The tavern worker knew about this too, and he listened with pleasure to the conversation about the murdered woman in the Taiping mansion, but the men did not know that she was the head of this mansion. Taking his hot lunch for the visitors from the cook, he thought only about the fact that there were only 3 neutralizing elixirs left, which would run out in a year at most. He needed to find a way to buy more because without them, he was tormented by terrible headaches that just wouldn't go away. Then an idea came into his head that could, in principle, help if he did everything correctly and did not reveal his true intentions. He decided to approach the doctors who were sitting at the table laughing. The man tried to join their conversation. They were friendly to him, since the owner of the establishment stood in front of them. The gentleman bowed his head submissively and said that if they needed anything, they could tell him, because for him, people were more important than money. They were very grateful to him, and at that moment the man realized that he had finally conquered these court doctors. It had cost him 3 months of effort. Now all that was left was to conquer their leader. Only then would he be able to remake the elixir to remove the curse. Suddenly a visitor entered the tavern, whom no one had met there before because this place was not suitable for a man's status. When the owner saw who was standing in his establishment, he was simply stunned because it was the first time that the head of the court physicians, whom he was looking for, visited him. Realizing that this was the chance he had been waiting for so long, the man ran straight to his new guests. Putting on a welcoming smile, the employee began to respectfully communicate with the client and asked him to come inside and make himself comfortable. The innkeeper wanted to take the opportunity to introduce himself, but the head of the court physicians interrupted him and said that he had already heard about him. After these words, the man recognized the person standing in front of him and felt his hands begin to tremble with fear. He bowed respectfully and said that he would serve with all his might, but in his mind he was thinking that he had expected to see a completely different person in the role of court physician. Now his plans were in jeopardy because he had hoped to draw a naive person into his nets, but in front of him was a poisonous snake. After all, it was Gyeondak who was the one who made the man a slave of the Taiping sect, from which one could only leave by dying. This man was the main culprit, who introduced an unknown medicine and acupuncture method. It was because of him that the innkeeper was forced to take the elixir every 6 months. It was unclear how such a person occupied such a position. It would be easy enough to kill him, but if he did, it would be difficult to get away with it. So now the owner of the establishment clearly understood that first he needed to get more elixirs or get rid of the curse, and only then he could take revenge. He also heard that Guion Doc would soon be kicked out of the palace because of the Dr. Huang, so he needed to watch him a little longer. Moreover, the young doctor was able to remove toxins from Her Highness. Perhaps it would be possible to turn to him for help, but it was risky. The young lady took poison to commit suicide, but this young talent was able to pump it out of her stomach, thereby bringing her back to life. Most likely that poison was from the court physician, because there is no one who could use poison better than him. So if the young doctor was able to remove such a poison, then he would probably be able to cure him too, since he had impeccable abilities. The man thought that this boy simply wanted to practice healing, but he must be far from a simple healer. It was necessary to find out what kind of intrigues Wan Huan was planning and decide whether he would become his ally or his sworn enemy. Events brought Wan Huan back to Yinchuan province, where he had urgent business to attend to. He was pleased to return to a place that was filled with an aura of healing and medicinal skill, and he enjoyed digging through ingredients and preparing concoctions. Stirring the boiling brew, the guy realized that it had now reached the consistency he needed. The decoction was ready. As soon as he wanted to leave the warehouse, he noticed that someone was about to disturb his solitude, so he turned around, expecting to see this person. But the one who appeared in front of him was not at all on the list of people with whom he wanted to talk, or even to cross paths with in any other way. Standing at the door was the former court physician Gyeon Dok, who was obviously also not very happy to see his young colleague, with whom he had had many quarrels. Having examined the boy from head to toe and not finding any visible injuries on him, the man could not understand why this brat was still safe and sound. The look was so eloquent that Wan Huan didn't need any proof of who had hired the contract killers to take his life. Of course, it was Gyeong Dok, so it turns out that before her death, the bandit told the truth about her customer, doing at least something good in the end. This bastard had everything he was thinking written on his forehead, and his thoughts revolved around why his enemies still walked this earth. Without showing it, Wan Huan said in a friendly manner that he hadn't seen the doctor for a long time, and he was clearly embarrassed by such behavior and didn't know what to answer. Then he asked what the guy was doing in the warehouse. He replied that he wanted to get herbs to treat Her Highness, because she was still recovering from the poisoning. As he was about to leave, a thought suddenly occurred to Huang, so he asked his colleague if he was familiar with poisons. This question alarmed the man, but then he calmed down and said that doctors should know a lot, so it is obvious that they have to deal with a variety of poisons. Some might think this answer was quite innocent, but Wan Huan was not so easily deceived. He had dealt with treacherous liars before. Finally, he said that now he would have to bother the former court physician often. This information did not make the man very happy. Clenching his fists, he was angry at those idiots who couldn't get rid of the child. The real killers couldn't cope with the young boy. It was amazing how this brat managed to escape death. And now he was walking around the palace and acting like he was the most important one. Gyeong Dok was unbearable to watch this. At that moment, he promised himself that he would definitely make this boy pay for all the harm he had managed to cause him. Wan Huan had no time to think about the threat that Gyeong Daok posed to him. The chancellor was waiting for him, and he went to see him for an audience. After greeting his subordinates, Chen Gui said that he had received the doctor's report and now wanted to talk about it. The gentleman was very interested in whether there were any results that the boy would like to talk about, and he nodded his head affirmatively. It turns out that the guy found out exactly what ingredients were in the poison that his concubine Go Hyun took. The next words shocked the chancellor, because this vile poison was made from medicinal herbs, which in the right proportions could also be deadly. Many medicinal herbs contain small amounts of toxic substances, and in order to use them, it is necessary to neutralize the negative impact. But the young doctor confirmed that incompatible herbs were used, which only increased the toxicity. In addition, he discovered rare herbs that could not be found even in the medicine warehouse located at court. Even a person who was not well versed in medicine could conclude that whoever made the poison had extensive knowledge of the medical craft. So now Wan Huan was only interested in one thing. Was there anyone who could handle such rare herbs? Of course, there is no need to rush into accusations, but the guy was clearly hinting that the criminal could be the former court physician. The man demanded that the general affairs advisors be brought in immediately, because it was necessary to sort out this problem once and for all. When they entered the hall, the chancellor said that the skills of one of them were no worse than those of the court doctors, so he ordered an investigation. But the old man had a smart idea. His skills could not be compared with those of the court doctors, so he suggested that Huang handle this matter. He did not belong to the palace, so he could conduct an investigation without the prejudices that civil servants might have. This made sense, so the chancellor asked what the guy himself thought about this, since he personally was not at all against Huang taking on this matter. Chen Gui asked if the young man was confident that he could handle it if he was given the right to inspect the court physicians, and he promised to do his best. The next person who was asked to be called to the palace was the Minister of Justice, because Huang needed to be given the authority to check the doctors who were at court. For 3 whole days, there was such a bustle in the palace that absolutely all its inhabitants were on edge. Finally, everything was cleared up, and guards came for Guyon Doc, who intended to punish him for poisoning Her Highness. The man was caught off guard while he was sitting in the warehouse and sorting through the necessary ingredients. He had no idea that everything would happen so quickly. He was overpowered and led away despite his cries that the accusations of poisoning Her Highness were absurd and stupid. Looking at Wan Huan standing behind him, he once again thought that he should have killed him as soon as he left the palace, not allowing his plans to be realized in life. The guards led him to the dungeon while he unsuccessfully tried to convince them that some misunderstanding had occurred and that he should be released. Watching this whole picture, the young doctor felt disgusted because a man who once had power managed to fall so low. Arum, Penelia, and aconite were supplied to the court physicians, but the herbs were misused and became deadly poisonous. After receiving the servant's testimony, it was discovered that when the doctor made the decoction, he deliberately crossed out these herbs from the recipe so that evidence could not be found. Also, a bottle was found in Gyeongdok's house. It contained the same poison that Her Highness drank. This was irrefutable evidence of his guilt. Now the scoundrel could not escape punishment. He would appear before the ruler and answer for what he had done. But the man was not going to give in so easily. He began to manipulate, saying that he had sworn allegiance since the time of the previous chancellor, so it was stupid to accuse him. Hearing these words, Chen Gui was simply amazed at the impudence of the accused because he tried to shout something about loyalty, which he knew nothing about. To put an end to this story once and for all, the chancellor asked the Dr. Huang to tell the details of the investigation. He read out that since his appointment, Dr. Guyon Doc had appropriated a huge amount of medicinal herbs and used them at his own discretion. The ingredients cost 300 gold niang. Considering that they were of the highest quality, the amount increased to 500 niang. He tried to hide it by giving false recipes. A new wave of irritation washed over the chancellor, and he asked how after this, the doctor dared to talk about loyalty. He had no excuse. The gentleman asked with a shout whether loyalty really meant theft and embezzlement of state property. There was one more detail that had not yet been reported to His Highness, since it was only discovered this morning. During the inspection of Jeong Dok's house, a strange bottle was found that contained the same poison that Her Highness drank. This meant that the scoundrel who lived under the same roof with them had made a poisonous medicine that almost killed the master's favorite concubine. It was hard to believe, but the facts spoke for themselves, so it was stupid to deny the obvious, and it was worth accepting that the traitor was someone from whom no trick was expected. The decision the ruler wanted to make was cruel, so he wanted to consult with the Minister of Justice first. The accusations were that the poison prepared by the head of the court physicians had endangered the life of Her Highness, so the chancellor asked what sentence he should pass. The minister said there was no evidence of attempted poisoning, but it was true that the poisonous liquid caused the concubine to suffer. But the theft of medicines worth 500 gold nannies shows complete contempt for the chancellor's family, so it is worth taking tough measures. Wan Huan listened attentively to the verdict. The Minister of Justice proposed to destroy the 3 families of Gyeon Dok, confiscate the property, and offer the servants as slaves of the state. The Lord thought the punishment was very appropriate, but he was eager to hear the opinion of another person who was important to him. All eyes were on Wan Huan as the gentleman voiced his desire to hear what the young doctor had to say. While the guy didn't understand whether Chen Gui was really interested in his opinion or whether this was some kind of strange test, so he had to be careful with his words. Be that as it may, he does not agree that it was necessary to destroy 3 families. Only the criminal should have been punished. His relatives and children were not to blame for the fact that Gyeon Dok decided to intrigue behind the chancellor's back. It was impossible to allow those who were not involved in the atrocities to suffer. Trying to speak as softly as possible, the guy conveyed this idea to the gentleman, hoping that he would perceive it correctly and not consider it disrespectful. To Chen Gai's surprise, the boy asked to reconsider the sentence, considering the fact that the doctor was very attached to the chancellor's family. So it was worth trying the old man, taking into account his loyalty, if it could be proven and could be a mitigating factor. This speech surprised not only the ruler, but also Gyeon Dok himself. He could never have imagined that his enemy would be merciful to him and would not allow his family to suffer. The young man became more and more interesting to the chancellor, so the man asked why the boy did not want to put forward his own version of the sentence. To which Juan replied that he would not dare to do this, since he relied on the master's correct decision and respected his opinion and future choice. Laughing, Chen Gui said that he would like to see the guy on his side because he says very wise things, but at the same time, he is modest and does not pursue power. Coming closer to the young man, the gentleman said that he finally understood why he was praised so much, and he could not allow him to rot as an ordinary village doctor. So to Gyeondok's great surprise, the ruler decided to take the boy's opinion into account and grant a special solution to this difficult matter. It was decided to cut off the traitor's head, but leave the family alive, although their status would be reduced to that of officials. The punishment was very terrible, but the former courtier understood that it could always be worse, so it was better not to challenge the decision. The only regret left was that he had underestimated Juan's influence, and that he had been considered an ordinary doctor, but he was not one. As he began to cry, the old man felt a strange relief, for he realized that the end of his suffering would come with death, which was already creeping up on him. The new day began with a grim announcement of the execution of a traitor. Some people were glad that the scoundrel would be punished. The guards led the prisoner along a forest path, followed by Juan, who did not like the fact that he had to see all this. Coming out into a small clearing, one could notice the place that was intended for the execution. The executioner was already standing there and waiting for the moment when it would be possible to use the weapon. Watching the prisoner, Juan realized that he even felt sorry for the man. Few people deserve such an end, but still he was guilty. Turning his head, the former court physician suddenly spoke and thanked his young colleague for saving his family. Putting a stern expression into his voice, the boy said that he simply didn't want to involve innocent people in this, and in response, Gyeongduk thanked him again. The criminal also expressed a desire to talk in private, as he wanted to pay off his debt one last time, so that his conscience would not torment him in the next world. Believing the man's good intentions, Juan ordered the guards to move away a little. They were afraid, but the guy convinced them that everything would be fine. When the soldiers had moved a sufficient distance away, the man suddenly said that if the young man was asked to go outside the palace to visit a house, he should not do so. Juan immediately became suspicious and asked if the former doctor had tried to kill him when he invited him home. All Gyeongdeok said was that he was very sorry, but what was the cost of this remorse, which came only before death? Angered by the latest news, the boy did not intend to stay in this clearing any longer, so he left it just before the execution. The last thing he heard was the executioner drawing his blade, followed by the sound of a blow that caused something to fall to the ground with a dull, wet thud. When he returned to the palace, his assistants began to report a multitude of orders for the house, but he refused each of them, fearing for his life. Obo and Byung-ah had no idea what was going on, but they both noticed that their teacher was in a very depressed state. In fact, the guy was very angry that he was forced to turn away truly sick patients, because among the many calls there might be one that was a trap. He was also worried that his enemies might target his students, who were just children, and the healer could not allow anything to happen to them. Then he suddenly realized that it was worth training these rascals in martial arts, since they should be able to defend their lives. Rising to his feet, the boy announced that he had news that concerned his charges. The boys looked at the teacher with apprehension. He stated with a hint of intimidation that from that moment on, the boys would begin training not only in the medical profession, but also in combat. The first thing they started with was breathing exercises, and he also wanted to teach them how to stand in the correct stance, so now the boys were working hard. One activity followed another, and after the strength training, a psychological one awaited them, because operating on rats was a very unpleasant task. Watching the students' progress, Juan decided that the kids should study both subjects endlessly using this scheme. After all, if he cannot leave the palace for some time, he must take advantage of this for the benefit of himself and his wards. He also didn't forget that he now had another goal that he had to achieve. It was worth doing everything possible to employ Hwabong. First, he needed to test the waters, so he struck up a conversation with one of the officials, saying that he would never be in government with the skills he had. Then he added that his brother would be just right for this role, and the elderly courtier became interested in the fact that the doctor had a capable brother. Noticing this, Juan continued, saying that his brother's brain works well, but his character is too righteous, and this hinders him in passing the exam. He and the official agreed that with Hwabong's will and skills, he would definitely cope next year. The elderly official knew that the chancellor would be very pleased with the news that Juan had such a capable brother who could be recommended for the position. Turning around, the man added mysteriously that he would hope to soon hear good news about the doctor's brother. At that moment, Juan realized that his prank had succeeded, and he had gotten one of the officials. Now he needed to make the whole palace buzz about Hwabong. From then on, he spoke not only with officials, but also with servants, who carried news faster than the king's heralds. But in order to strengthen her status at court, it was necessary to complete the treatment of Her Highness, who was still not feeling well after the poisoning. He also had a meeting with the court physicians, and when he met them in the warehouse, he was embarrassed by the fact that they literally walked around him on tiptoe. The guy felt like some kind of gang leader who kept everyone he could in fear. Perhaps that's how the healers saw him. The new head of the court physicians, named Seong Hwan, stepped forward and said that if they had been warned earlier, they would have prepared for the meeting. Smiling amiably, the guy replied that there was no need for that. They could speak as they pleased, to which the chief replied that everything was fine with them. But not everyone was satisfied with the new order, because many doctors were in cahoots with Gyeon Dok, who was killed by the boy. Wanting to get on with his business as soon as possible, Wanhwana said that he had come to make a decoction for the concubine, and the chief physician ordered that a box of medicine be brought immediately. Everyone in the room started bustling about and running around looking for the ingredients the guy needed. He was very embarrassed by this reaction. When all the ingredients were found, they were packed into a convenient bag and served to Huang. The young man thought that Song Huang was even too submissive. When he wanted to take the bag, they did not allow him to do so, saying that they would not allow such a guest to do such things. Annoyed by this intrusive behavior, Wanhwan gently hinted to the man that he was already overdoing it with his care, which is not something he should do. This conversation was interrupted as soon as a man appeared in the warehouse and ordered the young doctor to follow him because His Majesty wanted to talk. Sitting at his workplace, the gentleman carefully studied the documents that had been brought to him not long ago. When the young doctor he had asked to call a few minutes ago finally came to him, he ordered him to come closer. Having placed an important document on the table, the man said that he would like to ask the boy about something. Recently, there had been some interesting rumors circulating around the palace, but Chen Gui wanted to hear them firsthand. Finally, the time came for the conversation that Wanhwan had been waiting for so long. The ruler began to take an interest in his brother and ask if he was really as smart as they said. This moment was very important, so it was worth behaving correctly. Turning on his modesty, the guy replied that he would not dare to single out his brother among the other successful students. But he added that Huabong is indeed very capable because he studied in Suzhou and read a huge number of books and continues to study now. These words made the master wonder if it would be a good idea to invite another member of the Huang family to court. Chen Gui was very curious that the guy always spoke uncertainly about his own abilities, but was completely confident in his relative's knowledge. When the gentleman asked if Wanhwan could answer for his words, he answered yes without hesitation, and this confidence amazed his interlocutor. He didn't know the eldest of the Huang family, but he knew the youngest and simply took his word for it, since the guy had never let him down before. After thinking for a moment, the man said that all the government posts in Kao were occupied by the Cho family, so it would be difficult for Huang's brother to pass the exam. The guy already thought that his efforts were in vain, but then the gentleman said that when choosing, personality is as important as knowledge. Since Chen Gui knew several reliable ways to determine a person's identity, he ordered Huabong to be called to the palace. So after some time, a messenger knocked on the door of the Huang household, delivering an invitation to visit Yinchuan's palace before the end of the Dragon Festival. After carefully reading the letter, Huabong discovered a strange requirement. He had to get to the place on foot, not on horseback. After 3 days of travel, the messenger said that they still had time, because there was still a week left before the end of the festival, so they would be able to come to the palace very soon. The extremely displeased envoy said that His Majesty was very strange to make them walk. Kubuan agreed with this, but said that it meant there was a reason why they were walking. The man told the messenger that perhaps the ruler wanted them to experience the life of ordinary people. Suddenly people appeared on their way. These were poor people who asked for a little money because they had not eaten for several days and were feeling terrible hunger. Waving his arms, the messenger began to disperse these unfortunates, saying that such scoundrels should not ask them for food. But Huabun felt sorry for these poor people, because not everyone was lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family. Some were forced to wander through forests and cities. Listening to his companion grumble, the man did not agree that such people were not worthy of even talking to them. There were many cases when the salary was not enough for a normal life and people had to beg. Huabong was even more upset when he heard the accusation against these people. The chancellor's envoy said that such scoundrels could suddenly attack, so he shouldn't let his guard down. They had already passed the crowd of men when suddenly someone shouted and the travelers turned around to see what had happened. When the eldest of the Huang family realized that one of these poor people was in pain, he rushed to them without thinking, hoping to help somehow. One of the men was so exhausted that he fell and badly injured his leg. The gentleman sat down next to him and asked how he got injured. It was obvious that the leg had been injured before the fall, so the poor people had to tell him that the man had hidden a copper coin and that their leader had beaten him. I didn't want to believe that someone would be capable of such cruelty because of a copper coin, but the victim confirmed it, saying that he had broken the rule. While bandaging the unfortunate man's leg, Huabong asked where their cruel leader was now, and why he left his charges alone and without a crumb of food. Carelessly pushing aside the gang members, a huge man began to come forward who was clearly not in a friendly mood. He was curious why the gentleman had suddenly started looking for him and why he was so interested in the fate of his wards. The chancellor's envoy stood up for the gentleman and asked why the man had been wounded. The leader replied that he had hidden his money and had gotten what he deserved. While the man was talking to the bandit, another scoundrel was sneaking up behind him, already swinging his club. There followed a strong blow to the back, after which a scream was heard that seemed to be heard at the other end of the forest. Huabong was shocked by this action. He never expected that Mr. Yun Mook would be injured by those they were helping right now. The leader of the robbers said that if the curious gentlemen had not stuck their noses into other people's business, they would have calmly continued on their way, but now this was impossible. These words hit Huabong hard. His heightened sense of justice did not allow him to stand still, and he rushed at the man with his fists. He unexpectedly hit the robber hard in the face. Yes, the guy knew how to not only turn the pages of books, but also use his hands in more brutal deeds. Feeling the blood running down his face, the robber asked if the young gentleman had really gone mad to dare to do such a thing. The man who hit Yun Mook stood up for his leader, and now his club hit Mr. Huang right in the stomach. The entire crowd of poor people who had been looking at Huabong with gratitude just a few minutes ago were now kicking him with their feet, not caring at all about where they would end up. Even the birds could not stand such cruelty and hypocrisy, so they tried to leave that ill-fated place as quickly as possible. When young Master Huang and his companion lay unconscious in the middle of the road, the leader looked at them and said that this is what real weaklings look like. He was torn away from this spectacle by one of his subordinates, who rummaged through the men's belongings and found a large amount of money. But in addition to gold, they found an official's token, which spoke of the high status of those who now lay beaten in the middle of a forest clearing. The leader realized that if anyone saw them near the bodies of these two, then each of them would come to an end, so the gang ran away. They talked to each other, passing on information that they had run into some government bastards and that they could now be caught by the soldiers. Huabong's consciousness began to return little by little. As his head cleared up, he realized that they had been deceived and that he had been too stupid to believe in the scene with the wounded man. Yun Mook also came to his senses and hissed that if it weren't for the official's badge, they would already be dead. Feeling the weight of guilt, the elder Huang apologized. He felt guilty for not having prevented the attack on the messenger, and in general he should not have approached the robbers. When the official began to rise to his feet, something crunched in his knee, and he sat down on the ground. It seemed his leg was injured. Taking Im Mook by the arms, the young gentleman began to walk. It seemed like the forest had no end, when suddenly a small house appeared on the horizon. An old man came out of the building, carefully examined the travelers. He silently listened to the request for help. They had no money now, but they promised to pay later. The doctor knew that later meant never, so he said that he would not undertake the treatment because others would also ask for free medical care. Huabong did not give up. He convinced the man that he would bring the money later, but he only spread his arms and said that they did not even know each other, and he could not trust his words. Suddenly, the guy heard someone behind him agree to pay for the treatment and order the doctor to begin the examination. The kind-hearted Mr. Bach agreed to become a sponsor, thanks to which Eo Muk was invited inside the hospital. The guy didn't know how to thank this stranger, because if it weren't for him, he would have to look for another doctor in this wilderness. So Huang expressed his sincere gratitude. In turn, Mr. Ban said that his servant was wounded and asked his debtor to take the luggage to his house. Huabong agreed, but said that he and his companion needed to continue on their way. After a short silence, the unknown benefactor said that he understood everything, but the journey to his house would take at least 4 hours. This detail did not please the guy at all because he could not spend 8 hours on the way there and back. Since then, they would not have time for the meeting with the chancellor. But there was no way out, and I had to agree. It was already a dark night, and Huabun still had not returned from his campaign. Yun Mook had already managed to come to his senses and get rid of the pain to the extent that allowed them to continue on their way. But the guy was still not there. Finally, a shadow appeared near the house, barely dragging itself along and almost falling off its feet from fatigue. At first, the man thought it was some kind of beggar. It was none other than Huabong, who was so tired that even the stick he used as support could not help him walk straight. Taking his companion by the arm, the young gentleman began to apologize and say that it was too late to rent a room at the inn. The speech was interrupted when Yunmook said that it was he who should apologize, since it was his leg that caused such a long delay. The envoy said that if they left right now, they could still make it to the chancellor, but his leg still hurt, which meant he would have to walk behind. Looking seriously at his companion, Huabong said that such a decision was not correct. He believed that since they left together, they should also arrive at the same time. The official did not abandon him in danger, so the young master could not allow himself to abandon him, because if he could do so, then how would he help those in need? The next day, Yinchuan Palace saw one of the most beautiful sunsets its residents had ever seen. Huan couldn't appreciate the sight because he was very worried that his brother hadn't come yet, even though today was the last day of the Dragon Ship Festival. He won't be able to stay in the palace unless he gets in before the gates are closed and the place becomes an impregnable fortress. The boy began to seriously worry because the time for the trip was only 2 days. Thoughts crept into his head that something bad had happened. The young man's hopes were dashed the moment one of the guards began to enter the courtyard and informed the second that it was time to close the gates. No, Huan refused to believe that his brother had missed out on the opportunity he had literally fought tooth and nail for him. The doors slammed shut, and it seemed to the young man that this sound was echoing right into his heart. Out of anger, he wanted to beat his fists on the stone wall. There was one last hope, the observation tower, where one could see if some strange traveler walking in the night was approaching the palace. After asking to be allowed in, Huan received permission and was given access to this important building. He couldn't leave the palace because of the murderers, but the boy didn't want to allow himself to sit idle either. Huan gripped the handrail tightly, knowing that no one would let this opportunity slip by. He was completely certain that something had happened. He didn't care anymore if his brother didn't get this position. The only thing he wanted was to see a light in the distance and understand that his loved one was alive. Looking into the distance, the boy prayed that everything would be fine and that no one would get hurt on the dangerous path to the palace. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes appeared in the distance. One man was leading the other by the arms. They were moving slowly and were obviously very tired from the hard journey. But the most important thing was that Huabong and the Chancellor's envoy were alive and relatively healthy. One could not even dream of more. When Huan realized that his brother was already very close, he immediately ran to the guards and ordered them to open the back door, because the Chancellor's men were returning. As soon as the barrier that separated the guy from Huabong disappeared, he immediately ran towards him, as if they hadn't seen each other for ages. Seeing the youngest member of the family, the eldest could not bear it and fell to the ground. The weight of all these days fell on him, and he did not manage to get to the palace on time. None of this mattered to Huan. He just wanted to hug his loved one and finally realize that he was okay. As they walked into the palace courtyard, Huabong apologized for not being able to arrive by the end of the festival. But his brother began to say that it was not a problem now. As a doctor, he understood that his relative needed treatment because he had driven himself into a terrible state, so talk about the position could be postponed for later. Having promised that he would definitely treat this hard worker, Huan led him to the chambers. They needed to hurry. Looking at the messenger, the boy realized that rest would not be enough, so he ordered Obo to lead the sick directly to the hospital. Yunmook suddenly stopped and told the little assistant that he would come there later, because the service did not wait and he had to report to the master. He wanted to object, but the man said that now they needed to take good care of the elder Huang, because he had been through a lot these days. Realizing that he could not be persuaded, the boy went to help his teacher, saying at the end that the messenger should still come to them. Catching up with Huan, his assistant shouted as he ran that he would now bring everything needed for the examination and further care of the patient. That night, everyone had their own concerns. Yunmook, for example, had to meet with the Chancellor and report to him about everything that happened on the way. This man was not a simple envoy. He was an inspector who supervised the work of all the provinces of the state. While drinking tea, they talked to the gentleman as if they were old friends. The man was interested in whether he had gone too far in his checks. He shared with the ruler that the test he had given to the elder Huang had shown him in a way that the inspector liked. After asking for details, the Chancellor learned that on the way they were attacked by a group of robbers who beat them and took their things. Most of the candidates would have surrendered at this point. But the young gentleman was not so simple. In a moment of crisis, he demonstrated not only high moral qualities, but also his true value. Instead of abandoning the wounded man he had known for a couple of days, Hwabong began to beg the bandits to save him. Yunmook emphasized that he asked the guy to leave him more than 5 times, but he did not do so and stubbornly continued to lead him to the palace. When 2 days had passed since their march and their stomachs were aching from lack of food, the master gave his food to the child and the old man, saying that they needed it much more than he did. But what impressed the man most was the reaction to the words that he should work in the government for the good of the state, because the chancellor needs such people. The boy simply said that it made no difference to him whether he held a high or a low position, because he preferred a position in which he could be of use to people. Having come all this way and having known the boy from such a positive side, the inspector expressed a desire to arrange a meeting with him. After listening carefully to his confidant, the chancellor believed that Hwabong was truly a worthy person who could become a successful official. The Huang family was very interesting. The Lord said a great metaphor about the elder brother being a dragon among men and the younger one already flying. Laughing, the inspector added that this family really does have a pair of wings. To finally make sure that his thoughts were correct, the gentleman asked if Hwabong had passed the test, and the inspector smiled warmly and nodded his head in the affirmative. He added to the description by saying that the Dr. Huan was amazing, but his brother was no worse. The only thing was that his talent was not in healing. Clinking the cups, which now contained not tea at all, but another warming drink, the chancellor said that he would take this report into account. The conversation was interrupted as soon as a servant entered the room, who announced that the head of the court physicians, Sun Huan, was requesting an urgent audience. At this time, one of the palace physicians was looking for Huan to tell him some urgent news. The boy was just helping his brother recover his strength after a hard journey, when suddenly an unexpected guest burst into the room. But such a late and unexpected visit was justified by the wonderful news that this man reported. It turns out that Her Highness was pregnant. Hearing this, Huan was so happy as if he was the one who was told that he would be a father. Even Hwabong was surprised by such a violent reaction. Taking his bag, the boy told his brother that he had urgent business to attend to, so he would leave him now but would return soon. Smiling tiredly, the elder Huang said that he was almost okay, and in the absence of a doctor he would be able to rest a little. When the doors closed, Hwabong couldn't help but notice that the court doctors were extremely polite to his little brother. He couldn't believe that they didn't even notice how much he had grown. He was very sad that he couldn't even fulfill his promise and arrive on time. These disturbing thoughts did not give him peace. Covering his face with his hand, the guy could barely hold back tears of disappointment because he decided that he simply had no right to be an official. At this time, Huan was examining Mrs. Go Hyun. Her husband was very worried and asked about her condition, and the woman was worried whether she was really pregnant this time. The doctor had something to please the highborn couple with. He congratulated the future parents on the fact that they would have a healthy girl. The lady burst into tears and said that the doctor not only saved her life, but also did everything to ensure that she could bear a child. Now she is in his debt forever. The selfless Huan surprised the couple when he said he needed to speak with His Majesty alone. When the gentleman said that he need not be afraid and could speak in front of his wife, the boy handed him his official badge and sadly said that he had not kept his promise. Hwabong couldn't come on time, so he thought he had to return the inspector's tablet back to the chancellor. The couple listened attentively as the boy, through his shame, said that he was asking them to do a great favor for his family. Huan began to say that his brother did not keep his promise this time, but he is definitely not careless and always keeps his word. Therefore, he asked to look generously at the little kindness that was in him and to grant Hwabong at least the lowest position. The chancellor frowned, gave his face an unusual severity, and said that he had one very important complaint. Placing his hand on the doctor's shoulder, the ruler said that excessive politeness was unnecessary at the moment and should not be shown, after which he asked him to raise his head. Go Hyun watched this scene with affection. She knew that now her husband would say that he also had good news for the guy. The chancellor solemnly said that looking at the valor and knowledge of the eldest son of the Huang family, he was recommended to the emperor through filial piety. This news struck the young man to the depths of his soul. He did not dare to hope for such a gift of fate. Now Hwabong will be able to go to the emperor's palace. There were so many questions in his head. But first the guy asked why the chancellor made such a decision, since his brother didn't make it before the end of the festival. To which the gentleman replied that arriving on time was not the main goal of the test. The main test took place during the walking tour to the palace. He went on to explain that the person who was with Hwabong was an inspector who was monitoring the situation and evaluating the candidate. This official was so impressed by the elder Huang that he simply could not turn a blind eye to such talent, and he is very greedy for talented people. And since not only the eldest but also the youngest son Huang was a real genius, the chancellor once again asked if the boy would like to become an official. Looking at his simple bag and the bottles clinking in it, Huan decided that he didn't want to change his simple life, so his decision remained unchanged. He dreamed only of mastering as many types of healing in this world as possible and saving people even with the most serious illnesses. Hearing these words, the gentleman laughed and said that it was very difficult to keep such a free bird in place. But Chen Gui asked this just in case. Otherwise, he is ready to take the elder Huang even without connections with the talented brother. After that, the man took out a package from his pocket and said that it was a letter of recommendation, mentioning Huan's skill in case there was any doubt about him. It turns out that Chen Gui's uncle was at the emperor's court. The man fell ill, and the master would like the guy to examine him, and this letter will help him get into the palace. He asked the young man to go there with his brother, and when the old man got better, he could return to Yinchuan if he wished. It was hard to accept such a generous offer without a smile, so the boy bowed and said that he would do everything in his power. After leaving the master's quarters, Huan thought that there must be many talented doctors at the emperor's court. So if they couldn't cope and asked him for help, most likely it was about some serious illness. So many events were happening in this small town of Pei. It was scary to imagine what was happening in the palace of the emperor himself. When the younger brother entered the chambers, Huabong immediately noticed that he was either upset or very tense. He took it personally and thought it was all because he had not arrived at the palace by the end of the festival. Clutching the blanket in his hands, the older brother concluded that he had ruined not only his own future, but also tarnished the reputation of a loved one. It was clear that time could not be turned back, but it was worth at least apologizing to the one who tried so hard for the family. Walking up to his brother, Huan scratched the back of his head and said mysteriously that his dear Huabong would not be able to return home for a long time. These words caused confusion on the elder Huang's face. He asked his brother what he meant, to which he replied that the man was going to the emperor's palace. Little Obo was so shocked by the news that he almost dropped the tray of bandages on the floor. Huan then reported that Huabong was recommended for service at court through filial piety, and he listened with his mouth open. Laughing at this reaction, the boy congratulated his brother and said that he, more than anyone else, deserved it. It was hard to believe in such luck, so the man bent over in bed and tried to hide his tears of happiness, but he failed. The next day, the entire province was buzzing about the fact that Her Majesty was pregnant, and the physician Huang devoted himself entirely to her treatment. They even talked about this in roadside taverns, and they didn't forget to mention Huabong, since her fame preceded him. Everyone and their dog discussed the Huang family and were surprised that it fell, since such talented sons were born into it. The tavern owner listened attentively to these conversations, and like a spider wove a web of gossip in his head. But when he heard that the famous physician had now gone to the emperor's palace, he almost dropped the tray of food for his guest. People were surprised that another talent would be accepted into the palace, but Huang's abilities could not go unnoticed. Trying to suppress the trembling in his hands, the man put the tray on the table and listened with irritation that the emperor would now keep the guy with him. This was not very good news for the owner of the establishment, because he also wanted to use this talented boy for his own purposes. When he invited him to his home, the capricious young man refused to visit, and if he left now, the man would not have a chance to talk to him. He had very little time, and there was almost no elixir left, so soon the old pain would make itself known. The addiction did not subside, and since the tavern owner did not know when Huan would return, he felt that the end was coming for him. So there was only one way out of this situation. It was worth meeting the guy before he left. The man was distracted from his sad thoughts by a strange guest who was hanging around at the entrance to the building. He looked extremely suspicious. This guest walked away from the tavern. His mission here was accomplished. He got the information he wanted. The strange man with the covered face reflected on the fact that until now the doctor had carefully hidden himself, but now he had finally moved from his place. The now dead Dr. Gyeongdok gave this mercenary the order to kill Huan, no matter what it cost him, and he was going to fulfill his master's last will. Since the envoy's physician had died, the man could not return to the Taipings empty-handed, so the mission had to be completed. He felt an urgent need to at least make an attempt on the head of the elusive boy. 2 more days passed, and the residents of the Azure House could watch with pleasure as the darkness disappeared in the light of bright lanterns. While enjoying a late dinner, Huabong could not get over the joy of being recommended for service, and he anticipated how happy his mother would be. Suddenly, Wanhuan abruptly put a bowl with some incomprehensible contents on the table and said that everything was clear to him. He suggested that they drink absolutely anything they wanted today because it was a day worth celebrating properly. The usually calm and correct brother agreed with this proposal because he also believed that they should have fun in a way that would be remembered for a long time. The little helpers also raised their cups, only they actually contained a hot drink, sweet oolong tea. The joy that reigned around him was to Huabun's liking. He realized that all his efforts were worth this very moment in the circle of people close to him. So now the four of them drank to the successful older brother, who was going to the emperor's palace, and his younger brother, who had achieved incredible heights as a doctor. Pouring another portion of the alcoholic drink, the man asked if the young doctor would like to stay home for a while, and he replied that the chancellor's uncle was very ill. He kept silent about the fact that he could not leave the palace because of the murderer. It was necessary to take this point into account and move out immediately, preferably this evening. It is good that Her Highness has allocated several warriors for the travelers, but they cannot go with them all the way to the emperor's palace. Wanhuan really didn't want to put his brother in danger, so he asked him to convey his greetings to his mother, whom he would not be visiting for a long time. The drinks were conducive to frank conversations, and Huabong remembered that many shameful things had happened in the past, especially since the day his brother wanted to become a doctor. They experienced many quarrels and misunderstandings because they did not immediately understand the attraction to the chef's craft and did not want to accept it at all. But the attitude gradually began to change, especially after the boy saved many soldiers and cured the commander of tetanus. He also did things that are not even written about in medical Talmuds, because such diseases were considered incurable. The only one who stubbornly did not believe in the abilities of the young surgeon was his older brother, who thought that he was just playing. If it weren't for the words of Zhu Huan, who kept repeating about the boy's successes, Huabun would hardly have trusted him even to examine his mother, let alone perform an operation. But in the end, he gave in and allowed his younger brother to do what he could do, and fortunately, it led to positive results. When Wanhuan saved his mother, the man felt so ashamed for not trusting earlier that he simply could not look his relatives in the eyes. Listening to all this, the boy was pleased that his loved one had finally admitted his mistakes and sincerely repented of them. What made him especially happy was that Huabong was grateful to him for giving him the opportunity to get a position and become a high-ranking official. This speech was so sincere and pleasant that the young doctor was so embarrassed that he could not even comment on what he had heard. He felt incredibly relieved that his relationship with his brother had finally improved and become as close as before. Of course, the guy wouldn't have succeeded if he had done everything alone. There were always those around him who helped and supported him. Raising his cup, he looked carefully at those present and said that he was even embarrassed to say such words. Then he declared that he wanted to drink to everyone in this room, because they had all worked hard and were now reaping the results. The fun never ended, because the houseworkers kept bringing more and more delicacies, which tempted with pleasant aromas. Little Obo enjoyed these wonderful moments, because living in a poor village, he rarely had the opportunity to enjoy such delicacies. Even though Byung-ah was from a richer family, he still enjoyed dining in such a great company where everyone supported and appreciated each other. Sipping the drink, which made him even happier, Huabong thought that now he was happier than ever, because he got what he wanted so much. And he was also surrounded by those who were dear to him. Huan ate the rice he had grown to love while with his relatives, and he truly treasured these moments spent with his family and friends. This day will remain in the children's memory for a long time, because then each of them felt happiness. They laughed and talked all evening, getting to know each other even better. The path to the emperor's palace was long and very difficult, but along the way one could enjoy the most beautiful views. The early morning was cold that day, so there was no desire to leave the roadside tavern where the travelers spent the night. But still, time was running out, so the Dr. Wanhuan had to get up from his warm bed and start getting ready for the journey. As he pulled on his clothes to warm himself up a little, the boy remembered that he had promised the chancellor that he would return immediately after he had cured his uncle. When he approached the exit, he noticed that Obo and Byung-ah were already ready and waiting for him near the horses, which were waiting for the riders to send them on their way. Mounting his white stallion named Chilpin, the doctor made sure that his assistants were comfortable on the second horse and then ordered them to move forward. He didn't even suspect that someone could be watching them in the shadow of the trees, that someone was the very owner of the roadside tavern who listened to rumors about the doctor. The man understood that the road to Luoyang was not short, so he decided that if he followed the travelers, he would definitely have a chance to talk to the doctor. As he mounted his horse, the tavern owner was determined not to give up until he was free of his addiction. No matter how you look at it, it was the only way for him to survive, and he wasn't going to waste time, so he sped up the animal. He hadn't even driven a few meters when he suddenly felt something strange. Usually his instincts didn't fail him, and he could always tell when he was being followed. This was the case this time, because among the trees he noticed a quickly moving shadow. This man was clearly planning to catch up with the travelers, despite the fact that he was moving on foot. The way the man ran surprised his pursuer, because such footwork helped to hide his presence and made him silent for others. This technique was very rare and was called cat steps. It was only mastered by very skilled martial artists who had trained for many years. Later he noticed that there were several such spies, and they were all dressed the same and moved in the same way. It seemed that they were all from the Taiping. After a few hours of driving, Juan felt that he could no longer bear his hunger, so he suggested stopping for lunch. Of course, his companions didn't mind, so they went into another establishment and enjoyed some delicious rice buns. They took a few with them and made a short stop, enjoying the delicacies while sitting right on the ground. Suddenly they tensed up because they heard the sound of hooves. Some rider was approaching them, and unexpected encounters in the forest rarely ended in anything good. Hiding behind a tree, the guy watched someone who was approaching them very quickly. He was surprised that this person was driving at such a speed on a mountain road. At one point his horse arched and stopped, and it was then possible to notice that the one sitting in the saddle was quite an old man. But age would not deceive the guy, because he knew that even the most harmless old man could conceal an unprecedented danger. Dismounting from his horse, the man greeted him and asked if it was really the Dr. Huang, whom he had been looking for so long, who was standing before him. Instead of confirming his identity, Juan asked who he had the honor of speaking to, not wanting to risk the children who were behind him. After bowing, the man introduced himself as Ogju and added that he owned 5 inns located in Pei Province. It was strange that such a man was looking for Huang, but the guy was no longer surprised by anything, so he simply asked for what purpose he was following him. Looking around, the man immediately apologized and said that they had very little time to talk. This phrase seemed like a bad sign to the young man. This guess was confirmed when the tavern owner said that he saw several people with swords taking a shortcut. He didn't say it out loud, but he was 100% sure that the pursuers were Taiping warriors who were hunting the doctor. They were extremely skilled killers, at least second class. But if he could warn the guy about this and help him avoid them, then he could get some benefit. Perhaps they would like to help him overcome his addiction. Then the boy asked if he had requested a home visit some time ago. This was indeed the case, and now the man did not know how to get out of it, because the young man was wary and began to approach him with a sword. Juan was almost certain that this man had followed him because he had noticed along the way. Perhaps he had even sent people to track him down. So he asked why he should trust someone who hides a sword in his sleeve and does not show his true intentions. After a short silence, the innkeeper said that most likely the young doctor had misunderstood him and had groundlessly begun to consider him an enemy. Having laid out those very swords from his sleeve on the ground, he remained completely defenseless in front of the guy, showing his vulnerability. If there was any doubt left, he even offered to strip naked to prove his honesty. But Juan was satisfied with what he saw. Turning around, the boy said that his interlocutor had pulled out all 3 blades that he had noticed, which is why he had allowed himself to turn his back to him, demonstrating fearlessness. Bowing his head, the man thanked him for his trust, but made a mental note that the boy had a very sharp gaze. Mounting his horse, Juan suggested turning off this road. The man simply blinked for a few seconds and looked at the doctor with bewilderment. He rolled his eyes and explained that it was worth doing if the killers really decided to take a shortcut and find him. He felt there was no need to fall into this trap, especially since he was traveling with 2 children who still wanted to live a little. If everything was really as the man said, the young doctor promised to listen to him about his illness, since he had come all the way to this remote place. Hiding his smile, Okiju sincerely thanked the guy who refused in a very merciful and reasonable manner. Having caught up with Juan, the owner of the inn began to tell him that until recently he had been a member of an organization, but had escaped from there and had been cursed. He said that if you don't take the potion once every 6 months, you will start to suffer from severe headaches and die, and there is only enough elixir left for 2 times. Having found himself in this hopeless situation, he decided to go to the doctor, although it was outright impudence. Juan was shocked by this story. When the man fell silent, the boy began to think about what he had heard. He decided that most likely they were dealing with addiction. It was just unclear why the elixir had to be taken on a regular basis and how it worked at all. Okiju said that something was causing the poisoning, which is why this addiction appeared. It remained to find out what caused it. Turning to the man, the doctor asked if he could look at the medicine that helps get rid of headaches. OK-Ju rummaged through his pockets and began to look for something, and his interlocutor was surprised because he thought that he would take out some kind of bottle. But in the end, he pulled out a small pea, which was barely noticeable on the palm of his hand, and that is precisely why it slipped out of his hands. Fortunately, the man was so dexterous that he caught her on the move. This action greatly tensed Manhwa, because it spoke of his companion's good physical fitness. It was clear why Ok-Ju valued these peas so much, because they would give him 6 months of normal life without pain. Noticing the doctor's strange look, the man explained that the situation was very difficult, and he would tell everything as soon as they got off their horses. Only now did Manhwa begin to suspect that his companion was not just a seeming person, perhaps he was another spy, because it was obvious that the person riding in front was a top-level master and had trained for a long time, honing his skills. They finally reached a more or less safe place, after which they dismounted their horses and tied the animals to the nearest tree. Sitting down on a rock, Ok-Ju sighed heavily. The guy noticed this and suggested that he check his pulse, since rapid breathing was not a good sign. Touching the wrist, the doctor realized that he could not detect any disease. The pulse was normal. Usually with addictions you can notice some tension, but there was none. The fact that he needed the drug meant that the addiction was apparently something he had to cleanse himself of periodically, so the guy would never believe that it was real medicine. If it's not heavy metals or radiation, it wouldn't be addictive. The drug may actually be the cause. Its action is similar to psychotropic drugs. Now it was time to look at this very medicine, which looked like some kind of recovery pill. Seeing the man's reaction when he saw the pea in other people's hands, Manhwa knew he needed to quickly find out what they were dealing with. There was no doubt that Ok-Ju was addicted because his hands were shaking like someone who had not received a dose of an addictive substance. When he looked at the crumbs that remained on his palms, his mouth literally started to water, which is not a healthy reaction. Obo thought so too, so he began to watch their new companion even more closely than before because such a state made people dangerous. When the man began to greedily lick his hands, all three turned around and looked at him in shock because they had never seen anything like this before. Ok-Ju realized that everyone had seen his momentary weakness and began to apologize and say that he literally couldn't help but lick off the rest of the medicine. He shared that when he sees this substance, he becomes somehow insane and can only think about this ill-fated pea. Suddenly, the man clutched his heart and thick saliva began to flow out of his mouth. It looked like poisoning, but with some strange side effects. After this, he fell off the rock he was sitting on. His body was shaking slightly, and the observers did not know how to react to this. It was then that Manhwa realized that they were faced with something truly extraordinary and that it would take a lot of effort to figure it out. Finally, the man spoke up. He said that he was fine and that he was always in this state when he took his medicine. When he said that his heart usually didn't hurt, the boy realized that this man was out of his mind and couldn't think straight. Activating his X-ray vision ability, he decided that it was worth taking a look at his heart and understanding the reason for the body's behavior. But what the young man saw scared him almost to death. Before, he did not believe in strange, inexplicable illnesses, but now it seems this has changed. His vision showed that some huge centipede had wrapped its thin legs around the man's heart. It seemed impossible, but his eyes could not lie. It was impossible to understand how the centipede ended up in the human body. It seemed to be alive, which made the situation even more absurd. The guy closed his eyes and rubbed them with his fingers. He decided that his ability had somehow malfunctioned because all this simply could not happen. But when he opened them, he saw the same picture again. A huge insect was digging its paws into Ok-Ju's heart and not allowing him to breathe normally. Now the doctor realized that he seemed to be seeing a real picture. He suggested that it could be a helminth, which looks like a centipede. All the images of parasites flashed through his head, and he realized that helminths looked completely different, because this creature was closer to insects than to worms. All that remains is to reveal the secret of how it could enter the human body and remain there in a living state. Another guess, like lightning, struck the boy's consciousness, and was even more terrible than all the previous ones. Most likely they were dealing with a poisonous insect called kodoku and used for black magic, as a poison with a curse. There was no point to any of this, as Manhwa thought it was all just fiction, but it was the only explanation that came to his mind. It seemed that this poor guy was really cursed and would die if he didn't take the medicine. It was even more serious than expected. Whether it's heavy metals or radiation, the fact is that something is constantly releasing toxins into that person's body. The guy decided to try to help the unfortunate man, so he took one of his needles and placed it in the neck area, after which Ok-Ju began to scream in pain and convulse. His eyes rolled back and it seemed like he was about to pass away to another world. The sight was so gloomy that Manhwa felt sorry for the children who saw it. It was clear that it was precisely because of that insect that the body had such a reaction. All that was left was to figure out how to solve this problem. After some time of suffering, Okju began to come to his senses. The fog in his head cleared, but it still hurt as if it had been kicked. Noticing that the patient had woken up, Manhwa approached him and said that due to severe pain, he had to put the man to sleep using acupuncture. Now the moment for serious questions had arrived. The guy was interested in whether the organization the man belonged to was a Taiping cult. Okju's face twisted in horror. Seeing this reaction, the boy realized that he had hit the nail on the head and was right. From the history lessons the boy had taken in the modern world, he knew that in 6 years there would be a yellow turban rebellion. And if any organization could force such a master to flee, it was only the Taiping cult. After all, the emperor's palace or 10 servants would not be involved in such a dark matter, especially since the forces of the main commanders were still weak. From contemporary novels, the boy knew that one of the leaders of the rebellion had mobilized public opinion with the help of witchcraft and founded Taiping Taoism. His name was Zhang Jiao, and if he was skilled in witchcraft and black magic, he could very well use poisonous insects that only appear in martial arts novels. When the young man took over Wanhuan's body, he understood how it worked, and if it really was the Taiping cult, then anything was possible. Looking carefully at the kneeling man, the young doctor said that the Taiping cult owed him something. Now he didn't know what to do with Okjun, the man who came from those terrible people. Gritting his dry lip with his teeth, the man understood that if he made even one mistake, it would be the end for him. He hung his head and said that he had indeed been in this cult, but had run away because he no longer wanted to do the terrible things that he was forced to do. He begged the young man to believe him, because although he was not innocent, he did not join this organization of his own free will, so he was also a victim. This statement was highly controversial, since Yu had ordered him to bring the young doctor to him, and most likely this visit would have ended in the boy's death. The very first time Okju failed to follow orders to kill the doctor, he drew a huge storm of anger upon himself. This terrible man Yu played with the destinies of others and decided who should live and who should die. He gave the most terrible orders. The man suddenly realized that all these crimes were on his conscience too, so he decided that it was definitely not the Dr. Huang who should die. With tears in his eyes, the realization came to him that he still deserved to die, and given the circumstances, it would not be peaceful. He literally felt his heart being scraped, and then he decided that he had no right to beg the doctor to save his life. Okju felt like something was biting his internal organs, causing unbearable pain. He wanted to go to a forgotten place and end his worthless life. Experiencing deep mental and physical pain, the traitor to his state understood that it would be better for everyone if a person like him left this world. At one point, Wanhuan noticed how Okju's eyes suddenly began to change. At first, they were just red, and then they completely lit up. The forest has always attracted hard-working people who could use natural resources as building materials and put them to various needs. Several men were engaged in cutting down trees, felling them and sawing them into boards, which were then used in the construction of buildings. But the travelers who were traveling along this route did not know that the road was closed. So when they reached the place, they were extremely disappointed. This became a problem because Wanhuan knew that there was no other way, and he had to come up with something immediately. The lumberjacks said that they had nothing to do with it, since the tree did not choose where to fall, and they just wanted to prevent good wood from going to waste. Those of the men who were standing a little further away from the guy realized that the one they had heard about was standing in front of them and began to throw unkind words at each other. Deciding to take advantage of the great opportunity, one of the so-called lumberjacks asked the boy for help, saying that another pair of hands would not be amiss. Taking out his sword, the young man said that he really liked helping people, but he would not provide assistance to those who were connected with the Taiping cult. Everyone who heard these words looked at the doctor in shock. They clearly did not expect him to be smart and observant. But then something happened that the guy never expected to see. Some shadows appeared on the trees and began to approach with astonishing speed. These were the same Taiping spies that Okju had seen. And one of these people said that the rumors about the young doctor's intelligence were true. One of the men grinned evilly and said that he was even a little sorry that such a smart head would be separated from the rest of the body today. During his time on the job, Wanhuan had faced many threats and even assassination attempts, so he wasn't too scared by these conversations now. But when the warriors, one after another, began to jump synchronously from the trees, fear finally raised its head, and the guy was gripped by anxiety for his life. What was especially unpleasant was that he was alone against a dozen trained Taiping soldiers who could kill him with one swing of their blade. Not wanting to stain his hands with the boy's blood, the leader of the Taiping spies told him to quickly bring him the doctor's head and to do it quietly. The spies were faced with a very sworn enemy of the envoy and physician Gyeon Dok, so they wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible and send him to the next world. But everything turned out completely differently than the warriors expected. The first blood was drawn from a completely different person than they had expected. The danger crept up so unnoticed that even such trained spies did not notice it and paid for this fatal inattention. One of the soldiers was hit by an enemy sword and fell dead to the ground, sprinkling it with his blood. The leader was extremely angry about this because he always told his subordinates to learn to watch their backs in any situation. The one who drew blood from the Taiping warrior was Governor Okju, who held the bloody sword in his hands and demonstratively did not wipe the blood off it. The man was a second-class performer named Sajong, and he clearly didn't expect to see such a high-ranking ally as a traitor. Now all the swords and axes were aimed at the governor. For some reason, the warriors were sure that he was dead, so they were shocked that they were wrong. Looking up, the man ignored the question. His gaze focused only on the doctor, who he asked if that was enough for him to believe him. Now the boy was almost completely sure that all the words of this strange gentleman were true, which meant that he would think about how to solve his problem. But he would deal with that later, because the pressing problem was how to finish off so many opponents. So the guy decided to start dealing with that. The Taiping mercenaries thought that the guy was making a very bad move, because there were many more of them. But when the doctor began to cut them down one by one, it became clear that they were wrong. Soon Okju joined the battle, keeping up with his younger colleague, moving so quickly that age seemed like just a number. The once calm forest was now filled with the sounds of swords and death cries. The battle could turn any place into a real nightmare. It was strange that all these people gave their lives for ideas that did not belong to them. They were simply following the orders of the master, sacrificing themselves. The mercenaries simply didn't have a chance when Okju and Manhwa joined forces and began to drive these evil spirits back to where they came from. While bleeding, Chief Saijong still couldn't understand how a simple village doctor could be so strong and possess exceptional combat abilities. This question remained unanswered because this short-sighted man fell in the middle of the road, which was strewn with the bodies of his subordinates. Feeling his death approaching, he did not want to die without completing the task, so he reached for his sword, which was lying nearby. It was not possible to get it out because the young doctor arrived in time and pushed the weapon away to a greater distance. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Manhwa knew he had to end this farce, so he told him to give up. When this phrase was ignored, the boy said that if his enemy answered the question, he would let him die in peace. Otherwise, he would regret not accepting this offer. Okju intervened in the conversation, saying in an absolutely confident voice that this man would not open his mouth and would remain silent no matter what. The governor's appearance loosened Sajong's tongue, who hissed that the cult's traitors would never find peace in this life or after death. Listening to this fiery speech, Manhwa realized that only ardent fanatics of the cult could speak like this. This once again confirmed that they were facing the Taipings. All this indicated that very turbulent days would soon come and many people would die, so it was worth preparing for a series of gloomy events. All the guy could do was rid this world of at least one cult fanatic who controlled other people's lives. Moreover, it was absolutely clear that Sajong would not say anything, so it was best to take him to the department for further interrogation. His heart began to hurt so much again that it was difficult for Okju to take a new breath, and he was unable to answer the boy's request to bring a rope and tie up their prisoner. He couldn't say that he didn't want to just keep him alive, because this man was indirectly guilty of all his suffering. Therefore, it was decided to resort to more radical and inhumane methods than those proposed by Manhwa. Swinging his sword, the man cast aside all thoughts of morality and simply did as his sick heart commanded, and it simply longed for the death of this bastard. The young man did not expect such cruel behavior. It seems that he once again underestimated his ally and trusted him too much. Looking at the warrior's corpse, Manhwa tried to understand why the man was so inclined to cruelty and why he did not allow the authorities to interrogate this man. Trying to figure out what was wrong with Okju and why he had such sudden outbursts of rage, the boy activated his unique vision and looked at him. The poisonous insect squeezed the master's heart even more tightly. It seemed that it was about to press so hard that the organ simply would not withstand the load. Okju was very scared by the way this guy was looking at him. It seemed like he was examining all of his insides with extreme clarity. He didn't even suspect that this was exactly how it was. Manhwa could see everything, including the huge centipede that was causing unbearable pain. The insect scraped its small, sharp paws across the surface of the organ and provoked the most painful sensations. Now the doctor realized that it was precisely because of this that the gentleman's character was changeable and irritable, since sharp pain provoked such behavior. Night fell, and the roadside inn was happy to accommodate new travelers who needed a place to stay for the night. When Juan was alone with his new ally, he told him the absurd news about the centipede, which explained his addiction and painful sensations. The guy also added that in his opinion, the medicine that the gentleman is taking helps suppress the insect and prevents it from going berserk. What he heard made the man very gloomy. He asked if the doctor really wanted to say that he could die without this medicine. Without jumping to conclusions, the boy was silent for a moment, then suddenly said that there was one way to solve this problem. The decision was not at all easy, because the doctor suggested opening Okjun's chest and simply pulling out the ill-fated infection from there. Falling into despair, the man asked whether he would be able to survive such an operation, whether he would be able to free himself from this debilitating pain that haunted him. Falling to his knees, he shouted that he agreed to any intervention that could give him at least some hope for a normal life. He began to beg the doctor to do something because he did not want to die because of some centipede that was squeezing his heart. Having assessed all the risks, the young man determined that the operation was not complicated, and the chances of success were quite high if he only postponed his plans for one day. Having decided not to abandon the patient, Juan ordered his two young assistants to prepare for the operation, and they obediently followed. Raising the scalpel up, Juan noticed how it cast a bright glare from the beam of light. This was a sign that he needed to begin immediately. Since opening the chest cavity through the chest wall was impossible, the young surgeon had to make a local incision. Thanks to his ability, he could operate much more accurately. It was necessary to make a large enough incision on the left lower part of the xiphoid process of the sternum so that the forceps could pass through. This was the only way to remove the parasite that was preventing the patient's heart from beating at a normal rhythm. It seemed as if the creature had intelligence and sensed that his position was under threat. As the surgical forceps came closer, she bit into the heart even harder and did not want to leave her home in the human body. The doctor was not going to allow the centipede to hide somewhere between the organs and continue to exist. He had to relieve the man of his suffering. A nasty squeak was heard, which meant that the creature was leaving its secluded place and finally leaving the heart alone. It was not easy to catch her because her body was very long and slippery, and her many paws were trying to grab hold of at least something. When Juan felt that his pincers had grabbed the insect, he was happy, because now all that was left was to get it out. The evil creature wriggled and tried to cling to something with its sharp teeth. It clearly did not like to leave its bloody shelter. It struggled so hard that its slippery body nearly overcame all the doctor's efforts to get the abomination out of the man. Then the guy squeezed the tongs with all his might, and the long-awaited crack was heard, which indicated that the creature had been crushed and killed. Finally, they managed to remove it from Okju's body. The scale was simply astounding. Such a huge centipede could easily kill the patient. The operation was much more difficult than Juan had originally expected, who thought the insect would put up a real fight for survival. He happily threw out the vile creature, which was completely covered in human blood. This picture reminded him of a scene from a horror movie. After that, Juan and Obo began to deal with the wound directly, and Byung-ah kept looking at this terrible insect that was right in the man's chest. Having thrown the forceps and scalpel into a special tray, the surgeon was finally able to exhale and announce the completion of the operation, which had been very tense. While looking at the centipede, Byung-ah asked Obo how something like that could get into a human body, and Obo said with obvious disgust that he didn't know. Removing the protective bandage from his face, the boy was able to assess his results, which indicated that everything had gone well. Saving a person was worth all the risks. And of course, there is no need to regret anything because a good deed was done. But the anxiety did not leave Juan's mind. He himself did not understand why. When he looked at the man, he suddenly became so uneasy. Tonight was also a restless night for the Huang family, as Chancellor Chen Gui's uncle was feeling particularly ill. A doctor came to him to conduct another examination, and after he finished, his expression conveyed such concern that the old man asked what had happened. Commander-in-Chief Wang Huan could endure even the most brutal truth, so he asked if such a disease could be cured. Bowing his head, the head of the court physicians named Pyong Wan did not know how to present his guest to the master because it was not a happy one. The once brave and fearless commander-in-chief was truly scared for the first time in a long time, because that was his reaction when he was told that he had cancer. Extending his hands to his trusted physician, He asked again if he was sure of his diagnosis, and the doctor said that he had no doubts. Trying to control the trembling in his voice, the old man said that he had heard that such a disease was incurable. Byung-won had nothing to console the patient with. His next words struck the commander-in-chief right in the heart, because the court physician declared that he would not live longer than 6 months. Looking at the dying candle, Wang Huan almost did not hear the words about how they would slow down the progression of his illness and ease his suffering. But no one can give him guarantees about how much more time he will spend on this earth. It was hard to accept, but if Byung-won had made the diagnosis, there could be no mistake, so looking out the window, the old man tried to come to terms with it. Looking at his once combat patient, the doctor wanted to somehow help him and distract him from suffering and thoughts of death. Then he said that he had not mentioned it before, because he did not want to give false hope, but his elder brother would soon be in Luoyang. This was good news because we were talking about a very skilled doctor who had taken care of many of his patients. The old man even sat up from his bed when he heard that this man might have another way of treatment, because he had excellent skills. Now the dying candle seemed not a symbol of imminent burnout, but a bright flame of hope. All that was left was to wait for the arrival of this healer. Inside Wang Huan, there was anxiety about whether the doctor would arrive on time, since there was not much time for treatment. It was a clear and fine morning, and even the gloomy roadside tavern didn't seem so gloomy. Feeling the first rays of the sun on his face, Ok-ju, who had undergone a difficult operation during the night, opened his eyes. Looking around, the man did not recognize this room, so he asked where he was. When he tried to get up, a sharp pain pierced his entire body. It seemed to him that it had become much worse than it had been before the insect was removed from his body. The realization suddenly hit him, and the man could not answer the question of why he allowed his chest to be cut open and the one who had been with him for such a long time to be pulled out. The screams were so loud that they could be heard even in the next room. Wang Huan and his young assistants immediately realized that their patient had come to his senses. When the boy burst into the room, you saw that his charge was in despair. His body was shaking, and his hands were clutching his head in alarm. Then he fell on his knees before the doctor and began to beg him to kill him quickly, because this life seemed unbearable to him. Extending his hand to somehow console Ok-jun, the young man said that there was no need to torment himself like that, especially since his wound had not healed. But the man did not listen to him and shouted that he did not deserve help, because he wanted to kill the innocent doctor who had done nothing wrong. Now Wang Huan understood why he had this strange feeling, of course, because he was always close to his potential killer. Now this man has confessed everything. He said that he ordered the attack on Go Cho and even tried to use Wang Huan to save his life. Trying to fight back tears, he said he had committed too many crimes and used other people to save his own life. Hysterically, Ok-ju apologized and repeated over and over that Wang Huan should not live among such people. Looking at this pathetic man, the young surgeon understood that if it were up to him, he would kill him or immediately hand him over to the authorities, but the situation developed differently. After all, what worried him most was that the Taipings had placed a poisonous insect inside this man, and this could not have happened just like that. This nightmarish centipede had an effect when this man suddenly killed a warrior in the mountains. It seemed he acted unconsciously. Now that the creature has left his body, it's only logical that Ok-ju's true character has returned and begun to show itself. He could have just left if he wanted to hide it. There was no need to beg the guy and tell him everything. It made his words seem sincere. But this statement was debatable, so there was something to check. Wang Huan suddenly asked if all these actions against him were really done by Ok-ju himself. Bowing his head, he replied that he had done everything himself, and now he did not even deserve to beg for forgiveness, so he should be killed immediately. Wang Huan decided to ask why the man was telling him about the crimes he had committed against him. With trembling hands, he shared that he always regretted his terrible actions, but this feeling disappeared as soon as his chest began to throb. These words seemed terrible to the boy, but then Ok-ju added that this doesn't work anymore, and he's telling all this to end his miserable life. Closing his eyes, the young man suddenly realized that the cause of those terrible acts was a poisonous insect, so he could not force this man to be fully responsible for all the crimes. But that didn't make his actions good, so the guy had mixed feelings about what he should do. Looking at the withered corpse of the centipede, the young doctor said that he could not forgive such atrocities. Ok-ju cried even more, but the doctor added that he could not kill him either, since he had no moral right to do so. The guy believed that no doctor could kill his patient, whom he personally saved from mortal danger. So I advised this man to do as his conscience tells him. He could surrender to the government or go somewhere far away. However, Wang Huan still hoped that his patient would make the right decision and do what was best for everyone. After this, The travelers set off on their journey again, enjoying the beautiful views. The young doctor was exhausted from answering his charge's questions about whether he was okay. Exhaling, he honestly admitted that he didn't feel any better, but he knew that he had made the right decision. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted because someone unexpectedly jumped out from behind the bushes and blocked the road. It was none other than Ok-ju, who was nervously begging to be taken along as a guard. None of the three travelers expected such a turn of events, so they were quite surprised by this proposal. Kneeling once again, the man said that he had learned a valuable lesson and now wanted to correct all his mistakes. He said that his conscience was screaming that from that moment on, he had to protect the young doctor. The guy didn't know how to react to that, especially when the man began to say that he had given him a new life, which he decided to dedicate to protecting him. According to Ok-ju, Manhwa had too soft a character, so he needed people who could stand up for him if necessary. This man promised to become the sword of the young surgeon, and if he ordered him to jump into a fiery pit, then he would do so, and if he ordered him to fall under the sword, then this would be done. Even though these words were sincere, Manhwa wanted the man to just live his life and not pursue him. But then he objected, saying that this was his life. His new calling was to protect the young doctor. Not paying attention to such a passionate speech, the guy walked past the unfortunate man and said that he did not need any of this, so he should go his own way. Ok-ju could agree with these words. He would indeed go his own way, but it would not be quite as the young man expected. The next day, the travelers decided to make a stop, but all their appetite disappeared at the very moment when the annoying former member of the Taipings appeared before them again. When he was refused again, he began to come every day and haunt the doctor and his assistants. Following them like a shadow, he wanted to achieve his goal. Ok-ju followed the boys everywhere, keeping watch outside the houses of random patients, and not forgetting to stop by the roadside inns where Manhwa was resting. After some time of such bullying, the boy could not stand it and said that the man could do whatever he wanted, as long as he did not bother him. And so he became the guardian of the legendary surgeon. Soon, Manhwa realized that letting the former traitor stay was a good idea, as he taught him how to use a bow. And the man had to learn to enjoy even such little things as hot food after a long time on the road. While everyone was sleeping, Ok-ju guarded the peace of these young guys who still did not know this cruel life. He felt responsible for their well-being. Looking at the full moon, he suddenly realized how many mistakes he had made to finally end up here and find his purpose. In the Huang family, another night passed restlessly. The sick old man felt ill again, and the doctor, out of habit, went to the chambers. This time, the commander-in-chief was examined not by Pyong-won, but by his brother, who was known as a very talented doctor. When an elderly man asked if he really had cancer, the gentleman sitting in front of him apologized and said that was exactly what happened. The burning candle still symbolized hope, but that was until the doctor spoke about the possibility of a cure. All the joy died out, like the flame in the candlestick, when the doctor told him that he had been studying the Central Plains for a long time to find a cure. But unfortunately for all his patients, these were unsuccessful searches, because the disease was incurable and in most cases led to a painful death. Not knowing what to say, the old man simply stared at the wall. He, like any other person, really did not want to say goodbye to life and go into oblivion. It was hard to believe that life was about to leave his body, which looked so healthy and full of strength. The doctor promised to do everything in his power, but he believed that Manhwa would live a little more than a year. That was his prognosis. This conversation was overheard by a young girl, the doctor's daughter, who only now realized what a terrible disease cancer was, because even her father's skills could not help. But she still decided that if they say that the disease is incurable, this is another reason to unravel the reasons for its appearance. Now such an illness was incurable, but it is worth waiting a little, and people may appear who can cope with the impossible. The morning at the Huang family's estate was very busy, with a large number of people gathered in their courtyard. They all lined up in a long line and waited for the clerk to come up to them and write their name on the document. Between these rows walked Manhwa and his assistants. The boys did not understand what was happening here, but their master said that judging by their clothes, all these people were their colleagues. Noticing the new arrival, the scribe immediately approached him to document his name. The guy introduced himself and added that he came from Cao County. He also said that he came here on the orders of the Chancellor of the State of Pei to look into the illness of the Commander-in-Chief. This news so surprised the court servant that he almost dropped his pen, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Then he rushed to the entrance of the building and told the boy to follow him because he would immediately take him to Mr. Manhwa. But before getting into the chambers, It was necessary to stand in line with those doctors who were also called. The boy sitting nearby admired the scale of the commander-in-chief's house. The boy was disgusted to listen to the conversations of the other doctors, who did nothing but discuss how they could get half of Wang Huan's fortune if they cured him. They also chattered about how the gentleman would give them a palace in Wuhan as a thank you, but all their talk was only about the reward and not about the man's health. The next words shocked Wang Huan. One of the men said that according to the preliminary prognosis of one doctor, the old gentleman had cancer. To encounter such a disease was scary even in modern times, let alone in the times when medicine was in its early stages of development. Everyone believed that if the venerable doctors had made such a terrifying diagnosis, then there could be no mistake, especially since Master Peon confirmed it. Yes, the guy thought that this could happen, because the man was already over 50, but he didn't quite understand how to determine the type of cancer and the stage without the necessary equipment. While everyone around was chatting about their own things and not even trying to sympathize with the sick man, Wang Huan tried to think of how he could help. His little companions also began to panic, and they were partly right when they said that it was impossible to cure cancer. But it was not worth making any conclusions or predictions until they saw the patient, so such conversations should have been stopped. Wang Huan recalled that the doctor's main task was not to abandon his patient until the end, so it was too early to bury the commander-in-chief. When the boy finally approached the doors of the patient's chambers, the guards announced that the one recommended by the Chancellor of Pei Province had arrived. Even the servants noticed how young this boy was who came to treat a high-ranking member of society. Looking at him, Wang Huan guessed that since his nephew had sent the youth, he must be the head of the court physicians in Pei. But the young man showed the sign given by the chancellor and said that he was an inspector supervising the work of medical personnel. Realizing that his nephew was not throwing away such positions, the man allowed the young doctor to examine him. Mr. Pyongwan and his brother looked at each other. They had all heard the rumors about the young talent from the state of Pei. Listening intently to her father's conversation, the girl realized that in front of her was the same doctor who had cured tetanus, typhoid fever, and syphilis. Young Byun-song was simply amazed that this guy, who looked to be her age, was able to cope with the treatment of such serious illnesses. Watching him take the commander-in-chief's pulse, she couldn't reconcile his image with what had just been said. Wen Wan determined that the man's pulse was close to full. Its shape was sharp, so it could be said with certainty that the lesion was in the stomach. Activating his X-ray vision, the boy realized that he was right in his assumptions because he saw the cause of the disease. As he thought it was in the stomach, his vision showed that there were tumors in the antrum, 5 of them in total. Thanks to what he saw, the doctor determined the exact diagnosis. The commander-in-chief had gastric adenocarcinoma, and there were at least 2 of them. But to be absolutely sure of this medical conclusion, the guy decided that he needed to increase the field of view of the affected area. His ability obeyed this desire and showed the surgeon even more than he could have wished for. After examining the patient, he felt relief because the cancer cells had not yet reached the serous membrane. If they had reached the lymph nodes, nothing could have been done. The tumors were only inside the antrum, so there was no need to touch other parts of the body. So if cutting off more than half of the stomach with a subtotal resection could help, it just remains to be seen how to combine this with chemotherapy. Tired of the doctor's long and tense silence, the old man could not stand it and asked what he thought about his illness. When the boy said that the man had most likely been vomiting and had severe abdominal pain recently, Byung-Wan and his brother were shocked. But the young man came to the same conclusion as them. Wang Huan had cancer, only he added that the affected area was in the upper part of the body. Bowing his head, the old man said that everyone kept telling him that he had cancer and that it could not be cured. The elderly doctor examined the young man carefully. No one had said before that the patient had vomited. Moreover, they could not even name the correct symptoms. So it became clear that the rumors were true, and that in front of them was indeed a high-class doctor from the state of Pei. When the gentleman gathered his courage and asked the boy if his illness could be cured, he said that he could not say for sure, but in his opinion there was a chance. These words shocked everyone who heard them, because before that all the doctors simply threw up their hands and did not give any hope for salvation. Jumping up from his bed, the sick man grabbed the boy by the shoulders and began to ask if he was deceiving him. But looking into Wan Huan's eyes, he realized that there really was hope. The court doctors did not understand how this young man was going to treat cancer, because everyone had long since figured out that it was impossible. The gentleman also asked himself this question because he began to interrogate the young man about what he was going to do with his body. Not knowing how to say it more veiled, The guy simply said that he would have to open his stomach and remove the part of the stomach where the tumor was located. The court physicians had never heard of such a method of treatment. It sounded very dubious, but it was the only proposal in recent times. The proud commander-in-chief, who led the warriors into battle, asked with shaking hands if they really wanted to rip open his stomach. Then the fear turned into sharp anger and the old man shouted, saying that the guy was talking nonsense and such an action would not help him recover. Everyone in the room wondered how a person could survive such an intervention, but Juan, without the slightest embarrassment, said that he saw no other way to solve this problem since he lacked the skills. However, even with such skills, the guy could say with absolute certainty that there was no other way to cure the disease. The day was drawing to a close and a beautiful sunset painted the world in purple tones, hinting that it was time to rest. Juan entered the master's chambers during the day and came out when the sun had already set below the horizon. He was so tired that even his assistants noticed it. The guy said he was yelled at several times, but that it was a normal reaction to the news that the commander-in-chief needed to have his stomach ripped open. So it was worth waiting until the man thought everything over and gave his consent to the operation, because forcing him was wrong. Then Okju spoke up and expressed a desire to say something to the doctor, who allowed him to do so. He told a piece of news that was completely off topic, but despite this, was no less important. It turns out that the storekeeper, Chu-Dok, had an intestinal disease. He claimed that he had pain in the lower right part of his abdomen. This case was similar to the previous one, and the man decided that the doctor could help. It made sense, because if Juan could help the storekeeper, it might convince the commander-in-chief. Coming close to Okjun, the young man looked at him carefully, after which he thanked him for his sound advice and the necessary information. But he warned the man never to offer him to bargain with a patient again, as it was wrong. After that, he turned around abruptly and ordered the guys to follow him, because they still had work to do this evening. Instead of holding a grudge against such harsh behavior, Okaju realized that the doctor reacted this way because he was too kind to all people, even people like him. He was pleased to be a part of all this, to look after the children and ensure the safety of the doctor. It was clear that this was his calling. At night, when everyone had long since gone to bed, only one room in the palace had lanterns burning. The court physicians came to see Lord Wang Huan again, to check on his condition after a hard day filled with shocks. The man was still awake, eager to talk to them about the young doctor and ask what they thought of his treatment methods. The elderly doctor said that despite the risk, he considered the operation to be the right decision, which would help directly remove the cause of the disease, but he had not yet heard of such manipulations being performed. These words made the old man think that perhaps he really should allow someone to dig around in his insides. But since he did not really trust the unfamiliar boy, the old man asked the doctor to monitor all the actions of the young man and be present during the operation. He bowed like a humble servant and said that he would never have thought of refusing his master. Before you become a surgeon and cut living flesh, it's worth practicing on more inanimate specimens first. This is exactly what Obo was doing, suppressing his disgust as he tried to stitch up the wound on the chicken carcass and pull its skin together with thread. Juan's approach to teaching and healing was completely different from how others, especially older healers, worked. If a young man believed in the salvation of a person in any case and did everything to achieve what he wanted, it was much easier for his older colleagues to give up and say that the patient would die. After some time, the commander-in-chief was informed that Chu-Dok had an intestinal disease, and the Dr. Juan would open his stomach to cure him. The attendant reported that the man's situation was so desperate that he was willing to accept any method that offered hope of recovery. These words really scared the old man. He couldn't believe that someone would voluntarily go under the knife and allow themselves to be cut. Everyone was so shocked by this information that the servant was immediately bombarded with questions about whether the doctor was really treating the patient right now. But no, according to rumors, he would do it tomorrow. The commander-in-chief listened in surprise as the doctor asked Chu-Dok to fast today, and that tomorrow morning he would do what he said. Juan had enough intelligence to draw an analogy between his situation and this one, and realized that he too had no choice. So he surprised everyone standing in the room with his question. He was interested in where the Dr. Huang was now. Getting out of bed, the old man ignored all warnings that it was better for him to lie down and rest. After all, he understood that he needed to meet the boy right now. Otherwise, it might be too late. So after some time, when it was already deep into the night, a dear visitor came to the Huang family's house. At such a late time, Juan had not yet explained to anyone the step-by-step process of the operation and the possible consequences. The court physicians unanimously declared that after hearing all this, they could conclude that this was a very dangerous undertaking. They understood that simply opening the abdomen was already a terrible thing in itself, but the young man was going to cut off the internal part of the organ, which was simply unthinkable. But at the same time, they were all incredibly interested to see how the boy would manage to open the stomach and treat the internal organs, and then put in stitches and save the person. It all seemed extremely absurd, but the commander-in-chief was not one to be timid, so he made a decision. He told the doctor that he had to see the operation he was going to perform on the storekeeper, after which he would be able to make his final decision. The court physicians did not expect at all that their master would go on this adventure and would actually observe the operation that Chudoku would do. After listening carefully to the man, Juan realized that if he realized that his actions would not be destructive, he would agree to the operation. But still, one should not forget about the rules of the operation. So, to the old man's surprise, the legendary surgeon was forced to refuse him this request. Such impudent behavior irritated the man, because the commander-in-chief was not used to being told no. The gentleman shouted and asked how such a scoundrel could say such things and refuse a man who occupies a high position in the state. The boy could only close his eyes and sigh heavily when they started talking about how he was forgetting who was in front of him. The problem was not respect, but that the guy could not allow infection, because if outsiders were present during the operation, there would be a risk of infection. He ended up in a time when there were no autoclaves or even simple antiseptics that helped kill germs. All that was left was to hope for a miracle and use clothes sterilized in boiling water as a means of getting rid of bacteria. And in a situation like this, it was impossible to increase the chances of infection because everything could go to hell. It was a really bad idea to refuse the commander-in-chief, but unfortunately, he really couldn't watch the process for now. Not understanding the reason for such unheard-of rudeness, the old man began to ask questions about why he was forbidden to do this. To the doctor's surprise, the boy answered absolutely calmly that this could endanger patients. He decided to ask again whether if the gentleman joined in, the patient might have problems. Juan nodded his head and said that it was not about Juan himself. Anyone who joined this process without preparation could cause harm. Bowing, he asked that his explanations be treated with understanding, since he was not asking for anything out of the ordinary. He just wanted the patient's health to be put first, because nothing could be more important than that. These words made the men think. They realized that they had behaved like capricious children when they demanded that they be given what they wanted. Here a thought came into the court doctor's head. He asked if the participant in the operation was prepared, then could he join the process? The guy nodded his head affirmatively. The elderly physician was delighted and said that he could do it then, but Juan cut off the conversation and said that he would not give permission. He explained that the patient was dear to the commander-in-chief, and if he was prepared, he could join, but the doctor had no reason to do so. This speech seriously angered Pen Song, who considered the guy's behavior to be very provocative and disrespectful towards her father. The guy put an end to this conversation when he said that, apart from the commander-in-chief, only he and his students would be at the operation. These words had no effect on the old man. He grabbed the guy by the clothes and began to beg him to let him near the operating table. If not him, then let him at least take his daughter, who could share her experience with him. It was her scream that interrupted this pathetic conversation. She asked her father to stop humiliating himself in front of this worthless boy. She believed that his thinking did not seem as wonderful as the amazing abilities described by his former patients. Juan quietly listened attentively to the speech about how the girl had been taught from a young age that doctors should only think about saving people. She said that this is why her father always shared his techniques with others and helped mentor young professionals. But Mr. Huang tried to hide his methods. She asked how he differed from those who followed only their own fame. Bayan Song didn't deny that the guy's skills might be excellent, but she didn't want to see the healing art of such a doctor. Smiling, the young man realized that he had not met such an honest lady with such a strong mind for a long time. He even felt a little ashamed to admit that she was indeed right. Of course, his words could be misinterpreted, but the fact that this girl was able to gather the courage to say it was impressive. Even her father was surprised by this impulse, so he began to pull her back and ask her to keep quiet, because everything indicated that she had character. Scratching his head, the boy said that his skills could not be called a secret technique. It was a simple operation, but that was not the problem. He explained that he might be considered arrogant, but this operation could not be repeated simply by looking at it from the outside. In his soul, there were fears that such manipulations could be done incorrectly by someone, and he would be held responsible for it. It couldn't be any other way because in front of him stood doctors who were drawn to master new techniques that would save people, but before that, they could destroy them. This is when the troubles begin, because inexperienced surgeons will try to apply what they saw on patients without having experience. Because of this, they can take someone's life. He then added that the doctors who were observing him had made such a mistake, so he could not be sure that they would not try to repeat it. The guy was convinced that if a doctor wants to study medicine, he needs practice, and seeing a cut once is not enough. Payeon Song could agree with these words, but she did not believe that no one could be allowed to observe the operations now. Sighing, the young surgeon said that he would allow it if the girl and her father promised him one thing and gave their word that they would fulfill it. Manhwa's condition was that as long as their fates were linked and they studied his healing arts, they would never perform the operations they saw him perform. It was a rather strange request, but it made sense and indicated the high moral qualities of the guy sitting in front of him. This was a condition that could be agreed to, so the old man said that he would write a promise right away. At that moment, Byung-song suddenly realized that she suddenly felt so ashamed that she could not raise her eyes. Before her stood a man who was truly a healer from God and could do things that were not even written about in medical books. Morning came, the sun was shining and delighting the townspeople, but not everyone could enjoy its rays this morning. Some greeted the day lying on the operating table, but the young surgeon's day began with him making preparations for the operation. A little later, Mr. Hwang Byung-won and his daughter arrived. They fulfilled all the doctor's requirements, put on sterile cotton clothes, masks, and took into account the peculiarities of behavior during the operation. When they entered the chambers, the guy once again asked them to follow all the rules. Otherwise, he would have to kick them out of here in the middle of the process. Adjusting the mask on his face, the commander-in-chief said that he understood everything and he would not allow any of them to make a mistake. Looking at the boy, the man thought that the confidence of this puppy was simply amazing. He had a firm hand and a strong character. For now, he's decided to just watch, but if all his bravado turns out to be just talk, he won't sit idly by. Wang Huan was determined to see that this young man's words were backed up by action. The surgeon was a little uneasy about the presence of 3 strangers, but despite this, he announced the start of the operation. The first thing he had to do was use the needle correctly, and here what he had learned from Bond came to the rescue. The patient was already unconscious, so it was possible to safely inject needles into the necessary places on his right leg. The doctors who observed this were surprised that he used needles and placed them so quickly and accurately, as if he had determined the zones in advance. They didn't understand what he was trying to achieve with this action, but they continued to follow the rules and watched silently. After finishing with the needles, Wan Huan asked one of his assistants to hand him a sterile scalpel. The surgeon announced that he was starting to make an incision, so he told his assistants to adjust the temperature of the iron, which Obo did. Having fenced off the area of the operation, the young man made the first cut. It was deep and precise. Despite this, only a small drop of blood flowed from the wound. After that, he ordered Byung-ah to open the wound, and the second assistant was to take care of stopping the bleeding. The doctor, who was watching all this, realized that the boy had cut the stomach to the exact depth. If he had gone deeper, he would have touched the insides. His work was simply amazing. He was also surprised at how accurately they cauterized the bleeding site with iron to prevent a fatal outcome. This method of stopping bleeding was something new and very effective, so the girl made a mental note in her head. Until she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't even think that this was possible, so now she was catching every move the guy made. Activating his X-ray vision, Wan Huan noticed an inflamed appendix that needed to be removed. The fact that it was only him brought relief to the surgeon, because such an incision should have been enough to cope with this task. Having inserted the medical forceps into the right place, the doctor immediately found what he was looking for. With a little effort, he pulled the organ up. His colleagues were amazed when they saw the real cause of the disease, but they were even more surprised when the guy tied the intestines with thread. The commander-in-chief knew nothing about the medical craft, but even he realized that the young man's work was simply amazing. It was hard not to notice that the surgeon was cutting open the abdomen without touching the organs. Even military advisors could not have done it with such precision. At that moment, the gentleman realized that this doctor was truly his only hope for salvation from this terrible illness. Having removed the inflamed appendix, the guy threw it onto a special tray. Although the operation was not complicated, he felt relief. After this, he looked at his assistants and praised them, saying that they had done an excellent job. Then he said something that surprised everyone in the room. The surgeon instructed Obo to stitch up the patient's wound because he was already quite trained. The boy was so shocked that he could not utter a word. It was difficult for him to believe that such an important job was entrusted to him. He started to say that his skills weren't good enough yet, but then he thought for a moment and said that he could handle it. This was a test that Obo successfully passed. Such manipulation greatly impressed Byung-song, because once again it showed the doctor's moral qualities. It was surprising that the surgeon would give up the main place to his young student and completely trust him with such an important role. But the young man did not forget about his second assistant. Handing him the scissors, he told Byung-ae to cut the thread himself. For the boy, this action meant a lot because usually the teacher always let him cut off Obo. Seeing their synchronized work, the girl could hardly stand still. She also wanted to be among them and help save the patient. She could so easily imagine herself standing among these guys, doing an important job that she would easily take on herself. The desire on Byung-song's face was so obvious that it was hard to miss, and her father noticed it. His smile could be seen even under the mask. He could not be happier that he had raised such a goal-oriented daughter. Moreover, before her was such a doctor that only a true fool who knew nothing about medicine would not want to learn from him. Previously, the man wondered if there was anything else he could learn, but now he knew for sure that he still didn't know a lot. Finally, the operation was finished and the doctor praised each of his assistants, trying not to leave anyone out. But the boys had not yet completed their mission because they still had to transfer the patient from the operating table. When Manhwa came closer, the commander-in-chief immediately began asking questions about whether the patient would survive. The guy said that he still needed to be observed, but everything went well. The doctor predicted that in about 4 days his patient would recover and function relatively normally. Having assessed the doctor's words, Wang Huan asked whether the young man would be able to save him too. This question was very difficult for both interlocutors. After thinking for a moment, the surgeon said that it would not be easy and the operation would be much more complicated than this one, but the chances of success were not small. Much depended on the patient. If he is ready not to give up, then the result will also be positive. He firmly stated that he would not let the master's hopes go to waste, and if he had to take on some task, he would see it through to the end. The young man's confidence was transmitted to the master, and patting him on the shoulder, Wang Huan told the doctor that he was not going to give up. From that moment on, the process of preparation for the operation was launched. The boy, together with the court physician, prepared the necessary herbs as a pain reliever. The patient's stomach also needed to be prepared, so he drank special cleansing decoctions that were brought to him every day. The assistants, who were especially important in the upcoming operation, were not left without attention, so their knowledge had to be impeccable. Even though things didn't always go smoothly, the kids didn't leave any opportunity to learn something new, even though it often seemed incomprehensible to them. Byung-song watched the learning process with interest, wanting to be in the place of a little village boy for the first time in her life. Sometimes she managed to hear some information, but almost always these were only fragments that did not really explain anything. When she eavesdropped once again, her father found her and almost told Huang that she was spying on him. The old man decided to remind his daughter that virtue is the most important quality of a doctor, and then comes the way of thinking. Continuing his words, the girl muttered that the third quality was the ability to save a person. She remembered every word. Such attentiveness and prudence could not but please the old man, who always tried to instill the right values in his daughter. He asked her why she hesitated if she knew so much, and the girl herself desperately wanted to find an answer to this question. These words surprised Byung-song, because there was clearly a hidden subtext in them. Her father loved to speak in hidden riddles. Her parent decided to remind her that she could follow the path that she chose and considered right, a privilege that not all girls of that time had. She understood this perfectly well, so she never stopped thanking heaven for having such a wonderful and understanding dad. The day came that everyone had been waiting for and fearing for so long. When the boy handed the potion to the commander-in-chief, he said that it would help him fall asleep. The man understood that he would fall asleep without any problems, but he still needed to know whether he would wake up after all the manipulations on his body. All the surgeon said to this was that he hoped the old man would have a good night's sleep, where nothing would disturb him. Smiling, Wan Huan said that he would make his patient feel offended that such a sweet dream was interrupted. These words made the man laugh a lot and diffused the tense situation. He said that in that case, he would really be offended by the boy. While putting on his face covering for the umpteenth time, Wan Huan asked his assistants if they were ready for today's test of strength. When they nodded their heads first hesitantly and then more firmly, the chief surgeon announced the beginning of this legendary operation. The cut was similar to the previous one, very clear and deep. Almost no blood flowed out, but in any case, the iron was always at the ready. When the assistants widened the wound with forceps, the boy realized that everything looked exactly as his X-ray vision showed. Bleeding began. The liquid could not be lost because in today's reality, a transfusion was something beyond fantasy. But that wasn't the only problem, because the commander-in-chief's chest suddenly stopped and he began to turn blue. The guy immediately rushed to check the patient's pulse and felt how cold it was to the touch. It was unclear why all this had suddenly happened. The chest did not rise, there was no pulse, and the face began to turn into a cold wax mask that showed no signs of life. It was an obvious cardiac arrest, which could well have led to the outcome that everyone so feared. The assistants also noticed something was wrong, staring at the man's pale face and then looking at the doctor with questions. The court doctor and his daughter, who were watching the operation, could not understand what was happening and why there was panic on the children's faces. For some reason, they started pressing on Wang Huan's chest and whispering something to each other. Their behavior was extremely suspicious. The young surgeon was suddenly overcome with such panic that he had a huge amount of energy to perform cardiac massage on the dying patient. Trying so hard, the young man didn't even notice how he climbed onto the table next to the patient and, sitting on it, continued to press on the patient's chest. Little by little, the victim's condition stabilized so that now Wang Huan could at least catch his breath normally. Next, he ordered his assistants to prepare the iron because it was necessary to cauterize the source of blood loss again. Payan Song couldn't believe what she was seeing. Just a second ago, she was going to mourn the master, when suddenly the operation continued and he was alive again. Her father shared her sincere bewilderment. He had no idea that the human body was a mechanism that could be started even by touching it with his hands. Wang Huan began his work with a small incision, because if he had cut near the tumor and found metastases, he would not have been able to do anything. It was necessary to insert the scalpel only 2/3. Then it would be possible to save the organ without causing harm to the patient. The atmosphere in the room was slightly tense, because the court physician's worries for their master could be felt on a physical level. But after the guy successfully removed the piece of organ that was being collected, relief washed over him. It was lucky that the serous layer was not affected, but several lymph nodes became inflamed, and it was difficult to understand whether there were metastases there. It was worth removing all the inflamed nodes, because stomach cancer could easily spread further into the lymphatic system. It was also very important to preserve the vagus nerve as best as possible, since removing it was strictly prohibited. While performing the operation, the doctor did not forget to instruct his young assistants, showing them the insides. This time, he drew their attention to the opening of the internal organs. He also explained that compared to other organs, the walls of the stomach are thicker and also very elastic, but its openings are similar to vessels. Then he ordered to insert a needle perpendicular to the surface. Payan Song followed these instructions closely. She desperately wanted to be among this man's students, but she did not dare to say so yet. Looking at his brilliant work, she once again thought that this man, this surgeon, was a healer from God, which was very rare to meet. The operation lasted the whole day. The sun had already set, and the moon had risen in the dark skies, and the guys had only just finished. The commander-in-chief lay on the couch and did not move. He showed no signs of life and was extremely pale, not surprising, because he had survived such a difficult operation. Then his hand began to tremble. The trembling became more and more intense, and at some point, his hand began to hit the bed hard. When the commander-in-chief heard his name being called, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were so heavy that it was very difficult to lift them. The surgeon immediately approached him and asked how he slept. Smiling, the man said that at some point he thought he had already seen the Reapers. He tried to get up, but a terrible pain in his stomach stopped him, and he groaned as he returned to his place. It seemed that the gentleman had forgotten that his stomach had literally been cut open. Grabbing his hand, Wang Huan strictly ordered him not to touch the wound, as it needed time to heal. Looking at the patient seriously, the doctor explained that he had cut open his stomach and cut off part of his stomach, so now he had to rest in bed. He also said that it would be extremely uncomfortable for some time, but the gentleman had to get used to it, and it was also necessary to watch his diet and get more rest. The suffering did not stop, and Wang Huan asked if it would get worse because it was simply unbearable now. Closing his eyes, the boy remembered that the chance of relapse at stage 2 was 30%. Since he could not undergo chemotherapy, it was necessary to monitor his condition. He did not tell the patient this, but informed him that he was going to keep an eye on him for a few more months, checking the body every 3 months for the next 2 years. If a man can live peacefully for 5 years, then he will experience heavenly mercy, and we can say that he's completely healthy. These words made the commander-in-chief smile. For some reason, he was sure that his body could cope because it was the body of a warrior. Spasms from laughter also cause pain, so a man should refrain from even strong positive emotions. But still, this pain meant that the fight against the disease had begun, and he had not given up just like that. Death would never take him without a fight. It was hard to hide the rather pleased expression on his face when the gentleman said that no doctors could cure him. Even the most sacred of them said that he would soon die. It was a pleasant surprise to him that the young surgeon had surpassed them all and was now talking about heavenly mercy. These words only caused laughter. After these words, the gentleman swore that in the future the boy would always have wealth and glory, and his word was never an empty sound. The man was about to make a suggestion, but Juan interrupted him and did not let him finish what he was about to say. Bowing, the boy said that no wealth or glory would be greater than the salvation of life granted by heaven. So all the boy wants is to continue saving patients and not to accumulate gold and estates for himself. These words struck the gentleman so much that he couldn't even say anything. He just listened to his doctor, hoping that he wouldn't be angry and would understand the little man's desire. The boy was about to leave and finally told him to take care of his health, but Juan asked him to stop. Once again, this young man disobeyed the order, saying that he would not interfere with the commander-in-chief having a good rest. After finishing his business, Juan decided to finally visit his home and see his relatives, whom he had not seen for quite a long time. Seeing a familiar figure approaching the estate, Uncle Wang Sam exclaimed happily, asking how much time had passed since the master's last visit. Smiling, the boy asked if it was too difficult to accompany his brother. The man replied that it was his job, which he did with pleasure. When a familiar voice was heard in the courtyard, Huabong immediately jumped out of his room and ran to meet his younger brother. The boy apologized to his elder for arriving a little later than he had promised, but he replied that it didn't matter because they had done a great job. While sipping hot and aromatic tea after the journey, Juan asked how things were going with their mother, who had also recently undergone surgery. The brother said that she felt great and invited all their relatives to have a feast in honor of her sons. It was a real relief to hear this, because everything Juan did was aimed at helping the people close to him. Then suddenly Huabun became interested in whether the young doctor had cured His Majesty's uncle, who was in critical condition. The guy's voice became more somber as he explained that the man had cancer, but fortunately the operation was successful. These words shocked the man. He could not believe that his little brother had managed to cure such a complex disease. The elder relative said that he had heard that the commander-in-chief was open about his feelings, so he wondered if he had offered a big reward. The next phrase threw him off balance again, because Juan said that they wanted to introduce him to the emperor, but he refused. Unable to bear it, Huabong laughed loudly, saying that this behavior was so representative of the young man, but he thought that he knew about the imminent war and would not go to the dangerous palace. Placing the cup on the table, Juan said that there was information he wanted to share with his brother. If Huabong had finished his studies, then Wabu thought he should get a job as far away from Luoyang as possible. The eldest member of the family listened in surprise, as the young man said that he needed to do this now, because it would be very difficult to change in the future, so he should move far away. Realizing that the boy knew something that he shouldn't know, it was decided to listen to his advice. Therefore, when the doctor once again said that his brother must do this at any cost, he simply agreed without showing any resistance. Juan finally felt relieved that his request had been listened to and agreed to so easily. He knew full well that there would be turmoil during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, so he simply could not allow his loved one to remain in the palace. When everything was falling apart, the guy wanted his relatives to be as far away from unsafe places as possible. Having finished this important conversation, the guy stood up and said that it was time for him to go. His brother asked him to visit him at least sometimes. Without turning back, he left, knowing that when the commander-in-chief got better, he would have to move away from the palace, because if he stayed there, he too would be consumed by the fire of war. But something was troubling the young man. Inside him there was some kind of bad feeling, as if something was about to happen very soon. It wasn't paranoia at all, because there were certain individuals who didn't want to allow Huang to gain influence, so they conspired against him. When he returned to Luoyang, his assistants greeted him with great enthusiasm, saying that the sacred physician had asked them to come see him. Walking along the corridors of the palace, the guy yawned loudly, because he had a strange dream that did not allow him to sleep well. Trying to stretch his back as he walked, he wondered why this man was looking for him, since he hadn't even had time to rest properly from the journey. Approaching the right door, the young man noticed that there was a lively conversation going on behind it, so the question immediately arose as to who the healer's interlocutor was. He became an unwilling listener, as one of the men said that they could not allow Huang to behave like this. Of course, the boy immediately became interested in what these people were talking about, but he was unable to eavesdrop for a long time. Entering the chambers, he announced his presence and asked for what purpose they were looking for him at such an early hour, especially since he had just arrived from the road. The doctors immediately jumped up and began to circle around him, telling him that they were very glad to see him and grateful that he had arrived on time. This lively behavior made the young man feel embarrassed because these people were behaving in a very strange way. They looked at him with some kind of incomprehensible delight and babbled incomprehensible things about not knowing whether it was good or not, without saying what they were talking about. Then the men said that from now on they wanted the boy to be called Hua Tuo. In some temples, this character was considered the god of medicine. Huan couldn't believe that he was named after the most legendary doctor that existed in ancient China. Suddenly, the puzzles in the guy's head began to come together. He could not even imagine that he really was Hua Tuo. His name from birth was Huan, but he thought it was just a coincidence. Also, bandits were going to kill him when he returned from studying abroad. There were quite a lot of similarities, except that the Dr. Hua Tuo was killed by Cao Cao because he did not come to cure his headache. So it wasn't enough to just shut the mouths of these two, because the more people he treated, the more often he would be called Hua Tuo. Well, the guy simply couldn't stop working as a doctor because he knew that this was his calling, which he had to follow. So having thanked the men, the young man said that he did not deserve such a great name and therefore refused to take it. They were extremely surprised when the young man demanded that they take back their words and stop calling him that. The next morning, the boy woke up again in a bad mood. He felt sluggish and tired. He understood that he had arrived at a time when he would be drawn into trouble in any case. But he himself wanted to cure as many people as possible, which is why he had arrived at such an era. It was strange to think that there was a possibility that he would live the life of Hua Tuo, who was about 40 years old when the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, and he was now only 16. Scratching the back of his head, the guy realized that everything was very confusing now, and he didn't understand how to proceed further. He was distracted from these thoughts by a knock on the door. Some voice, clearly female, was calling his name. The surprised doctor said that the newcomer could come in, since he had just gotten up and was ready to leave the room. Suddenly, Baiyun Song entered the room. Her expression was very gloomy, and she was clearly worried about something, because she was acting very quietly and cautiously. She looked at Huan carefully and asked if they could talk to him, since she had something to discuss with the guy. For some reason, this request greatly embarrassed the young man. He suddenly stood up and began to walk restlessly around the room, after which he asked if the girl wanted something to drink. Without answering this question, Byung-song obediently bowed her head and apologized for being rude and disrespectful to him, and for doubting his abilities. The guy suddenly remembered how she snapped at him on the first day they met, when he was amazed by her directness and sharp tongue. He laughed and said that anyone could have a breakdown like that, so he didn't hold any grudge against her. Her further actions surprised him even more. The young lady fell to her knees and began to beg him to take her as a student. The lady began to enthusiastically tell me that she really wanted to study medicine and had always been interested in this craft because it brought great benefit to people. Looking at this picture, the young doctor did not know how to behave, of course. Any doctor would like to learn something new, but he did not know whether he should take a student. He told the girl to stop behaving like that and get up on her feet, but she said that she would only get up if she was accepted for training. In this, she was very much like her father, who was also stubborn when it came to new methods of treating patients. Closing her eyes, the lady bitterly realized that it looked like her manipulation would not work, and she would never be taught to help people. But to her surprise, Huan said that they wouldn't be able to work together normally if she persisted so much in his words. First of all, the guy thought that it was worth talking about what the girl wanted from him and what knowledge he expected to receive during the course of his studies. Embarrassed by this question, Baiyun Song began to quickly rise to her feet and say that she was in a hurry, which is why she acted so expressively. These words made Huan smile, and he repeated for the umpteenth time that he liked this unconventional view of things that was inherent in the girl's thinking. After all, in his opinion, the development of a doctor begins with thinking. It serves as a starting mechanism and helps to find non-standard ways out of a situation. Then he asked if she had received her father's permission, but she was not allowed to answer because an old man entered the room and said that he was giving his blessing. He thought it would be better if Song studied with a doctor like Huan rather than him. Taking the guy by the hand, the man said that his daughter was a very smart girl, so she would be able to compete with any candidate for studying with him. The speech was beautiful and very sweet, but the only thing that embarrassed the guy was that the man kept calling him by the name Hua Tuo. Deciding not to focus on this, the guy invited the family to sit down at his coffee table and discuss everything in detail. After all, before taking someone as his student, he had to say something, and only then could the issue of training be decided. For some reason, these words made Byung-Wan and his daughter very tense. They began to ask what was the matter, because they had not done anything that could offend the doctor. But the matter was different. Since the guy did not take money from any of his students, he would not take it from the girl either. In return, he would give her a task. She will need to brew decoctions, clean and process medical instruments. That is, she will have to do all sorts of little things, and this does not depend on the status she has. Also, along with medicine, she will study martial arts, because it will not be possible to treat patients without endurance, and he was also a very strict teacher. This factor can be off-putting. To sum it up, Byun-san will not be studying with a classical teacher. Wanhwan's approaches were completely different, but no less effective. While the girl remained silent, the young man said that he could not take a student who did not have the determination to make the right choice. The words hurt the lady a little, so she frowned and firmly said that she would do whatever the doctor ordered. It was clear that she was ready for anything. If she was allowed to study the art of healing, Song claimed that she would endure everything and follow her teacher. The answer pleased the young man, so he stood up, bowed, and said that training would begin tomorrow. The only thing the elderly father asked for was to take care of his beloved daughter, who so desperately dreamed of becoming a doctor. This long conversation finally ended because Huang's young assistant burst into the room and began calling out to him in alarm. The boy said that the commander-in-chief was looking for a healer, so it was worth going to his chambers. Sitting on a chair by the window, the gentleman allowed 2 maids to cover his shoulders with a warm robe. The young girls happily took care of the man, as if he were their own father. Finally, the young man who had performed the brilliant operation on him arrived. He bowed and asked why he had been called. Bad thoughts immediately came to mind. Perhaps the commander-in-chief was not feeling well. But he said that he called the guy on another matter and asked him to come closer. Smiling slightly, the old man said that he had heard very interesting rumors that from now on, the boy would be called by the nickname Hua Tuo. This news was not at all good for Wanhwan, because it meant that the rumors were spreading at an incredible speed and had even reached the commander-in-chief. So he said that he received this name undeservedly and had no right to bear it, to which the man laughed and said that everything was fair because the doctor managed to cure cancer. But this argument was cut short because the commander-in-chief suddenly became interested in how old the guy was turning this year. He said that he would be 16 years old, after which the question followed whether he was still engaged. Surprised, Huang answered that he was not. The conversation that followed became a real nightmare for the boy, because the commander-in-chief began to praise his beautiful granddaughters and ask if he wanted to establish ties with his family. Trying not to offend his patient, the young man said that he was not going to get married, but wanted to wander the world and study medicine for the next 10 years. But the old man added that the boy should not pay attention to him if he already liked someone, because by marrying his granddaughter, he could take more wives. Wanhwan was seething with irritation inside, but he didn't show it and said in a reserved manner that this was too much for him, and he wouldn't dare to associate himself with the commander-in-chief's family. After a short silence, the gentleman said that now he, too, thought that the rumors that the Dr. Huang was a eunuch were true. The man did not understand such decisions because the chancellor offered this young man a position and heard a refusal. Questions arose as to why the boy did not want to take a government post. It seemed like this young guy thought that the pay stayed in the royal palace were for him, but he replied that he was simply trying to connect his life with medicine. This answer suited the gentleman perfectly. He said that he respected his desire to see the world and could understand why he wanted to remain free. But he added that they first needed to resolve one issue, after which he handed Wanhwan some kind of package. Before the young surgeon had time to reach out and take the parchment, the commander-in-chief said that His Majesty himself was looking for him. He was the 12th emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Liu Hong, and he had a not very good reputation in historical records. He was spoken of as a man who had gone mad for money due to his poor background. He was an emperor who played a leading role in the sale of government posts. The master also restrained the growth of the number of eunuchs and forced people to work hard, exploiting them to the fullest extent. Liu Hong was given the nickname of stupid rulers, calling him a dark monarch. He acted together with the previous emperor and the intelligentsia. It was alarming that such a person was looking for Wanhwan, because it clearly could not end well. The boy thought that if he were in Cao, he could say that his home was too far away, but His Majesty knew that he was in Luoyang, so he couldn't refuse. The commander-in-chief said that the emperor had ordered a doctor to be brought as soon as he felt better, and now that there was no need to worry about his health, the boy could go. Smiling slightly, the man said that the gentleman was not calling him because of illness, so there was no need to worry, but it was these words that caused even more panic. Bowing his head, Juan realized that he had no choice but to go to the palace and find out the reason for his visit himself. A few days later, fate sent the young doctor to Hencheng to meet a man who was not particularly friendly. Walking through the courtyard of the palace, the boy wondered whether he had overdone it with treating the commander-in-chief. After all, he didn't even suspect that the man would recover so quickly. The old man had specially arranged for his companion to wear festive clothes for the meeting, which made him even more nervous. Noticing the obvious tension in the young man, the gentleman said that eunuch Chong would soon meet them. It was an informal meeting that there was no need to worry about. Finally, Juan was brought into the chambers and introduced to the one who so desperately wanted to see him. Kneeling down in a bow of deep respect, the boy wished the ruler to live long and happily. Without giving the boy a polite greeting, His Highness said that he had heard many different rumors about the man who stood before him. Emperor Liu Hong ordered Juan to come closer and extended his hand to him. Having taken a closer look at the boy, the gentleman said that he was much younger than expected. It seemed that he really had talent. He recounted rumors about treating stomach disease and cancer by cutting open the abdomen, and he also heard that the court physicians had already called him Hua Tuo. Trying to suppress the trembling in his voice, Juan modestly said that it was not appropriate to bear such a nickname because he did not have sufficient skills. But His Highness said that since he had cured such diseases, he deserved to be called so, because the debt had to be paid so that the price corresponded to the abilities. After that, he thanked the young doctor for curing the commander-in-chief, who asked to present Juan with an award. A servant came forward, carrying in his hand some kind of tray with incomprehensible contents. When Juan saw the sign, he wondered what it meant, but soon he found out. They wanted to send him to work in the highest supervisory body, which was called the Emperor's Censorate.